Previously, the boy could not even imagine that he would find himself among the luxurious estate of someone he considered an incorrigible scumbag. But now fate has thrown up a unique opportunity. This was exactly the kind of adventure that befell him, someone who found himself in the body of his enemy shortly before the fateful meeting, now living his everyday routine as if it were his own. As the servant called him, he realized the uniqueness of his case, which gave him a chance to see life from a new, unexpected perspective, to feel the power in his own hands, and to change the course of history. He stepped on the floor with wet feet, and everything around him seemed to be for him. Everyone tried to please and make the best impression, something he had never had to count on in his past body. Even Ron, who became famous as an assassin from the Eastern continent, became a submissive servant who politely carried water to the young master and carried out any command. The tendency to analyze and keep everything under control did not allow him to look at his assistant with kindness. He felt a double bottom in this refined politeness, which definitely hid something more. With a perfect mask of cold on his face, he had the idea to connect him with Choi Han, determining this as the first thing he would do while studying the abilities of unlimited resources. There was indeed a somewhat ambiguous expression on the old man's face, a restrained smile and sly eyes that seemed to be hiding something. It would seem that a small interaction led to the conclusion that here it's every man for himself, and in order to defend oneself, one needs strength equal to, or even greater than, that of the strong men around them. The young man was thinking hard about how to balance his forces perfectly, so as not to give in and not to overdo it to attract attention, in the conditions of life on a continent where war would soon break out. He was snapped out of his pensive state by a servant who offered to help him get dressed, as it was time to get ready to go out, relieving the rich young man of all responsibility for trifles. This time he decided to choose something simple and familiar, in which he was immediately supported by the servant, who did not dare to oppose the master's decision. This body did not disappoint, as everything fit perfectly on it, and the overall pleasant impression was complemented by a painted face, which further showed luxury and aristocracy. His appearance in the room meant bowed heads and frightened eyes from the servants, who could not expect leniency from their master, who had a mixed reputation. They were so intimidated by their master's antics that they trembled at the sight of the stately figure. The boy was amazed at how the true owner of the body managed to bring the situation to absurdity and create an atmosphere of fear and hatred among his own home with his reckless actions. He remembered that Cale had never beaten people, but after drinking he became unbearable and destroyed everything in sight. On the other hand, it was a plus for him that Cale's reputation so alienated people, granting them immunity. The servant performed his duties flawlessly, opened the door, and remained polite, despite the mood of the master, which was rarely stable in him. What he saw surprised him a lot, someone who was not used to such luxury around him, reminding him of the differences between Cale's reality and his true habit. The entire family, father, stepmother, and children, gathered in the elegant dining room, awaiting the arrival of the last of them. With a quick glance at them, he identified each one: Dareth's father, the current head of the county of Zenitus. Allegedly, her stepmother, Viola, her father's new wife, who adhered to the concept of silent obedience and did not act as an active player on the domestic battlefield. And two younger children, one of them a younger brother, Basin, who was a much better successor than Cale. But Sister Lily, who was too small to carry weight in the house, only glanced at him with fear. Another late arrival didn't surprise anyone in the family. It had become a routine for them, so he sat down at the table without any deserved remarks. Keeping in mind that his father had no power or authority, only vast wealth, he proceeded to the first family meeting. Even here he noticed a desire to avoid him on the part of his stepmother and younger children, which played into his hands for a peaceful life. The only problem in this idyll was the prying eyes from the side, but ignoring them, you can live comfortably. Maintaining his image of being brutal and domineering by nature, he asked if they had any questions for him, which would explain their staring, but the answer was formal. Judging their reaction, it seemed to him that the people around him, had a habit of remaining tense in his company, so it was better to eat quickly and leave. But the young man was captivated by the new tastes of luxurious dishes, which he tasted for the first time, receiving unprecedented pleasure. He involuntarily smiled at this, which caused a violent reaction at the table, where he was looked at like a cold stone without emotion. Even without suspecting that this behavior was atypical for the new personality he was playing, he surprised his family more and more. He caught sight of a wine, and after tasting it, he truly enjoyed the delicate taste and couldn't help but remark on it out loud. Being prepared for displeasure from Cale, his father nodded in amazement in support of the words that everything tasted great. At the same time, not understanding and trying to take advantage of this moment of kindness, he tried to support his son and encourage a warm attitude. The new Cale noticed that it was better to be such a scumbag, whose lack of manners surprised no one, but a slight smile could give so many unforgettable impressions. The plan was supplemented by the thesis that it was not worth getting Bassin, so as not to go into the unknown from a warm and comfortable place where he could live carefree, without denying himself anything. And besides, Plan B immediately emerged. If you fail to build close relationships, you should go on your own to a place where you can avoid war, which is getting closer with every second. The look of the youngest member of the family left no hope for a close relationship in the future, but rather spoke of silent contempt. After finishing a wonderful meal, Cale hoped to leave his new family as soon as possible, but his father delayed him. Dareth, seizing on his son's moments of good humor, offered to fulfill any request he wished. His face took on a thoughtful look, quickly going through all the possible options that would suit Cale's spirit. But what he didn't choose was affordable if he had a good amount in his pocket, so he asked for more money. The father, without batting an eye, promised to give as much as he could so as not to incur the young man's wrath. Smiling as if nothing had happened, he politely put an end to his request, which, although it was impudent, no longer surprised anyone. Of course, he knew that there would be a lot in the envelope, but he didn't dare to hope that he would receive so much for a simple request. This served as a sign that the family had not just a lot, but a very, very lot of money, to which he now had unlimited access. Based on his new knowledge, he decided to change the plan according to the circumstances. Turning to Ron, the owner asked what day it was, immediately receiving an answer. It was March 29th, 781, according to the Felis calendar, which prompted the young man to come up with new ideas. Looking out the window, he estimated what time it was so he could clearly plan this difficult day. Because he realized that it would be better to hurry up with the implementation of the plans, because Choi Han would come to Weston very soon. So there was an urgent need to mobilize all the powers of imagination and memory to cunningly get out of the problem as if out of the water. To do this, Cale decided to check if everything really corresponded to reality, heading to the city with a coachman. The carriage braked sharply at the command of the young man, who had absolute authority over the household servants. Without delay, his foot stepped onto the street where the necessary building was located. Of course, with his impeccable appearance and a charming suit, he gave the impression of a true aristocrat. Cale found himself in front of the doors of one of the best libraries in the city, which would greatly help him in some ways. The tense servant waited for his young master's orders, trembling from the tension that hung in the air next to Cale, who didn't look too pleased. Sending him away, he headed towards the entrance to the library, ignoring the annoying questions from him. The worker asked in surprise if he should wait for the owner to return, but the owner said weakly that he would only come for a moment. Meanwhile, the library lived its own little life, a quiet and peaceful anthill with priceless books and small people. Amidst the pleasant atmosphere of the bookstore, a bolt of tension immediately erupted as Cale entered and brought his heavy aura into the room. The cold expression on his face terrified everyone around him, and they broke away from their usual activities so as not to anger the notorious villain. He immediately understood which of them was the owner, a fat man with a book in his hands, who completed the overall puzzle. Exhaling quietly, imagining what would now await him, he joyfully greeted the new guest with a smile. He was a wealthy, illegitimate son named Belos, who knew exactly who he was dealing with and immediately reacted with caution. The first thought that came to Cale was about the similarity between it and a piggy bank, which only confirmed the fame surrounding his evil name. Throwing the coins on the table, he outlined the difference between them and immediately began giving orders. The guy planned to spend the whole day on the third floor, and from the owner he expected any tea, as long as it was not sour, as a service he could now afford. With incorrigible arrogance, he inquired about the availability of novels and good literature among the thousands of books gathering dust on the shelves. Without departing from his usual image, he immediately requested the best book and a cup of tea, in order to maintain the tone of someone higher in the social hierarchy. By extending the coin, he was paying in advance for all his antics to date, while at the same time buying the owner's loyalty to his whims. Pleasantly surprised by the amount, he tried to refuse, saying that it was too much and he didn't have to pay that much, while deep down he hoped to receive the money. With great arrogance, Cale pointed out that he had a lot of money, and this was just a tip that he wanted to give, and nothing would stop him. In this way, he not only wanted to show his status, but also to experience what it was like to spend so much money on useless things and experience complete financial freedom. He looked out the window with a thoughtful look, hoping for something concrete, testing his theories. Risking his memory, he remembered that Choi Han first went to the feudal lord's residence with a report on the events, but he was chased away without even listening. Cale concluded that at that moment, Choi Han's mind was only concerned with burying the dead from the village properly, and only then with the information about the murders committed in a state of excitement on that terrible day. A future conversation between them surfaced in his memory, which changed the course of events radically in itself. That Cale didn't care about the lives of dead people, whom he contemptuously called insects, not worth even a single glass of his wine. Choi Han, being in great shock, could not digest such words and tried to change his mind by force in order to somehow open his eyes. He sharply attacked the redhead and, with horror in his eyes and cries full of suffering, insisted on his decision. The thoughts of future events were unbearable for Cale and gave him goosebumps even now, when he was completely safe. Trying to regain consciousness, he tried to concentrate on something else to relax his head. Trying to think productively to find a way out of the situation, he put the book aside and planned to forget about her for at least a moment, but then he saw him in the window. He immediately tensed up when he realized that everything was going on and was in his memories, which left him with very mixed feelings. Choi Han stood in front of the guard and was not allowed inside, which meant only one thing. Events were taking their course, no matter how much he wanted them to. Cale watched from a height as the young man was asked for documents he couldn't possibly have, then refused and driven off into obscurity. With mixed feelings of peace from knowledge and anxiety from anticipation, he watched it like a performance in the theater. However, he knew what would happen later that night, when Choi Han would finally get where he had planned to go, despite any obstacles in his way. It was then that the unfortunate, fateful meeting with the drunken Cale, which was so clearly etched in his memory, would occur. After finishing his cup of tea, he decided not to sit around any longer and to take decisive action. The rich man stood up with a confident gait and headed towards the exit, going over in his head the next steps he should take. Tensioned by such a change, Belos could only hope for a scandal out of thin air if he relied on his lord's reputation. But Cale only aptly warned the one who was leaving that he wouldn't be out for long, so no one else could take his place because he would soon return to him. Holding their breath, everyone watched as the figure gracefully opened the door and stepped through the threshold, surprising everyone with every unusual movement. As soon as the door slammed, a sign and final confirmation that Cale had left, the visitors looked at each other. Now, they were impressed because the rich young man sat down peacefully and left without even damaging anything or getting into any conflicts, which was completely against his nature. If Cale wasn't preoccupied with his own thoughts, he would still hear those around him and silently confirm the fame of his own arrogance and imbalance. Taking a breath, he paused for a moment to take it all in and stay focused on the main thing. But that wasn't his priority right now, as he needed to immediately find something to protect himself and resist the strong, to change the course of the future. Keeping the thought of the coming war in mind, he understood that strength was a necessity in order not to die in the front lines, but at the same time not to stand out against the background of other strong men. Looking languidly at the sky, he wanted to believe that all his actions were justified and the only right ones in such circumstances. It was simple. If he did otherwise, he would experience unbearable pain, which he wanted to avoid with all his heart. So Cale headed towards the stalls to find something useful for his purpose. His main goal was an ancient power that would protect him, and the magic around the so-called incorporeal shield would be an argument against any opponent. The aroma of a freshly baked croissant led the boy to a bakery where he could get the supplies he needed to get started. His plans included laying the foundation for obtaining the necessary shield today, without delaying a single moment. The completely terrified baker did not expect to meet his lord, whom everyone around him feared and avoided. Unable to find a place for himself, he tried to greet him as friendly as he could, which didn't even surprise Cale, who was gradually getting used to the attitude of others. Having thrown a coin, he made the lazy man want to buy up all the bread on the table, with orders to pack it and do everything quickly. The baker, who probably wouldn't have earned that much in a whole day, could only look at my lord in surprise and not understand if he was serious. To which the rich man responded with a challenge that he could go to someone else if he could not ensure the proper fulfillment of his condition, understanding that this was just a cheap provocation. The merchant, afraid of losing such a large order from such a respected gentleman, began flying around the entire bakery as if scalded to get the job done. Although it seemed strange, it was a real chance to earn such good money in a short time. In front of him lay a huge sack full of bread, enough to feed perhaps an entire city. Now the bag, after being carefully packed by the baker, fell onto the shoulders of the young man, who had to carry it himself. The overall atmosphere seemed unusual to him, as if he had entered the world of fantasy books and was not in Korea as usual. There was truly a unique atmosphere around. The lantern decoration was one of the signs of something atypical for the eye. With his appearance on the street, the rich man attracted a lot of attention and wary glances, which gave a clear idea of his past atrocities against the laity. Little by little, I started to get bored and wanted to finish the plan as soon as possible. Slowly moving his legs over the heavy load on his back, he earned the attention of two children from around the corner. They stared at him as if they already had some selfish plan in mind, which was strange considering their social status. The hungry and ragged children were surprised by the appearance of such an elegantly dressed lord among the poor streets. Finally, Cale managed to carry the sack of bread to a hill with a small garden far from the city. Throwing the bellows, which felt like it weighed a ton, was probably the ultimate pleasure after climbing up. Tired from the unexpected work, he wanted to rest and catch his breath in silence, but there was no time to delay. A light breeze pleasantly caressed the boy's face and fanned his red locks, adding to the perfection of his image. The place offered a magical view of the city, which was as if in the palm of the boy's hand from this angle. The entrance to the fenced-off part was an old wooden door, which, unable to withstand the weight of time, was no longer useful. They were so defective that the boy managed to break them with his bare hands without much effort. It was a revelation for Cale himself, who had not expected to see such a neglected state on his way. Finally, overcoming the obstacle of a broken door, he got inside, where he was greeted by what looked like an ancient tree. In his opinion, the tree was at least several hundred years old, which could not but be surprising. Suddenly, from behind him, he heard a child's voice, warning him not to come any closer. The sound came from the entrance where the same two children stood, watching him and warningly begging him to move away from the tree, which, according to legend, eats people. There were indeed many stories about it, and it was even nicknamed the man-eating tree. It is said that those who were near it completely withered overnight. It seemed as if the tree was drinking the life force from the person. This only brought a mocking smile to Cale's face, who was now certain that he had found what he was looking for. He remembered a story he had heard long ago about a man who was a servant of God, but had an unhealthy obsession with food for which he was banished, and at the sight of his death a tree grew, near which he found himself. The magical power of the tree came to him along with the images and will of that person, which strengthened him and made him exceptional. This was, in fact, the power of the unbreakable shield that was so eagerly sought after and so fundamentally necessary for Cale to survive. To the accompaniment of frightened children, he staggered under the tree, trying to bring his plans to life. The excessive attention from the kids annoyed and distracted him, and he happily agreed to get rid of it as soon as possible. To do this, the boy had to stand up and turn towards them, which both alarmed and calmed the spectators, who advised him to move as far away from the tree as possible. They had no choice but to remind him of the tree's frightening abilities, but these efforts were in vain. For Cale, it was white noise that only spoiled the impression of the found dream resource, so quickly changing his mood, he chased the little ones away. But they insisted on what was actually the truth, not suspecting who was standing before them. When that didn't help, he decided to use his black fame to show them that they shouldn't deal with such a famous scumbag. The tone of the words and the sharp expression on his face really scared the girls, who decided to quickly escape from this place and the dubious company of the mysterious milord. The eldest finally said that the boy shouldn't die, just to remind him one last time about the possible consequences of his carelessness. The unexpected concern from a stranger only irritated him, because he didn't know how to accept the good in people, so he gritted his teeth and returned to his work. When the kids were out of sight, Cale tried to start over, to make sure everything went smoothly and according to his plan. He needed a mountain of bread to feed the tree, which was what he actually intended to do. The bread that had just been in my hands magically disappeared from contact with the tree, and so everything was as local legends had told. The strength of the tree was so great that it seemed to the young man that it could take away his hand along with the bread, given the power of gravity. The coveted shield is the remnants of the power of a person who became the foundation and spiritual part of the tree, giving it a stimulus for growth with his hungry body. It seemed that such ancient and time-tested things could inspire absolute trust in one's own direction, which gave a sense of confidence. Under the roots of a unique tree, which was almost a weapon, was a hole in space filled with darkness. According to the testimony that Cale had, the tree must be nurtured until the darkness disappears from the mysterious hole. According to legend, the darkness was the embodiment of an insult to God by an unchosen servant, and if it was dispelled, light would appear in that place. So the only thing separating him from the unbreakable shield was the darkness, which he could overcome with the right amount of food, which he began to do with great zeal. Not sparing his supplies, the boy threw an entire sack of bread into the pit, hoping to see a blinding glow in return. The overall process was strange, and it was difficult to wrap my head around what was happening around me. Suddenly he wondered how enormous the human offense was, which became the basis for the growth of such enormous power. In fact, it had a terrifying appearance that even the stone Cale was wary of. Despite these obstacles, he decided to return here tomorrow to finish what he started and not rest on his laurels. On the way back, he met the same children who had warned him so much and who had also taken a bag of bread with them and were now eating it sparingly, hiding so that it wouldn't be taken away. This sight was unpleasant for a rich man accustomed to luxury, and before him appeared a cruel reality, which, unfortunately, was the only chance for the children. Even in such a callous person, there were remnants of compassion, as it seemed quite sad to him that they could accidentally touch a tree and disappear into the void. But these thoughts quickly dissipated, as he tried to reassure himself of his own selfishness and egocentrism, which precluded the theoretical desire to help selflessly. Understanding their needs, Cale bribed them with the promise of bread tomorrow if they kept what they saw a secret so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Meanwhile, it was already evening outside, which meant the approach of a fateful meeting that would change the course of events. It's time to leave the library and do important things that can't be postponed. The owner was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief as the problematic guest left, but without expecting any thanks, Belos remained polite to him. Once, Cale praised the delicious tea, the selection of books, and left a nice positive review about an unread novel, which he promised to return to later, so now it is reserved for him. Despite the pompous ending about the book reservation, it absolutely shocked the owner, who thought the guest would remain as insufferable as ever. Feeling sincere joy and elation, he promised to put the book aside and enjoyed the moment of unexpected kindness from the well-known pagan. Belos couldn't wait for the boy to return, who was now capable of pleasant interaction rather than rude yelling and continuous harm. After some time, Cale found himself in a tavern, a place where he was a frequent guest, whose appearance was an absolute commonplace. There he was met by an employee who decided to pour him a drink that would warm his body and soul. He was already afraid of a frequent guest, and in this state he could only hope for God's mercy, otherwise it would be insufficient against the evil lord. Cale's thoughts flashed through his mind how natural this reaction was, since the place where he could drink became a dump in a few hours. But everything went as usual. A coin of a very large denomination and another order from the redhead flew into my hands. He wanted a bottle of his usual drink and a fried chicken without salt, without even sitting down at the table. The employee was obviously surprised by such a request, but he understood that there was no time for unnecessary reflection, and he had to act immediately so as not to incur anger. Therefore, he immediately ran to get alcohol for a respected client, while simultaneously sobering up from the tension. The hall was already filled with a familiar scene. No one dared to look up at Cale, who was standing at the entrance and coldly gazing at his friends over a bottle. Expressing disgust and dislike for them and their treatment, the boy could not bear their fear without a reason known to him. But he realized that this was strange, since classically bad guys have friendships with equally bad people. They seemed to be drawn to each other for mutual benefit. Although for Cale, they were just another parasite, not worthy of any attention or recognition, but only quiet contempt. Very quickly, his order appeared before him, and the salesman threw all his strength into fulfilling it in order to please the picky guest. As soon as he got it in his hands, he turned around and walked towards the exit, eyeing the bottle of what was probably the most expensive alcohol, if this was Cale's classic set. On the street, he uncorked it and carelessly began to drink it to hold on to the image of a body that was not his own. Cale poured the mouth-scalding nectar straight from the bottle to speed up the intoxication. Just a few sips awakened the heat inside and quickly acted on it, leaving no room for doubt about the quality of the alcohol obtained. While drinking the famous product, he wandered around the walls, trying to adjust everything to his liking and plan. The guy carefully analyzed his direction and realized that the same event had occurred about 100 steps from the entrance. Everything turned out exactly as he had imagined, so the calculation was absolutely correct. It was about the place where Choi Han jumped over the wall and made his way into the fortified palace on that fateful night. There he met two cats who were caringly helping each other, a seemingly small thing, but it had a great significance. In order to avoid hitting them when landing, Choi Han tried to turn around in flight, which resulted in a calf injury. He was truly a man with a kind soul, perhaps even too kind for the world in which they lived. As soon as this thought entered Cale's head, he found the injured Choi Han, who was trying to regain consciousness by leaning against a brick wall. His blank gaze rose to the unexpected passerby, in the face of a red-haired acquaintance. Cale was getting tired of the stare, so he was glad he had a drink beforehand to relax and make his movements more confident. He aimed to leave a pleasant impression and appear to be a good person, which he was not. To do this, he pretended to be concerned about the fate of the seals under the wall and brought them food so that they would not die of hunger. So the ordered chicken fulfilled its mission as best it could for the little animals, who, indifferent to the intrigue, pounced on the warm food. Looking closely, the boy noticed that these were kittens, who were probably unable to eat such a piece of meat on their own. Whether perfectly maintaining the image or genuinely interested in the fate of those, he tore the chicken into small pieces so that they could deal with it without any problems. The kittens, who already thought that their newly found food was being taken away, began to purr in protest, but it was a useless alarm. In response, he only gently stroked them and ordered them to eat well so that they would feel better, because the animals were in a truly terrible condition. As if by chance, without looking up at Choi Han, the cunning fox Cale approached him with questions about shelter for the night. He, as expected, ignored and remained silent, unable to recover from the shock he had experienced. Not giving up, Cale pressed the questions, offering food or shelter to the mysterious brunette. At the same time, he understood that this silence characterized a deep analysis and a test of trust on the part of the experienced Choi Han, whom life had taught not to be naive. "I don't expect an answer anymore," he asked one last time, and approached the tense young man with the sword. To which he suddenly blurted out that he was really hungry, even exceeding Cale's expectations regarding this cat activity. As soon as he heard this, the newly minted rescuer stepped closer to the dark-haired man. The distance between them decreased, and space appeared for the next maneuver on the part of the rich man, who had a clear plan in his head. He offered to go with him to feed and help, with an expression of absolute sincerity on his face that was impossible not to believe. Quite surprised by this proposal, Choi Han looked on with hope, but had no idea what the next step was for Cale. When he got up, the redhead was pleased that everything was going according to his expectations, that he was managing to lure his opponent into the unknown. Suddenly, something warm and fluffy touched the boy's leg, knocking out his usual sensations. He was interrupted by a cat that was caressing his feet, expressing gratitude for the chicken he had brought, which had almost saved him from starvation. This caught the attention of the brunette, who was waiting for their interaction to continue, and Cale had to maintain his composure so as not to spoil the positive note between them. This time it was easier to beat myself up because these cats now seemed really nice, so the game was worth the candle. The little animals didn't want to let him go and were cuddling him. I hoped to meet him again, and especially eat with him. But in the end, they fled, leaving space for two young men with mirror-like souls. Barely fending off the furry, four-legged creatures, he delicately exited the situation, thus managing to open Choi Han up for interaction. They were getting closer and closer to the main entrance as the sky was beginning to lighten. Choi Han walked unsteadily, not having a clear idea of what would await him beyond the door of the house whose walls he had jumped over. Although there was a seemingly friendly atmosphere between them, Cale still intended to feed the other, but there was tension and a lack of trust in the air. Choi Han's gaze seemed to be assessing the chances in a theoretical battle between them, whether the chance would be high enough to take the life of his new assistant. Because of the silent duel, it seemed to Cale as if the other had lost his way and was about to run away from him, sensing something was wrong, which greatly embarrassed him. Adding fuel to the fire was the reaction of the guards to the young owner they saw, who expressed fear in their behavior, despite the weapons in their own hands. Even they stammered like small children at the sight of Cale, who was famous in his own region among the general public. This detachment of the people around him was annoying and spoiled an already unstable situation, showing the disadvantageous side of the supposedly good savior. But the most important thing was waiting inside, so they hurried to finally enter the house. There they were met by the meek Ron with a constant smile on his face that was both relaxing and alarming. It suddenly occurred to Cale that the old servant could not have known when he would return, which meant that he had been waiting for him in the same place for so long. Ron's admiring gaze immediately fell on the guest Cale had returned with. Their wonderment, although short-lived, spoke for itself, for they were united by the expression of distrust and curiosity in their eyes that only people with difficult fates possess. These brief seconds of meeting eyes looked like a meeting of wild animals, cautiously studying each other before pouncing on each other with their claws. They were interrupted by Cale, who invited Choi Han to climb up after him, while simultaneously dismissing the help of the overly intrusive servant. He refused to do so to avoid their strange eye contact, which created such tension in the atmosphere. On the top floor, they were met by another, new servant, who joyfully greeted the master with a genuine smile. The young man named Hans looked different from the other people in this house. He was bright and without intrigue on his mind. Therefore, to the arrogant Cale, he looked like a weakling, before whom he could once again show his power and impunity. The bottle, which under these circumstances created unnecessary inconvenience, was quickly handed over to a young footman who was not yet accustomed to my lord's unusual manner. Threatening to be stricter with Hans next time, he led the guest into the depths of the house. They headed to the second kitchen, where the host planned to introduce another extraordinary personality to his guest. He is very happy that he met the person he was counting on at this place, and he could follow the first plan. He was Bikros, the son of Ron's loyal servant, who was also an excellent cook who worked for the family. He also exuded a very heavy, impressive energy, and his body language revealed a difficult nature inside, even in everyday matters. Cale tried to bring the two together because, based on his memories of the future, he knew that Bikros would be fascinated by the guest's power and want to follow him. And if he manages to combine these two, then Ron will disappear after them, which will be a very successful move that will kill two birds with one stone. Placing a hand on the dark-haired man's shoulder in a brotherly manner, Cale tried to create the illusion of a friendly atmosphere between them. However, the official reason remained the food, which Choi Han needed so much, and the cook could easily help with that. Bikros was not distinguished by gallantry and tact like his father, but he knew how to do his job well, so this faded into the background. Cale repeated the order in a calm tone, trying once again to create a casual atmosphere between them and not arouse suspicion. The cook, although not immediately, began to execute, which meant a perfect coincidence and the right strings in Cale's hands. Everything was going according to his plan. These three were now connected by invisible ties that played into the master's hands. In his joy, he decided to join the upcoming meal, emphasizing that he would only accept food of the highest quality. At the same time, Cale decided to recall the wonderful steak that had been served the previous day, which had so captivated him with its distinct flavor. He truly thought Bikros was a great cook and decided to say so directly, showing friendliness and appreciating true talent. Leaving the kitchen, my lord once again nostalgically recalled the steak, which whetted his appetite even more, making dinner all the more necessary. Behind him, Hans grew up, pressing with appeals and clarifications on actions. He was worried about what to do with Choi Han, who, as if homeless, stood in the middle of the room, obviously feeling out of place. Ordering to treat the guest as he should, he went through in his head the tasks that had been accomplished during the day, the quintessence of which was the meeting of this trio. To ensure himself against failure, Cale created a plan B, hoping to set Choi Han up with someone else with Bikros as a witness, so that the effect would be the same. Young Hans was asked not to be picky and just silently bring the food to the room when it was ready. With just a nod of his head, the footman found himself in the master's father's office. Dareth was interested in the details of his son's life. Describing Cale's day in detail, not omitting either the time in the library or the guest he brought in the night, whose identification was difficult, Hans did his best. For the father, such a measured day came as a surprise after the carefree and unprincipled lifestyle his son had previously led. When asked to attach someone to Cale for an even more detailed report, he refused unexpectedly for himself. Dareth was reassured that whatever happened, it happened under his jurisdiction on his lands, so he could take care of everything. The devoted servant acted as ordered to continue in the same spirit, bowed and awaited further instructions. Pondering what he had heard in his head, my lord fell into a pensive state, trying to sort out the possible causes of the events. As strange as it may seem, Cale really changed, which should be pleasing, since the changes were for the better, but at the same time disturbing in their abruptness. The change seemed to come from within, his behavior no longer reflecting the personality he had known before. It wasn't something grandiose and deeply rooted. He didn't suddenly become a genius or an extraordinary strongman, but something was different, and his father's eye noticed it. He decided to understand and argue for such a transformation, and to do so, he would need help. To do this, Dareth ordered information to be obtained about Flynn's illegitimate son, whose library Cale had visited. Hans bowed his head humbly and began to solve the task set before him. When the office door closed, the man was able to be alone and think about future decisions. It occurred to him that the changes were not only in his son's behavior, which had consequences only within the family. What was scarier was that the situation on the continent was becoming more unstable every day and threatened to trigger global cataclysms. Until recently, the county of Zenitus lived peacefully and stably, gradually developing without significant contributions from the authorities. So Dareth emphasized to the children that they should simply live their lives to their heart's content and stay afloat in the flow of grace that was doing the work for them. But the situation was changing, so it was worth strengthening the walls for safety. For Cale, the morning began immediately with discomfort and without a pleasant feeling of strength for new achievements. The unpleasant feeling in his stomach was sustained by the lemonade in Ron's hands and added physical pain to the unpleasant state of mind from such a frightening lackey. Ron noticed that the owner was sleeping so soundly that he didn't want to wake him up in the morning, interrupting his rest. The young man, having just regained consciousness, drew attention to the bandage around the servant's neck and asked about his wound. He mockingly asked if he was worried about his condition, but Cale was irritated and dismissed the question as simple curiosity and an inappropriate look. Keeping the events of the stormy night in mind, Ron said that it was just a small scratch, not worth so much attention. The excuse was a cat that had carelessly dug its claws into his skin, but the redhead was certain that it was a clumsy cover for some innocent person. Quickly finishing the contents of the mug, Cale prepared to leave the room and mind his own business. The servant asked if the master was already leaving the chambers, skipping the usual routine, but he didn't have time for unnecessary chatter. Not daring to complain about his decision, Ron had only one question that bothered him. It concerned the lemonade, which he carefully brought to the boy's bed, as if he had other intentions in mind. With a certain amount of surprise, Cale replied that he enjoyed everything, but the question seemed strange to him. Trying to understand the true meaning of this unusual question, the young man noticed a change in mood in the always calm and correct Ron. This thought was interrupted as abruptly as it had appeared, when he looked up and unexpectedly saw someone in the aisle whom he had not counted on. Stunned by this encounter, Choi Han and Cale stared at each other with wild eyes in a stupor. Cale slammed the door in shock, frightened by the sudden appearance of yesterday's guest. Grabbing his heart, he turned to Ron, clearly not understanding why Ron hadn't warned him about the man waiting outside the door. The footman just gave up, as if he hadn't expected such a violent reaction from his seemingly friend. Making excuses that Cale had opened the door too quickly to warn him, he added that he had asked Choi Han to wait in another room, but he had run out of patience. Cale, of course, understood that it all depended not on the ability, but on the lack of desire to provide such information. But there was nothing he could do. Having finally dared to meet his morning guest, he went to the room where Choi Han was already waiting for him. Trying to identify what was happening with the interlocutor, Cale was surprised by his inaction, because he stood in the same place without moving. Modestly lowering his eyes, he quietly muttered something about food, not immediately finishing his thought. The morning mess in his head was an additional obstacle for Cale, so he questioned the meaning of what was said once again. To which the sincerely grateful Choi Han, hitting his chest, almost shouted that he would work off the food he received last night. Annoyed by such a ridiculous proposal, Cale immediately rejected it, as it was an absurd idea to him, wondering if there was anything else to discuss. Gathering his courage, Choi Han clenched his hand into a fist and declared, as if he had a certain request to make to his savior. Realizing that the next conversation would most likely be about the village of Harris, he immediately distanced himself, saying that this kind of help should be sought not from him, but from Hans. But to avoid misunderstandings, he called the deputy footman useful in any everyday matter. He also added a few words about Ron, calling him a useful person with unique skills that can be used creatively. As if trying to bring them together, he actively hinted at Ron's understanding in any situation and his willingness to be loyal. Sticking to his own, Cale gave orders to treat his guest as well as possible and to be helpful and responsive to requests. Choi Han was surprised by such affection from his lord towards a completely unknown person, whom he seemed to be to the master of the house. Keeping his cool, Cale pretended that helping a person in need was a completely ordinary thing for him, and there was no reason to be surprised by it. Continuing his redirection to Hans with a request that he deliberately considered modest and real, he gradually brought this conversation to a close. After saying goodbye to them, Cale planned the day and calculated potential expenses for which he needed to take some pocket money. Ron called out to him, making him stop and turn at the servant's voice. He only mysteriously promised to carry out his order no matter what it cost him. Although it didn't really matter to Cale whether it would actually happen, he threw those words to the wind, and the main priority was the fight. The silence in response surprised both of them, but Ron was more interested in the praise of lemonade from the fearless dog, as he called his master, who hated the sour taste. He noticed that Cale had never been able to tolerate sour drinks before, but now for some reason he had drunk it all the way down. The lackey took this to his side, pretending that it was argued out of fear of the famous murderer. He wondered if sometimes a rich person knew too much that he didn't need to know. He was interrupted by the shout of Choi Han, who turned sharply to Ron, who had emerged from the depths of his own imagination. The dark-haired young man ordered the old clerk to lead him in an imperious tone. Ron, politely agreeing, he noticed the brokenness in his eyes, which was too strong for a simple person. Recommending that they simply follow him, Ron turned in the direction the young man in black needed. Taking one last look at Cale, the boy turned around and stood behind the footman, who was clearly up to something dark. But he had no choice but to follow him, without any clear certainty about the reliability of this choice. Cale, as planned, returned to the Tree of Power with new supplies of bread on his back. Continuing yesterday's procedure of feeding the voracious tree, he planned to get the desired result at least today. This caused confusion even on the face of the stone Cale, who found it a little terrifying. He remembered the stories he had read about a young priestess who served a god but died of hunger while giving her strength to this tree. Keeping in mind his father's request to come to his office in the evening, he understood that even taking into account the non-critical lateness, he had to make it before dark. But the resources spent were not enough. Even more was needed than he had expected. His plans included completing half of the required measurements for the tree that day, so he had to hurry. The same children as yesterday were sitting nearby, looking at him with both interest and fear. They were more focused on the bread in their hands, but still caused Cale to exhale in displeasure. He returned to the city in search of a new bakery, because yesterday's inventory could hardly be restored so quickly, given the impressive volume of orders. The problem with the lack of provisions was suddenly solved by itself when a gentle female voice called out to him. The sweet woman said that she had plenty of bread and could help my lord with a large purchase. With inner satisfaction, Cale praised her for her talent as a merchant and threw a coin, asking her to bring everything she had as soon as possible. Enchanted by such a pleasant payment, she fell silent for a moment, but quickly came to her senses and ran to the bakery. With a warning that she would return in a few seconds, her figure disappeared into the doorway of the shop. Within minutes, a whole sack of bread was presented to him, which was a wonderful offer, considering his high needs. Feeling a growing fondness for the woman, he was distracted by the shouts of another baker who promised to bake even more bread. Without missing this opportunity, he gave a deposit, and in this way secured provisions for himself for tomorrow from 3 points. The euphoria was interrupted by the figure of Bikros, who was clumsily hiding around the corner of the street, glancing at the landlord's arrangements. The man thought their master had gone mad, as he could not find any explanation for what he had seen. Remembering his father's words that there was something intriguing about this boy, he began to gradually agree with it, after much observation. In his head, Bikros compared with interest Cale and Choi Han, who turned out to be extraordinary candidates for him. Meanwhile, Cale returned to the tree with several bags of bread, which he had so successfully purchased in the city, and an unexpected gift for the children. The children did not understand why they received mysterious herbs instead of the usual bread, and looked at Cale with a question. Trying to buy away without delay in this way, he failed, and the children continued to insist on their own. The true personality that was hiding in Cale's body, Kim Rok-soo, was actually a complete orphan and unable to feel empathy for others. So the question of whether these children needed compassion was a real dilemma for him. Once upon a time, such words were a mockery for him, but with age he understood their full meaning, which he had not suspected before. Now, in the adult version, it was annoying for him and brought back unpleasant memories. Looking at the children suffering from hunger and looking beaten by life was painful for him, but it still didn't make him want to pity them and hold them to his chest, protecting them from the whole world. So he once again emphasized that he wouldn't die and that his contact with the tree was completely safe, so they got out of the way. However, the tree insatiably asked for more and more, despite the amount it received. What brought optimism was that the color of the abyss became a little lighter, and hope for the better was more real. Looking around, he noticed that the kids had run away, finally leaving him alone with his future weapon. This comforted him and gave him relief that the children would not witness such events. Instead of children, the kittens he had been feeding yesterday suddenly appeared at his feet. And waving them away, Cale wondered how they remembered him and how they found him in such a remote place. Perceiving all of them as unnecessary trouble, he wanted to be left alone and concentrate only on his goals. Finally, having made it to the evening and reached his father's office, he became involved in a serious conversation. Dareth measuredly repeated his order, emphasizing the sending of his son as a representative of their house to the royal family. Not expecting anything like this, he wondered why the royal reception was happening right now, when he had so much unfinished business. But Dareth continued, despite the expression on his eldest son's face, emphasizing that he wanted to see him there, not the younger one, as the face of the entire family. Remembering past years when Basin was present at the meeting, the father decided that it would be worth choosing another successor this year. Delving into the depths of his memory, he remembered that something important had happened at an event like ours in the royal palace. A terrorist act occurred in the capital amid a large crowd of people, which was prevented by none other than Choi Han. Thanks to him, many citizens who were in the square were saved, and for such a feat, he became close to the royal family, and in particular to the crown prince, whom he called his friend from then on. This story troubled his heart so much that his body felt goosebumps, and his mind was filled with fear that they were planning to send him into the very mouth of the volcano. Trying to find alternative solutions, he turned his attention to his younger brother on his right. Based on what he had just heard from his father, he knew that Basin had attended such events before, so there was an option to blame everything on him, as always. It created a real dissonance. He didn't want to be in this place, but he couldn't ask to send his younger brother away. Cale actually wondered why they had chosen him if he had such a bad reputation, and the travel time was so short, because in the 5 days that separated him from the capital, Choi Han would have already attacked him. This led to the thought that the true course of history had already changed, because in the first version of the course of events, his trip could not have physically taken place. In order to calm the boy down, his father reminded him that he had attended such conventions before, when his brother was very young, so he had nothing to worry about. In response, saying that he needed to think about it and that he hadn't expected this, the young man left the office in confusion. He was stopped by a call from Basin, who called out to him in an uncertain voice, as if he was hesitating whether he should do so. He quietly added that the older brother had every right to go and he had no objection to it. The candor was surprising, considering the circumstances the family was living in, with the elder Cale having been directly ousted from the position of successor in recent years of atrocities. The younger Basin functioned in his place, and now he says he has no objections to representation in the person of Cale. The situation was quite unpleasant, but that wasn't even the problem. The main problem was that it was still worth doing it, despite the inner fear, because this risk would justify itself, considering that most likely nothing would threaten him, but new opportunities would appear. In addition, the desire for Basin to live and eventually become a feudal lord, ensuring his peaceful life, convinced him of this decision. Here, Hans found the pensive Cale, who wanted to ask about Choi Han's request. Quickly analyzing the lackey's expression, he realized that the matter had been resolved well, and he had new circumstances, so even if Choi Han refused, they needed to meet. To manipulate the guest's feelings, he mentioned debt, which would be the final argument in case of unwillingness to obey his invitation. Planning to arrange everything in the most comfortable way possible in case of a trip, he wanted to use Choi Han as well. The sense of duty, which he could use to manipulate Choi Han, allowed him to count on the dark-haired man as one of the trump cards in his sleeve. The first impression during the meeting was created by Choi Han's fresh face, which testified to good nutrition from Bikros and the new friendship between the hellish trio. But the dark-haired guy, focused on the task at hand, asked how he could work off the debt. With a slight smile, Cale thought about the fact that he had already changed the course of history, and his next actions would make it even more noticeable, but he was no longer looking for a way back. Returning to reality, he placed the note on the table in front of the boy and questioned whether he could really help him. To check this, he intended to conduct an interview, the results of which would show what was needed. Straight as an arrow, Choi Han was ready to receive any question, but not the one he immediately heard regarding the ability to defend people. It was atypical and threw him off track a bit. He expressed surprise, needing further clarification on what Cale meant. Based on the plan he had changed in a hurry, he thought about how he would take possession of the ancient powers himself before Choi Han, and that way he would be able to precisely control the process. In a serious tone, the redhead repeated the question, adding the clarification that it was important to defend, not kill, others. There was a silent pause between them that lasted too long, so Cale repeated himself once more, trying to extract an answer to his question. Choi Han was completely lost, trying to find the right words to answer, but he couldn't formulate it without lying. So, with a sigh, he simply said that he himself didn't know how not to deceive in such an important matter. But the uncertain tone spoke volumes. Cale knew he was still unstable after the tragedy he had recently experienced. With a hint of irritation in his voice, he asked if Choi Han could kill a person knowingly knowing the truth. With some ease, Choi Han replied that he could, and Cale concluded that he could then protect. The future security guard said it was difficult, but the redhead noticed that everything difficult was not impossible. In his head, he was conducting a monologue about the difficulties he had to go through as Kim Rok-soo, but now Cale's body allowed him to take alternative paths, albeit still performing maneuvers on the way to a peaceful life. Choi Han was the perfect candidate to endure these sufferings and difficulties in his place. Now he came to the final question that was supposed to put an end to the interview. Ironically, it was about the name of the guy in front of him, whom they hadn't introduced themselves to in all this time. Ingeniously surprised, he asked if Cale really didn't know this, even though he remembered it perfectly. To which the rich man explained that he wanted to hear the name directly from him, not from someone else. Choi Han smiled and said a name that was already well known to the redhead, but he decided to play by his rules. In confirmation of his childish naivety, he extended his hand for a handshake to reinforce the acquaintance. Supporting this initiative, they shook hands and thus confirmed their new contact. To support the dark-haired man, he also gave his name, confirming their second acquaintance, this time officially and formally. Returning to the topic of work that would pay off debts, he held out a sheet of paper closer to Choi Han. The names Rosalind and Luck were printed on the piece of paper, and Choi Han asked again to make sure he understood correctly. The name Rosalind was borne by the princess of a neighboring kingdom who survived an assassination attempt. Luck was the successor of the Wolf King. Lack was the last living member of a powerful family, and although he looked like an ordinary weakling, when he fell into anger, he became more aggressive and unprincipled than anyone. Rosalind was second only to Choi Han in the village, but her dream was to create the best magic tower on the continent, instead of ruling the throne, for which she was considered a true heroine. Those unfortunates who tried to attack the girl later suffered torture from Bikros, who had a ruthless soul. These memories squeezed his heart, but he confirmed Choi Han's words, ignoring his body's reaction. The first order was for him to chase after him first, where Cale could explain in more detail what that meant. He spread out a map of the continent on the table, where he could clearly show the plans and give understanding to his new subordinate. As he talked about the path Choi Han had to take, he realized in his mind that he himself had to follow him at least halfway. He remembered the fair-haired marquis who constantly bothered the crown prince and Choi Han. This scumbag raised an uncontrollable dragon, which was his last word in arguments. Although it seemed to him that he had successfully tamed the dragon, which was not even 5 years old, when it finally managed to escape, it was definitely out of control. Choi Han became his savior and freed him from suffering when he defeated him and granted him an easy death. But before that, Cale would have to pass through the village where the dragon would attack. There was no option to bypass the village, as he would be very late for the capital, so he had to either deal with the dragon or let Choi Han resolve the matter. He officially announced that the guy would need to go to the capital accompanied by these people. When asked if he would need to protect his travelers, he received an unclear answer, but the important thing was that he get to the capital. It depended on Cale whether he could meet him in the capital or whether he was safe and sound. He had no doubt that Choi Han would be able to defend himself, but he asked formally out of politeness. A thought crossed Cale's mind that it would be better to have a drink before talking to him, so that there would be no confusion and uncertainty. Pointing to the door, he sent him away with a gesture, emphasizing that he was free now. Finally, he only added that their conversation should remain secret, and this information should not leave the room. Choi Han smiled briefly and confirmed the new leader's last words as he left the room. Meanwhile, it was already completely dark outside, and the moon had taken over from the sun in the sky, spreading out an abundance of stars. Cale found himself back in his father's office, which he had seemingly just left with some big news. His request to his father was classic. He needed money again, but he was not refused. Dareth simply directed his son to the treasurer, insisting that he give him a check signed by him. That's how easily money ended up in his hands with a wave of a single piece of paper in front of a servant. Already lying on his bed and enjoying the money he had received, Cale was distracted when Ron entered the room. He brought him tea with honey and lemon, which his son had specially brewed for the young master. After wishing the house good night, he reminded them that he was always available and at their side, no matter what they needed. The last words somewhat worried the boy, who found such flattering behavior strange and suspicious. The general atmosphere and Ron's unfortunate appearance drove the sleep from Cale's eyes, who couldn't wait for a moment to not see him again. So it occurred to him that he should dump the annoying servant on Choi Han as soon as possible. Apparently, there were no good mornings for Cale, because every time he woke up, it felt like he was in the middle of a horror movie. The first thing he did was head into town to pick up the orders he had placed yesterday. He remembered a conversation with Ron, who, upon learning of his trip to the capital, had offered to catch rabbits for him on the way, since he had a knack for it. The old servant talked with interest and trepidation about the process of hunting rabbits, and even gutting them, reminding us that even in this he was not a blunder. Such a thick and dark aura around the servant never ceased to frighten and terrify Cale, who was already tired of these killers around him. Thinking about the upcoming trip and the fact that Ron and his son would need to keep him company, he came across a baker he already knew. Against the backdrop of business relations regarding the purchase of bread, the baker began to treat him calmer and with less fear. Regretfully wondering if today's order was definitely the last, he provoked a mocking question as to whether he still needed easy money. By frankly answering yes, he brought a smile to the cynical Cale's face. To thank him for his work, the rich man promised to return if he felt like having a snack in the city. The baker was pleasantly surprised by this, watching him as the boy carried a huge sack of bread on his shoulders. As he drew closer to his destination, he paused for a moment in front of a wooden fortification. A look of surprise flashed across his face, provoked by the encounter with those same children. He wondered if they were homeless, if he encountered them at any time, anywhere. According to the new tradition, he handed the package to the eldest of the girls, who was responsible in their tandem. Feeling in her hands were 2 packages of bread, which saved them from hunger at the worst moments. But they had no choice but to follow my lord, who had mysteriously appeared and, without explaining anything, went to the same place every day. Looking around, Cale was glad of the fog that had fallen over the city, protecting it from prying eyes, and he began his daily ritual of feeding the voracious tree, hoping to eventually get the desired result. The bread had no time to approach the void before it disappeared, as if it had never existed in this world. However, the tree asked for more and more, as if it could not get enough, no matter how much it received in return. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared from the void, brightly breaking through to the surface. The self-satisfied young man finally smiled, as all his efforts and money had not been in vain. Suddenly, unbearable screams came from the tree, demanding more, and more, something that wasn't written in the book. Among this, he only made out the words about the gift he would receive if he gave even more bread. Not opposing such an offer, but rather desiring it, he asked only to wait until he could find more supplies. His hopes and bets fell on the last sack of bread, and he hoped that this would be enough to brighten the pit in the end. When they gave the tree the last of it, everything around seemed to shake from an earthquake. Nature was in an exalted state, as was the young man. Cale no longer knew what to expect from the unpredictable tree that surprised him at every moment. Light literally burst from within, along with shouts of the unsurpassed taste of the food from the satisfied power. Unable to stop, it praised and praised all the food it had received so far, marveling at how cooking had progressed over the years. The third bag attracted the most attention, which for some reason became a special indicator of taste, compared to the time when the victim lived, who had not even encountered the concept of bread. She continued her story, comparing different wheats and praising the one from which the bread was made as one of the best. By summing it all up by saying that she was finally full, the victim raised doubts in Cale, who now viewed her grievance not as a lack of food, but a lack of socialization. However, she was restless, saying that before there was nothing tasty, and God's followers always brought some terrible-tasting things. Cale had been forced to listen to these stupid stories in order to gain strength, and she didn't mind speaking out for the first time in so long. The girl from the middle of the tree shared that she left the temple with her friends to make the world a better place because she could not give up delicious food, and her death under those circumstances was unfair. Not letting him say a word, she didn't stop and praised the guy for his understanding, although he could only humbly listen to the chaotic memories. He noticed that the leaves on the tree had begun to turn a strange, rare color that he had never seen before. In addition, it was illuminated by an enormous light and heat emanating from within the tree on a much larger scale than before. Reaching out his hand to it, he felt warmth and interest in what would happen next, because the evidence obtained from the book was only a small part of what he saw before him. The situation looked absolutely strange and kind of fairy tale, considering the supernatural nature of this power. Suddenly he realized that he had finally achieved what he wanted, which made him smile with satisfaction and close his eyes in pleasure. He felt warmth flowing into his heart and filling him from within with the feeling that he was protected from any adversity. A striking light passed inside him and disappeared into the depths of his body, filling him with a unique confidence. With a short exhale, he realized his situation and felt the absolute power of pure beauty, enveloped in warmth and joy. Now he could confidently declare that he had accomplished his goal and had a shield within his own heart. The shield lived off the energy of the heart and protected its owner until his last breath, drawing its energy from his strong body until the moment of the last heartbeat. Now, on a physical level, he felt his heart beating faster and the strength growing in him with each beat. This is how ancient forces, regardless of their specifics, leave a mark on nature and never disappear forever. Now he was free to use this power as he pleased and apply it to ensure his own peaceful and happy life. These waves were perhaps the sweetest for him, as he could feel an inner fulfillment. The light from within had direct contact with nature, and nature was a part of it, and it was a part of the entire system built by an ancient force. A strange feeling in his body was building something material that could definitely leave him happy after so much suffering and effort. He couldn't stop smiling brightly after achieving his own goal, which was the quintessence of his latest dreams. The shield appeared before him in material form, which was a direct continuation of his first goal, when he acquired the first sack of bread. Luckily, he could now defend himself about twice even against Choi Han, which was a strong argument even if everything didn't go according to plan. You want a shield that is called unbreakable? It could indeed be destroyed, but it would never disappear from the face of the earth, so there was always a chance to rebuild it and stay in a winning situation. If the shield was a reflection of the heart's strength, and its beating was a source of energy and restoration of strength, so it was important to make the heart more able to withstand the load. He figured that this time he would have a chance to strengthen the shield on the way to the capital and be better prepared for possible difficulties there. It was definitely a nice feeling that he now had the ability to last about 5 minutes, even against someone as strong as Choi Han. The problem was solved by entrusting serious fighting to other people, leaving this as a last priority as self-defense. When he returned home, it suddenly started raining outside, contrasting with the light Cale had just seen. At the gate, he was met by the same kittens he had fed a few days earlier, looking up at him curiously. They purred pitifully and hoped to receive either food or shelter from their seemingly friend. Cale looked at them with displeasure, as he was empty-handed and had no plans for any relief efforts today. However, the kittens were relentless and openly clung to his legs, caressing each other and asking for help. The young man desperately put his hand to his face, wondering what he should do in such a situation. The final argument was the rain, which didn't plan to let up, and the poor kittens didn't even have anywhere to hide from the downpour. Therefore, taking them by the skin, he dragged them to the main entrance and wanted to entrust the guests to the hands of the footman. Surprised, Hans stared at the wet cats with his mouth open, not understanding what had attacked my lord, who had never seemed like a fan of animals. Gradually coming to his senses, he took them in his arms and took a closer look at what he would have to do at the behest of his master. He asked the owner if he could take them in, because they were too defenseless in his opinion, and Cale had no objections. Finally, he decided to tell the footman everything he knew about these kittens, so that he would have an understanding of how to take care of them. He knew that they were brother and sister, and that in order for them to be silent, they needed to be fed, which was exactly what he shared with Hans, pointing his finger at the animals. Recalling the circumstances in which he had met them before, it was a conclusion that suggested itself, without requiring a high level of analysis on the boy's part. He looked at the furry ones as if with a question in his eyes, wondering if they really intended to deceive him and leave him in the dark. He declared that the ash-gray one was the older sister, and the red one was the younger one in the family, meeting the kitten's round eyes. Turning to the small animals with a smile, he emphasized that he would discuss this later, definitely addressing this topic later. Hans thought in vain that the owner was addressing him, but this strange conversation was directed at the kittens. The footman, who was now playing with the kittens and not distracted by the master's question about whether he had seen Ron, ignored him in favor of the new inhabitants of the house. To which Hans reminded Cale that according to his words, he would be accompanied by Choi Han halfway to the capital, so Ron was busy right now. As soon as he learned of this, he ran to buy things for the journey and took his son Bikros with him to keep him company and help him. The sight of the playful lackey with his new furry friends served as confirmation for Cale that they had a good relationship, and brought a slight smile to his lips from the prevailing idyll. Hans had just ruined his good mood by saying that these two were very excited about accompanying their host on the trip because they had evoked very specific emotions in Cale. To distract himself a bit, he decided to walk to the library he had visited a few days earlier and had promised the owner he would return. Due to the weather conditions, there was no one around except the owner, so the entire library was available for his use. Pleasantly surprised that the rich young man had returned, he offered to prepare delicious tea and a book that he had not finished reading during his last visit. Cale agreed and clarified that he would need 3 mugs of tea as he climbed to his usual spot on the second floor. He walked easily and confidently, thanks to the inner strength that now reassured him in independence from the dark thoughts that enveloped him, and the pleasant atmosphere around him added to its charm. As he approached the window, he saw that the rain had not stopped, and strangely enough, it was even getting heavier. He was distracted by Belos, who actually brought the first of 3 cups of tea to the table chosen by the red-haired boy. Noticing Cale's displeased face looking out the window, he asked about the weather conditions for polite communication. Instead of answering, the young man gave him a stern look and, going through the names of the people he had to control in his head, realized that the last one was Belos. Although he had not previously played an important role, he would soon have to swear allegiance to Choi Han and show his true ambitions, which were suppressed by both his father and brother. These words were not an exaggeration, as Belos had always been quite greedy for money and cynical in his understanding of lofty goals, but had no opportunity to show his true nature. For Cale, he was boring and uninteresting, although the boy had no reason to hate him, because this trait made him real and more human. Belos instead asked the young man if he was really heading to the capital soon, as he had heard in the city. Cale indifferently confirmed and asked what Belos's business was with his trip, to which Philin's illegitimate son shared his plans to be there right after his lord, which was expected, considering the upcoming contact with Choi Han. The bookstore owner sincerely noticed that changes were happening with the famous scumbag Cale, and that this nickname no longer suited his nature. The redhead pretended not to understand what was being said, and asked what nickname and fame he was talking about. He even had the idea of breaking something here to maliciously contradict Belos's words, but it was only a fleeting joke. But out loud he uttered only a prepared provocation, in which he reminded that in his position, Belos could not call his father father or his brother brother, hinting at his not noble origin. Belos's face flushed from the unexpectedness and tactlessness of such a remark, but he didn't have time to add a word. Meanwhile, the rain outside only grew heavier, adding a mysterious atmosphere to their private conversation. Realizing that he had touched the man's soul, he continued to press him with the question of whether he planned to remain just an illegitimate son, pretending not to be anything, mockingly asking whether such a position is really the upper limit of his dreams, or whether he is trying to somehow break out of the established boundaries. Belos obviously could not agree, because anyone in his place would have sought to somehow break out of the outlined scheme and get more. Cale proudly spoke about his lifestyle, which he has been faithful to for the past 10 years, starting his journey as a pagan at about the age of 8. Their conversation was interrupted by Choi Han and Ron, who were climbing the stairs to the library, unexpectedly for Cale. But Cale decided to continue what he had started, without being distracted by them, assuring Belos that in 10 years he could change his usual role. He hoped to show by his example that one should never stop and always be mobile for one's own benefit. Suddenly, Belos laughed restrainedly, as if reflecting on everything he had heard from someone he had until recently considered scum. His laughter grew louder and louder, indicating a precise strike from the cunning Cale, who was counting on a violent reaction. Finally calming down, he agreed that he was fed up with his lifestyle and had long wanted to change it for the better in order to be independent in his own story. Cale, pleased with himself, looked at him with defiance and hinted at a new development of events, according to the significant role that Belos could secure for himself. Returning to the image of the nice and polite owner of the library, he said goodbye, reminding us of the meeting in the capital. But Cale just shrugged it off, as he had no plans to meet him at all, especially considering the need for communication between Belos and Choi Han. At that moment, Ron and Choi Han came closer to the table, fanning the room with a dark, viscous aura that screamed about the danger of this tandem. The two of them met eyes with Belos, who, as he moved away from the table, looked appraisingly at Cale's servants, who looked very suspicious. The red-haired young man achieved what he wanted, namely at least a brief contact between his pawns, from which he had to build a strategy. He covered his mouth with his hand in pleasure, remembering that this was exactly what their meeting in front of the capital was supposed to look like, fleetingly and not on purpose. When they finally sat down in front of Cale, he asked Ron about B-Cross, who the deputy footman had described as missing from the pair. But he only replied that his son had returned to the kitchen because of his enormous responsibility, in response asking about the owner of the library and the rich man's connection with him. However, there was really no connection between them, so the question did not warrant the detailed answer Ron had hoped to hear, rather than a brief denial. Cale silently reflected on how terrifying the tone and threatening atmosphere emanated from Ron, that every question he received seemed to fetter him. Choi Han diffused the situation, good-naturedly adding that one should not really believe any gossip without making sure it is true. The strange pause was broken by Belos, who returned with 2 additional mugs of tea as he had promised earlier. After clarifying whether tea was intended for Cale's newly arrived guests, he placed the mugs in front of them. Cale intervened, deciding to talk more about his advance order to impress the servants. Ironically, he ordered Ron the warm lemon tea he brought every morning, playfully suggesting that it was his favorite in the world of drinks. Ron remained impenetrable and as menacing as ever, as if this humor didn't concern him at all. He just lazily lowered his gaze, remembering his own experiment on the tastes of his master, who had suddenly become neutral to sour tastes. Pictures from days gone by came to mind, where he would bring lemonade and tea with honey and lemon from Bikros for Cale, and he would drink them as if nothing had happened. Losing his perfectly trained politeness for a moment, he fell silent, and Choi Han instead sincerely thanked him for the tea. To put things back in their place, Ron picked up the cup and succumbed to Cale's provocation, although he still didn't say a word. Instead of playing games, he simply drank it calmly and didn't focus on the host's strange order, because it seemed like the best solution at that moment. There was no way a calm atmosphere could prevail between the three of them, and everything around seemed to be sparking, waiting for a minor misunderstanding to ignite a scandal. The catalyst was a small thing that Choi Han pointed out to the senior servant, namely, the overly loud handling of the mug. Their eyes met, obviously remembering something else that had arisen between them before the domestic situation. As expected, a few days ago, a fight broke out between them, involving Choi Han, Ron, and Bikros. After his father separated his son from the stranger, Bikros vainly sought revenge, eager to compete again with such a worthy opponent. To which Choi Han unexpectedly replied that his role was now that of a defender, not an attacker, because in Cale's opinion he was capable of it, so now it was up to the dark-haired boy to fulfill the deal. Although it was unexpected, there was surprisingly something else, no less impressive, that he learned during his surveillance. In an attempt to smooth over the differences and put out the fire between them, Choi Han acted like a naive child, oblivious to the double games between them all. In reality, the relationship between these two was that of comrades who, despite all the banter and misunderstandings, trust each other and are bound by invisible obligations to protect and save each other. The situation had changed a bit now, but their relationship remained roughly the same, which made Cale smile slightly. Playing up the general farce that found its way into social conversations over tea, the young man regretted that he had not been able to avoid all the vicissitudes of fate, but there was nothing he could do. This theater clearly did not suit the old soldier Ron, but for Choi Han it seemed like a natural solution that lay on the surface and did not require any effort. After the impromptu tea party was over, the trio prepared to leave the library, putting the subtle psychological game between them on hold. They were led by a surprised Bylos, who had expected a longer stay from Cale and his servants, but did not dare to ask the reasons for their departure. The owner again emphasized the upcoming meeting in the capital, but Cale intended to visit the library again, maybe even every day before leaving, in order to finish the book he had started. This pleased Bylos a lot, and he was happy to welcome the guest back at any time, as their relationship seemed to him increasingly warm and close, no matter how it looked from Cale's side. The display of sincere emotions seemed very strange to Ron, leaving behind the conclusion that even from hostility, deep affection can arise. Choi Han added in surprise that he wouldn't want to have such affection from an old colleague, but he didn't mean him. Ron believed that once a bad guy, he would always be a bad guy, so Cale's efforts to make himself look good were futile. But at the same time, he remembered images of Cale, as a very young child, comforting his father after his own mother's death, being sincere and feeling grief. Despite his addiction to alcohol, he never raised a hand against anyone, even when he was drunk to the point of unconsciousness. Although brushing aside his warm thoughts about Cale, he planned to ask Bikros to prepare a special dish for his host on the upcoming journey. When they returned to their apartment, the rain finally stopped and the sun emerged from behind the clouds, warming the earth with dreamy rays. At home, they were met by kittens who had already adapted and felt like owners. Their curious eyes were directed towards Cale, who had even forgotten about them due to distraction caused by other important matters. For some reason, it occurred to him that Choi Han loved small animals. It had been obvious since their first meeting, when he sacrificed a calf for the safety of the furry ones. Just a moment before, the dark-haired man had warned him that he needed to spend time alone in the room to strengthen his spirit and be able to protect Cale properly. It was unclear to Cale where he was going with his level of strength and what such great power, which was already unmatched, would give him. On the other side was Hans, who couldn't get enough of the little animals, finding them better and cuter every second, although they didn't seem impressed by his reaction. To avoid starting a stupid argument, he agreed, thinking about how the boy had descended below kittens in the social hierarchy. Although it was hard to disagree with the fact that the appearance and condition of the kittens was much better, despite the fact that quite a bit of time had passed. The kittens happily flirted with Cale, in contrast to the complete disregard and even contempt for Hans from the cheeky animals. The redhead had to go, and the footman was only glad that the competition was getting smaller, but he politely said goodbye and told him to come with any needs, whether for himself or for others. Taking a break from the euphoric cries of Hans, who was completely devoted to taking care of the animals, Cale decided to take a bath. Meanwhile, Ron had the chance to see a family of kittens for the first time, and he drew unexpected conclusions after his first look at them. He didn't look surprised, but it definitely wasn't something predicted or planned, so the effect of surprise remained. This couple were children from the Meow tribe, which seemed like a charming coincidence on the part of fate, which often takes surprising turns. The gray cat was representative of the power of fog, and the red cat's fur represented poison. The man knew that the people of the tribe were very intelligent and quick-witted, and with proper training, considerable benefit could be derived from them. Even the animals sensed the menacing energy from the elegantly dressed footman, and became especially tense when he extended his hand towards them. His expression looked as if he had some subtle plan, and out loud he said that he had to leave a parting gift for his master. The frightened cats ran away from the servant and made their way into the room to Cale, who seemed kind and non-threatening to them, unlike Ron. They fell at his feet in pity and wanted attention and care from their true owner, who had once saved their lives with a chicken he had brought. Cale remained himself until the end, pondering what he could gain from these kittens in favor of his plan. He couldn't think of anything better than to make them pay for the food he had once brought them under the walls of the house. They purred as they struggled, but Cale knew what they were capable of, so he asked them to speak in understandable human language. Suddenly, the purring was replaced by a real human voice, uttering endless requests for meat or cakes and singing about their terrible hunger. Pleased with their obedience, Cale promised them lots and lots of food, but they had to earn it through their behavior. The deal between them was simple enough. The kittens would be useful to Cale, and he would give them as much food as they wanted. 4 days later, the time came to begin the journey, so the family gathered around the table for the last time to say goodbye. The father began an encouraging conversation, emphasizing that Cale did not seem at all worried. The boy was lost in his own thoughts, remembering that according to the first order of events, a sad fate should have befallen him last night. In this version of reality, he was supposed to be beaten half to death by Choi Han, which gave me goosebumps just thinking about it. But the reality, which he managed to twist to his liking, helped him avoid this, and now happily smile at his unharmed body. And in addition to simple avoidance, he had a huge strength inside, which became a counter-argument for any opponent. Overall, it gave him the sense of confidence and protection he had long dreamed of, and gave him hope for a calm, peaceful life. He imagined that he would be able to avoid a major threat, even if someone as powerful as B-Cross or Ron intended to harm him. Finally, emerging from his stream of thoughts, he turned to his father with a question that genuinely troubled him. Despite requests to reduce the number of people accompanying them, the number grew even larger, which Cale didn't like at all. While Dareth was trying to say something, the boy's stepmother unexpectedly intervened in the conversation, announcing that it was her order. She believed that it was wrong to allow people to think that their county did not have enough representatives just because an arrogant stepson wanted it to. Although her tone was cold, she was adamant that it was not about Cale, but about the public good of the county. The stepmother continued calmly that she knew how things really worked within this system. In her opinion, all people, and most of all aristocrats, were concerned not with how they looked from the outside, but with their inner qualities. Cale sat in silence after this sermon, recalling everything he knew about Violaine, starting with her descent from an impoverished family that yearned for the heights. Her story began with the buying and selling of luxury items, namely sculptures, which after her marriage to Dareth made her an influential person in the cultural business. She remained extremely self-confident, considering it another honor to be part of the family to which she now belonged. Cale wasn't at all surprised by her position, because he really should have felt better about it. After all, the image even required him to change clothes with the help of servants. But there was still the danger of encountering the dragon, and the number of people who could be saved was uncertain. He tried to convince himself that he didn't care about others, and simply didn't want to witness countless deaths and then be responsible for them. Since childhood, he had only had to bear responsibility for his own life, so taking it on for someone else seemed immensely scary and difficult. In response to this, he decided to start from afar, recalling the quote that art is a mirror of the human soul. It was obviously familiar to the stepmother, who was actively involved in the cultural business and was truly an expert on the subject. She agreed, emphasizing that sculptures are not created for the pleasure of other people's eyes, but in order to put one's own soul into them. Cale added, as if by chance, that he had read this quote on the memorial, which always says that appearance is not the most important thing. These were the words that Violin engraved on her own, for every aspiring sculptor of their land. She gave in to his pressure and agreed to reduce the number of accompanying people, according to her stepson's wishes. But in return, she asked that the carriage and everything else be of a high standard, appropriate to their family, and nothing else. Cale didn't see a problem with this and agreed, emphasizing that everything should be the most expensive and best, ensuring Viola's own comfort and pleasure. The woman Dareth finally couldn't stand it anymore and decided to regain his supremacy as the head of the family in order to leave instructions for his son. The man asked the young man if he had read the information about the successors of each of the families that would be represented in the capital. Cale confirmed this, amazed at the variety of types among them, because some only wanted money and power, others were fools, and still others were really smart and dangerous because of it. Dorita was impressed by the attentiveness of her son, who must have read everything well if he could operate with the data so easily, but left him the right to act at his own discretion. Suddenly, the topic of conversation shifted to another field, where Cale was not so free, because gossip had reached the Count, which did not help smooth over the differences. There were rumors that the ogre tree had changed, and its foliage had even turned green, which had happened for the first time in Dareth's entire life. The soil around the tree also became fertile, and grass was now growing there, which was quite interesting and completely atypical. Cale was aware that his father knew about his trips to the grassy areas of the city, but he couldn't know everything, especially about the ancient power that wasn't an open secret. It's just that for some reason he had the impression that these metamorphoses were somehow connected to Cale's actions. Keeping his cool and not showing off, the guy agreed that the gossip was interesting, but it didn't really have much weight. Father expected something like this reaction, so he prepared a lecture about the power of gossip, which should be avoided, calling people's eyes and mouths the most terrible weapons. Both warning and reassuring his son, he said that this was no problem as long as it was happening on their land, but Cale promised to take all of the above into account. But Dareth had his own business after the meal, so their farewell was to take place right there with the whole family. The young Cale noticed this out of the corner of his eye, trying to figure out what they meant and what had them so interested. Suddenly, the children bowed their heads in unison as a sign of respect and farewell, which shocked the red-haired member of the family. Lily hesitantly uttered her wishes for a safe journey, stumbling and not knowing where to stop her confused gaze. Cale, who was a little moved by her words, told his younger sister, who had suddenly shown kindness towards him, to be careful. The girl was naturally embarrassed and blushed from emotions that were rarely felt in their family, and she looked away from her brothers. The young man finally said goodbye to the younger ones and headed for the carriage, remaining a little surprised by the frankness and, most importantly, the sincerity of his sister's words. Ron was already waiting for him outside, giving last-minute orders to ensure complete comfort during the journey. As Cale approached the carriage, his face changed, as if something had gone wrong. With sincere incomprehension, he grimaced and asked what was happening, surprised by what he saw. Before him spread out a view of the carriage, in which the kittens lay carefree on a separate cushion, and Hans opposite, admiring the cute animals with delight. Cale noted with irony that those two had too much power, since their position was much better than that allotted to my lord. To which the footman merely objected that the kittens were worth it, as they were too gentle and cute to spend time in worse conditions, especially considering Hans's attitude towards them. However, Ron approached them and tactfully announced that he would be sitting next to the coachman, quietly glad that the commotion inside did not concern him. When the young lord was ready to begin his journey and took the first step towards the carriage, Choi Han called out to him. So he had to stop and pay attention to the cries of the newly appointed guard for his respected person. Choi Han was genuinely surprised that they were traveling in different carriages despite safety considerations, because it made it impossible for him to control the situation. To the brief remark that it was not at all necessary, the dark-haired boy merely humbly agreed and headed for the carriage assigned to him. Cale concluded that Choi Han's inner state had changed dramatically from a desire for revenge and unquenchable anger to a quiet calm. At least that was conveyed in his behavior and eyes. Considering that Cale himself had been greatly influenced by these changes, he considered them to be rather positive and was about to leave, but suddenly he felt pressure on the guard from one of the escorts. He boldly put himself above the unknown Choi Han, completely ignoring the master's orders, who instructed the servants to treat the bodyguard seriously. But without interfering in any way, Cale sat down in the carriage, decorated in the most luxurious way, reflecting on the instability of the principled position of the guy who was supposed to protect him, given such external pressure. With a sharp change in expression and a tone of submissiveness and affection, the attendant turned to the host with minor clarifications, but received cold indifference in response. The door slammed shut right in front of his nose, as he had just proudly stood up in front of Choi Han, emphasizing his higher position in the social hierarchy, which was shattered by Cale's attitude. Finally, they embarked on a journey that could change everything radically, shattering plans like the hooves of horses shattering the veil of stagnation on the road. There were countless beautiful landscapes all around, captivating and mesmerizing with the uniqueness of the county's nature. Enjoying what he saw, Cale pondered the appropriateness of entrusting Hans with the gifts for his younger brother and sister, or whether he should have done it himself. As they said goodbye, he politely and uncertainly asked if he should bring them something from the capital as a gift, acting as an older brother, without expecting a positive answer. The girl blushed, but asked if he could really bring her this gift, although it was clear from her expression how much she would like to receive something. The boy expected to hear a request for a doll or some special outfit, but was surprised by her genuine whim, which was contrary to all expectations. Gathering her thoughts, the girl said that she wanted to receive one sword as a gift, which seemed like a joke against the background of her sweet and very young appearance. This surprised Cale, who didn't understand why a 7-year-old girl who could get anything she wanted because of her family's wealth would need a sword classically associated with boys. Basin defended his sister's atypical desire, explaining that Lily had long wanted to master the art of swordsmanship, which was ideally suited to the family's physique, whose members were long-legged and long-armed, which gave them balance. He glanced at Lily and noticed that she was already taller than her peers, even though she was only 7, so she could become a talented swordswoman if she started her training. With the air of an expert, he agreed to this offer and promised to bring her a sword of the highest quality and most expensive than the others, thereby fulfilling his sister's childhood dream. The girl, who didn't count on luck, beamed and smiled as if she had hit the jackpot with incredible sincerity and warmth. The next order was for gifts for Basin, who modestly asked for a pen, which raised no questions, as a gift for Lily. A sudden stop in the middle of the road, for no apparent reason, helped Cale return from his memories to reality. The entire carriage shook with surprise, and trying to understand what was happening, the boy looked out the window, where he saw an unpleasant picture. A gang of thieves appeared in front of the crew, blocking the road with them, clearly not wishing well for their travelers, but sensing a chance to line their pockets from wealthy aristocrats. The leader of this pack began to demand money for travel on the road, and the amount was whatever they had, because in his opinion, strength and numbers were on their side. Cale thought ironically to himself that no journey could take place without such adventures, but he only asked aloud if they had noticed the house's coat of arms, which was supposed to be a pass to anywhere on their lands. The kittens were also unhappy with the thieves' behavior, because they prevented them from sleeping comfortably and enjoying the luxurious carriage that surrounded them instead of the urban squalor. Ron clarified the situation by warning about the short stoppage, which was caused by the large number of rabbits, which he had previously told the owner about, obviously having the wrong idea in mind. Adding to Cale's tension were the comments from the servant, who casually described the cruelty that might now befall the gang before them. With an expression of childish sincerity, he said that of course these rabbits were not his responsibility, and he would not deal with them, after which it only occurred to Cale that the scariest people here were not the robbers at all, but this man with the dark energy. Trying to come to his senses after such a sharp look and terrible words from Ron, Cale cleared his throat so as not to show the servants his inner confusion. The weather, on the other hand, was wonderful, and the sun was almost at its zenith, providing the opportunity for orientation in time, which was so valuable for understanding the next steps. Cale figured that in 15 minutes they would reach the village with an ancient black dragon that might attack, so he allotted half a day to solve the problem before them. As the sky turned pink, the first signs of sunset, they began their dinner in the field, as Ron, the experienced servant, had promised in his time. Ironically, the main course of the evening was rabbit soup, just as Ron had said in his cruel and detailed stories about the process of hunting the cute little animals. In fact, it was not the cold-blooded servant who was hunting, but Choi Han, who for some reason still brought the rabbit, probably on Ron's instructions. But Choi Han was satisfied with everything, and he eagerly tasted the dish that had been created by the most of those present. The soup was not left unattended, and the kittens, encrypting their speech with purrs, begged to try the warm and aromatic food that beckoned them. An alternative option was suggested by Hans, who took into account the animals' needs and had dried veal in stock, which was a healthier solution without salt and seasonings as young kittens need. Trying to distract himself from this theater of the absurd that the deputy footman was staging whenever the furry creatures appeared in sight, Cale directed his gaze towards the guardian of his own peace. Although he behaved with childlike straightforwardness and did not focus on status-based serving, today he showed his strength and confirmed his status as a person with whom it is scary to get into a fight. When they had to fight against an overwhelming number of well-armed and experienced bandits, all the escorts looked menacing, but Choi Han was the undisputed star. His eyes would suddenly take on a cold expression and lose any levity when his hand touched the sword, as if awakening another personality within him. He could, in a matter of seconds, take the lives of those who had previously endured more than one unpleasantness and not even have time to feel tired, since he himself was adapted to much worse. Other attendants who specialized in military subjects could not even stand next to a gifted swordsman whose level of strength surpassed all of them combined. What looked like a huge problem to them was just a warm-up for Choi Han that went unnoticed without needing any significant involvement. And most striking was his dramatic change during and outside of battle, when he lost any evil intentions and appeared sincere and good-natured, ignoring the fresh blood on his hands. The concentration of important qualities in one person was something pleasant for Cale, who enjoyed the talent and strength of his new charge, whom he had managed to tame and win over to his side. As usual, Ron appeared, who asked at the wrong time about the taste of the food, emphasizing the host's too small portion for such a wonderful dish. Although Ron's sudden appearance at the most inopportune moments should have become commonplace for Cale, who suspected that his reaction was giving the old man considerable pleasure, he was still thrown into a frenzy by these words. The excessive attention became annoying, and Cale wanted to return to the carriage as soon as possible, where he could spend time without being watched, but he was knocked down by Choi Han. He suddenly turned to the red-haired man, whom he now had to call his own master, because of the debt that had enslaved the boy. The carriage, the wagon, and all the things needed for the journey were already standing ready to begin the journey, interrupted by a trap set by robbers, but no one was in a hurry. Angrily responding to Choi Han's exclamation, Cale asked why the latter was looking at him so intently, as if choosing words in his head. The dark-haired youth only asked if today's unpleasantness was the first battle in the life of many an aristocrat, although his experience indicated the answer before the question was asked. Trying to keep his cool and respond indifferently, Cale confirmed this, careful not to destroy the established hierarchy in their relationship. They sat in front of the fire, which seemed to simplify difficult conversations and bring people closer for a moment, allowing them to show the sincerity and perhaps the weakness that Cale feared. So he admitted that he had never seen such a gathering of mountain robbers before, and he did not really have to risk his life, because his life was spent in safe lands surrounded by servants. Choi Han remained unusually tactful, outlining that this was the first situation in the host's life where he truly felt the risk to his own skin. Cale, be it for his son Bikros, who is already sharpening his knife so that it has sharp precision, like a scalpel in the hands of a surgeon. Because of such an environment, Cale truly lived in terror, because everyone around him was like a powder keg that, at the slightest contact with a spark, was capable of destroying more than one life. As soon as he summed up these thoughts, his hand let go of the spoon by itself, as if his body refused to take a crumb into his mouth under the supervision of the executioner's servants, who could turn the equipment against him. This time, Choi Han surrounded him with special attention, who still could not leave him alone after admitting the primacy of combat in his master's life. Trying to be kind and helpful, Choi Han shared his own experience when experiencing something like this for the first time was harder than ever. Therefore, he was interested in whether the redhead was engaged in any martial arts that could develop his abilities on the battlefield and ensure his own safety on his own. But the spoiled Cale never had the chance to have such skills out of dire need, because there was always someone stronger nearby, ready to get his hands dirty in blood. This discovery was completely new to Choi Han, who considered martial skills to be almost the most important and basic of those a person acquires in life. In response, Cale had only to remind them that they were speaking among his servants, armed to the teeth and trained as the best craftsmen in military affairs, and most importantly, that they would not spare their lives for the aristocrat's family. But the boy's main trump card was his heart, which he provided with proper protection and exceptional strength that could give him additional confidence in the future. Trust in the inner self, hidden behind a layer of matter and skin, grew stronger every day, thereby strengthening from the energy of the heart. Enlightened by his own outstanding abilities, Cale rejoiced at the successful turn of events, which helped him reach a new level of confidence and plan his actions without regard to fear. After the inspiring conversation, he never returned to the half-full bowl of soup he had left behind, ultimately deciding not to finish the meal that evening. Trying to digest what he had heard, Choi Han stared at Cale in surprise, unable to find words to describe the phenomena that contradicted his established picture of the world. Already unaccompanied, Cale attracted the attention of the kittens, who instantly appeared at his feet, begging for love, affection, or at least food. Choi Han couldn't think of anything better than to leave the redhead to train, although he had recently eaten heavily, which complicated the process. Clutching his sword tightly, he said that he must become even stronger for the sake of the goal, although this seemed absurd, since his current strength was already sky-high. To Cale, Choi Han's pursuit of absolute power was strange because even now his latent potential allowed him to confidently dominate almost everyone. So that he wouldn't go hungry after the failed soup, Bycross prepared a special dish that could withstand the most meticulous inspection of the capricious Cale. Glad for the care of the terrible cook, he eagerly awaited the warm, nutritious meal he needed, despite the lack of desire caused by psychological fatigue. But here Ron appeared again with another piece of advice, uttered from the wisdom of age and experience, which falls to the lot of only the rarest of human freaks. The advice was simple. When you lack appetite, you should drink something sour, such as lemonade, which he had previously brought to the boy, testing the rich man's patience. The motivated vice captain, after seeing Choi Han's skill, decided to be stricter with his warriors and called on everyone present to train. Meanwhile, the third day of the journey had passed, and the views around us were changing, with each passing hour looking less and less like our hometown. Deprived of any entertainment for 3 days, Cale was forced to clearly analyze future events, among which the most striking was the explosion of mana from the dragon, which would occur in 3 days. These lands belonged to a viscounty located near his native county, and the house of the viscount, who hid the dragon in the cave, is located not far from the village at the foot of the mountains. Although the owner had a noble title, in reality he was just a mutt that obediently served and held the position of the Marquis of Stan. The second son in the family of the Marquis of Stain was Bennion, who achieved primacy in the family thanks to the cruelty towards his elder brother, which left him an invalid, unable to fight for his place in the sun any longer. The aristocrat sometimes visited the house, which he would have to drive past, so he could only hope that he would not mock the dragon for entertainment purposes, provoking it to dangerous actions. The expression on the host's face made Hans think of an alternative way to travel, such as an inn where they could all rest from the long journey. Having received permission and instructions to find something faster, the lackey set off to see Choi Han, with whom he planned to arrange a possible short stop on the way. His concentration on a small task was suddenly interrupted by Cale, who called out to the guard, intending to tell him a few important words that needed an answer. Although there was no warmth or friendliness in his tone, as he only indifferently threw them away so that they would return sooner, it left a noticeable mark on the dark-haired man's face. He blushed and smiled like a naive child, confirming Cale's order, who was more surprised by the boy's lively reaction than he was willing to admit. For the aristocrat, this created a feeling of disgust, as if he had to take a poisoned apple from dirty hands, and such disgust for other people's emotions testified to his domineering nature. An old man walked leisurely along the road, shifting his feet with difficulty, unaware that a heavy and decorated carriage was approaching from behind at high speed. It was obvious that he would not have time to cross the road as quickly as the ringing clatter of the horse's hooves brought the collision, which seemed absolutely inevitable, closer. Instantly orienting himself in the dangerous situation, Choi Han rushed forward, leaving everything behind and rushing towards his grandfather, kicking up dust on the stone road. Meanwhile, the others just stared in confusion, trying to comprehend what they had seen, while the agile young man was already halfway to the old man, who stood completely defenseless. To Cale, who was also surprised by the unexpected sight, it all looked like an episode from a book depicting absolute goodness in the face of a single person. Despite the artificiality of the impression, he was confident in the sincere intentions of Choi Han, who, with the help of a lightning-fast reaction, managed not only to kill, but also to save. A moment before the tragedy, he managed to grab his grandfather and abruptly drag him with him to the side of the road, leaving death just a step away from both of them. The carriage flew right in front of their heels, leaving an extremely small chance of salvation, but the dark-haired young man took full advantage of it and avoided imminent disaster. Both knocked to the ground, they heard the heavy carriage finally stop, clearly belatedly reacting to an event that had almost cost them their lives. On the roof of the carriage, the flag of a famous noble family proudly flew, fluttering in the wind, burning in the pink light of the slow sunset. Not too pleased with this turn of events, Cale left the car, already imagining what an unpleasant conversation he would now have to have. The vice captain asked if the owner planned to personally appear before the scoundrels from that carriage, to which Cale just coldly replied that this was the only option in this situation to resolve the conflict. The aristocrat stepped out of the carriage that had just nearly taken the old man's life with the same pompous air, wanting to have a controversial conversation with a haughty expression. Ironically, it was none other than Benny Stain, famous for his madness and lack of any moral compass, which was evident from the behavior of the coachman. He looked like a typical representative of his class, which didn't surprise Cale, but still made him frown and give a blank look of disgust. But instead of a direct conversation, Benyon chose the representation of his servant, who saw the problem not in the coachman deliberately driving at an innocent person, but in the victim blocking the way for high-ranking individuals. Choi Han was taken aback and forgot about any forms of politeness. It was unacceptable for him to be so impudent towards a person who, though innocent, had almost lost his life due to the irresponsibility of the carriage. But the fire in the eyes of the dark-haired simpleton could not move the servant on the other side, who remained convinced of the innocence of the curlers, despite the objectivity of Choi Han's accusations. The old man, who could not come to his senses, became the subject of a heated dispute, where a young man who was closer to people and more empathetic tried to protect his interests against a cold representative of the aristocracy. Choi Han's eyes filled with blood, and he yearned for revenge for the injustice that these scum had committed in front of so many witnesses, but he almost broke free like a rabid dog from its chain. The masters came to disperse the servants, who decided to take the situation into their own hands without bringing it to an open confrontation with violence. Now, the duel was passing into the hands of representatives of prominent families, who had already exchanged unkind glances that immediately showed their unwillingness to concede anything. Cale understood that the priority now would be to calm the guard, who was seriously agitated and was one step away from impulsive actions. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he wanted to extinguish the fire in his eyes and reduce the ardor that was capable of shattering everyone around him into smithereens due to inner malice and resistance to oppression. Choi Han could not accept what he had experienced. It irritated him, and made him look like a fool in the world of great intrigues that hid behind the screen of aristocratic luxury. But for Cale, the most important thing was not who was right, but resolving the situation in the manner of least resistance, particularly because of the guard's impetuosity. When Benyon approached, holding a faithful servant behind his back, Cale first noticed the sleeve of his snow-white suit, which was heavily splattered with blood. He concluded that this blood had gotten on his shirt when he had mocked the dragon, and that it was a bad omen for the future prospect of encountering the terrifying beast. Beginning the conversation with a polite greeting and an exchange of formalities, Benyon inquired whether the interlocutor was from Henituse County, although the answer was already known. Throwing off the veil of pretended unfamiliarity between them, Cale closed the distance, immediately addressing the mad aristocrat by name to drop the conventions. Pretending to be a fool, he said that he had only heard gossip about a dissolute, carefree young man who behaved unbecomingly, inwardly enjoying the proclamation of incriminating facts. With a thoughtful look, he asked if the young bosun Zenitus, who had been his representative at last year's meeting, had replaced his spoiled older brother. Without the slightest shame, Cale confirmed Benyon's theory, calling himself the most famous and worst villain, defiantly ignoring the blonde's provocations. In response, he only noted that he had stopped only because of an obstacle in his path, and now he saw a pleasant opportunity to meet a famous pagan who would be able to compete with him. Despite the fact that the acquaintance seemed pleasant to the blonde, when his gaze fell on Choi Han, his expression changed dramatically. Without hiding his own arrogance, he wanted to teach how to correctly identify people who are not limited by any rules, and to reproach them is a deep mistake. The coldness abruptly changed to a sweet smile, contrasting with the harshness of his tone just a second ago, which provided additional arguments for his madness. An old peasant who had almost been run over by a cart intervened in the conversation, begging forgiveness on his knees for his mistake, because he understood the consequences he might face if he did otherwise. Satisfied with his own superiority, the blonde smiled, because he understood that a Christian could not have done otherwise, since in these territories the peasants did not dare to contradict the will of the aristocrats. Since they were in the territory of the Viscount, who was a pale shadow of Stan's father, he had to adopt the habits of his idol, who was characterized by cruelty and arrogance. That's why conditions were terrible for the peasants, because of the arrogance and domineering of the Viscount, which made their lives truly terrible. Trying to quickly end the unpleasant conversation, Cale clarified whether this was all Benyon wanted to tell him, already turning towards the carriage. In his head, he pretended that the fate of the relationship between Choi Han and Benyon did not interest him, because he understood that most likely he would experience the power of the bodyguard, but he suddenly could not allow this to happen in public. Before leaving this motley and heterogeneous company, Cale turned to the frightened old man, who was still trembling on the ground, not knowing what to expect. He was ready to hear anything, but certainly not the question about the nearest bar with drinks, which suddenly came from the red-haired aristocrat. As he rose to his feet, Cale only sought to relax a little after the tense moment that had concluded a long and tiring stretch of his journey. He asked a local resident to show him the bar, because sleep without alcohol would not be as sound as after a generous portion of the proven drink. Smoothing out the sharp corners so that he wouldn't have to put up with unwanted consequences in the future, he decided to say goodbye to the old man quite affectionately. So Cale extended his hand for a handshake, emphasizing the pleasure of meeting the young Marquis Benyon, even if it was brief. But the Marquis's face became tense and focused, as if he were analyzing the hidden meaning, indifferently watching Cale's outstretched hand. Trying to push the master, the servant hinted at a long delay, but the blonde only coldly replied that he should not interfere in other people's affairs. Having regained his friendly appearance, he bowed his head and decided to say goodbye as briefly as possible, without wasting unnecessary words on farewell ceremonies. Touching the redhead's hand, he immediately stepped aside, hiding his indifferent expression and leaving behind a feeling of unsaid. Hitting the right notes, He said that only a newly minted comrade was truly worthy of the title of head of the Marquisate of the Walls, because he knew what it meant for him. Choosing a strategy to play by the rules Cale had chosen, he agreed and behaved politely until the last moment, as long as his face was in sight. After such an artificial, warm farewell, the carriage finally departed, leaving Cale in the company of only his escorts, who were already much more pleasant than the stupid aristocrat. Watching him follow, the boy only thought with relief that this meeting was unlikely to happen, since he would try to stay as far away from him as possible in the future. He could finally return to normal human behavior, rather than maintaining the conventional image of a rich man, so he had an understanding exchange of words with Choi Han about the guest who had left. He turned to the old man, who was still sitting on the ground without getting up, thinking that he might have hurt his leg in the fall. Cale decided that it would be fairest to entrust the old man to his rescuer, but the villager dismissed the offer of help in favor of asking to be taken to a bar. He was about to refuse because alcohol seemed inappropriate in this situation, because his mood had completely disappeared, but he was interrupted by words about the bar from a first-person perspective, which gave him hope. Hearing this, his eyes lit up, already imagining the future pleasure of intoxicating drinks, which were the habit of the body in which he lived. By a happy coincidence, the old man turned out to be the owner of the only inn in the village where you could eat and drink, which was the best offer after the tiring chain of events. Cale, delighted by the news, recognized it as the perfect solution to the conflict, and ordered the footman to find out the exact route and bring them all there as quickly as possible. Choi Han appeared on the way, seeking to understand how recent events had affected his relationship with Cale, and whether his master was really angry with him. The redhead just clarified what exactly he should be angry about, whether it was his outburst or the condescending treatment, or the fact that the old peasant was simply called an obstacle, despite the fact that they almost killed him. He asked ironically if the guard had expected him to moralize in front of the blonde, who, although he deserved it, was of no interest to Cale. Dotting the i's, he reminded me that it's not in his nature to say such things, even if they are correct, appropriate, and actually make common sense. Choi Han knew this for sure and wasn't surprised, although deep down Cale wanted to say something similar, but he convinced himself that it was already in the past. This model of behavior formed the basis of his life, allowing him to soberly assess compromises with authority, accept other people's irrationality, and maintain his own comfort. The result was the decision that the Marquis should ultimately be expelled from the clan, and not without Cale's direct participation and his carefully thought-out actions. The satisfied smile on his face indicated the creation of a new cunning plan that would allow him to once again turn the uncertain situation exclusively to his own advantage. Choi Han, not expecting such a drastic change in mood, only chuckled briefly, still not understanding what exactly to expect from Cale next. And Cale, in turn, made a new decision, which consisted in trying to steal the dragon from an annoying aristocrat, turning it into a profitable adventure. They finally arrived at the inn run by the grandfather Choi Han had rescued, just as the sun had almost set. He offered him the best room he could find in the entire courtyard. Of course, it wasn't up to Cale's standards, but it was perfectly adequate for a one-night stay. It was good for the comfort of living that the man tried so hard to please him, but it created additional tension, so he just said to take it easy. The young man said that he was not satisfied with the desire to obey and the inner humility on the part of the owner of the yard, who had been accustomed throughout his life to subject himself to the local rules of conduct, which were quite cruel to human pride. Surprised by such kindness and understanding on the part of the aristocrat, whose image had previously been a mixture of the greatest human flaws, the old man watched with admiration. He wanted to ask if there were many good people in the Zenitus territories like the red-haired rich man Cale seemed to him to be, despite his reputation in his own circles as a bad guy. With a smile, he said that this was nonsense, because he was considered the worst of all the villains on earth, based on an opinion that had long been accepted by everyone around him. Having renounced the title of good man, he added, with a sly survey of the room, that even everyone in his county was considerably better than he. Their solitude was interrupted by the kittens, who were always nearby and hid their true power from everyone except Cale, who was their master. Cale told the owner to get down to business and not waste time, but the owner stubbornly ignored the order, bowing low instead of leaving. When the door closed behind him, Cale was left alone and finally had a chance to think through the day's events and come up with a new cunning plan. But the loneliness was quickly cut short by a knock on the door, as if reminding him that peace was a rare luxury for him, not a normal state. Cale lazily allowed him to enter, not expecting anything significant at all, and not even suspecting that this break in the silence would change his mood. Hans entered the room, obediently carrying out his master's orders because it was easier for Cale to burden him than to force the old owner. Hans brought the strange chest that Cale had ordered earlier, not knowing what secrets it hid inside behind a strong lock. The footman looked at her with undisguised delight, not even trying to contain his curiosity, waiting for the master to open the hidden container. Cale wondered if it was customary for a footman to hide his emotions, but Hans was a supporter of absolute straightforwardness before his master, which he considered one of the most important rules. Taking it as a compliment how ridiculous this position was, he looked even more defeated, so Cale made him just leave so he wouldn't be an eyesore with inappropriate behavior. Finally, Hans asked whether they would stay here for 3 days, as the host had said earlier, and since the answer was in the affirmative, he was to take care of all the formalities associated with this. Finally left alone with the chest, he could calmly open it without thinking about the reactions and possible consequences from those around him, which would hardly contribute to a peaceful resolution of the situation. Cale mentally noticed that Hans caused much less trouble than Ron, and despite his surprise or overly open emotions, he didn't cause any unnecessary problems, which made him a brave guy. The kittens also felt a heightened interest in the mysterious chest lying to the left of the young man, who managed to intrigue everyone around him with its sudden appearance. When his hand finally touched the lid, the world around him seemed to freeze in anticipation of the revelation of the secret. The chest contained something that could help save the unfortunate animal, and at the same time rub the nose of the unfortunate boor that was the blonde Benian. And most importantly, it would be something of a barrier between him and the possible harm from future turbulent plans that promised to be grandiose. The past days he spent in his hometown flashed through his memory, as he had promised, visiting the Belos library every day. They were discussing some large-scale purchase planned by Cale to gain invaluable knowledge that could wound deeper than a bladed weapon in the hands of a skilled person. Belos tried to warn the aristocrat that the amount would be astronomical even for such a rich man who was used to living lavishly, but inside, he wondered why he needed so much. To solve this dilemma, Cale considered the option of renting, which would be a compromise between necessity and common sense. The illegitimate son of a well-known aristocrat agreed with a smile, apparently making an exception only for his new friend. However, 2 items from the immodest list were not allowed to be rented to outsiders, so Belos offered to register them in his own name under his responsibility, hoping to get them back in the capital at a personal meeting. Returning to the chest that Cale had finally opened, the kitten did not expect to see an ordinary ball there at first glance. But behind the inconspicuous shell, an impressive function was hidden, as indeed behind the nature of an interested animal. It was a mana-disrupting device valued at hundreds of millions of gallons, which most people had never seen in person, much less held in their hands. The rent alone cost a whopping 20 million, which was a huge sum that could last an average peasant a lifetime. With this device, he could break all the magical surveillance devices on the mountain, but it needs to be installed in advance and wait for a while, and the operating time will be about 40 minutes. Although the price was expensive even for Cale, he was impressed by the strength of the sphere, which definitely wouldn't collapse just like that. The kittens that found themselves in front of the ball were either subject to their nature, or they might know something more about it, since they were constantly trying to examine it. Carefully touching it with their paws, they tried to examine the details written on it, which surprised Cale himself, who had no idea that the animals had such a talent. In fact, it was no difficulty at all for the successors of the Misty Mao tribe, whose representatives were the family of red and gray kittens. Cale decided to take advantage and test their skills by laying out a map in front of them without any special markings, which made it difficult to read. First, he oriented the kittens, giving them their current location in the village, not far from the mountain that had actually caught his attention. He continued to say that if you head east from the village to the mountain, you can see a villa, which it is better not to get too close to. The guy concluded that they needed to get to the cave behind the villa to save a baby who was being tortured by his cruel owners, deriving great pleasure from it. Although the dragon was indeed huge, he was only 4 years old, making him younger even than Han, the ginger cat who considered himself a child. Raising a paw proudly, the cat asked if that meant they had to save him, but Cale just added indifferently that they just had to get him out of the cave. As he told the story, he put the layer in a smaller bag so that it would look inconspicuous, and tied it tightly so as not to lose such a valuable artifact. Having attached it to the neck of the eldest of the kittens, he ordered the bag to be quietly buried somewhere on the mountain so that it could begin to act in advance, fulfilling the main condition of use. The cat playfully clarified whether he had complete freedom to choose the location, so as not to spoil the grandiose plan of the host, who would be very angry if the request was not fulfilled. Cale looked out the window to understand the position of the sun, which played a big role in the matter, and only distantly confirmed his last words to the interested kittens. The task was not difficult for them, as they managed to outrun even the elders of the tribe when they had to flee, and this seemed like a trifle in comparison. Cale never doubted their ability to complete the task, otherwise he would never have entrusted them with it, as the artifact was too valuable for the experiment. To further motivate his selfish assistants, he promised to give them as much veal as their hearts desire upon their return, so they were already looking forward to gastronomic pleasure. Determined to do serious work, they set out, holding the bag in their teeth as the highest value they could be entrusted with. The sight of cute kittens confidently walking towards their goal was pleasant even for Cale, who watched in their footsteps with a smile, not worrying about the correctness of the task. He was quite happy that everything was turning out this way, playing into his favor and not creating additional difficulties due to external circumstances. After saying goodbye to the kittens, he returned to the table to have dinner and drink his almost usual lemonade, while also talking to Choi Han, who was waiting for new orders. After a few sips of the sour drink, he finally settled into a serious conversation with the guard, hoping to shed some light on the upcoming events. The first question he asked concerned dragons, whether Choi Han had any experience of meeting them, or had even heard anything about these creatures from other people's lips. Choi Han admitted without hesitation that he had seen something similar in his own life, although he doubted whether the creature could be called a dragon. The dark-haired guard always remained simple and straightforward, so his description was reduced to only the words, "He looked like a monster and was cruel like a monster." Cale made a sharp remark, saying that under these conditions it was nowhere near a dragon, and his tone made it clear that he was confident in himself. This phrase surprised Choi Han, who had imagined the situation differently and hoped he understood more, but had to accept the authority of Cale's opinion. He decided to explain in more detail that real dragons, like dwarves, elves, or werewolves, have consciousness and feelings that are not inherent in ordinary animals. He emphasized that the big problem lies in the habitat. If a dragon is in darkness and has no will, it gradually loses itself as a person. Cale suggested just imagining what could happen to a creature that lives for a long time without light and freedom, leaving behind a shadow full of despair and anger from the brilliance of greatness. His words seemed to fill the room with a gloomy atmosphere. Cale described how the dragon gradually went mad, lost its mind, and turned into a shadow of itself. Deprived of his family and any support, he suffers from loneliness, and there is not even hope for help, because all around him is only indifference and cold walls. Every day his life becomes an endless torment, deepened by torture and abuse from ruthless owners who delight in the suffering of others. Choi Han's face darkened and fell. It was extremely difficult for him to hear about such inhuman suffering that had become the reality of an innocent being. The guard's reaction was expected by Cale, who understood the essence of his nature, which would not allow him to calmly ignore such news. This caused a much greater surge of anger in Choi Han than Cale had expected, perhaps because he had presented the unpleasant images too vividly. Finally regaining control of himself, he asked if the owner planned to free and tame this dragon, gradually beginning to grasp the main idea of the conversation. Cale was only thinking about the complexity of the task, since he was probably certain of his hatred and distrust of people, completely justified and substantiated by past experience. So in response to Choi Han's surprised face, he said that he definitely wasn't going to tame and bond with such an uncontrolled force. He had heard that dragons subconsciously considered themselves superior to all creatures, including humans, so this innate superiority would be a huge problem for the young man. Even having roughly imagined that he could raise a dragon, the boy immediately abandoned the idea, since there would be too many problems. It would be necessary to raise one of the dragons, of which there are no more than 20 left on the eastern and western continents, which would force him to be at the center of all events, rather than living in blissful peace. Choi Han didn't understand to the last detail why he would release the dragon if it wasn't needed for taming, which surprised Cale, who had considered it obvious. The answer was simpler than it seemed. The dragon simply needs to live in the wild, as its nature dictates, to which the guard agreed. It was pleasant for him to simply save a dragon that was undergoing terrible trials of fate, so helping his master was understandable and acceptable. With childlike delight, he promised to do anything to save the dragon and protect Cale in the process. But such enthusiasm was not part of the aristocrat's plans, who would have chosen the path of a quiet and imperceptible solution to the problem, preferably avoiding unnecessary murders. Trying to please Cale, Choi Han agreed, but was abruptly interrupted by a new assignment to organize a table with alcohol and snacks, the message of which he was to convey to old Ron. When everything was ready, the host went down to the first floor for the evening meal with the dream bottle in his hands. While Choi Han sat aside in the company of Hans with the kittens, who had already returned, the young master enjoyed intoxicating drinks. Cale turned red, feeling the effects of the alcohol he hadn't had in a long time, making his body beg for his next dose of booze. Choi Han was concerned that the owner could afford so much alcohol, so he tried to warn the experienced footman. Although to Hans it didn't seem like anything exceptional, since almost every day in the house had been like this before, and their safety was ensured by Cale's empty hands, who couldn't have thrown the bottle in such a case. The aristocrat praised the innkeeper for the delicious alcohol that exceeded expectations, and the old man explained that this was due to the ingredients from their unique lands. Amidst the alcoholic high and unprecedented kindness, Cale asked how much alcohol the old man had in stock. Since the stated amount seemed quite large to him, he shouted for the wonderful nectar to be poured out to all those accompanying him, clearly no longer holding on to his pure mind. When the vice commander objected, Cale emphasized that this was an order that could not be discussed, so he should just drink in silence and be grateful for the opportunity. His drunken eyes also caught Choi Han, whom he asked to lend a shoulder and take him to the bedroom so he could finally rest after a long day. When the soldier offered help, he just lazily refused, allowing everyone to get a good rest today so they could continue their journey with renewed strength later. In his opinion, there can be no threat here, so everyone except the knights on the night watch can relax and have a great time. No matter how the vice captain tried to interject a word, Cale interrupted him, wanting to get into a soft bed as soon as possible and fall into the deep sleep that the alcohol would provide him. The vice commander had no choice but to watch after his master, who was behaving as before, remembering for a second his rank from the people around him. Ron was waiting on the stairs, looking with surprise and detachment at Cale's drunken face, as if searching for an explanation for the actions that had not been evident in his behavior for a long time. Realizing that the old servant was not interested in his life, he did not want to tell him about his plans, but the old servant would have unnecessary questions that he would prefer to avoid. He found the strength to say that he would be leaving today, and that it was a secret that must be kept, without telling anyone else. Ron curtly agreed and said he would wait for the master, but he warned that it would be unnecessary, as he did not want to face the intimidating footman again. They finally managed to walk, albeit a short distance to the room, but it was a real mission due to Cale's condition. He left instructions for Hans and Ron not to wake him, as he wanted to get some sleep eventually, unless there was some emergency that required intervention. At the end, just throwing in a lazy reminder of what used to happen if he was unsuccessfully woken up or distracted from a sound sleep. Hans tried to treat the situation cheerfully and wished his host a good rest, but as an experienced Ron warned him that he would be nearby. Wanting to be alone, he even sent away Choi Han, who had so politely helped him get to the room. To make sure that the image of the drunken old man Cale was fully played out, he paused for a second and checked the reactions of those around him. Realizing that everything had gone according to his plan, he briefly whispered to the guard to climb into his room through the window after sunset, doing everything quietly. A surprised Choi Han tried to act as if nothing had happened, but he himself found it hard to believe that it was just an elaborate act for the general public. As the sun approached the horizon, and the sky gained more and more shades to its palette, the time had come to do what was planned. The process was closely watched by the kittens, who were also part of the plan, albeit acting in advance, to create fertile ground for the task. As agreed, as soon as the sunset began, the dark-haired guard's foot stepped to the window of Cale's room. Choi Han looked alert and focused at the same time, without a clear understanding of what exactly they would be doing in the dragon cave now. Added to these feelings was a hint of surprise, which he received as he landed on the floor with a confused look. Cale appeared before him in a strange outfit, completely black, which hid almost his entire body under the material, leaving no room for the eye to catch. He suggested that the guard should also change his outfit for complete anonymity and safety during nighttime wanderings. Choi Han couldn't understand what was happening and why they were choosing such revealing outfits that looked unfamiliar to him. To the rhetorical question, Cale replied with irritation that these were the clothes of a secret group, which were worth wearing for such an exceptional occasion. This was rather mocking towards Choi Han, since he had to meet representatives of this group very often, so the reaction was twofold. Although the order was made only based on the description of the shape, which made it look a bit awkward, it was indistinguishable from a distance, especially focusing on the symbol, which consisted of a star pattern. Choi Han asked if they would do anything wrong if they needed a form without a principled organization whose actions were not subject to the usual moral laws. Cale had to agree, as they would really suffer, especially in the case of Bennion, who would be very unhappy about the consequences. The mention of the arrogant aristocrat broke something in Choi Han, in whose mind the name was associated with injustice and tyranny towards the weak. So his determination grew stronger and his voice became more confident, asking for a face mask to be given to him as well, so that he would have more freedom for unforeseen situations. This confirmed Cale's expectations, who, despite all Choi Han's kindness, understood that the appearance of an object of hatred would make even the kindest heart melt, especially the heart of a 17-year-old boy surrounded by loneliness from birth. To fully set the course of events, he decided to share the secret of the kittens, who were actually children of the Miao tribe, werewolves capable of taking on another form. Choi Han, completely amazed by what he heard, exchanged introductions with the red-haired Hong and the gray-haired An. Not understanding how this was possible, there was no time for explanation. He had to leave. Their attire helped them remain invisible in the darkness of the night and not draw undue attention to their figures. With the watch in his hands, Cale waited for the right moment to make a sharp leap to act as effectively and unexpectedly as possible. When the clock showed the expected result, he gave a silent order to move forward, hoping for the success of their adventurous adventure. They moved at the same time, trying to get to their destination as quickly as possible without noise or chaos. Cale was a little behind his team, as he had to think through all the strategic aspects related to the operation. The book was controlled by both a voice measurement device and a hidden layer that had already started working because the intelligence on the opposite side had failed. Even though all the devices were high-end, they were unable to withstand the power of the magic layer, which eventually caused them all to malfunction. The first obstacle on the way was two guards who met on Choi Han's road, not expecting to see anyone on the territory. The blonde couldn't count on the fact that the drawn sword would make no impression on his opponent, who would quickly be able to counterattack. Literally, one successful swing of the sword and the armored guard was lying on the ground, his sword too far away to pose a danger. His actions were quick and unpredictable, so even an experienced knight didn't stand a chance. Instead of a precise blow that would have deprived him of vital functions, he delivered only a temporary blow to the neck to immobilize and silence the blonde, as he had promised, avoiding any bloodshed. After a brief skirmish, Choi Han hoped to continue on his journey, but fate had its own plans for the development of events. A group of guards appeared in front of the dark-haired swordsman, trying to quickly navigate the alarming situation, thinking that they were at least numerically superior. To avoid another bloodbath that would delay them unduly, the red-haired aristocrat uttered a short command consisting of the single word, fog. Then, from the void, On, who was the representative of this force, emerged, spreading fog in the air behind him, distorting the situation and confusing it. The knights grouped together, trying to get out of the difficult situation, having absolutely no idea where the fog had come from in the middle of an empty space in 1 second. One of them suddenly met Cale's gaze, hopefully trying to see some answers in his eyes. Cale's figure looked very confident as he had once again managed to trap people, but the job was not done, so there was no second for idle joy. His eyes remained completely calm, as if the situation was completely in his favor, although this was only a deceptive impression and a hidden illusion of control. Suddenly, Choi Han appeared before him with a clear look of confidence. He approached the knights as if he did not sense danger, and his steps sounded confident. The enemy commander ordered 2 knights to attack the boy at the same time, because he was convinced that this way he would be able to catch him by surprise. But imagine his surprise when both swords fell to the ground with a thud, and their owners didn't even have time to move or take a breath. He stared at Choi Han in shock, losing any remaining hope, as before his eyes the young man had dealt with 2 experienced knights in an instant. The blood on the sword after an accurate blow that took down 2 enemies at once showed that they were faced with a true master of combat, dangerous and ruthless. Such a terrifying and at the same time impressive force was unknown even to Cale, who watched the events from the sidelines and tried to assess the scale of what he saw. The knight tried to defend himself and find out what these 2 wanted on his territory, but his pitiful and desperate attempts were fruitless. Choi Han's eyes became bloodshot, and he completely lost control of his actions, turning into a lump of rage that did not see minor obstacles. Without wasting a moment, Cale rushed forward, and only at the last moment did he throw his reliance on Choi Han, thereby adding even more inner strength to him. Their swords clashed in a duel, and the clang of steel echoed around, clearly demonstrating the seriousness of both sides' intentions and the inevitability of battle. But Choi Han's determination and strength were on another level, almost supernatural, and did not leave the enemy even the slightest chance of victory. Inside the dungeon, there was an uncontrollable panic, caused by a malfunction in the crystal layer that was supposed to notify of new arrivals to the territory. The already frightened knight had to face a figure in dark clothing who crept inside so quietly and imperceptibly that he did not have time to react. His warning that one should not approach as there was something scary there had no effect on the behavior of the mysterious young man in black, who moved calmly. Recalling the theses from the book, which discussed Benion's mining of the torture chamber, Cale considered different paths, and in his imagination drew a sequence of actions that could bring him success. There was a danger of provoking an explosion in the cave, which would force even the redhead himself to remain under its rubble, finding other ways of escape, even at the cost of risk. The knight, who was using his last strength to chase away the unwanted guest, was already losing the ability to speak, as the poison was acting surprisingly quickly, and his body was weakening, as if being cut down by an invisible hand. He collapsed to the ground, not having time to utter a word or even make a gesture to stop the stranger who appeared as if out of thin air and brought him death without pity or hesitation. Cale approached the poison-corroded body to make sure of its incapacity and to find something important, because he knew that victory required attention to every detail. He quickly found what he was looking for, namely the key to the room where the dragon was kept, and this discovery gave him confidence, because his goal was now very close. Pulling the key from the armor of the knight, who a moment ago was still busy working on the device, and now lay lifeless on the cold floor, Cale felt an alarming silence. In tandem with talented kittens, he managed to overcome any difficulties and do everything quickly and efficiently, because their unity became the key to a lightning-fast victory. Wandering through the dungeon, they came across the right trail, and this discovery was a relief, because time was passing inexorably, and the enemies could be very close. The three of them found the room they had been searching for so diligently among the vast number of bars that served as protection and at the same time as a trap for those who sought to reach the truth. Before them lay peacefully a mutilated dragon, which had suffered much from its previous master, and its body bore the marks of torment, but now it had a chance to start a new life. The smell of blood and fear permeated the walls of the room, which held in itself an inhuman cruelty directed against the small and defenseless dragon. Cale opened the door with a key and entered, carefully examining the much smaller than expected dragon, which lay mutilated and frightened by everything it had experienced. The atmosphere around made one feel uncomfortable, as it pressed down on the person, conveying all the despair of the imprisoned. He lay helpless, unable to even move, and expected new abuses that had become commonplace for him from the people who were supposed to take care of him. Cale carefully removed the mask from his face, trying to give the animal at least a small reason for the trust it had previously been deprived of through merciless suffering. When he finally opened his eyes, they revealed a magical shade of pure blue that resembled the boundless ocean or the cloudless sky of a hot summer. For Cale, this sight remained painful and unpleasant. Even though the goal had been achieved, his heart clenched with regret and an inner heaviness in his soul. Distracting the kittens who were closely watching the knight, poisoned by their specific poison, the boy quickly ordered everyone to leave while the situation still allowed. They abruptly pulled away and changed their expressions when they saw their master with the rescued dragon in his arms, and this unexpected sight struck their imagination. The tortured animal curled up in the boy's arms, finally finding relief for its exhausted soul and body, which had long suffered from wounds and endless scratches. Cale tried to handle him as carefully as possible, so as not to further damage the dragon's already precarious situation, which barely had enough strength. The cats immediately circled around their new acquaintance, looking him over intently on their animal level, trying to understand the unfortunate creature's condition and intentions. Even without their prompts, Cale perfectly understood the situation of the poor beast, who stubbornly held on, trying to look confident even in an obviously losing situation. In any case, Cale intended to use a healing potion that would instantly bring the dragon to its senses, but before that, there was one small thing that needed to be fixed. First, we had to get rid of the mana control layer on the dragon's neck, so that the potion could work properly and not limit its potential. He shook his head, searching the entire room with his eyes for the things needed for this procedure, wondering how best to approach the frightened survivor. The only thing that hindered his search was a knight, whose body stretched across the floor of the room, obscuring any possible hiding places. The dragon also had mixed feelings, especially when he saw the guard who had tolerated violence against him and sometimes committed it himself, lying unconscious. Scrambling along the walls, Cale looked for a secret passage for Benian to escape, which he was sure was being laid just in case, and the kittens interacted more and more openly with the blonde. The book said that Benian was very afraid of an attack from outside, so he made a secret escape tunnel in case of it. Even his servants were unaware of this passage. He was so paranoid, and the passage was hidden in a particularly smooth part of the wall that Cale was actually looking for. Treading carefully and carefully examining the walls, he tested them by touch in search of the smoothest and most atypical elements. He came across a piece that definitely contained something important, and if he struck it with enough force, he could get outside, bypassing the complex entrance system. He was Choi. When he had a chance to look around to understand the situation, his eyes took on a surprised expression. Everything around, from the mutilated dragon which twisted its face, to the pain that sharp movements caused it, ending with a motionless body, cheerful kittens swarmed around him, shocking him, although outside things were happening much more cruel than that. However, what caught his eye most was the dragon that hid its eyes and personified the mockery and superiority of the aristocracy towards the weaker. Cale pulled him out of his thoughts to report on the situation on the street, and Choi Han merely confirmed the agreement, according to which the servants were to be allowed to escape, and the armed men were to be left motionless. He deserved praise for his accuracy from the redhead, who wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible, for which he called the guard with a hand gesture. Knowing the dark-haired man's level of strength, he asked to punch him in the weak spot, where the passage to the secret tunnel was located, which they simply needed now. But Cale immediately warned him not to hit with all his strength, so that the cave could stand intact after this blow, because Choi Han could not do that. He advised him to hit as if he wanted to break a wall only 10 centimeters thick, and for the dark-haired man it was quite easy, and Cale had to agree with that. The rich man from a prominent family thought that the blow, which was completely impossible for him, was only a light blow for Choi Han. The guy was waiting for a blow when the guard started to swing, trying not to put too much force into it. In a split second, a devastating blow rang out, ready to instantly destroy the barrier between them and the tunnel. In its place now appeared a huge hole, just large enough for an adult to crawl through, and at the same time the kittens and the dragon. The cats were absolutely impressed by Choi Han's demonstration of strength, which, willy-nilly, now caused only delight in the furry creatures. Having lit a torch to illuminate the dark tunnel, they were about to leave the fortress, which they had illegally entered at the cost of good planning and effort. The kittens chose Choi Han's shoulders while the dragon was in Cale's arms, and then they moved off, taking what was most valuable they could. Under cover of night, they went outside, finally finding themselves far from possible pursuit by the remnants of the guards. Cale placed the dragon on the ground so that it too could experience the longed-for freedom from the endless bars and locks that had held it before. The guy was thinking hard about what he should do next, so as not to miss any opportunities and emerge victorious from the situation. Cale did not like the dragon's gaze, full of fear and submission, to which he had become accustomed during years of torture from Benian, because those eyes were inappropriate at the moment of help. Although the dragon itself was interesting to him, from the perspective of how he knew how to fight and not give up even in a cruel world, unlike Kim Rok-soo, who eventually gave up. He called out to the animal, attracting the attention of already wary eyes that could not perceive a human hand as one extended with help, not violence. Cale took out a huge pair of scissors that would help him put the finishing touches on this adventurous adventure they had organized. The guy had a certain look, intending to carry out his plan with a clear, deliberate move so as not to irritate the little animal too much. Choi Han, Hong, and On held their breath, not taking their eyes off Cale, who no longer felt like acting under such moral pressure from the audience. But there was no turning back. so he abruptly grabbed the collar with the mana-retaining layer hanging from the dragon's neck. Grabbing him sharply, he quickly snapped the scissors to save the little one from unnecessary suffering. The dragon narrowed his eyes in fear, because usually such sudden movements meant that a resounding blow would be heard in a moment, but there was none. In surprise, he opened his eyes, gathering the courage to look around and understand the atypical behavior of the person next to him. In front of him, to one side, lay a broken collar that had previously been permanently attached to his neck by the decision of past owners or executioners. The glow from the layer that released the accumulated mana was dazzling, and at the same time emphasized the unusual color of the dragon's eyes, giving them an even more unique hue. Cale himself was watching the collar with interest, and at the same time watching the animal's reaction, trying to understand the situation. Realizing that everything was going well, he returned to his usual image and distantly threw a question to the dragon, who was looking at him intently. Cale knew perfectly well what awaited him after contact with the collar, so he carefully prepared gloves for protection. Since the layer was still under tension, gloves were a necessity for both him and Choi Han, who had to pick up the broken artifact. There was an inexplicable atmosphere of wariness and suspicion between the three of them, as every step seemed to create sparks in a magnetized field. But despite their extreme caution, Cale and Choi Han didn't have much time to think, so they quickly moved on to the next stage of the plan. It was necessary to give a nourishing potion, which could now act without the restriction of the collar, to instantly heal the dragon from the numerous wounds that were commonplace. He still couldn't fully trust and remained aggressive towards Cale, even though he had spent a lot of effort and a considerable amount of money to save the dragon. Leaving aside politeness, he roughly, but without causing pain, grabbed the animal's muzzle to prevent it from making unnecessary movements. A parallel impulse flashed through his mind, which until recently had been his reality when this gesture meant ever more torture from Benian. But instead, Cale poured a potion into its mouth that was supposed to rid the dragon's body of the effects of subjugating it to a mad aristocrat. With a hint of irritation in his voice, he continued to infuse the potion, hoping that he would be able to recover as quickly as possible, even though he was annoying with his resistance. In a moment, a strange glow appeared around, spreading throughout the entire area, spreading more and more with each breath. The source of the light was the dragon, who was quite surprised by the sensation the potion caused in his mutilated body. Magically, the scratches on his wings began to disappear, as if the marks of torture that had so tormented him had never been there. The same applied to the paws, the head, and the whole body, which, along with the treatment, gained relief and peace. Little by little, the seeding subsided and the healing process came to an end, leaving behind feelings that were difficult to describe and understand logically. The dragon could not comprehend the new situation, which was based on freedom from past owners and the body's ability to function fully. His eyes were filled with unforgettable and incomprehensible emotions, and his head felt like it was about to explode from the whirlwind of thoughts that raged inside. He was brought out of his trance by Cale, who was confident in his ability to speak human language, since dragons are the most intelligent and proud creatures. The boy looked at the little boy through the glass of the bottle and asked what he would do with his freedom, since he was now ready to choose his own destiny. Timidly opening his mouth to respond, the dragon struggled to find words, apparently confirming Cale's theory about his exceptional abilities. He chose the only correct answer in the situation that pleased both himself and Cale, namely, allowing himself to finally live and not survive as before. Returning to his proud state, he declared that he would run away because he did not want to be tamed again, bemoaning himself for the same fate. Cale supported this decision, as in his opinion it was logical and consistent, and most importantly, consistent with the nature of the creature before him. The words, as if Cale had no intention of taking the dragon, shocked him, as he remained wary and suspicious. The animal accused the boy of lying, based on intuition developed by a difficult life and sensitivity to people. He shouted in despair, as if people could only lie, to which Cale briefly agreed, since he himself often resorted to such a method. But now it had nothing to do with him, since the dragon was free to do as it pleased, and the young man reminded the frightened creature of this. The dragon, who was only now beginning to realize his happiness, looked with delight at his savior. In parting, Cale only said with a smile that the dragon was free, taking pleasure in this fact, since he was the cause of such a change. So the redhead, along with a team of assistants, turned around to return to the courtyard because their time was limited. With their actions, they managed to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, both by annoying Benyon, who would surely be furious at the news, and by protecting the village from the dragon's wrath in the future. Another important detail was that using the example of the dragon, Choi Han could realize the meaning of freedom, its importance, and necessity. In Cale's opinion, everything was going perfectly, since the dragon wouldn't come after them, which made him very happy and relieved him of the additional responsibility. The dragon is stuck in the cage of his own beliefs about the evil of humans and their hatred for them, despite recent events. Even the glass of potion that saved him didn't convince him otherwise, but he remained convinced that people were bad, no matter what. The kittens, full of instincts, felt that someone was watching them, thereby believing that the dragon would change its decision to flee into the distance. They had already planned for the arrival of a younger brother, as it was subject to their feelings, but Cale thought it was nonsense that had no sufficient basis. It seemed obvious to him, since dragons are freedom-loving animals, with an instinct that did not allow them to become attached to humans, and even more so, they tortured the baby, which did not add love to his heart. There was no point in the brother and sister arguing with the owner, so they decided to quietly exhale and agree with Cale, even though deep down they had the opposite opinion. The moon illuminated their path, simultaneously emphasizing the magnificent starry sky, which captivated and did not leave anyone indifferent. When they reached a safe area far enough away from the cave, Cale ordered the lair to be dug up and brought to the kittens, who had left it there. And he and Choi Han could only wait for their return, being careful not to encounter any unnecessary witnesses under cover of night. Sensing the tension, Cale placed a hand on the dark-haired man's shoulder to diffuse the atmosphere and support the guard, who was clearly worried about something. Today was the first time he had to save someone, and he decided to praise him for his considerable efforts, which helped in realizing his goal. Although he had previously had to fight mountain bandits, it was difficult to call it rescue, but rather protection out of duty. Choi Han's face clearly showed surprise and confusion, which made him stare silently at one point, not daring to say anything out loud. Cale mentally summed up to himself that even though events had changed, it was not the village that had to be saved, but the dragon, and there was no global difference. The pause was interrupted by Choi Han, who finally spoke up, while addressing the red-haired aristocrat in an interested voice that, in a way, moved even the cold Cale. But the question that was asked suddenly changed the boy's expression, as it was based on what the decision would be if the dragon wished to join them. Cale immediately cut off that this was impossible and would definitely not happen under any circumstances. But Choi Han asked him to think abstractly if it did happen. This made the guy think, as he really hadn't considered such a possibility, which seemed practically unreal to him. To be honest, it was an unexpected question that could have caught him off guard, even though he was a thoughtful strategist like Cale. Choi Han could only warn him not to run too far for safety reasons, which he still had to ensure. Cale himself didn't understand why this question caused such a violent reaction in him, trying to find a compromise between common sense and a sudden idea. Finally, they finished their business and returned to the inn, quite tired and eager to give their bodies a well-deserved rest. Cale slept peacefully after a very long day, which was eventful and left many topics for reflection. When suddenly the paw of a dragon, which was enveloped in a seed of mana, no longer limited by the collar, stepped onto the windowsill. He settled down more comfortably and closed his eyes, as if trying to subconsciously feel the energy of the place he had arrived at. Holding in his paws an empty bottle of the magic potion that had given him the regeneration of his body, he looked at the boy who had saved him a few hours ago and had asked for nothing in return. The morning began with a terrible headache, reminiscent of yesterday's drunken evening and meeting with Choi Han. Any liquid was of the utmost value to him when he was hungover, even if it was Ron's lemonade, so he drank a mug of the drink without hesitation. He had been out of his mind yesterday, so he hadn't noticed the effect, and now that the high had come, the young man felt terrible, and on top of that, he couldn't sleep because he felt like someone was staring at him. But it was necessary to complete all the cases related to yesterday's events, so he asked if the guard had dealt with them. Choi Han did exactly as his master had said, erasing their tracks on the way back and leaving deceptive ones that led west to confuse them. The dark-haired young man could not understand their actions, so he decided to clarify directly and without secrets whether they were currently in the same middle of the road that Cale had spoken about. He confirmed his words and noted that the next destination was the city of Possil, where they should disperse in different directions. The guy explained that up until this point they had been driving for a long time, as they had passed by mountains, but now the road to the capital itself was flat and allowed them to quickly cover the remaining distance. Choi Han could not hold back and decided to confess to the action, which he had not clarified with Cale in advance. He said that he was going back to check on the Viscount's villa they had been to the night before, which surprised the redhead. He saw a whole troop of knights there, confused and trying to understand what had happened and who had caused the destruction. Cale assumed that they had most likely gone to report what had happened, but he didn't understand what was going on. But Choi Han continued hesitantly, constantly pausing. The most surprising thing was that the secret passage from the cave through which they left was blown up, even though they didn't do it. The thing was that it affected not only the passage but also the exit, the trees, and the surrounding land, which was in complete chaos for some inexplicable reason. It took Cale a brief second to guess what could have caused such a phenomenon, but almost immediately he blurted out that it was the work of a dragon, without the slightest hint of doubt in his voice, as if it were an irrefutable fact. The kittens and the guard were completely shocked, but could not believe what they heard. Cale only briefly noticed that the unconscious people they left behind after the raid were lucky to escape the wrath of the dragon, who was now probably afraid and hiding. Smiling, he understood that these actions were provoked by nothing more than a desire to help the rescuers, to destroy the magical devices and secure the passageway from prying eyes. Although Choi Han felt the power of the dragon's mana, it was unexpected and shocking to him, as in his eyes the dragon was just a tortured child. Cale countered that this was an outrageous understatement for a dragon, and if that was all the dark-haired man wanted to talk about, then he should leave. In parting, the aristocrat asked if he would like to take a nap before the journey, expecting that he too had not had time to recover from the stormy night. Choi Han politely declined as he had to help Bykros, leading Cale to believe that they had gotten along on friendly terms. He immediately turned dark and rudely refused, noting that they didn't get along at all, but for some reason he had to help. This expression was something new to Cale, who was fortunate not to have seen such detachment and mixed emotions in the guard's face until now. The boy's last instruction was for Choi Han to find Hans and convey the request to prepare a table with alcohol and snacks, which surprised the dark-haired man. Cale glanced at his watch to gauge the reaction of the guard, who clearly didn't support such an idea, and his cold silence spoke louder than words. Although the clock had not yet struck 12, he had to overcome a severe hangover, which Choi Han pretended to be completely unaware of. Soon, Cale decided to go downstairs, hoping to see a table set with food and quality wine, which would at least somewhat calm his inner irritation. Carefully stepping up the stairs, he already felt the future pleasure of the first sip, but suddenly he froze, stopped by a strange sensation and an uneasy atmosphere. Choi Han, who was walking ahead, froze and seemed to even stop breathing for a few seconds, causing complete incomprehension in the surprised rich man. When he finally looked up and took in the new scenery, he realized that events had taken an unexpected turn, and the situation was much more serious than he had thought. Before them stood the vice-captain, talking to one of the many knights, the same ones they had encountered at night, hiding under the strange costumes of the group. The sudden encounter threw Choi Han off balance so much that he froze in place and could no longer move, looking nothing like an experienced swordsman. Cale had to stir him and bring him to consciousness, to calm him down and restore his ability to act, because such strange weakness was completely uncharacteristic of a guard. Choi Han admitted that he had underestimated the knight, because he had put so much force into the blow that he should have been unconscious for a day, and now he was back on his feet. This discovery was unpleasant for the guard, who had never encountered similar circumstances, where his power was not as undeniable as usual. He only concluded that next time he needed to use even more force, which didn't surprise Cale at all, who had long been accustomed to such methods of the guard. Cale left him and headed to the dining room, where he was finally going to get the alcohol he wanted with snacks, hoping that it would at least lift his spirits a little. An old man entered the room with a bottle of alcohol, which the redhead had praised so much last night. In doing so, he provoked a reaction in Cale, who, the longer he looked at him, the more he thought about something that wasn't immediately obvious. He complimented him as a talented salesman who managed to accurately understand the customer's need during a morning hangover. In the background, he could hear echoes of the vice-captain's conversation, where he was talking about the events of the previous evening, namely the buffet arranged by the host for the accompanying guests. He noted that no one had left the inn's grounds, and expressed indignation at such detailed inquiries from the Viscount's men. The knight explained that a thief had broken into the villa yesterday and stolen several expensive items, so he just wanted to make sure that this had also affected the wealthy guests. Cale happily drank the nectar straight from the bottle, noting to himself that stealing a dragon in a sense fell under the classification of theft. Having drastically changed the tone of the situation, he hit the table with a bottle, disturbing the general calm and drawing all attention to himself. This caused a stir among the people in the room, whose conversation, although on a controversial topic, remained fairly balanced. As if feeling the first flush of heat and alcohol haze, Cale shouted at them, not understanding why they were staring at him. The vice-captain took a defensive stance and tactfully explained to the guest that the host could not fully wake up without drinking something strong in the morning. Continuing to justify his host, he noted that after yesterday's feast, he needed something to cure his hangover, which brought an ambiguous smile to the face of the knight from the Viscount. Cale, who of course deliberately staged this scene, decided in this way to divert the suspicions that had definitely flashed through the mind of the knight Viscount. He thought that, having understood his stupidity, he would not believe in the possibility of such a filigree theft by an ordinary aristocrat without ambitions, who only enjoys the privileges of his own wealth. He hoped that Benian, after learning about the events, would not even consider him as the culprit, since it was almost impossible to find a connection between him and the secret group they were using as a cover. Snapping out of his thoughts, he took one last look at the bottle and turned to Ron, who of course was always nearby in the background. He asked the old servant to bring tea with honey and lemon, which apparently helps with a hangover more than another dose of alcohol. With a mug of hot drink in his hands, Cale reflected that even if they followed the trail left behind, they wouldn't find anything useful, due to the well-planned operation. The boy was very pleased that, along with his joy, Benian was nervous somewhere, choking with anger and racking his brains over who could have done such a thing. Taylor Stan came to mind, a man whose name caused confusion and mixed feelings in many. Although he was known in the Marquis family for his sharp mind, it was enough for a lower body injury to paralyze him, and not without the help of Brother Benian, they put a cross on him. He spent every day in solitude, searching through all possible books for some way to get back on his feet, but none of the books described the power that could help him. When despair fell upon him, he accidentally found a small clue in a bookstore where he did not expect to find anything worth noting. It spoke of rebirth and a stone obelisk, vaguely hinting at the information he needed. But the problem was that the book was written in an ancient language, and only these two incomprehensible words could be deciphered. It was hard to tell what exactly they meant, but the distraught tailor immediately headed to the place where the echoes of the solution indicated. Meanwhile, Cale's carriage finally got back on track after a rest at the inn, which had been considerably delayed, gaining momentum on the way to the capital. Cale was looking thoughtfully out the window when the kittens, tired of the monotony, asked if they should expect a break today. He agreed, adding that from today onward they would arrange passes for the horses to rest. He understood that if he wanted to get to Posel, he had to follow a strict schedule without being late for the plan, and he was very keen on his visit there. He knew that an ancient power was hidden there, something like his unbreakable shield, so his interest was growing before his eyes. This was the energy of the heart so carefully sought by Taylor, who hoped to regain his physical form by acquiring it. Cale believed he needed to get her to strengthen his own shield if he couldn't avoid a trip to the capital, even though his conscience told him it would be too cruel to Taylor. Taylor knew that it was a power of restoration and vitality, but he didn't know the key detail that it wouldn't help with injuries sustained before mastering it. So if he even gets it, he will simply fall into despair, finding out the whole truth, which is contrary to his ardent expectations. And the ancient power acquired with such difficulty, unfortunately, will not be able to protect him from his crazy brother Benyon. Of course, the kittens, as usual, couldn't sit still for a second, and they distracted Cale with their comments. Hans told them that there were beautiful stone obelisks that could grant wishes if you made them in front of them. Taking on a pitiful look, they said that if it weren't difficult, they would like to go there with their owner, knowing that it would be difficult to resist such a request from cute animals. He asked what wish they were planning to make, and they replied that they wanted their younger brother, in the form of a dragon, to be with them, but Cale flatly refused. The youngest of the kittens was very upset by the refusal, as he had hoped to see the obelisks with his own eyes and eventually meet the dragon again, but his owner was not moved by tears. Meanwhile, the streets were slowly getting darker. The sun was approaching the horizon and painting the sky and clouds in delicate crimson colors, creating a special atmosphere. They made the promised stop and got out of the carriage, stretching their tired muscles that had become stiff from sitting for so long in the confined space of the road. Rejoicing at the opportunity to rest a little and take a deep breath, they walked towards their destination, not expecting anything bad at all. The next morning, they were greeted by the eerie sight of a deer, its body lying just outside the camp without explanation, left by an unknown and dangerous perpetrator. The three men looked at him and could not understand how to interpret such a find, which did not fit into the framework of common sense and predictable things. Cale noticed strange symbols nearby and tried to put them together to understand at least the approximate meaning hidden in this disturbing message. His body immediately tensed, because such marks ruled out the possibility of coincidence, instead hinting at a deliberate and very dangerous plan. The symbols indicated that they had been left by someone who knew the language but could not write properly, a circumstance that greatly disturbed and troubled Cale. Choi Han, instead, reacted with a simple smile, and even in such a situation remained simple-minded, as if he saw no threat in the events at all. He pretended that he didn't understand anything either, and didn't know where the body came from, even though he was on the night watch and had seen much more. His first thought was that it was the work of a dragon, for the text was so clumsy and uncertain that it did not at all resemble human writing. However, Cale decided to pretend he didn't understand anything and postpone his thoughts until later so as not to reveal his own thoughts to others prematurely. The situation repeated itself at the next halt, where they were met by a wolf lying next to similar symbols, like a marker of an invisible pursuer. It seemed to Cale that all he had to do was play dumb and not react, and then the threat would pass, but there was no end in sight to such provocations. The same scenario repeated itself over and over again, and even he himself could not come up with a proper way out, which only caused worse anxiety. The situation was terrible, and the boy hoped that the dragon would be smart enough not to follow them all the way to the palace. But to Choi Han, the situation seemed cute, because it showed the dragon's childlike purity, but Cale was sure that the dark-haired man's opinion would change if he saw the dragon pulverize an entire mountain. He remembered the words about hating people who didn't fit in with Cale's current actions and expectations, thinking that he would grow up and destroy the Marquisate of the Walls. If he had done so, peace in the lands of Zenitus would have been preserved for a longer period, giving him a precious chance to live a measured life. Eventually, they reached the city where the paths of Cale and Choi Han were supposed to diverge, but the cute, furry creatures were only interested in the view of the settlement. They were fascinated by the presence of a stone obelisk on every house, and Cale dryly added that this city was famous for them. The group was clearly divided into two categories: the lonely Cale, who was not very involved as a traveler, and the enthusiastic kittens with Choi Han, who enjoyed every interesting building. They had reached almost the center of the city, so they needed to find a place to stop and rest that would suit Cale as well. His meticulous gaze fell on one of the houses, which he suggested for the large number of accompanying people. Hans agreed, pointing to the lull before the stone obelisk festival, which contributed to the low prices, while also wondering how there were so many of them in an area where there were so few stones. They entered the house with a confident step, simultaneously discussing the origin of the obelisks in the city, which had long attracted the attention of travelers. Hans said he knew the story, and it was very old, sad, and instructive, but Cale didn't want to listen to it if the story promised to be too long. The footman could not stop long, intriguing introductions, calling it either a story or a legend handed down from ancient times. Cale wanted to avoid an unnecessary flood of information from the talkative lackey, so he asked him to get to the point quickly and not drag it out. Having prepared a glass of wine, the aristocrat prepared to listen to Hans, hoping to glean something truly valuable from this ancient tale. Cale took the first sip and calmly asked the active servant to begin, wanting to finally hear the most important thing in this whole strange story. Elated by the interest in the host's eyes, he assumed a proud look and solemnly proceeded to the beginning of the legend about their current city. Hans decided that the story would make a good impression on the host, and anticipated that he would be pleased with his activity. The city they were in now had been abandoned by God, left to its own devices, which made its past even more dark and disturbing. This fact made a strong impression on Cale, for he had never heard anything like it before, and he immediately plunged into new disturbing thoughts. He imagined a dark aura that hovered over the streets of the city at that time, instilling fear in the inhabitants, as if fate itself wanted to leave them without hope. Hans ironically noted that Cale would have known this fact long ago if he had studied history more carefully, instead of avoiding lessons in favor of partying. Cale almost started to scold him for his mockery, but the servant only politely noted that it was one of the most important functions of a footman to tell unknown facts. Hans returned to the story, noting that he did not know for what reason the god had abandoned this city, and why the inhabitants were left to their own devices. And after that, the townspeople consulted and began to build stone obelisks, wanting to convey prayers and requests to the god to beg for his return. Cale, intrigued by the beginning, asked if this wish had come true, and if they had been heard by the celestial power that the inhabitants so sought to please. But unfortunately, the answer was unfavorable, and no prayer worked on the offended god, who stubbornly refused to return. It was for this reason that there was no temple or shrine in the great city, for the inhabitants had lost faith in his favor and forgiveness. Cale suggested that if the god had abandoned them, there was no point in building temples in his honor, and asked Hans if he had understood the situation correctly. The lackey, having learned from past experience, began to praise him, saying that he understood everything even without training, but Cale knew that this was flattery. But be that as it may, he continued to explain the emergence of obelisks, which have now become a symbolic promise and testimony to human faith. It was a promise that involved both mutual support for each other and an internal oath to oneself that added meaning to each stone. Cale did not fully understand the meaning and demanded additional explanations from Hans, wanting to know what promise the legend was about. The servant explained that a person who achieves what he wants must destroy his obelisk, which he had built so long and persistently before. It was an interesting story, and it showed the city from a new perspective for the red-haired rich man who had not expected to hear such unexpected details. Hans liked the belief and agreed with it, because in his opinion, one should always achieve one's desires through one's own efforts. Cale, he realized that the destruction of the stone obelisk meant, in a sense, victory over oneself and confirmation of the power that had helped both build something independently and devalue it in favor of a greater achievement. He liked that they built them not out of an attempt to please God, but for their own understanding and fulfillment. It was a simple promise to myself that I had found a physical outlet so as not to rely on higher powers to accomplish goals that were ephemeral. Hans agreed, feeling a little sorry for the townspeople who had been betrayed by God, but admiring the motivational ideas of their history and way of life. He ordered Hans to look down, although the servant did not understand such a sharp change in his master's mood. He had to follow the instruction. When he looked down, he saw two angry, furry creatures staring mercilessly straight into the soul of the surprised Hans. Their appearance was truly menacing, and they expressed complete discontent on their faces, which dispelled the dark aura around them. Hans, trying to smooth over the differences which he knew how to do as a good servant, asked them what had made them so angry and whether he could bring them some dried meat to improve their mood. But his attempts were in vain, for the problem was not hunger or meat, as Cale, who remained on the sidelines, knew. The little kittens wanted to make a wish at the stone obelisk, to admire it and get what they wanted, which Hans could not provide. The footman could not quell their anger, even promising to bring many delicious dishes to put them in a positive mood. He asked the young owner if he could leave, and he allowed him not to even return, as he wanted to be alone. Ignoring Cale's ironic remark, the servant ran to get food for the kittens, promising to return in a moment. Cale lazily looked at his glass of wine, thinking about the legend he had heard and trying to use it to his own advantage. To finally calm down and really rest, he asked Ron to leave too, and not stand there with his gaze scanning the room. The old servant merely inquired whether the bodyguard in the person of Choi Han would leave the main group in 2 days, and received an affirmative answer. Cale, in a wave of pleasant mood, ironically asked him if he would like to go with him and if he would miss the young man. There was a visible irritation and dislike in Ron's eyes, which he didn't try to hide for a moment, but then it returned to its usual expression. With a perfectly practiced smile, he blurted out that he couldn't leave his young master because he liked to be always around, pronouncing every sound with a surge of atmosphere. Besides, in his opinion, it would be better for them to go with Choi Han, but if things look like this, then they should discuss a lot before leaving. With a quiet chuckle, Ron added cautiously that his son B-Cross would miss the dark-haired swordsman, obviously speaking figuratively. The increasingly cheerful host said that in the capital they would be able to make up for everything they had lost, because the separation would not be long, and mentally added that after that they would be lucky enough to spend time in the kingdom of Rosalind. Ron played along with Cale's cheerfulness, promising to look forward to their next meeting in the capital with the good-natured Choi Han. In the end, the experienced servant said that his only wish was to reach his final destination safely. Cale absolutely did not believe the sweet words of the servant, who seemed cruel to him to the point of stupidity, and drove him away because his head was already starting to hurt from the tension sown by Ron. Satisfied with his victory in the little verbal battle, the footman bowed and left the room, leaving Cale with mixed feelings about himself. Several hours passed, and the sun cast its rays more and more lazily and softly on the walls through the windows, wanting to quickly hide behind the horizon. The general atmosphere of a lazy, pleasant day was interrupted by the tears of the kittens, who were lied to by the servant Hans, which drove them almost to hysterics. Ignoring the fuss they were making, Cale pondered the story that was the key to finding what he needed. The power of heart energy that he so desired was left behind by an ancient person who had died of old age at the impressive age of 150. But his problem was that he interpreted his exceptional power as a curse, not drawing from it properly. The upset kittens wanted to follow the focused Cale to strike a second blow to his feelings, hoping to make him feel better and gain access to the obelisks. At the door, he was met by a frightened Hans, carrying a mountain of packages in his hands and almost falling to the ground from the owner's sudden movement. It was difficult to break the awkward pause created by the servant's foolish move, but Cale's determined look spoke of new adventures. He put on his outerwear, which meant going outside the house where they were staying, which was already building a little intrigue. He briefly said that he wanted to go see the stone obelisk, which amused the kittens, who were so eager to see him. Cale ordered that only he and Choi Han would go, and at the same time he would capture On and Hong so that they wouldn't cry in his ear. In his head, he was going over the story of the old man who had served as the beginning of the power he was seeking, who wanted to build a stone obelisk in the place where wishes were gathered. It was necessary to look at a place that had been under construction for over 100 years, but had never reached its final form. It was of fundamental importance for the young man to find out what the old man, who had been faithfully laying stone upon stone for a century, so fervently desired. Although the desire did not directly affect him, he wanted to examine the obelisk in advance to understand what he was dealing with. He set out to make it great, given the circumstances that had arisen in such a demanding way. The sun seemed to shine brighter every second, creating a warm and friendly atmosphere that was impossible to recreate. Following the entourage consisting of Hans, Choi Han, and the kittens, Cale got closer and closer to the desired place, grasping at the echoes of history. Since they had gone out during the day, the sun was still shining brightly, which hindered their journey a bit, making its conditions difficult. His attention was drawn to a figure that was almost impossible to see amidst the bright rays, but he strained his eyes to see it. The young man's gaze caught the attention of Choi Han, who didn't know who his master was looking at so intently. He finally managed to identify the people nearby, and they were not very welcome visitors to him. The eldest son of the Taylor family sat peacefully in the stroller, and the assistant needed in his position was Cage, who served in the temple. Since all he knew about them was a description of their appearance, he decided to listen more carefully to the conversation that was taking place between them. The girl explained their presence here by saying that she had been dreaming about this place for several nights in a row, so it seemed to her as if God was sending her some kind of sign that she should check out. She continued to argue that someone capable of helping them had appeared here, so they hurried here because God cannot predict what that person's next actions would be. It was strange to the aristocrat that there were people whose actions even God could not guess. The girl was absolutely direct, calling most of God's words nonsense, but there was always a chance for success. Taylor was surprised by the girl's behavior, believing that her gift of hearing the voice of God must have been a great secret. She reassured herself that no one from the temple could hear her in this city, due to their lack there, while at the same time devaluing the role of talent in her own life. Cage definitely didn't take the skill too seriously and spiritually, because she managed to think about food at such a moment. However, the aristocrat was no saint, despite his angelic appearance, suddenly wanting to drink beer. She joined in on the gastronomic fantasies, adding a hint of smoked pork to the drink that would complement it so well. They were good together because they managed to maintain a balance between responsibilities and rest, so the tandem remained mutually enjoyable. The guy pointed to what he thought was the perfect place where they could satisfy their needs, laughing happily at the situation. Cage agreed, and, humming melodies, led the host's carriage to the chosen location, unaware that they were being closely watched. Cale remembered their faces, which gave him more freedom and freed his hands, because information was his main weapon. Since they didn't know the guy personally, it was enough to avoid direct confrontation to remain anonymous. Hans decided to inform the host who they had just seen, unaware of Cale's knowledge. He caught the fool in time and asked how the servant knew this and whether he had any arguments for this theory. Hans proudly boasted that all available information about aristocrats from any family was stored in his head like a good servant. He had only to pay attention to the carriage, where the snake, which was the emblem of the Wall family, stood out. Cale honestly admitted that the servant was really smart, even though he looked like an ordinary fool, which he managed to cheer up Hans with. They had to figure out how to behave with a representative of a prominent family, the second on their journey. Cale took the necessary pause and defined their interaction as simple ignoring, wanting to avoid unnecessary contact. After a short conversation, they finally reached the dream location of the stone obelisk, which the kittens had almost dreamed of. In Cale's imagination, this place had seemed much grander and more valuable, so a wave of disappointment washed over him. Although he had not imagined anything grandiose and worthy of the title of a work of art, what he saw completely disappointed him. The same opinion was held by Hong and On, who vainly hoped to join them after such suffering. The expressions on the faces of the other men in the company were not too pleased either, but they refrained from making harsh comments. Choi Han even moved closer to the obelisk, as if to make a wish on me, according to the beliefs in the city. Closing his eyes, he placed his hands on the stone, as was customary, with something unknown to others in mind. Cale could only assume that his desire was to return to his homeland, because they were fundamentally different. The source of his kind heart and strength to survive in any situation was the good, loving family he came from. Although there was a huge difference between them, Cale was a kind of guide and authority for the swordsman to turn to. Actually, he wanted to ask something and request something from the red-haired aristocrat, because he had a habit of relying on him. This gave Cale a bad feeling, so he would have preferred to hear the question first and the request later, so he would know what to expect. Instead of an impressive and unexpected thesis, he received only a question about whether the rich man would make a wish if they found themselves in such a symbolic place. To which Cale replied that he was not attracted to any wish-fulfilling spells, no matter where they occurred or what they were associated with. For him, desires were something that simply inflated expectations, not a magical source of strength and inspiration. Life seemed much easier without them. In his opinion, it was just unnecessary dispersion and elevation, from a height from which it was painful to fall. He compared the process to winning the lottery, which feels like unearthly luck when you have no expectations, and a complete defeat when you are aiming to hit the jackpot. Hans, who was eager to flatter his master, praised his wisdom, but Cale remained impervious to his words. To get rid of the annoying servant, he suggested that he take a look around the place, to which Hans cheerfully agreed. He took the kittens with him and led them deeper, closer and closer to the obelisks, finally leaving Cale alone. When they were alone, Choi Han announced that he had a report for the host concerning their past adventure. He said that the dragon had followed them, but Cale quickly stopped him, telling him to pretend he didn't know. Cale tensed sharply, not wanting the situation to develop in this direction, and he pondered the appropriateness of these actions. He wanted to believe that the kid wasn't really doing this, but in his mind, he understood that it was an illusion, and the words were true. But the situation cannot be changed by standing idly by and worrying about it, so he decided to leave. Following the servant and the animals, he tried to wrap his head around this problem and quickly find a solution. In the middle of the endless desert, the sand of which caressed my feet with its warmth, which I gained from the sun, it was perfectly empty. Suddenly, a strange footprint caught his eye, definitely not typical of a human foot, but it was obvious to him who had left it. In the middle of the glorious place, the dragon stood proudly in his own person, shattering all the plans Cale had made for him. The next day, the aristocrat decided to go to the grave of a man who had lived for 150 years and served as the basis for the formation of power. He decided to take only Choi Han with him so as not to have too much company. He would have gone alone, but he understood that he would not be let out without security, and dark-haired people were synonymous with security in their circles. The vice-captain didn't dare contradict his host, so he just nodded briefly, approving Cale's decision. Hans ran as fast as he could to the kittens, whose entertainment was now his responsibility. His foot stepped firmly and confidently because Choi Han's company guaranteed absolute safety under any circumstances. The dark-haired man good-naturedly asked if a new adventure was planned, to understand why they had come to this place. The tone was unpleasant to Cale, who made it sound like he was constantly doing immoral things. The guy pointed his finger at the mountain ahead, which he planned to climb, and allowed the guard to wait at the foot. Choi Han glanced at the peak, but without a clear understanding of his host's motive, he quietly agreed. Cale prepared this answer, but he was already planning to move away from the guard in the indicated direction. This was a perfect trait in Choi Han for the redhead, because he didn't ask unnecessary questions about actions that didn't concern him. Amidst the green forest that contrasted so much with yesterday's desert, the swordsman addressed Cale, speaking softly. He needed to leave his usual company today, according to the first plan they had made back in their hometown. This reminder was unnecessary for the young aristocrat, since he himself had given such an order, and unnecessary sentimentality was not in his style. Choi Han began in a confused manner, as if he had been thinking about it for a long time, and felt he had something to say before saying goodbye. But for Cale, it was a sign that yesterday he had not wanted to report about the dragon at all. With an understanding expression on his face, he asked what the dark-haired man wanted to tell him, not knowing what to expect. And the least expected thing he could think of came out because Choi Han decided to warn him about Ron, a very dangerous person in his opinion. The image of a confident and indifferent host quickly crumbled, as Cale was truly surprised, and did not look like an aristocrat at this moment. Trying to regain his composure, he cleared his throat, wondering whether he should pretend to know or not, hesitating to make the right decision. But in the end, I decided to stick with the image of a clueless person with genuinely round eyes from surprise and an atypical statement. Choi Han exploded with emotion in a second, as he expected a completely different reaction after the words about a man with a dangerous smell of blood and clearly no small amount of experience gained during a turbulent life. At first it seemed to him that he had left him with him deliberately, knowing of his instability and relying on Ron's exceptional skills. Cale mentally summed up that if he had known about this, he would have taken him on the dragon rescue operation. But he didn't, which said something. From this, the conclusion was drawn that he was simply unaware of Ron's power, or did not trust him, but the second option was impossible, since this man had been around for 18 years. Therefore, Choi Han settled on the option that Cale simply did not know about the power of the old servant, who had passed all suspicions. The dark-haired man good-naturedly continued that, in his opinion, both the master and the others were unaware of the servant's power, so he decided to warn about it. Cale stuck to his chosen position until the end, pretending not to know about Ron's secret trait and adopting a casual expression on his face. Choi Han could not calm down and talked more and more about the dark power of the man whom Cale seemed to plan to keep by his side in the future. But the redhead's plans were the opposite. For him, the ideal solution would be to stick Ron to Choi Han in the capital and send the two of them sailing freely. Choi Han remained shocked by the aristocrat's reaction. He could not grasp his train of thought or understand the purpose of asking such strange questions. There was a strange pause between them, while the redhead thought about how to properly teach him in this situation. Cale decided to counterattack, asking why he didn't do anything, knowing how dangerous Ron was, thus putting him in a real bind. Choi Han was confused and didn't have a clear answer to the question. Even after opening his mouth to say something, he changed his mind and just lowered his eyes in embarrassment. He himself had never thought about it, because he didn't see it from that perspective, perceiving Ron as a fixed quantity whose role should not be questioned. Cale noticed that the reason was that Ron hadn't actually done anything threatening, and it was this lack of direct action that made him almost invisible. Yet loyalty for 18 years meant something, because even the slightest doubts did not overshadow the devotion he always demonstrated. because even when he proudly took on the role of vice captain, fulfilling Han's organizational duties, no one was angry with him for his arrogance. Cale directly asked if he felt hatred for the old servant, but Choi Han categorically refused, even offended by such an unexpected thought. But suddenly, he heard an unexpected conclusion, after which his eyes widened in surprise, because such a statement did not fit into his logic of events. According to Cale, Ron and Choi Han were the same to him, as he saw no significant difference between them and considered both to be equal. He continued his attack, pointing to the power within the dark-haired swordsman, which, by his logic, was no less dangerous than that of the mysterious Ron. Cale sincerely declared that he saw no difference between them, while Ron quietly spied on them at this time, skillfully hiding among the dense foliage of an old tree. The boy concluded that Ron was his servant and nothing more, so any warnings about his threatening nature or hidden power would be of no consequence. Cale had little time left, so he decided to end this, in his opinion, pointless conversation, which only distracted from more important matters. As he was leaving Choi Han, he reminded him that the guard must be waiting for him at this very spot, and not to move from it under any circumstances. Choi Han obeyed and remained where he was when suddenly a sharp sound rang out behind him, instantly alerting him and making him look around. It was a delicate and almost silent landing by Ron, who decided to show himself to the boy right now, emphasizing his presence and intentions. Ron confidently stated that the red-haired young man had grown up in his arms as he nursed him and changed the diapers of what was now emerging as a proud aristocrat. By blocking the way with his body, Choi Han created a barrier between Cale's life and Ron, who was sometimes too interested. The dark-haired guard conveyed the will of the master, who told him not to follow in his footsteps, but to wait here for his return. Ron remained with a detached, cold expression, staring blankly into the eyes of the young man before him. But there was nothing left to do but to accept the will of the aristocrat, whose figure with every step was receding further into the unknown fog. Meanwhile, Cale was already far from the conflicts of the servants, leaving behind their petty disputes and hidden grievances, and step by step he was approaching the goal marked on the city map. There he was met by an abnormally small entrance, invisible to most people, behind which hid valuable and long-dreamed-of knowledge, so as a compromise he had to humiliatingly crawl into a narrow crack underground. It was at this moment that he regretted his choice of clothes today, because the sophistication and elegance of the suit did not resonate at all with climbing through narrow holes in the damp soil which left stains on the fabric. But there was no choice, and he understood perfectly well that the less he complained, the more potential results he would achieve, so he restrained himself and moved forward. Having overcome the obstacle and made more effort than he expected, he finally got inside and sighed with relief, realizing that now the way back would be easier. Shaking off his now dirty but still luxurious clothes, Cale felt an unexpected gust of wind on his skin, which gave him a pleasant chill and made him close his eyes for a moment. This was a truly unexpected phenomenon for him, because he did not expect such a feeling in the depths of the cave, and it gave him new, almost exciting emotions from this mysterious place. The wind was so strong that it seemed as if it could knock out stone walls and split vaults, but one could only guess whether the element retained its power even deeper in the bowels of the cave. Cale sweetly mused that Taylor would never have been able to gain the power on his own without proper support from Cage, and this clearly marked the official beginning of their true competition. Suddenly, a scream came from behind, reminding him of a past problem in the face of a dragon that had followed Cale until he was out of sight. The animal loyally wanted to protect the savior, feeling an attachment to him based on gratitude and a duty to repay him for the chance at a new life. Until recently, the dragon had thought that the boy was too weak to go into the depths of the cave on his own, but his expectations were shattered when he saw the translucent wings behind his back. When the redhead finally paid attention to it, the animal was confused and justified its presence as a mere coincidence. Although the boy was irritated by the appearance of the magical creature, He had to concentrate on something else, namely the wind, which changed its strength every 3 hours. The dragon could not believe his eyes, because he considered Cale to be an ordinary, weak, and unremarkable person. But the reality turned out to be more interesting. A terrible wind was raging around, ready to blow everything around, but it was perfect protection for the cave. Amidst this chaos, Cale had his moment of glory, his inner strength now finding a physical outlet and creating a shield around him, separating the young man from the wind. The dragon tried to grasp what kind of power was in Cale's hands, but due to his lack of experience and knowledge, to be fair, he was only 4. He couldn't do it. Walking through the cave, even protected by the power of an unbreakable shield, seemed like a challenge for Cale, because he had to overcome resistance. This was in line with his expectations, for despite the general weakening of the wind, the closer he was to the center, the more it pushed him back, challenging the strength of the shield. Cale had thought about this before, assuming that he wouldn't be able to go very far inland if he kept the same conditions. He hoped that over time, by reducing the size of the shield, he would be able to reduce the overall wind resistance, so at the same time the boy had to learn to control the new force. Stones were flying around, lifted by an incredibly strong wind, but the young man ignored it, feeling secure in the shelter of ancient power. Suddenly, he heard an unknown voice that tore him from his earthly experiences and forced him to sharpen his hearing and concentration to the maximum. Everything around him reminded him of the situation that had occurred with the shield before he had obtained it, so this led him to conclude that he was on the right track. The voice of the ancient power kept repeating it as if it were sorry, which angered Cale, who had already attributed instability and inaccuracy to it. He had already criticized Taylor, who, in his opinion, had bet in vain on this particular force, because it had already seemed pointless to the boy. But still, as he walked further, he heard something new from an unknown voice that addressed Cale as if he were a person possessing a familiar power. Suddenly, the wind intensified dramatically, starting to swirl around Cale's shield, raging like a reflection of the source's emotional state. At the same time, screams were heard, confessing to betraying their comrades and accusing themselves of baseness. The man who served as the foundation for the creation of this force was terribly ashamed that he alone had managed to live to old age and believed that he did not deserve forgiveness. Cale ran to the accompaniment of confessions that came from the depths of the owner's soul, who wanted everyone to survive, but this wish would never come true, which was the reason why he did not finish building the obelisk. Cale noticed that the voice, mixed with tears, sounded as if he was not telling a serious story, but preparing for death. For the young man, this voice was too compassionate and conscientious, so it irritated him, unlike the sincere voice that had previously come from under the tree. But the man did not relent, condemning his own power, which allowed him to save only himself and not the people around him, calling himself a parasitic worm because of this. Although for Cale, it was a perfect reflection of the goal, which was the desire to protect himself, and to be, at least like a worm, but at least alive. When he was only 5 steps away from the obelisk, noticeable cracks appeared on the shield that were impossible to ignore. With each, the man sincerely lamented that rebirth had become his curse, which he hated, and Cale had only a few steps left to overcome. The voice conveyed the idea that no matter how much he feared death, no matter how much he felt pain at the thought of it, his soul was frozen, unlike his heart. The last step was the hardest, and in the background there was an annoying voice of a force that could not get away from the past fear of death. Suddenly the wind disappeared, returning the dreamy calm to the cave in a second, when Cale finally managed to take a few difficult steps. The ancient power admitted that he had to betray his own ideals in favor of survival, but for Cale, it was a basic principle of life, where ideals had no weight. The sight of the mountain of stones, as the obelisk was actually known, was too boring and primitive for the young man, which disappointed his expectations. It looked so bad to him that he even lost the desire to compete with him by building a more beautiful obelisk. Adjusting his gloves, he chose a spot and began building, trying to act quickly and accurately with the stones. Having completed this simple task, he quickly reached the last stone, placing which would complete the symbolic obelisk. When the dragon managed to sneak closer to Cale, a glow appeared around the pile of stones, signifying the birth of something new. The magical creature was too young to quickly grasp the events around it, so everything it saw was surprising, as if it were supernatural. The voice continued the story, moving on to the moment where he was about to fight an unknown person, but did not suspect that the pain was so terrible in its essence, and what finished him off was that none of his companions actually served God. He was left completely alone, remembering that the food he received from the people of the Forest of Darkness and those who called themselves servants of the god always had no taste, which reminded Cale of the story from the tree. Trying to rectify the situation, the man began to build an obelisk, but he did not have the strength to finish the work, and each time he destroyed it, condemning himself for wanting happiness after betraying his comrades. To which Cale just indifferently replied that every person is selfish, breaking the man's grief over his own beliefs. A little time has already passed, which the guy had allocated to complaints about the voice, realizing that it would not leave him alone. Finally trying to find out if he was finished with the dramatic stories, but the voice seemed to be just starting to gain momentum. He said that his sister used to say the same thing to calm him down, because she was a beautiful sister who could not be compared to any other in the world. He compared Cale's indifference to his brother's arrogance, whom he always envied for his ability not to think about the moral point of view. When he finally finished telling the story, he allowed the obelisk to be broken in order to overcome his own limit, which greatly pleased Cale, who could no longer wait for permission. He quickly lifted his foot over the obelisk and happily destroyed the structure he had just built, surprising the dragon, who had difficulty explaining his savior's behavior. A point of light appeared in place of the broken obelisk, filling the entire cave with warmth and energy, reminding Cale of a past experience. As if repeating the already acquired skill of wielding ancient powers, he reached out his hand towards the lair with a cautiously alert expression on his face. He didn't even have time to grab it when he felt a surge of energy that spread throughout his body, filling him with a previously unknown sensation. The sphere dissipated into a formless stream of light that directed its movement towards Cale, planning to penetrate inside in a moment. An arrow of light pierced his body, hitting directly into his heart and filling it with warmth and a life-giving source. Shocked, he clutched his heart to test the reality of what was happening around him and feel the effects on his body. With his eyes closed in pleasure, Cale felt the presence of an ancient power within him, giving him ease and security. Most importantly, the energy made the shield even stronger, strengthening its heart and granting it a new ability to regenerate. Now, even if injured, his regeneration will be much faster than that of an ordinary person, as he is protected by two ancient forces that will take care of the host's condition. After obtaining what they wanted, they and the dragon emerged from the narrow passage of the cave, gradually calming the ardor of their emotions. Cale returned to his normal state, which was characterized by overanalyzing his surroundings, and looked at the dragon. He, in turn, remained dissatisfied and pretended not to want to be there, although he himself pursued the young man throughout the time after gaining his freedom. As soon as Cale asked if the dragon would follow him, it flew up full of enthusiasm and energy, hoping it sounded serious. But he immediately refused, calling the guy a weakling who needed protection, but since he hated people, their paths could not cross. By abruptly disappearing from sight, he showed his instability and susceptibility to emotions to Cale, who viewed it as a theatrical performance. Approaching the foot of the mountain where Choi Han was waiting for him, the boy admired the wild nature around him, which was breathtaking in its exceptional purity. He himself had a disfigured appearance from actively climbing the nooks and crannies of the cave. His posture seemed to have become even more proud, demonstrating the inner strength that now overwhelmed him. he was distracted from his contemplation by a dragon that considered itself invisible among the grass and tried to follow the young man. But his efforts were in vain, as the tracks were still visible and revealed a dragon that had no choice in what to do with Cale. The red-haired young man had to accept that he had even more people accompanying him, even though he didn't want it at all. Choi Han was completely surprised by the appearance of the host, who was always neat and elegant, but now looked as if he had rolled down a mountain. In order not to come up with unnecessary explanations, he agreed, explaining that he had stumbled a little and unfortunately fell into a swamp near the mountain. Meanwhile, in Pazila, that same night, someone was in an extremely angry state, even breaking a liquor bottle out of irritation. Cage behaved in such an unrestrained manner, unable to come to her senses from the thoughts and words that God spoke to her, because there were too many of them for concentration. No matter how hard she tried to pick one thought and develop it, her brain seemed to overflow, and she couldn't outline anything concrete. Out of anger at herself, she destroyed everything around her, throwing furniture and shouting inappropriate words to overcome her overwhelming emotions. Neither Taylor nor the servant behind him had any idea what was happening to the girl or how to calm her down enough to hear a constructive explanation for her behavior. Taylor thought it would be easier for him to uncover the unspoken words from the girl alone, so he asked the servant to leave them for solitude. As soon as he left, the aristocrat turned to Cage, but she refused to listen to him, asking for a little more time. She thought that fresh air might help relieve her thoughts and tension inside, so she went out onto the terrace, hoping to feel some peace. Leaning on the railing, she exhaled, but in surprise agreed with the thoughts that came to her mind. With a crazy smile on her face, she said it was true, although no one understood what she was even talking about. Taylor wanted to understand her train of thought, so he read the sentence next to the obelisk, which spoke of the need to destroy it to fulfill a wish. The girl said she was proposing to destroy it, but the most amazing thing was that it was a vision from God that she heard in her head. The blonde aristocrat did not understand what could be the point in destroying a pile of stones, let alone how the will of God was connected to it. Cage noticed that God had never said such nonsense before, and had generally responded no more than a few times a year, but now he had an incredible interest in the stone obelisk in front of them. God spoke to her that this was a turning point in their lives, clearly putting great meaning into it, which needed to be interpreted correctly. Quoting God, she said that the choice is up to Taylor, and added that if he wants a peaceful life, it's not worth breaking, but the choice is still in his hands. Her attention was drawn to a folded piece of paper under the first stone, which looked like a letter sent in secret. She immediately shared her find with Taylor, suggesting that this obelisk was actually created to convey a letter. In conclusion, she reported that she did not feel any dangerous energy from the stones, so the decision was entirely in the aristocrat's hands. Blonde Taylor thought for a second, and immediately a warm, kind smile appeared on his face, which spoke more than any words. To confirm his determination, he gave only one order, for her to destroy the stone composition with her own hands. The girl accepted his enthusiasm and with one short movement scattered the stones around the terrace, beginning a new stage in their life, if you believe the words of God. Looking at the lonely stones, which had now lost their compositional integrity, the boy in the wheelchair pondered the concept of a peaceful life. For him, this concept was unknown and unnecessary, because his only desire was to heal and continue moving forward towards his goal. In his eye, now that nothing was blocking access to the letter, he picked up the crumpled piece of paper that definitely promised to tell something interesting. The letter stated that the prince, who was the heir to the family, possessed an ancient power that he did not really need. The healing star could fix any injury, but this power was one time, and the prince needed connections and means with which he could restrain the second and third princes before the throne. After reading the short note, the blonde aristocrat agreed that this was a turning point in his life, with a slight smile on his lips. Curious, Cage snatched the letter from his hands without waiting for formal consent, because she knew that the owner was unlikely to object. The author of the letter said that Taylor's legs may be immobile, but his hands and head are fully functioning, listening to him, and most importantly, he has the most valuable thing, his life. The decision rests with him, the Marquis's eldest son, Taylor Stan, who now has a new spark of courage in the face of this message. Taylor planned to leave the lackey in the city and go to the capital with the girl, to which she agreed because she knew he would take care of everything. The guy confirmed her expectations, mentally regretting that he hadn't taken care of everything when he lost his sensitivity and gave himself the opportunity to become disabled. Under the kitten's watchful eyes, the boy said that they should hurry to make it to the reception at the imperial court, and Cage emphasized that they should leave immediately. This couple looked happy together, as if complimenting each other, both externally and internally, and having a great relationship. The youngest of the kittens asked his sister if they could go home now, to which she sweetly agreed, since they had completed the task and were entitled to a night snack. The next morning began with everyone gathering before Choi Han's departure, who carefully checked his belongings to make sure he didn't forget anything important. Cale tried to appear indifferent and not show his inner state, which was even slightly shaken by the departure of the dark-haired guard he had become accustomed to. He asked the guy if the bag on his shoulders was all his belongings that he was taking with him, clearly not expecting such modesty from the future traveler. Choi Han nodded briefly, not even understanding what exactly could have surprised the aristocrat in his answers because it seemed completely natural to him. Cale should have gotten used to the boy's naivety long ago, so he didn't add anything, only showing his understanding of the situation with a light sigh. Amid the atmosphere of the city, which was bursting with bright colors and preparing for the festival, their restrained farewell seemed especially contrasting. Instead of telling him how to live and what to carry with him, the boy received an unexpected bag from the dark-haired man. Choi Han almost automatically caught it, having no idea what to expect inside or why it was so important to Cale. The dark-haired man stopped for a second and didn't dare look inside, but eventually decided to check the contents. When he looked on in absolute surprise, never expecting such care from an aristocrat, to which Cale simply replied that if it wasn't useful, he could throw it away. The redhead didn't know how to say sentimental goodbyes, so he just wished him a safe journey, although in his heart, he wanted to show his gratitude in a different way. Tremblingly clutching the bag in his hands, Choi Han beamed like a child, conquered by such a sincere and sweet gesture from his master. A wide smile of gratitude shone on his face, but in order not to embarrass Cale, he only said quietly that it was time for him to leave. The vice-captain, who was equal in strength to Choi Han, admitted that he had trained well during the journey, so now the dark-haired man could safely entrust Cale to him. Even Ron and B-Cross came to say goodbye to the boy, this time showing their politeness, albeit with a faint hint of mischief. The kittens were the least afraid to show their sincere emotions, saying a warm goodbye to the cute guy they considered a friend. He sat down to pet them and show his love for the animals, which he never hid deep inside, always treating them with tenderness. Regretting that he could not personally touch the dark-haired swordsman, he sent a charge of aura in his direction to at least somehow honor the one who had helped save him. When the aura, blue as the owner's eyes, reached the boy, he felt a strange and sharply pleasant feeling in his soul, as if an impulse had run through his entire body. The dragon, who had somehow managed to make his presence felt in Choi Han's life, closed his eyes and exhaled contentedly, having done everything he could. While Choi Han himself, who already believed that he owed these people and received more and more from them, decided that he simply had to pay back as he should. He gave everyone a sincere smile and said that they would have the opportunity to see each other in the capital, waiting for this moment in their hearts. The day after the dark-haired swordsman's departure, the group also left Posel and headed for the capital, as their time was limited. Cale paid attention with interest to the kittens, who were behaving unusually quietly, as if whispering about something important. Ignoring the attentive gaze from their host, they continued, with something secret in mind. When An finally raised her head and met Cale's gaze, She looked scared and didn't know how to justify herself. The guy immediately saw through them, because the only reason for their violent reaction was a possible encounter with a dragon, which nevertheless took place, judging by their confused faces. Although Choi Han had abandoned him, the dragon was now watching over him, but considering that it was his own wish, there was no point in chasing him away, as it would simply not work. Amidst the enchanting sunset landscape stood a lone carriage with one noble horse drawn by it, hidden among the tall trees. The vice-captain said that he recognized these places and the person who stood before them, although it flashed faintly in his memory. A man dressed as a knight from the side of the carriage asked if they would mind if their camp was located nearby. Cale carefully followed the conversation between the two men to figure out who this mysterious aristocrat was walking alongside them. Despite the modest appearance of the carriage, the man's name was Tom, Knight of the Marquisate of Stane, which certainly did not fit the general atmosphere of what he had seen. These words awakened a real panic in Cale, because he had not anticipated the unexpected meeting in the middle of the road, no matter how much he wanted to avoid it. Tom continued that he had simply seen the coat of arms of the Henituse family, and for that reason had decided to approach them with a request, no matter how immodest it might seem. Sitting in the carriage was none other than Taylor Stan, along with his escort Cage, whom he had managed to avoid meeting in the messenger, but not in the middle of a random road. Cale reflected that it was not enough for one person to leave, but 3 people had come, and not just 3, but exceptional problems that needed to be solved immediately. The first was, of course, the foolish dragon, who thought he had to follow his savior, even though it was actually against his will. Next was a crazy temple maid who accompanied an aristocrat and quietly wished to leave the church. And for dessert, Taylor, who was generally a representative of the Stan family, with whom things never ended well. The guy exhaled quietly and was distracted by a blonde aristocrat who apologized for the unexpected request and warned them that they could leave if they caused any inconvenience. Cale resembled the portrait of a person in front of him whose lower body was paralyzed, after which he became a burden to others and was abandoned by everyone, so submission to the opinions of others and understanding in his eyes were Taylor's habits. Taylor understood that even with the neutrality of Henituse County, it might be risky for the boy to contact him, but Cale simply calmly asked where he was going. Continuing his thought that the territory did not belong to him, and not understanding what the reason for the refusal was, the redhead behaved calmly. The final argument was that they were both on the road, and to deny a person a shared stop would be simply uncivilized nonsense. So Cale extended his hand with respect and a desire to make a new acquaintance, if the situation had already developed this way. He gave his name and background, which surprised Taylor, who was not used to being taken seriously after his injury. Such an unpredictable situation unfolded in a beautiful place surrounded by mountains and forests, which were a pure pleasure for the eye to be in. While regretting that due to his foot situation, he couldn't go out and follow all the cultural rules during the greeting, Taylor seemed sincere and pleasant. Cale was aware of the problem the guy in front of him had, so he simply extended his hand for a handshake, even while sitting. This gesture greatly pleased the boy in the wheelchair, and they happily exchanged handshakes and polite smiles. Happily welcoming his new acquaintance, he introduced his attendant from the temple, who also smiled sweetly, although she remained aloof. When it was her turn to say hello, she smiled sincerely and was happy to meet again, wishing the guy good luck and blessings on his journey. Cale knew the girl was doing it on purpose because she hated the church she wanted to leave, but the smile on her face only grew wider. Returning to his favorite image of a pagan, he said that he did not believe in God, in order to provoke condemnation from a dutiful girl who had to somehow react to the provocation. The tactless remark seemed strange to both of them, as such frivolous statements were unacceptable in society. Cale thought that the boy in front of him constantly had to fear an assassination attempt from his brother, and receiving normal support from his own kind could only be a dream, so he must have spent a lot on magical protection. Based on these assumptions, he believed that the interlocutor hardly had a penny left in his pocket, and he was heading to the Crown Prince, as he had written in his note. But to remain on the appropriate level of politeness, Cale asked Hans to help the young people with their needs. He ordered him to bring food for his new acquaintances and set up their camp next to his own, but not to fall into fanaticism and do everything to the best of his ability without disturbing Cale. Hans agreed with every word he said and promised to take care of these two as well as the master himself. In response to these words, the red-haired aristocrat asked to bring him a drink to relax after a day on the road. He politely said goodbye to Taylor, who sincerely thanked him for the care he had not dared to count on. By pretending that it didn't cost him anything and that he didn't consider it a big problem, the guy was masking his reluctance to contact him personally. Cale asked the vice commander to help with the night shifts, since Taylor was accompanied by one knight. Having resolved all the organizational issues, the guy planned to relax and finally have a meal with a good drink in addition. Han and On, who had seen these people before and were familiar with them, watched the new acquaintance from the carriage. Cale warned them to pretend they didn't know anyone, using the example of how they treated the dragon. In front of the boy stood two figures of knights, who had agreed to guard the territory at night, thereby greatly simplifying each other's work. The kittens are interested in remembering their younger brother, what they called him, and wondering if the dragon will continue to secretly follow them. The young man's first plan was to simply release him from his prison in the cave and let him do as he pleased, but it turned out that out of gratitude, he purposefully followed the group. Now he decided to accept it and find some purpose for it, since the creature had a special ability to wield mana and power that even Rosalind had never dreamed of. With a smile, he said that he would find him some work that he could do if he had such great conviction in his loyalty to Cale. The next morning, when it was time to return to the carriage and begin the journey, Cale, who hadn't slept very well, could barely open his eyes. A strange picture appeared before his eyes, consisting of the incompatible group of Taylor, his assistant Cage, the knight Tom, and for some unknown reason, the vice captain. Hans, as always full of optimism regardless of the time of day, asked how his master had slept, but the latter was only interested in what was happening in front of him. Pointing at them with his hand, the footman himself tried to find the words to correctly interpret the situation. To the guy, it looked like young Taylor had simply misunderstood what he had been told. Cale was not satisfied with this explanation, as it did not reveal the answer to his question and left a misunderstanding in its wake. So he decided to take matters into his own hands and go personally to find out what was going on without the servants. Taylor looked like he was on edge and was apologizing for something with a sincerity that couldn't be faked, confusing Cale. The situation cleared up on its own, as there was a huge boar carcass in front of the carriage, and next to it were the classic marks left by a dragon. However, Taylor was firmly convinced that the appearance of the atypical gift of fate was his fault, due to the exposure of his movements. Cage fought almost hysterically, not understanding how this could become known to someone whose power she couldn't even recognize, something that hadn't happened to her before. Cale remained silent, analyzing that the girl would never have been able to recognize the dragon with her level of strength, although in reality the work was done delicately, as no one was able to see its trace. Taylor could not calm down with the explanations that, in his opinion, should have saved the awkward situation, and Cale, not paying any attention to him, shouted for Bicros. Taking a creative approach to the situation, he ordered the chef to prepare a steak for breakfast from a wild boar, which was already in front of them anyway. Bicros indifferently said that they would once again have excellent meat from a freshly hunted animal, because this had truly become their daily routine. Taylor was in the greatest shock, as he did not expect to hear such an indifferent attitude to a situation that was strange for ordinary people. Cale didn't bother to explain that someone was providing food for them on their journey, but the white-haired man just wanted to know who was doing it. The red-haired boy just explained that the kid really likes to hide, so he doesn't catch anyone's eye, even though he loves his job. The entire camp, which housed two prominent aristocratic families, had a strange atmosphere of chaotic mourning. Both sides of the Stan family had mixed feelings, as there had been a strange misunderstanding, and Cale had merely suggested that they try the delicious meat before leaving B-Cross. Maintaining a civil dialogue, Taylor said that he had heard from other people that a representative of the Zenitus clan was heading to the capital, which aroused suspicion on the part of Cale. This reaction was caused by the fear that the crippled aristocrat would become attached to them, and unfortunately for him, it came true. Instead of discouraging the two, he said that it was up to them to decide, and he would not object to their company. In making this decision, he was guided by the fact that they could not know about the author of the letter they found, since no one could expose him, and accompanying the lords to the capital would have incurred a debt on them. Taylor, happy with his agreement, said he wouldn't keep him too long, as he only needed to get to the outskirts of the capital, which was a very polite move, so as not to raise unnecessary questions from those around him. Maintaining a polite demeanor, Cale said it wasn't important and they could resolve the matter as events unfolded. The blonde agreed, saying that they could part ways at any time convenient for their new acquaintance, who had been so kind to them. To end the conversation on a happy note, Cale ordered Hans to bring food to the carriage and was about to leave for his own when Cage stopped him. She approached him with a very polite address, trying to find out something without attracting too much attention. Her question was simple and direct and concerned the sincerity of his words about his disbelief in God, which he had uttered upon meeting her. Cale had no idea why she was asking again, but agreed once more to satisfy her curiosity. She exhaled unequivocally, uttering some short answer, and turned towards her master. Throughout the entire journey, every few steps her face became more and more sad and gloomy, as if something terrible had happened. This aroused natural interest in her master, who wanted to understand her behavior and draw knowledge from it, since the girl had a unique talent. While they were talking, the carriages were almost moving, so there was no time for long conversations. But she was still thoughtful and could not fully formulate the thought that came to her head after a brief exchange of words with the redhead. She had an unpleasant feeling as if the god of death was stroking her head with compassion and understanding, which had a strange symbolism with Cale, whose conversation had had such an unexpected effect. In this way, the group accompanying the young man grew, and they gradually approached the capital, and the day before arriving there they were sitting in a luxurious hall, resting between sections of the road. Taylor turned to his new friend with a smile, asking if he liked alcohol, although he already knew the answer. There were rumors about him that he couldn't live a day without alcohol, so this question was completely formal and more like a sign of distrust in the chatter of those around him. Taylor wanted to thank the guy who didn't fit the descriptions of the people around him at all, as he could judge during their trip together. The blonde noticed that for their comfort, the redhead always sat in the carriage and ordered his servants to treat the guests in the best possible way. It did not go unnoticed by him how loyally the servants followed him, not questioning any of his orders, which meant a lot to the aristocrat. Most importantly for him, he treated his servants as ordinary people, without the arrogance and excess that was so characteristic of those from families of their class. Considering his new acquaintance a wonderful person, he wanted to have a glass of booze with him before leaving, to pleasantly end the joint part of the journey. Cale wasn't surprised by this turn of events, as he understood how much a simple politeness could change and the power it had to create attachment. Taylor concluded that, as he had thought, he was not a scumbag at all, and in addition, he had very quick thinking, which helped him make decisions. The blonde turned to the young man with a strange question, concerning the person he saw before him now, as if provoking the boy into uncomfortable frankness. Cale just took a short breath and decided to remain silent, as if the question was stupid and meaningless to him. Instead of a constructive response, he threw a bag of large coins onto the table, scattering them across the room. The shocked faces of the guests were further reinforced by Cale's words, who believed that they were walking into a tiger's den straight to the mouth if they went to the capital at such a tense moment. The aristocrat understood that in their situation, the only request that would truly save them was a request for money, which he could make a reality. Both sat before him in a confused state, a little confused by how obvious their need was, even without words, clear to Cale. Cale was direct and said that it was immediately obvious from them that they were short of money, and for a secret stay in the capital, it was a banal necessity that they couldn't do without. Analyzing the situation, he suggested that they might not have planned this before, but given the considerable fortune of the Zenitus family, it would be pointless for them not to try their luck. Taylor agreed that if they had asked for this service and received consent, they would have been at a clear advantage. And using his analytical abilities, he assumed that even if the guy refused, he wouldn't tell his brother about it, because he hated the difficulties it would bring. The aristocrat thanked him silently, considering the boy before him a talent who did not want to reveal himself to others and preferred not to stand out, although he had everything necessary for this. Cale asked if they were leaving at sunrise today, and they agreed, explaining that they were going to leave quietly, which is why they came in right now. Their path was to pass through the temple, according to their plan, in order to attract as little attention as possible to themselves. Cale thought that in that case, no later than 3 days after the event, Benian or someone from the Marquisate would find out about it, because they had eyes and ears even in the Temple of Death. Taylor and Cage were quite surprised by how well the guy knew about their affairs, believing that this was definitely not some kind of coincidence. The guy ignored the question, running his finger across the table and pointing at the bag of money, while simultaneously thinking about what would be best to do in such a situation. He advised them to leave their escorts here for another day and book rooms with the money they received to take their eyes off themselves. Cale suggested that they travel together in his carriage and that the escorts would appear in the capital the next day so as not to expose the owners. Another bag appeared on the table in front of them, containing a magical device capable of hiding living creatures within a certain radius, which would be very useful in their situation. Although Taylor was grateful for such concern, he did not understand why he was doing so much for almost strangers, since there was no benefit to him in it. But Cale obviously didn't do anything without benefit. For him, it was an investment in the future, when Taylor would become a marquis, which would automatically save him from problems with the Stain family and allow him to rule peacefully without headaches. He couldn't say it out loud, so he simply said it, as if he felt sorry for the crippled aristocrat who wasn't accepted by his own family. He developed this theme by pressing on the right points of the abandoned, paralyzed from the waist down eldest son, always at risk of death, whether from health problems or from Benian's cruelty. Suddenly changing the tone of the conversation, he translated the request into the form of meanness that Taylor had reached, thereby destroying his vision of Cale's holiness. The blonde clenched his fists in frustration because even though he couldn't feel his legs, his eyes, nose, mouth, and hands were still alive, and most importantly, he had a head on his shoulders. With a slight smile, he thanked her for the sympathy, but determined that it was not necessary for him. Cale remained in a winning position in any case, so he could set conditions for the help he received, and even more so for the money and the magical device. This condition was that they both forget everything that happened here and remain blind to any events related to their journey. Cage intervened in the conversation, promising to swear on behalf of her master that they would never tell about what they had seen, adding that anyone who broke the oath given to the god of death would die. Cale, of course, knew about this, so he made them swear, and the girl playfully asked if he would swear in front of them, hinting at his disbelief in God. But the cunning guy didn't even think of doing this, reserving the right, in an awkward situation, to tell everything to the last man, Benian, with whom he was already acquainted. Taylor really needed the money, so he had to agree to the guy's terms, beginning the oath-taking ritual. The room around them was enveloped in a magical atmosphere, as if something forbidden and secret was taking place, and they all lowered their heads in reverence. Cage swore an oath that she and Taylor Stan would swear by the night and their lives, risking their deaths if they broke their promise. The girl continued, summing up that neither she nor the owner would ever tell anyone what they had said in this place. The only exception who would know about this conversation would be Cale Henituse, who did not commit himself to anything, and Taylor, for the strength of the ritual, agreed with every word of the assistant. A strange, alien feeling appeared in Cale's body that he couldn't describe, as if something was in his hands, but the feeling was phantom. After the ritual was complete, the white-haired aristocrat finally asked if the boy wanted to have a drink together to seal their deal. An assistant immediately appeared behind him with 3 glasses in her hands, as if hinting that he had no right to refuse. Although Cale wasn't too pleased with the appearance, he didn't refuse the offer, which involved alcohol, so as not to go against his own nature. He was surprised that the girl who served in the temple was carrying drinking glasses with her, but he said out loud that she was truly an exceptional person. She tried to provoke him, asking if it was strange for him that a man connected to a temple and a god drank, but Cale was habitually indifferent to others. Cage was growing more and more fascinated with the young aristocrat, who so delicately pushed away any awkward situations from himself. She enjoyed Cale's company so much that she suggested he find a sister with a wonderful character, obviously referring to herself, but she was only refused. Whether jokingly or seriously, Taylor also joined the girl, who now hinted at himself, offering a brother with an even better character, but received a double refusal. Both were pleased with how their meeting turned out and what it led to, certainly not counting on such gifts of fate. The glasses clinked and wonderful wine poured out of them, showing how pleasantly the company was spending time after making important agreements. Meanwhile, there was a new moon in the sky, and the night was completely dark, which did not prevent alcohol from strengthening the new bond between people. The next day, they acted according to the established plan, when the carriage was already on the road ready for the final dash towards the capital. The atmosphere in the main carriage changed as new guests arrived in the form of Cage and Taylor, but Cale remained unfazed by any factors, planning his next steps. The kittens looked at the aristocrat with a certain wary look, not trusting him and his accompanying assistant. Taylor tried to be pleasant and smile so that the kittens would feel safe and well-intentioned by the guy, but it didn't have a noticeable effect. To break the silent pause, Taylor asked his rescuer if he knew enough about the event that would take place in the royal castle, which made Cage wince. Cale was frank, saying that it was his first time going there, but he had previously attended gatherings of young aristocratic families in the Northeast. So the white-haired aristocrat, who had much more experience in such matters, decided to share his experience to give him invaluable information, which he certainly knew how to use successfully. In honor of the king's 50th birthday, a festival will be held for the people, although according to Taylor, the interlocutor is not a fan of such events. This thought was actually unpleasant for the guy, since he was probably the only one who knew about the terrorist attack, apart from representatives from the secret group. This knowledge weighed on him like a heavy burden of responsibility and unnecessary worries, but he understood the fear of death too well to simply ignore and forget. He planned to try to thwart the terrorists, but he knew that if he got hurt or things got too difficult, he would just quit the game as if it didn't concern him. But it was better because there was still a chance to change something, so he reassured himself with that, noticing at the same time that Taylor didn't look elated about the festival either. The blonde agreed, because for him the festival was to become something of a final test that would decide his fate. The situation became more tense when Taylor changed his tone, especially emphasizing the following words. He assumed a concentrated look and warned the boy about the prince, contact with whom could be dangerous for him. Taylor added that even if his family turned away from him, family informants would be available to him, despite family difficulties. He was informed from accurate sources that the celebration was originally planned, but the Congress of Young Aristocrats wanted the crown prince to hold it. The blonde boy tried to find words to better describe the prince, to convey his thoughts and not be too rude. He was helped in this by Cale, who called the crown prince a sycophant who would never miss his chance to get something. For a second, Taylor dropped his perfect manners and agreed, because the description fit the prince's personality. But he immediately came to his senses and began to make excuses that he didn't mean it, since it wasn't very delicate in the relationship of a representative of the royal family. He cleared his throat to break the awkward pause and asked why Cale hadn't admitted that he knew about the prince's character. In the boy's opinion, this was a completely well-known fact, but this formulation was first uttered in front of Taylor, who noticed its accuracy. Cale knew that he was good at complimenting and making himself feel important to him, and then using it for his own purposes. And most importantly, the target of his efforts will never guess that he is simply being used, not truly appreciated. An example of this was Choi Han, whom the Crown Prince personally singled out as a friend and hero, and the dark-haired swordsman considered the prince to be a good man who behaved well even with ordinary servants. For Cale, the thought echoed in his head that Choi Han had no idea he was simply being used as a bargaining chip. Although the word use was appropriate for describing actions, the direction of this use was atypical. The prince did this not for his own benefit or to strengthen ties, but for the kingdom and the people, and perhaps he even developed this skill now. Usually the prince first managed to gain their trust, and then, using a tragic reason, he forced them to help him, so in the end, the good-natured Choi Han and Rosalind went to meet his troubles. Returning to his warning, Taylor said that he already understood what communication with the Crown Prince could be like, so it was better to avoid it. Cale said he planned on not drawing too much attention to himself anyway, as he hated it, and would be quieter than water and lower than grass. The response from both representatives of the Stan family stared at him as if he had said some sensation that could not be understood. Cale wondered what caused the attentive glances they were casting at him, not daring to say anything out loud. They decided to turn it into a joke, although they were actually surprised by the phrase about not wanting to attract attention and behaving quietly enough not to be conspicuous. The young man concluded that even if they met the prince, the white-haired aristocrat's fears would not become reality, of which he was absolutely certain. The truth was that the boy was a known sycophant himself, one that would be difficult to compete with even for the Crown Prince, for whom the best option would be to avoid Cale. He understood that if the prince could use people in this way, then he should do the same, which brought satisfaction to Cage's face, for whom this smile better suited the image of a bad guy. The young man believed that it was better to be like that and be sincere than to appear kind to people who expected otherwise. Meanwhile, they approached the gates of the capital, spread out before mountains that contrasted with the view of luxurious houses. Even for Cale, who was not hungry for beautiful things, the city looked noble and immediately showed the face of the country. The kingdom of Rhone was famous as a land of stones, so the appearance of the capital fully lived up to its reputation in appearance. If you study history in depth, you can see that from the very foundation of the kingdom, many legends from these lands were associated with stones. Among these legends was one that concerned a patron spirit who resembled a rock that protected against any attack, which was rumored to have prevented the darkness from swallowing the continent. Judging by the aristocrat's satisfied face, he liked this legend, and in fact he himself confirmed it with a smile and a nod. The patron stood firm, unwavering like a rock when his body crumbled, and because of this, the lands are now rich in stones. The girl cautiously noted that such a creature could not exist, and it was difficult to believe in this legend, to which Taylor agreed, explaining that this was precisely what he liked about the legend. It seemed difficult to find someone who would protect others to the point of complete self-destruction, something Cale agreed with, for whom this legend definitely did not suit his temperament. As they shared stories and legends, the carriage approached the city gates, which were apparently nobly raised holes made of stone. Cale noticed that this was the first time he had heard this legend, although he had tried to read as much as possible in books and knew many others. Taylor explained that it is not well known and that he learned about it not so long ago when he was conducting research on ancient powers in written records. The boy's attention was drawn to the view from the window, which indicated the right moment to implement their plan. Without taking his eyes off the scene, he handed the amulet to the blond man so that he would be ready to act quickly. The concentrated expression on his face also attracted the kittens, who were now carefully watching the precise movements of the aristocrat who had ordered his guests to prepare. The vice-captain knocked on the door, only to convey the will of the capital's security, which considered it necessary to check the carriage. Unexpectedly, Cale kicked open the door, looking and acting intoxicated, and holding a bottle of alcohol in his hands. The night guards were surprised and didn't know how to behave, but the vice-captain just kept a smile on his face, as he was used to such actions. Cale staggered out of the carriage, leaving complete chaos in his wake, and the kittens confidently followed him. Then he defiantly told the guards to quickly check his carriage and not delay them any longer, stretching his words a little due to the specific condition. Although the knights did not want to do this, it was their duty that had to be fulfilled, so they asked for their forgiveness and began to look around. But they saw nothing there except empty alcohol bottles, which were scattered randomly throughout the carriage, showing the owner from a less than favorable perspective. Since they had fulfilled their duty and had no reason to stop them for long, the knights took their leave and offered to continue on their way. Finally, they just said that they were happy to welcome the esteemed gentleman to the capital, thus saying goodbye and apologizing for the inconvenience. The sky was clear and vast, as if lifting the veil of distance from the capital of the kingdom, dreamed of by some and undesirable by others. Cale finally got back into the carriage after a theatrical performance that had to be put on for the guards, so as not to make them too attentive. The guy asked with a smile if they were really happy to welcome him, being happy that they had managed to pull off the desired adventure. Taylor, who managed to hide with the help of a magic amulet, said that he had not felt such a joyful welcome in his direction for a long time. Their carriage approached the western part of the capital, called Cavis, approaching a luxurious house made in a rich style. Cale informed his guests that the servant Ron knew everything, and as soon as they arrived at their destination, the old footman would show them around. And finally, he reminded them that they should forget everything and remain silent as if they had just had enough, so as not to anger the gods to whom they had sworn an oath. They were interrupted by Hans, who opened the door and announced their arrival, hinting that they should say goodbye to Taylor and Cage quickly. They both thanked each other and expressed hope that their next meeting would be more joyful and in a relaxed atmosphere. As the carriage continued its journey, Cale and the kittens stood in front of the gate to the huge, beautiful building, admiring the view. It was a pleasure to see something so architecturally perfect, and it was especially impressive that it exceeded even the meticulous Cale's expectations. The building perfectly combined taste and the money invested in it, avoiding bad taste and theatricality, which made it look more expensive than the estates of other aristocrats. Cale was welcomed by countless servants who awaited his arrival and prepared the estate to look perfect. The 6 servants bowed deeply, trying to please their young master, despite his reputation. For Cale, such behavior from people of lower social status was very strange, and he did not like its formality. His first words were to them to straighten up and behave more relaxed, as the host did not like the eccentricity. He asked not to go overboard with etiquette in the future, as he would not find fault with those who were doing a good job for not completing stupid formalities. Cale had heard that the staff was selected by the stepmother, who took pride in her work to show off the family's status, so he asked the servants not to disappoint the respectable lady's expectations. He immediately delegated all matters to Hans, who could become his representative to the servants and handle it without any problems. Leaving the team in some surprise, he walked closer to the entrance, ordering Hans to keep up. The eldest of the local servants felt sickened by the fact that a young master with a bad reputation had actually arrived, which should have been a huge challenge for them. They discussed that no matter what the young man was like, he had done nothing wrong in their presence, so they just had to protect him and make sure he didn't do anything stupid that would threaten the family's reputation. As soon as he set foot in the luxurious house, which was decorated with exceptional taste, numerous letters began to arrive. Hans noticed the disappointed face of his host, and with trepidation asked if he would go to the planned event expecting an affirmative answer. Although the young aristocrat didn't like the idea, he had no choice, so he would have to go to the Northeast gathering no matter what. Hans handed the dissatisfied host a list of children from noble families who had already arrived in the capital. Finally, Cale asked if there was any news from Ron, who had a special assignment, and when he found out that everything had gone according to plan, he let Hans rest. The assistant footman bowed and was about to leave, trying to get used to his new, refined surroundings. When he was finally alone in the room, excluding the kittens, Cale was able to breathe and look around. With some tension, he stood up, clinging to the arms of the comfortable chair, as if he had no desire to be in this place. Although the luxurious surroundings pleased the aristocrat's eye, he still remained lost in his thoughts. With a decisive step, Cale walked to the door leading to the balcony and opened it with a sharp movement, letting fresh air into the room. Firmly urging him to come in, the aristocrat turned to the guest, who, without asking permission, followed him all the way. The dragon timidly entered the room, as Cale suggested, but looked with appetite at the juicy meat steaming on the plate. Cale noticed that all this time the dragon had been bringing them food and taking care of them, but he himself hadn't really had time to eat, noting the efforts made to pursue the redhead. A creature that was not used to such conditions looked with incomprehension at the food that was begging for its hungry stomach. The kittens helped him overcome the first barrier, almost forcefully shoving food in so that he stopped doubting whether he could really touch it. Cale looked at this picture with irony while sipping his wine, because he understood that the dragon needed to eat well so that it could work for him. For a second, the young man wondered what would have happened if everything had ended exactly as it had now, with warmth and comfort. If he were to be in such an estate with delicious food and a feeling of complete freedom, he would enjoy these 3 points all his life, which would give more than one could wish for. He realized in an instant that this beautiful moment was for him the definition of life, to which one should strive. This idyll was interrupted by a knock on the door from someone unknown, as Cale was not expecting any guests. He flew off his feet from surprise, carelessly hitting the glass, which flew to the ground along with the remains of the drink. The kittens barely managed to move away to avoid being hit on the head with a glass, while simultaneously marveling at their owner's strange reaction. Cale asked himself, barely audibly, if it was Choi Han, immediately trying to tear himself away from the thought. But he immediately objected to himself, since the guard would not be arriving until 3 days later, and to get there sooner, he would have to move at incredible speed, which was not possible. He thought that Choi Han would not rush, since he would have to bear the additional burden of the injured luck, who would not be affected by the potion that did not accept the unaccepted wolf breed, and Rosalind would not teleport them. Keeping in mind that this couldn't be possible, he remembered that he had ordered him to stay at a certain hotel as soon as he arrived in the capital, so as he held onto the handle, he was certain that he couldn't see the swordsman there. But all theories were shattered by the strange reality, and Cale's face was clearly marked with utter incomprehension when the door finally opened. Choi Han usually stood in front of him with the wounded man on his shoulders, apologizing for his presence because he didn't know who else to turn to. Rosalind and Hans grew up next to them, with no emotions on their faces, as if fading away in the midst of the whirlwind of events. The blue wolf breed was in terrible condition and barely breathing on the dark-haired swordsman's shoulders. It became obvious to Cale that the fever Luck was experiencing could be taken as the first symptom before he went into rabies, which was terrible news. Everything was going as badly as possible, since it was only supposed to happen a year later, but for some reason it started right now, at the most inopportune moment. While everyone was huddled around the wounded man, Cale didn't know where the children were, and asked Hans to bring him something to drink to make it easier to process the events in his head. He briefly concluded that judging by the wounded man's condition, his rage could no longer be stopped, no matter what they decided to do. Meanwhile, the boy experienced strange illusions in his head, and instead of Cale, who was actually standing in front of him, he saw images from his childhood. It was in just a moment the man began to run, not even looking back at the little boy, whom he was leaving alone in the middle of a vast forest. No matter how much the boy shouted after his uncle, he still paid no attention and continued on his way without explaining anything to Luck. The memories looked like a fever that could not guarantee that the boy would recover to normal. Outraged by what he saw, the dark-haired swordsman could not understand what was happening to Luck, trying to find out from Cale. He didn't know what to do since the potion couldn't help, as Rosalind managed to explain, because Luck was a wolf, and the healing magic didn't work, leaving the boy in a dead end. Choi Han screamed and blamed himself, as if he had a duty to protect him, to which the red-haired aristocrat only asked him to calm down so that he wouldn't wake up. He decided to reassure him by taking the situation under his own control, asking for trust from the dark-haired man. The boy had no choice but to simply trust his master and hope that he would really keep his promise. But for Cale, the question was different, namely, what happened in the first place and why events did not go according to the first plan, in which Choi Han, although quickly attached himself to Luck, but not to such an extent. According to the book, he only slightly opened his heart to Luck and did not trust him completely, as was the case now. The situation was also being watched by Rosalind, the first claimant to the throne of the Kingdom of Breck, who was preparing to give up her position as she was a brilliant sorceress. The first association was always with roses, because of the color of her hair, but the sun was the most suitable description of her character. The girl was distracted by the energy the dragon was emitting and couldn't help but notice how powerful this mana was. The creature, which was in a kind of barrier, launched energy discharges to test the girl's abilities and provoked her in this way. By nature, dragons should be warm to wizards, and the girl intrigued him, so he decided to show her a little of his own mana. Cale ordered the creature that considered him its owner to sit quietly and peacefully, as now was not an appropriate time given Luck's condition. The offended dragon flew away, as if it had really hurt him, leaving a strange impression on the girl, who couldn't comprehend everything at once. She had already started yelling at the redhead, asking what it was and how he could explain the dragon's behavior. But Cale interrupted her, pointing out that they had more important problems than a playful dragon, who hadn't actually done anything like that. Rosalind warily asked the overly calm boy what was happening to the wolf-like creature, because she saw that he knew. Cale was in no hurry to answer her, looking at the staff in her hands, which definitely had something to do with the magical world, although he didn't expect her to use high-rank magic. But the most likely way they could have used to get to the capital so quickly was Rosalind's magical teleporter, so he missed. Hiding his awareness of her skills, he asked if the girl was a magician, with an innocent expression on his face, as if he truly had no idea. Of course she confirmed it since everything pointed to it, and there was no reason to hide, and Cale asked if she knew about rabies among the wolf family. Rosalind said she had read about it once, but nowhere did it mention the fever and such immense pain during the illness. Cale noticed that all these signs were typical of the first time the disease occurred, which surprised the girl. The guy shared that during the first bout of rage, they suffer greatly and lose consciousness due to the uncontrollable physical metamorphoses. But after that, they use it as their weapon. So Luck has only a little bit left to endure before his current suffering turns into great strength. Although Luck was still a child in her eyes, so it was difficult for her to accept such a metamorphosis that a young boy had to endure. Cale agreed with her, but he simply couldn't do anything, because the situation required patience and self-control from him, which he lacked. Amidst the luxury of the room, the boy's illness dominated, consuming his strength, and no efforts by those around him could provide even the slightest relief. Cale ordered the servant who had brought plates and mugs for the company to immediately take the stretcher with him, because it was the only possible way out in this situation. He ordered the boy to be carried on a stretcher to the training ground in the manor's dungeon, having previously made sure that not a single soul was there. Hans was surprised by such an unexpected request, not understanding why he would take a sick person to that place, but he had to agree to his master's order. While giving further orders, Cale turned to Choi Han and the red-haired girl, whose name he formally did not know, but without hesitation he involved her in his plans. As soon as she introduced herself, he immediately interrupted her words with an order, not giving her the opportunity to explain further, and this only emphasized his authority. Cale paused for a moment, allowing the tension to build a little, and finally turned to the two illustrious mages, each endowed with their own special power. He warned them that they would both be beaten, and with this unexpected statement, he caused obvious confusion, which was readable in the expression on their faces. The aristocrat explained that in the lineage of predators, such as wolves, tigers, or bears, the parents or siblings of the patient help with the first bout of rabies. They have to endure blows and bites from a rabid person, while at the same time protecting him from danger, because the child should not harm himself. Clapping his hands, Cale summed up his words, although they already understood that none of them would be able to avoid the ordeal. Now these two would have to play his mother and father or brother and sister, it didn't matter. The main thing was that they stay close to the patient. The main thing was that they managed to keep the boy from uncontrolled aggression, because this was what could determine his future fate. Choi Han, looking at the exhausted body, asked how long it might take, at least from a hypothetical point of view. Considering that Luck's blood was completely pure, the metamorphoses could take several hours, so it was worth being patient. The dark-haired swordsman had no choice but to simply agree to this, calling himself Luck's brother for the sake of naturalness. Cale ordered the newly formed wolf family to move to the center of the arena to be closer to the sick man. As soon as the two of them got close to the boy's mutilated body, their expressions changed. He suffered and struggled in agony, his entire body contracting and his veins showing through his skin, identifying the maximum tension. Obvious signs began to appear on the body in the form of long claws in place of previously even teeth. The next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, which were bloodshot and red against the black background, looking terrifying as hell. He rose abruptly to his feet, and a terrible scream, mixed with a growl, escaped from his throat, indicating a complete loss of control over his own body and consciousness. His body convulsed in agony. He fell to the ground, then got up again, unable to maintain his balance and find peace for even a moment. The faces of both fake relatives were filled with shock and confusion. They had no idea how to act in such a dangerous situation. Eventually, he managed to stay on his feet, but his shadow stretched ominously on the wall and looked more like a wild beast than a man. The dragon, who was among those who were just watching, created a protective barrier of mana around them, and did so surprisingly well, even without being asked. He explained his actions by saying that the master was too weak, so he had to protect him, and there was really no point in arguing at that moment. The dragon decided to use his own skills, and if he had already created one barrier, he supplemented it with a sound one, providing protection from any danger. Cale didn't understand why the dragon didn't use all its power, but the dragon cut him off short and coldly, saying he didn't need to know the details. After such a bold response, Cale could only mentally note how quickly this creature was progressing and what a powerful force it would become in the future. Cale sat comfortably in Turkish, watching carefully what was happening, and it was then that On and Hon, who were nearby, caught his eye. He asked them a topical question that could help expand their knowledge. The guy asked if his assumption that the kittens hadn't yet fallen ill with rabies was true. They did not answer directly, but chose to evade and answer questions with questions in order to expand their own knowledge. But the thing was that no one told the Meow people about the upcoming metamorphoses related to the body, so they couldn't help themselves. Cale silently assumed that their blood was also pure, in which case the first rabies would be much more problematic, since there were two of them. The descendants of the wolf, tiger, bear, and whale lineages are always more likely than others to lose consciousness during the first bout of rabies, which is why they are considered almost monsters. The boy concluded that he knew little about the Meow clan, but if the kittens thought rabies was approaching, or if they suddenly felt a headache with a fever, they should come running to Cale. The animals were radiant from the care their owner showed them, because he felt responsible for them and their lives. So they immediately ran to him to cuddle and purr gratefully in their own language to show affection and trust. But he was troubled by why the rabies began to manifest itself so early, and not a year later, as in the first story. According to the first plan, this was to happen in a year and was justified by the death of a creature that was important to the boy. Namely, Hyler Fendrick, a man who reminded Luck of his uncle, who had abandoned him in his early childhood. The death of his uncle, who was the main reference point in his life, was a huge shock for the boy, and he was ready to kill everyone in his path. Actually, just like now, when he had fully mastered that power, or rather it was him, and he exuded malice mixed with a desire for blood. All attempts by Rosalind and Choi Han to awaken the true personality in this monster were in vain. He could not hear them over the noise of boiling blood. The werewolf's eyes were so terrifying that they seemed to pierce through, and their wild glare made the blood run cold in the veins of every witness. Demonstrating sharp calls, he breathed sharply and furiously, his exhalations resembling the roar of a predator preparing to pounce and unable to contain his inner rage. Suddenly he rushed forward, aiming at Choi Han, who was standing in front of him, and the movement was so swift and unstoppable that it resembled a lightning strike. Since he was strictly forbidden to inflict harm and was only allowed to defend himself, he quickly inserted a stick into his opponent's gaping jaws. The force with which the werewolf attacked was so immense that even the skilled swordsman staggered under the pressure, barely able to stay on his feet. He desperately tried to shout to Luck, who seemed to be hiding somewhere deep inside this machine that was created from uncontrolled anger. But he easily broke the wood that was supposed to be an obstacle, and the crack of the broken stick further emphasized his insane strength. It was strange to Cale that they really believed that their screams could help him come to his senses. In his opinion, it would have been easier to just hit him in the head and knock him out. The boy ordered the kittens to follow the movements of the boy who was going through his first bout of rabies, so that they could gain experience. These movements could be described as those of a prisoner of instincts, who, unlike humans, is completely subject to them and relies only on brute force. The young man saw a certain beauty and grandeur in this, assuring that there was nothing terrible or terrifying about the fury because it simply bestowed enormous power. Even though the kittens came from a different tribe, they should have watched his movements carefully and learned as they went. This would be necessary to develop its own movements and later to come up with a way to bite the throat of a rabid predator, if the need arose. So that they are ready to respond, whether there is a bear, a tiger, or a wolf in front of them, and not remain simpletons who give in to the first impulse. Meanwhile, Luck could not come to his senses, each time throwing himself at the dark-haired swordsman again and again. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of them, using magic to create a barrier between the boy's fist and Choi Han's body. She tried to manipulate the feelings of the family members, calling herself the little sister, so that he would be able to control himself more quickly. To distract the furious Luck from Rosalind, Choi Han decided to take the blow himself, provoking him into open conflict. Choi Han tried to protect the girl, becoming bait for the werewolf, who was waiting for the first moment to make a decisive attack. The terrifying-looking boy was torn apart by his so-called brother and sister because his brain was quieter than the call of his instincts. And Cale decided to make this show an instructive lecture for all his charges, and now it was the dragon's turn, who had to pay attention to using magic without harming the opponent and provocation for defense. The boy understood that not harming is much more difficult than wounding, so he considered this skill valuable and important for the dragon. He highlighted his innate abilities that would help him quickly master these techniques without any extra effort, because dragons are really capable. The redhead suggested that he watch and draw his own conclusions so that he wouldn't feel as if his opinion was being imposed on him. 2 hours had passed, and the boy still hadn't regained consciousness, showing no signs of getting tired, although Cale felt that he didn't have enough wine to spend such a long time in front of the battlefield. Eventually, the boys started to get tired, and he got tired of constantly attacking his so-called brothers and sisters, who also got tired of dodging. His face had returned to its normal appearance, and all signs of the wolfish nature that had until recently manifested itself so horribly on his body had disappeared. The last thing he managed to say while looking at Rosalind and Choi Han was a brief apology, which couldn't make up for the hours of attacks. As soon as the words left his mouth, he fell unconscious from the exhaustion his small body had suffered during the seizure. When Choi Han picked him up and took him in his arms, he started seeing ghosts again instead of reality, and he closed his eyes. The last thing he could see was Cale's figure again, and with a barely audible word about his uncle, he lost touch with reality. His eyelids became unbearably heavy, and all the accumulated fatigue that had been pushing him to his physical maximum over the past few hours spread throughout his body. Cale said with satisfaction that Luck could now rest, since his first rampage had ended quite successfully as per the emergency conditions of the passage. The boy's body temperature was becoming somewhat normal, the blush had disappeared from his skin, and this meant that the disease was really leaving him. Choi Han put the boy on a stretcher because he was unable to move, let alone move on his own after what he had experienced. Rosalind, who watched him sadly, could not accept the suffering that had befallen a young man who was not ready for such a thing. She was distracted by Cale, who threw a glass of magic potion into the air, which was supposed to heal the boy due to its unique properties. She reflexively grabbed it, but for a second she thought that it wouldn't make any sense. Due to certain peculiarities, Luck's body was not absorbing the potion, so it would be a foolish waste of the valuable elixir of vanity. But Cale indifferently noted that he had no reason to give the potion to someone of the wolf race, for whom it would truly have no value. The bottle was intended for the two defenders, Rosalind and Choi Han, whom the red-haired aristocrat wanted to praise in such a non-trivial way for the efforts they had made. Rosalind was surprised by such kindness from a guy who had far from the best reputation, which helped to consider him more unprincipled than capable of helping people. She clutched the small bottle in her hands as if it were a great treasure and thanked Cale for not expecting much of a reaction. He immediately approached the dark-haired security guard, whom he wanted to speak to personally to understand how it all happened. Choi Han knew this moment would come and was ready for it, so he simply nodded in agreement. Hans and Ron struggled over the tired body of the boy, who had just suffered his first bout of rabies, trying to help the boy, who was pitiful in such a situation. Having offered a wonderful meal to the boy who had been struggling for several hours, he wanted to hear the reasons for everything that had happened today. The guy said that until he met Rosalind, everything was going smoothly. He managed to find the city they were talking about, and there he met a group of merchants heading to the capital. This group was quite small, consisting of only 5 people when he came across them as planned. He was lucky that they were looking for 2 mercenaries to guard him because their first guard was injured and could not continue his work. Among them was also Rosalind, who was recognized due to her unique appearance, which was remembered from Cale's descriptions. The kingdom of Breck, of which the girl was the princess, was a neighbor of the kingdom of Raun on the northwestern side. Rosalind was heading to the magical tower of the Viper Kingdom through the kingdom of Rowan, but she encountered difficulties along the way due to an attack by assassins. Although she managed to escape through magic, she was unable to find out who wanted her dead, so she decided not to return to seek information in the kingdom's capital. Choi Han, of course, didn't know this, so he found out about her plan to get to the capital later, and if everything worked out so well, he needed to get closer to the girl. He didn't consider himself one of those who would initiate a conversation, but if that's the case, it was better to make friends with a girl whose acquaintance would be very appropriate in the future. This was where the first change from the original plan took place, because before meeting Luck, they weren't close, so it would have been better if Choi Han had stuck to his usual character. If everything had gone according to plan, a very cautious girl would never have gotten close to anyone first, which would have helped in the long run. And Choi Han, who should have withdrawn into himself after the sad events in the village, wouldn't even be able to come first. The dark-haired guard admitted to himself that it wasn't his style, but he wanted to repay the food and kindness that Cale had given him. The merchants told him they were following where Cale said he would meet Luck, and they planned to stop at the nearest village. But something prevented them, as an unforeseen event occurred in the village, unknown even to Cale. As they approached the village, Choi Han learned that the first guard was of the wolf lineage, which had an impact on the situation in the future. The swordsman looked around in the new place to get oriented and get a feel for the terrain properly. His alertness attracted the attention of the merchants, who simultaneously glanced at him, trying to understand his behavior. The dark-haired guard asked if they would trade with the inhabitants of this village, but they were preoccupied with their own affairs and did not answer immediately. And when they were finally released, they said that they were trading here with people from a mountain village, for whom it was a point of sale of goods. Choi Han wondered if he would be able to meet Lak if he followed the residents of the nearby mountain village. The situation changed in the evening, when the sun was already hiding behind the horizon, giving the earth the last rays of daytime warmth. Despite the fact that the set time had long passed, the merchants did not wait for anyone to arrive in the village, even though the goods were ready for exchange. With an order from Cale in his head asking him to go to that village with the guard, the boy could not refuse. 2 more men decided to join in to help, because there were actually a lot of boxes of goods. As soon as the second one agreed, they started their journey together with Choi Han, wondering what had happened in the village. When Choi Han set foot on the territory of those lands, he could not believe his own eyes, because a picture opened before him that shattered all his ideas about the world. Even Rosalind and one of the merchants also couldn't understand what was happening, and the girl only covered her mouth with her hand, trying to suppress a scream of horror. They found themselves right in the epicenter of the chaos, amidst the darkness of flames and the mutilated bodies of innocent villagers who did not have time to escape the disaster. When Choi Han recalled these events, his fists clenched involuntarily as the excess emotions of pain and anger raged inside like flames. He saw something familiar there, and it was one of the worst memories of his life, because the depths of memory suddenly surfaced. What so unfortunately affected his memory was the emblem of a secret group, consisting of 5 red stars against a background of 1 large white one. Cale was shocked and couldn't wrap his head around the fact that there were members of a secret group in that place, as he had absolutely not anticipated it. According to the first plan, it was indeed the work of the organization, but there was to be a group of mercenaries, not the members themselves in familiar attire. Fortunately, not everyone fell at the hands of the robbers, as they tried to take the children out, and the chief who was defending the village was already on the verge of death. When he lost consciousness, the members of the group managed to grab 10 children with them. The red-haired aristocrat listened attentively and tried to understand what made them do this, since at first they should have just killed them, and now they needed the little werewolves for something. Suddenly, in front of those who were trying to take the children out, a young man appeared, firmly trying to prevent them. Actually, this young man was Luck, who got his moment of glory on the last day, having gone through the first fury. Cale couldn't believe his ears, as he had been hiding in the story even when the children were being killed, and such a striking difference between the foreground and their reality could not go unnoticed. But there was nothing left to do but simply exhale and accept the situation that history was changing greatly because of his influence on it. Choi Han reported that he stopped them, although he admitted that he had initially planned to kill them because of the illegality of the actions. Cale was intrigued by the words the guard said, which made him think that he hadn't taken the robbers' lives. Choi Han determined for himself that the people in black clothes without a star and the people who attacked the village of Harris were cooperating because of the fighting techniques they used. Cale had to pretend that he was hearing about it for the first time and was as surprised as his interlocutor, for whom it was a real discovery. The dark-haired swordsman remembered that among them there was a man who had 5 red stars on his chest among a white star. He was somehow different from the others. According to Choi Han's recollections, it was he who killed the security guard, and his silhouette was firmly etched in his memory. Another important element that was associated with this man was that he drank wolf blood, licking his fingers with pleasure. The image of a mad sorcerer drinking the blood of his victims, as if leading to new conclusions that could not be spoken aloud, made Cale think for a second. The act of terrorism on the square, which will take place in the capital, was led by someone who drinks the blood of the wolf race, at the same time a big boss in the group, albeit slightly confused due to the effects of fresh blood on the body. But fate made a surprise. His appearance did not take place in the capital, but in the wolf village, where Choi Han was. It was incomprehensible to the young man why a bloodthirsty and mad wizard of high rank was trying to kidnap the children of the wolf race, whom he had previously planned to destroy. The only thing that came to mind was that the dragon's release had an impact on the story, but from Cale's thoughts, Choi Han was pulling him out, admitting that he had been unable to catch or kill them. He explained this by saying that if he managed to catch them, they committed suicide, while others with 6 stars teleported back and forth, hindering their capture. This was a common trait with the same magician who had this ability and successfully used it to confuse. Choi Han remembered the words that strange sorcerer had spoken about children who could be used as seeds, and he considered their blood to be the most delicious. Cale didn't understand what all this meant, or how to take what he heard, as none of the theses uttered by the swordsman matched his expectations. Regarding the children, he reported that they had moved them all with magic to a guest house, along with the merchants who had traveled with them. In Cale's opinion, if all the adults died and the traders remained there, then the children should have been left in their care. But from the story he had just heard, he understood that he would soon have a livestock yard of a huge retinue of some creatures. When the guard finished, he asked if he wanted to know something important. Choi Han, of course, agreed, expecting interesting details. Cale didn't even need to find out what exactly his guard wanted to hear, because he already knew and understood it. For the good-natured guy, the most interesting thing was who these people were and why they did such immoral things. And a rather important detail was why this was known to the red-haired aristocrat, who seemed to have nothing to do with them, but was too well informed, as if by chance. Cale decided to share with him only 2 things, in his opinion the most important, without revealing too much. Choi Han, almost with resentment in his voice, asked if he wanted to tell everything, but Cale stuck to his decision. To find out everything, he had to go to another place, so the redhead told the guard to get up. Cale glanced at his watch to get a sense of the time that had passed during the busy day and weighed the pros and cons. But in the end, he announced that their path lay to the Temple of Death, where they would be able to have a constructive dialogue that would explain a lot. They reached it when it was already dark night outside, and the sky was dotted with countless stars, which stood out against the background of the temple. Cale said that in this place 2 truths would be revealed, dividing the perception of the dark-haired man into before and after. The wealthy aristocrat said that his life was at stake, but he was still willing to risk it for Choi Han's awareness. It was truly tragic and thought-provoking, touching to the core, as Cale looked completely serious in this confession. Choi Han just swallowed quietly and continued to follow his master, not knowing what to expect from him. The young men were met at the entrance by gloomy temple attendants, who were keeping an eye on the general order and at the same time trying to impress the newcomers. They politely wished that peaceful rest and a sense of harmony would not leave them during their journey through the majestic temple. Without long introductions, Cale asked the servants if they had a vacant death room that had special significance. They almost fainted from such straightforwardness, their faces were drawn in surprise, and they were unable to give a clear answer right away. With professional eyes, they looked at Choi Han, who in their opinion had the exhausted face of a man who had been starving for several days. His clothes said he had rolled down a high mountain, and there was a decency in his eyes that showed he would not accept fraud. The temple servants needed to ask whose death would be the stake, and Cale confidently offered his life for the bargain. Choi Han turned to the red-haired aristocrat in fear, with clear displeasure at such risks that seemed unjustified. The dark-haired man promised to believe without such broad gestures, but Cale sincerely doubted it and stood his ground. The guy was actually certain that he wouldn't have believed it without arguments like this, and besides, The plan wasn't to tell a story about a secret group, so he didn't want to get into it any further. Cale knew that he would therefore have to fight the mermaids on the side of the whale tribe, which was considered the strongest of the werewolves and was famous for its dangerous and wild nature, and this was only the beginning of strange acquaintances on Choi Han's account. Trying to push away the thought of the boy becoming increasingly attached to him, he asked again if he had access to the room, and finally received permission. The boys who served in the temple invited the guests into the dungeon to prepare a room for them, at their request. They politely followed and descended the stairs to the place where the servants had invited them, finding themselves in the middle of a spacious dungeon. The men who were in charge of the temple affairs left them, leaving a request to wait for them for a moment so that they could prepare everything. Cale found himself alone with Choi Han when the door slammed shut in front of him, leaving the dark-haired man completely unaware of what was happening. Cale began to intrigue the boy, asking if he had been sincere recently so that he could share one thing before the deadline. Choi Han, who was always simple and good-natured, asked to tell the story because he felt complete trust in Cale. The red-haired aristocrat was a little surprised by the complete loyalty, but he began his story, which concerned the first point. He admitted that he knew neither the essence nor the purpose of the secret group, which surprised Choi Han, who expected to hear something completely different. His surprise and repeated question were interrupted by the voice of a temple servant who had actually returned from another part of the temple. The man in the white robe warned that a person whose death was at stake would only need to raise his hand in front of the temple servant, indicating the entrance to the room. Cale read the disbelief on the guard's face, which oozed from his uncertain expression, hoping that what he saw was a joke. The aristocrat seemed to draw strength from Choi Han's state of mind, and with a smile, as if jokingly, invited him to join in. No matter how much he wanted to, he still overcame his own fear and indecision, taking the first step, which was always the most difficult and at the same time the most important. Struggling with his legs that seemed to be unyielding and belonged to someone else, Choi Han still continued to follow his master, until they found themselves in a completely white room, which, with its cold glow and absolute emptiness, seemed to deliberately drive them crazy and test their patience. Cale made the prearranged gesture, raising his hand and with this movement informing the temple servant of his own role in the test that awaited them. The man in the long white robe carefully noticed this signal, and without a word took it into account, showing a slight sign of agreement. Choi Han, with confusion and hidden excitement, took the envelope in his hands, trying to put at least some logic into what was happening in his own head. It declared an appeal to a person who was risking his own death, informing him that the hand of death would touch both him and his companion, after which oaths must be pronounced, and in case of violation, the person would die. Cale just noticed how cold-blooded it sounded, as if it was still a fun game for him. The temple minister's hand fell gently on the table, making sure that the guests were familiar with the conditions under which the death chamber operated. When the formalities were over, a black, viscous energy appeared around, enveloping the entire room in an instant. Choi Han, who had little understanding of church rituals and affairs, asked his host if it was not the power of God's action. He, in turn, coldly cut off that it was so, as if it wasn't something exceptional for him, too. Cale thought that now, if he broke his oath, his life would be cut short, like one tiny thread on the canvas of a huge tapestry. The truth had to be that the temple servant would not hear anything in front of them, otherwise he would just as well pay with death. From this point on, the oath began, where Cale gave his name and the things he pledged to do under pain of death. Looking into Choi Han's surprised eyes, he swore to speak the truth before the face of the God of eternal peace. And in the event of a lie being told, Cale will lose his life at that very moment, as described in the postcard earlier. Cale had already wondered more than once whether he should tell Choi Han absolutely everything, not knowing how best to approach the situation. Should he have said that he actually just got into the book he was reading, so he knows the events up to the 5th volume, or that war would soon break out in the world? He can share that he wants to live in comfort, so he decided to intervene in the plot a little, but either option was counterproductive to his goal. He was faced with the choice of dying during the Continental War or at the hands of the evil Choi Han, which was really a choice without a choice. But the silence couldn't last forever, so he had to start saying something that could give the dark-haired man information. Cale chose to start by sincerely not knowing the true nature and purpose of the organization, as that was the pure truth. From what he managed to read, he learned only about one action of the group, and their goals and real essence passed him by. Next on the list of atypical confessions was an equally obvious and surprisingly true statement. The guy said he hated them with all his heart, and wished they would disappear from the face of the earth and stop doing terrible things with impunity. Choi Han jumped up from his chair in confusion to ask more closely how Cale could hate those he didn't even know anything about. But the redhead had an argument that concerned the group's future plans. Like, for example, the dragon, or luck, which represented a separate interest that should be considered as something special. Cale stood closer to the dark-haired man and addressed him in a warm tone. He admitted that a past life as a pagan was the upper limit of his dreams, because he did not want to become the successor of the family. According to his wishes, his younger brother, Basin Zenitus, who had been the target of bets in recent years, was to inherit the throne. Cale noted that he could easily have refused to go to the capital as a representative of the clan, even despite instructions from his father, who was the head of the family. He argued his agreement by saying that he knew what terrible plans the secret group had, which surprised Choi Han. The aristocrat was in no hurry to reveal unnecessary details about the sources of information, but continued to talk about the terrorists' plans, considering himself obliged to prevent them and prevent Basin's participation. Cale concluded that he wanted to end this as soon as possible and return to his own lands, of course not at the cost of his own energy, anger, and certainly not his life. Choi Han listened with his mouth open and did not understand how the host, who called the sources of information a terrible secret that he could not reveal to anyone, knew this. In response to the dark-haired swordsman's incredulous look, Cale decided to add another truth that would smooth out the effect of the past. He carefully said that he had no intention of harming Choi Han, which he was completely sincere about. The young man's head was overworked from so many new truths and unexpected knowledge that suddenly revealed themselves to him in one go. His hand involuntarily clenched into a fist again, as if it was the only natural reaction to the internal pressure and excitement that overwhelmed him. The boy exhaled slowly and expressed trust in Cale and his words, trying to find solid support for his further actions. Pleased with this arrangement, the aristocrat, with a barely noticeable smile, expressed understanding and confidence, which gave him the advantage in this conversation. Choi Han asked his host to swear something else, omitting the polite formalities that had held him back from doing so. For the boy, this was important to build true trust, so that all of Cale's past efforts would not be in vain, and the oath of life would not look like a cruel game. Choi Han hated to think this way, but he understood that any truth could be altered, and thus avoid all problems. Cale had to agree with him, as these were well-reasoned and sound opinions worth listening to. Choi Han, after establishing such an intrigue, said that he must take revenge on them, as if stating an obvious fact. He admitted that it was the first time in his life that he had felt such immense hatred for someone specific, or even an entire group that acted in his manner, so the guy asked to be sure to share it if Cale found out about their true nature. Cale breathed a sigh of relief, having expected something more complicated and wondering under what circumstances he would have found out before the guard. He took an oath again, pledging to tell the truth about the essence of Choi Han's group, risking his death if he failed to do so. Cale clarified if that was all they had to talk about, and swear oaths to test the ground for trust in the dark-haired man's heart. When he agreed, the redhead's hand fell on the table with a confident jerk, thus ending the ceremony. Choi Han could only watch his master's actions from the sidelines and try to comprehend everything he had heard before. In the redhead's head, This farewell sounded like words so that they would not break their oath in order to live on, and it seemed quite cruel to him. The young men returned to the carriage, and Cale decided to add something about the crazy wizard who drank the blood of wolves, that he would be leading the operation in the capital. Choi Han asked without preparation if he could kill him right away, but for the aristocrat it was a strange question, since whether to kill him or not was solely his decision. In that case, the dark-haired man made a decision immediately, committing himself to taking the life of the miserable sorcerer. Upon returning to the manor, Ron knocked on the door of the room, carefully checking the mood of the owner. Although Cale was tired, he was ready to receive the servant, understanding that he would not come just like that. Ron entered, holding a mug of drink in his hands, which was supposed to melt the ice between them and add freedom to the upcoming conversation. Of course, the mug contained Ron's signature drink, which continued to mock the host and his taste buds. Cale asked hopefully, hoping that there would be something different in the mug, but it was the same lemon tea, especially before bed. The boy still couldn't get used to drinking the hated tea, but he had to play along with the old servant in this. He heard Cale asked if he really didn't hear, because in their relationship, he was the one giving the requests and orders, not Ron. It was unclear to the young man what the old servant could possibly need, especially from him, an empty seat in Ron's opinion, but he wanted to listen to him out of curiosity. The experienced footman asked permission to take a vacation, albeit a short one, for only 2 days, but he did so with great courtesy. This exceeded Cale's expectations, who was always glad to be rid of the unnecessary burden of a dangerous servant. He jumped up from his seat with happiness and grabbed Ron's hand in agreement, beaming from within because one of his biggest problems had just disappeared. Cale enthusiastically praised the idea, as the servant had taken diligent care of him for decades, and if he wanted to rest, he could do so at any moment. He would let him do it at any time, but the next 2 days were just perfect for him to go back to the beginning of the terrorist act and contact Choi Han. Ron looked in surprise at the reaction of his master, who had probably never shown him so much kindness. For an experienced man, this was somewhat suspicious, so he looked closely at Cale, trying to figure out what was going on. The young owner walked over to the luxurious dresser and reached into one of the drawers, trying to find something there. With this, he finally made Ron doubt his own eyes, which seemed not to have fully awakened and were showing an alternative reality. Cale handed the man a bag of money, insisting that he eat more and better and spend his vacation as quality as possible. Ron picked up the bag, wondering to himself what had caused his host to be so good-natured towards him. All the wishes for a good rest and delicious food sounded to him like something figurative, as if he was threatening in this way. But on the other hand, he had a chance to show himself and stop hiding behind Cale, who had made the servant his own shadow from birth. And now that the young man was mature enough, Ron could finally step out of the game and become an independent entity, independent of the boy he didn't consider worthy. The man was beaten by life, so he knew that if the situation remained similar to the current one, those who reached the continent would not be limited to simple riots. In this case, he will have to leave even his own son and go to meet the unknown on his own. Returning from his own thoughts to reality, he smiled sweetly and asked if he could really count on a vacation. Cale assured him that this was his sacred right, which no one dared to deny, so he need not worry about it. Ron had originally planned to leave quietly in a few days, either alone or with B-Cross, but he was curious about Cale's reaction, so he decided to ask about the leave. Choi Han told the servant that he knew the young master as a person, and the servant only hurriedly asked if the money he had already received would be enough for Ron. He decided to remain modest, denying that this was too much for him, quietly preparing a provocation. As if jokingly, he said he could just take the money and run away, imperceptibly asking if that was what Cale wanted. But the young man held on tightly, relying on the fact that if Ron really wanted to escape, he would do it silently and without warning. In the first scenario, Ron did just that, while he warned Choi Han about his absence every time she dropped out. The old servant smiled and admitted it, noting to himself that over the years they had spent together, they had learned to recognize each other's habits. For a moment it seemed to him that Cale might even know him better than his own son Bycross, and in that moment he felt old. Ron promised to return before sending Cale to the royal palace, because he couldn't afford for him to look worse than the children of other aristocratic families. Ending the conversation with a formal gesture, he bowed, expressing respect for his host, whom he actually loved, although he hid it. The man thought that he could not allow others to look down on the one he considered to be a puppy that he had raised himself. The next morning was unpleasant for Cale, who was awakened by an annoying knock on the door. Stretching in bed, he wondered who had come so early, but he let them in and glanced at the door. Behind the door stood a constantly smiling Hans, who seemed impervious to any external factors and remained happy. Carrying out Ron's duties, which could only be entrusted to Hans, he brought tea and called himself truly impressive because of his new position. A separate order for the guy was a signature tea with lemon, which Cale actually barely tolerated, but was forced to drink. Cale asked why the choice ultimately fell on this drink, but according to Ron, it was to the young master's taste. The redhead almost choked, but drank anyway, not understanding why Ron needed it and what the purpose of such bullying was. Choi Han quietly entered the room, having managed to observe the conversation between Cale and Hans. Choi Han met Ron as he was leaving the estate, trying to finally find out where the old servant was disappearing to, but the old servant warned him that it was none of his business. The dark-haired man's eyes were full of suspicion and questions about what had caused their meeting, which was obviously unwanted for both of them. The man just gave an ambiguous smile and left Choi Han without explaining any of his actions, leaving it to the young man's imagination. The swordsman could only guess what Ron was thinking and watch him go by, unable to ask for any important information. Cale began his morning leisurely, asking the guard about Luck's condition and simultaneously choosing an outfit for the whole day. Choi Han was pleased that the young man had already woken up and was regaining consciousness, which testified to the true uniqueness of regeneration in the wolf race. Cale remembered a long-standing conversation with Belos, the illegitimate son with whom they had become close before leaving, about his upcoming visit to the capital. The redhead promised to have a drink with him and return the temporarily borrowed things, and everything would happen at a certain place where Choi Han would contact White, but first he had to find out something. He asked the guard how the wolf children and merchants who were staying at the guest house were doing, and the guard replied that he was planning to drop by on his way back from the gathering where Cale was supposed to be. Although Cale was not known for his keen interest in family matters, with the exception of his intrigues, forgetting about the gathering was too much even for him. Hans carefully whispered a reminder in his ear about an invitation to a reception for the young heirs of the aristocratic families of the Northeast, where Cale obviously had to be present. His forgetfulness was justified by the fact that he had no business with these young men, and they did not figure in his plan, so there was room for a strange maneuver. The ever-smiling footman added that one of the guests had been very keen to meet his master, intriguing Cale with just a few words. But it didn't take him long to guess that this girl could only be Rosalind, who obviously had many unspoken questions for Cale. The boy knew how smart a girl could be, who at first looked innocent but actually had an unbreakable core and a quick brain inside. Although she had never encountered dragons before, she probably already guessed the source of the mana she felt the other day, since it was so strong and could only be found in the dragon lineage. The girl was ready to wait and appear at any convenient moment for Cale, so her intentions were definitely firm and serious. In order not to keep her waiting in vain, Cale decided to combine business with pleasure, namely breakfast with a conversation with a young red-haired girl, to whom he definitely had to offer a meal together. But there was only one Ale left, which Hans pointed out, reminding them that it was already about 12 o'clock outside, so their meeting would be more like lunch than breakfast. Cale gave the footman a dark look, and he immediately understood everything, and with a new wave of enthusiasm ran to get ready so as not to annoy his master anymore. The aristocrat looked after the active but overly emotional servant, hoping that he would also open the door to the terrace if it was still in that direction. As soon as the door opened, the magical aroma of a new day filled the room, and the entire room was flooded with warm, energetic sunlight. The dragon, who had already learned the meaning of this gesture, stood on a nearby tree, ready, as if waiting for an invitation in a formal manner rather than through non-verbal gestures. He stretched with relaxation, realizing that now he could enter the room whenever he wanted, because access, as he understood, was now open. As strange as the dragon's position sleeping on the highest branch of a tree might seem to a human, Cale was convinced that the animal was actually comfortable in that position. After the conversation, Choi Han announced that he would return to Lack, who was apparently feeling better. The dark-haired swordsman, along with Rosalind On and Han, took care of the young man who just yesterday had been ready to kill them out of inner anger. He explained his and his brother's behavior by saying that they needed to understand the essence of the rabies from the inside because they considered themselves too weak to defeat the wolf tribe. To be confident, they wanted to learn how to suppress their rage and emerge victorious in such a situation. Although her eyes shone with admiration, the concern was completely artificial, as they were following their own interests. But Choi Han didn't mind, because who could be bothered by such cute furry creatures nearby? It was no small matter that the guard did not inform either Luck or Rosalind that he had brought them on his master's orders. It seemed to Cale that the boy's behavior was provoked by his death oath, but he had no idea how elastic a word could be in the hands of a redhead. Moreover, according to the oath, they were not on equal footing, because the god of death only follows the interpretation of the one who made the oath, which allowed him to use it in his own interests. Meanwhile, Cale remembered the words of Choi Han, who threatened to kill the wizard he hated so much if he saw him again. This question sounded formal, like a test of the boy's determination, who did not hesitate for a second and held on to the same position. Cale promised to tell them about the way to find him, but he set a condition that this would happen only after they managed to prevent the terrorist act. And while they were talking, the servant brought in Rosalind, who had been waiting so long to meet the mysterious aristocrat. Cale and Hans left their company, leaving them to be sure to contact him in case of any need. Choi Han joined the footman, informing the red-haired girl that he would go to Locke as her replacement, which brought a smile to her face. The luxury of the room now shone only for the two of them, who were somewhat wary of the shared meal during which the cards would be revealed. The girl entered and thanked the young aristocrat for the invitation, who had so attracted her attention and intrigued her with his inscrutability. Avoiding unnecessary formalities, he invited her to sit down, to which she smiled and was glad that he was one of those people who didn't drag on before the main part of the conversation. The gazes of both of them were drawn to the panoramic window overlooking the street, from which came the rustling of trees and the sounds that the dragon refused to leave behind. Cale decided not to hide anything and invited the dragon inside to show it in all its glory to his wife, who was eager to understand the magical creature. In response, she only unconsciously clenched her fists, as if worried about what would happen next, and trying to hide her excitement under an outward show of restraint. Carefully choosing her words, Rosalind hesitated for a long time about how to properly address him, whether to call him dragon or lord, or find an even more appropriate definition. Cale decided not to interfere or help her with her choice, instead inviting the dragon to introduce himself, understanding his natural talent for speaking. Wrapped in a dense sphere of mana, a black dragon appeared before them, its figure leaving no one indifferent, no matter how many times they had seen it before. He looked at the girl with strange interest, as if cautiously trying to establish an acquaintance without a word, just with a look and subtle movements of his head. She stood there confused and without any understanding of how to behave properly, which further amused Cale and Choi Han, who watched in silence. The dragon finally admitted that he was already feeling hungry, so Cale let him taste some of what had been prepared for himself and Rosalind. Adhering to the norms of decency, he invited the lady to sit at the table and begin the meal with them, keeping up with the insatiable black dragon. The girl still couldn't come to her senses and feel confident, so she just nodded in agreement in confusion, trying to navigate the situation. She couldn't calm down at the thought of such a young dragon eating right before her eyes, as if nothing had happened. The equality between the three of them seemed to her something striking, since the animal ate the same food as them at the same table, and if she told anyone about it, no one would believe it. For her, as a sorceress, it had a particularly striking significance, since dragons and humans rarely lived so closely together. The dragon noticed from the side that people were too weak and their physical strength was useless, so they had to live like this, and Cale, who was already tired of arguing, simply nodded. Rosalind admitted that dining with the young aristocrat Cale and the dragon was a great honor for her, one she had not expected. Cale emphasized to himself that the girl was not as simple as it might seem at first glance, clearly realizing her potential. If another wizard were in her place, he would probably try to impress the dragon and please him the most, out of fear of such supernatural power. Literally every wizard was fascinated by dragon magic, and would definitely ask to be taught at least some of the small tricks that dragons can perform. It pleased him to think that the girl was above this mediocre level, so he tried to make her stay as comfortable as possible, and as long as she might need. Rosalind understood that this was most likely a formality that he had to say, so she immediately got down to business, namely the 3 questions she had. Looking back at the dragon, she noticed that she had already received an answer to one of them, apparently about the nature of the creature she had seen earlier. And for the next 2, she asked permission from the aristocrat, who of course did not refuse, being interested himself. She wondered if it was really possible for him to have a person who wasn't even invited, because despite the fact that she was a sorceress, something like that could be dangerous for him, like for an aristocrat. The redhead reassured her that he trusted the situation, as she was brought in by none other than Choi Han, who was the equivalent of being responsible for the development of events for the worse, just in case. And the second argument, perhaps even more important, was the dragon, which happily devoured meat from the table and was ready to protect its owner from anyone. The girl agreed with the appropriateness of the arguments and moved on to the third question, which was fundamental for her. It concerned his origin and the inconsistency of his communication with her in a very respectful manner with the generally accepted image of aristocrats, especially those as young and rich as Cale. Cale couldn't stand it and got up from the table to convey the fullness of his emotions, because for him, the question was just a provocation that didn't work. Listing the features of the girl sorceress with red hair, eyes, and a name that spoke for itself, he concluded that she was a princess, and that in that case, she herself should behave arrogantly. Deliberately emphasizing addressing the girl as a princess, he allowed her to address him as you to equalize them. Rosalind remembered the words of the leader of the merchant squad, who called Cale a notorious villain with a terrible reputation. But in the girl's opinion, this did not correspond to reality, which pleasantly surprised her with its difference from the rumors of others. Cale acknowledged his fame with a smile, which lately had become less and less in keeping with the general image, but he did not want to give it up. He cautiously made a stab at asking if wizards shouldn't decide such things based on their 5 senses, rather than the words of others, which the girl couldn't help but agree with, since it was one of the basic truths of magic. Rosalind behaved quite unusually, as if dividing the personality of a princess with formality and a sorceress with a pleasant politeness and address. The guy noticed that the redhead was much more inclined to her magical side than her royal one, but he still addressed her as a princess. Immediately correcting himself after her reaction, he asked if she had any more questions that needed answering, but she pointed out that she had said everything she wanted to. Finally, she said with a completely friendly smile that he probably didn't want to get involved with her, although the tone of her voice sounded completely even and calm. And in her mind, she was discussing with herself that she was satisfied with his attitude, despite the fact that he knew that she was a princess, and if she wanted something else, Rosalind would have simply revealed her identity right away. Cale refrained from a direct answer, seeking an alternative path by mirroring her reaction, which, in his opinion, was that she herself did not want to contact him, even though it was a lie. She analyzed that these words were used as a kind correction rather than a sincere response, thereby confirming her opinion of herself as a smart person. Complementing the image of the red-haired aristocrat in her head, she added a dragon to the association with someone known from the last scumbag, which is not true. It seemed to her that if Cale had wanted it, she, the princess of the kingdom of Breck, would not have been here at all, as if recognizing the power in his hands. But out loud she only thanked him for not informing the royal family about the girl's presence here, which was really a loan. He was indignant that he couldn't do something like this without her consent, although in reality he simply didn't want to see the crown prince, who would appear on the doorstep in an instant if he found out about this. Rosalind agreed that she absolutely did not want this, and if someone from the royal family raised the issue, the guy should have told her that the princess herself insisted on anonymity. And if such a need arises, she can herself send them a notice of arrival or her need, which would facilitate communication. She sincerely thanked him for the place to live, but separated the guy from her own affairs, which she intended to resolve on her own. Feeling out of place, she tried to get used to her surroundings and called her desire to be independent from Cale completely natural. As soon as her hand reached for one of the plates of meat, she was stopped by the dragon's paw, which was protecting the sausages, not giving permission for anyone to touch them. He angrily threw it away so that she wouldn't climb into his plate and look for something in him, as if he really owned everything around him, while also behaving so unfriendly that it was difficult to remain indifferent. From the enraged dragon, crashing into Rosalind's genuine surprise, leaving her confused and slightly stunned. Their gazes met, and sparks flew from the magical creature's side, so stubbornly and passionately did he hold on to his position. Cale, who remained a mute witness to this silent confrontation, realized that he had to intervene somehow to prevent the situation from getting out of control. After all, the dragon was his responsibility, and the estate belonged to his family, so the boy could not afford to stand aside and had to take on the role of mediator. Instead of long explanations, he showed the age of the dragon with a simple gesture, revealing a truth that, by its very simplicity, put everything in its place. This fact explained the absurdity of the situation, relieved the tension between them, and prevented unnecessary misunderstandings. The girl couldn't believe her ears at first, but when she finally realized that what she had heard might be true, her face suddenly lit up with joy. She found it amusing to watch the formidable dragon, who in reality turned out to be just a 4-year-old child who was feverish beyond measure. They looked with notes of concern and mild interest at the creature, which enthusiastically began to eat a new portion of meat under the sound of their conversation. At this point, they decided to continue their meal, pretending as if nothing had happened, although there was still a strange spark in the air from what they had just experienced. But the time had come to finish the meal and gather for a congress of young aristocrats, where a problem could arise. Choi Han was immediately interested in what it would consist of and whether he could help and fix it, but Cale had no plans to share. The surprised, dark-haired guard could only blink, and the aristocrat understood that the company he was going to remember him for his past behavior. It was necessary to handle them with utmost care, as rumors of incidents involving Cale also frequently reached their lands. Or alternatively, behave so badly that you exceed expectations and become absolute scum in the eyes of others. While he was pondering his plan for today, they arrived in Wilsman County, where the anticipated convention was to be held. There he was apparently met by a polite servant who bowed in respect to the newly arrived aristocrat. But he got out of the carriage without expressing any emotion, as if he didn't care at all about everything going on around him, including the footman who was trying to please him. Cale cast his eye over the estate belonging to a family that owned land located at the very beginning of the Northeast, namely in Wilsman County. In his opinion, the estate did not look very large, which made the family appear not so influential, but rather average, and showed the need for friendship with the similar county of Zenitus, but with a better position. At the same time, it was also beneficial for the Cale family, because it was the family based closest to the capital, not on the outskirts like them. The representative of these lands at the Congress was Eric Wilsman, who now represented the object of his interest. He had previously discussed communicating with the young man with the footman, but he had warned him not to focus on him alone, as there would be many other aristocrats there, and had warned him to speak carefully. Cale followed the servant who met him, not breaking away from his own thoughts, but only looking at his feet. Based on Hans's reaction, Cale assumed that he had once been close to Eric, but judging from the available information, he was not a bad person, but rather honest and thorough. The man asked if he should take the young aristocrat inside, and he decided not to refuse the offer. He was tormented until the last moment by doubts about how he should behave so as not to show the changes and to gain the most from the situation. As soon as the door opened, he realized that he had been worrying about all this for nothing and could easily take control of the situation. Eric himself appeared before him, trying to remain serious with a note of respect in his voice, as if it were a reception at the King's. Cale had an expression of absolute indifference on his face, as if he had been forced to be here, which was close to the truth to some extent. He was seated at a table with 2 boys and 1 girl, who looked at him with fear and obvious authority. As soon as Eric met the redhead's gaze, he corrected himself and remembered that such formality was making him nervous. 2 others joined in the excuses, agreeing with his disrespect for formalities and not accusing him of familiarity, trying to diffuse the situation. Eric couldn't stand it, flew up from the table and shouted at him not to try at all, not to force a smile, but rather to do nothing, and they would take care of everything else. He stated with a smile that completing all the formalities shouldn't take up Cale's time, which, by mute definition, was above that. Cale, who hadn't managed to say a word during his entire stay, sat there with an indifferent expression on his face, although he was actually very surprised by this reception. The peers were asked not to talk, not to laugh, but to just sit quietly so that they could solve all the issues themselves without the participation of the redhead. This situation seemed strange, but he agreed, calling himself a master at sitting quietly doing nothing. Those around him definitely didn't agree with this, but they remained delicate and didn't argue with the hot-tempered Cale in order to avoid a grand scandal from the air. Eric was very delicate, so he decided to give the guy a yes, showing his lightness of character and some anxiety. Despite such flexibility, he was not a simple person either, as Eric was composed entirely of opposing traits, which in some made him very adaptable and in his own way dangerous. He figured that the descendants from the northeast might bother Cale, and the people from the Marquisate of Stain and the other duchies were pretty passive right now, so if he kept quiet, the other 3 would be able to solve the problems. As expected from the boy's anxiety, this interested him the most, since to date, among the 10 main clans, only 4 of them were not related to anyone. And those who had established some connections with the greater aristocrats had correspondingly greater ambitions for today's reception. They would certainly try to provide their patrons with the greatest influence, even among the youngest members of the aristocracy. They had, for this reason, the richest of them, the Zenitus clan, which maintained the greatest neutrality in the northeast, found it risky to instigate conflicts, so Cale agreed to the group's plan. Eric breathed a sigh of relief and added that the 4 of them planned to congratulate the crown prince, considering it a high honor. The guy with glasses thought it would be difficult for the redhead, and he wanted to drink right away, but it was better to wait until they just said hello, and then the responsibility would fall off his shoulders. In honor of such a wonderful plan, Cale raised a glass to celebrate their verbal agreement that would ensure the success of the convention. All 4 were pleased with this turn of events and the easy communication with the famous pagan, so they happily joined in. Each of them took a few sips of the wonderful nectar, which relaxed them further, giving their bodies freedom. Cale, who was definitely knowledgeable about alcohol, praised the wine in the glass and caused pleasure in the host, who in this house was Eric. He finally reminded them that it was enough to go sit quietly and come back to definitely imprint in Cale's memory the ban on scandals and provocations. The red-haired aristocrat smiled because it completely suited him, since in this way his desired utopia was coming. At the common table, a discussion began about the wonderful grape wine that so captivated representatives of aristocratic families. Choi Han arrived at the host's call, still unaware of the problem, and whispered a few words to Cale in the carriage, wondering what was needed to fix it. The aristocrat was curious about what was happening in the guest house, where the wolf children and merchants were currently staying, but fortunately everything was in order, and the children were recovering well from what they had experienced. This amused the redhead, who concluded that there was no more business for today, asking Choi Han questions to confirm his words. The swordsman agreed, but hesitantly added one more detail that would continue their hurried conversation. But Cale interrupted him, asking him to tell Hans not to wait by the door, but to go to sleep, since he planned to go to bed already. The guy got up and walked to the window, which raised a question in Choi Han, who had already thought that the aristocrat was going outside. To which Cale only slyly added that he would leave the window open, like last time, so that he could return to his master's room unnoticed. Choi Han didn't ask any unnecessary questions, but only clarified whether they would go alone or with On and Hong, because that was an important detail for understanding. Suddenly, the dragon intervened in the conversation, stating as an affirmation that he would go with them, despite their plans, because he considered himself authoritative enough to decide. The magical creature looked defiantly up and down at the dark-haired guard, as if answering unasked questions and objections. Cale understood that there was no point in arguing, and help in the face of a dragon would always be useful, so he agreed that the three of them would go. Choi Han looked at the dragon with a hint of surprise, but remained silent, as he had to carry out his master's will. He wondered what their goal was this time, maybe destroying something, but Cale replied that that was not the goal at all. Surprised by the radical nature of his idea, he ordered him to leave for a short while and return, and on the way back to cover his head with something so as not to show his face. Having agreed on everything in advance, they went to different corners, performing the roles that had to be played for naturalness. As soon as the door closed behind Choi Han, it was necessary to pretend that it was an ordinary night, when a person was not interested in anything other than sleep. In the richly furnished room, the young man lay down on a comfortable bed, letting his body relax a little, but keeping his brain ready to act at every second. The dragon, looking at this from the side, advised not to fall asleep, as if Cale was a 4-year-old kid who didn't understand anything. When the moment finally came, the boy carefully sat on the edge of the bed, listening to his own heartbeat and tensely awaiting the signal from the guard, who was supposed to appear at that very moment. He looked intently out the window, where every shadow or glimmer of light seemed to be a harbinger of a meeting, for Choi Han was due to appear any minute. As soon as the young man had time to think about it, a guard stepped onto the balcony and cautiously and almost imperceptibly entered the room. He landed so quietly that no sound gave away his appearance, remaining in his deep hooded robe that hid his head just as Cale had requested. For good camouflage, the red-haired aristocrat chose a simple robe and cap that would attract much less attention than his usual attire. The last undisguised dragon remained, who, in order to maintain the general conspiracy, promised to become transparent. Choi Han heard somewhere that dragons are polymorphs that can take on human form, which would be very convenient in their situation. But the dragon defiantly refused, citing his hatred of humans and his unwillingness to become like the creatures that so annoyed him. Mocking the dark-haired man, he said that there was gossip going around that dragons were very arrogant and really cool, and Choi Han only mockingly asked who said that. Although the animal didn't say a word, its every appearance, every movement, and even the glint in its eyes hinted to Cale to rub his nose in the guard, who didn't perceive it as a real authority at all. As soon as Cale agreed with this expression of silent support, Choi Han nodded awkwardly, as if acknowledging a fact that he had been arguing with and refusing to accept just a moment ago. Meanwhile, the dragon, in order to prove his usefulness and not be unfounded, immediately began preparations for the mission, demonstrating the seriousness of his intentions. In a few seconds of concentrated effort, he seemed to disappear from sight, although in reality he had only taken on a transparent appearance, becoming invisible to outside eyes. Both boys were genuinely surprised by what they saw, but refrained from praising it, lest the dragon start turning up its nose and demanding even more attention. Looking out the window and realizing that they were on a very high floor, the guard asked incredulously if he should now carry Cale on his back. This option categorically outraged Cale, so he decided to turn to a greater power, in which he had no doubt and in which he completely trusted. At the light command of a finger, a transparent layer of mana formed around him, allowing him to fly freely above the ground, overcoming any height. This caused a radiant smile and delighted surprise from the dragon, who was pleased that his power had helped solve a complex problem so quickly. Confirming his majesty and nobility, the dragon further strengthened his protective layer, as if demanding respect and sincere praise for the opportunity granted. With literally one energetic burst, they both dissolved into thin air, leaving Choi Han alone, and now he too had to acknowledge the majesty of the dragons. He looked around in surprise, but he couldn't find words and couldn't add anything to the obvious coolness of these magical creatures that surpassed imagination. Choi Han went downstairs, expecting to meet the dragon and Cale there, but to his surprise, no one was there. Looking around, he couldn't figure out where they had ended up if they weren't at the most logical destination. But suddenly, Cale's figure appeared, inside a sphere of mana that was carefully descending, levitating above the ground. And this fascinating process was controlled by a dragon who used his paws to control the flows of mana and allow the magic of creation to take place, serving the benefit of the master. Cale himself was amazed at the magic, which was much stronger than he had expected, as the dragon's abilities exceeded those of a high-ranking wizard. Perhaps the words that a full-grown dragon could destroy an entire kingdom in a single selfless attack were true, although it was hard to believe. But he hoped that when he had the sound of the wind, all this would become unnecessary for him, as would the escort from 2 devoted guards in their own way. The sound of the wind was the name of an ancient power that was the boy's next goal, but in order to obtain it, he had to head to Lady Amir's territory, which was on the northeastern coast of the Kingdom of Raun. The guy hoped to get it on his way home from the capital and return to his own lands for a peaceful life. Although he was troubled in his heart that the ancient power was located near the sea, it could be quietly taken away, since the tribe of whales and mermaids had not yet appeared on that shore. Therefore, for now, he was only planning a short excursion to look around and understand the specifics of the place, and he would take specific actions later. By then, his ways with Choi Han should have diverged, giving him the freedom to act without supervision. But now he needed to coordinate the actions of the new trio, so Cale concentrated on that. They walked the streets of the capital like ordinary residents, trying not to attract attention and not stand out among the night contingent of the city, which was bustling with life of its own. The swordsman immediately noticed that the night sky in the capital was much brighter than anywhere else, and this unusual feature impressed him more and more. When they finally emerged into the wide open space, this effect became much more noticeable, as everything around them shone with the brilliance of crystal lanterns and lamps. Choi Han, enchanted by such beauty, could not believe his own eyes, and beamed with delight himself, like a carefree child. His attention was unexpectedly attracted by a family with a small child, who was laughing heartily and happily spending time with his parents. Cale was not nearly as moved by the sight as his companion, so he dryly asked the dragon to silence their voices for the benefit of those around them. When the request was fulfilled and a barrier was erected around them, the red-haired aristocrat spoke about the magic bombs, which were of great importance for subsequent events. According to him, magic bombs could take on completely different forms, recalling the history of warfare on the Western continent, which was as long as the period of their active use in magical warfare. They had a significant disadvantage due to the complexity of use, as the installation location, amount of mana, and other details were very delicate and required considerable knowledge. However, this could be circumvented by using modified bombs that would explode in the area, including the location where they were standing, in 6 days. Although only 5 bombs were found according to the first plan, due to the changing course of history, it was difficult to guess which place and which people would be affected, because circumstances could change almost endlessly. But the guy was certain that a terrorist act with magic bombs would happen, especially since they knew that the wizard who caused it was in the country. Everything was developing so quickly and according to its own rhythm that it was difficult for him to predict the nearest reality. Their images looked harmonious with the attire of the city's inhabitants, and protection from the dragon granted freedom of expression. Choi Han wondered if the bomb would go off here, glancing at the family in front of him, who certainly hadn't expected this in a few days. Cale explained that it could be either buried somewhere or installed inside a person, making it even more unexpected and dangerous. Obviously, an ordinary person would never guess that there was a bomb inside, so they had to do it in a way that wouldn't happen. The dark-haired man tried to figure out how they could prevent this, expecting that the master already had a plan. Cale, of course, had an idea of how to do this, since the magic bomb was a lump of mana, so all he had to do was find a place with an increased concentration of it, using the identification skill. For Choi Han, it still remained something of a mystery, because he looked at it from the perspective of someone who was not familiar with specific details. The master explained that the concentration of mana in the bombs was not so high that an ordinary wizard could find and neutralize it in advance. However, a clump of mana can absorb it from the environment, which causes a huge explosion, so they should have looked for potential explosion sites. Choi Han, who barely understood the principle of operation, assumed that the task would be difficult, since it would require a subtle sense of touch and precise devices. But the redhead had an argument that could not be defeated, since they had a dragon with them, ready to overcome even such difficulties. The black dragon agreed to complete the task, although he said it would be quite annoying, as it would require fiddling with details. Given the abilities of the powerful dragon, there will be no problems with identifying the mana, so finding the bombs will be really easy. The guy wasn't sure about bombs inside people, but those that have a specific location would not be left later than 2 days before the act. What we could know for sure was that at least one bomb would be somewhere in this square, since this is the place with the largest concentration of people. Choi Han looked around, appreciating the scale of the space, and agreed that it sounded completely realistic. Cale ordered the guard to patrol the capital at night, moving from this square to find the bombs along with the dragon. The dark-haired swordsman was surprised that he was giving such an important assignment to the two of them, not wanting to control the process himself. The red-haired aristocrat noted the guard's ability to hide well and move unnoticed, as these skills were truly unmatched and allowed him to complete the task without any problems. Choi Han asked what they would do with the bombs once they found them, but Cale said not to touch or destroy them for now. According to Cale's plan, they were all to be destroyed together, on one appointed day, but the guard did not understand why it had to be done in this way. The secret was that in this way they could provoke the very magician who had caused so much hatred in Choi Han. Whatever the magic bomb, to activate it, a wizard is needed who created and detonates them all together in a chain, through a central link. But the first priority was to find the bombs, and it would be nice to see the people planting them. Cale understood that finding these people would be problematic, but it would help a lot to put all the dots on the I and was worth the effort. To find places with a small concentration of mana, you will have to run a lot, which will be difficult and annoying at the moment, but very fruitful for the future. It was for this reason that he entrusted the task to these two, as he himself would be just an unnecessary obstacle. Choi Han immediately figured that on the day of the Emperor's arrival, security would be significantly increased, so it would not be easy to remain unnoticed. A smile suddenly appeared on Cale's face for no good reason, which was strange in a way. The boy opposite looked at the magical artifact in Cale's hands with surprised eyes, suspecting what the lair was used for. The red-haired rich man assumed that the lair wouldn't be allowed to work for more than 10 minutes due to the large crowd of mages around, but she could help with the magic items. They would have had 10 minutes to create chaos and gain a small advantage, so the artifact would have worked its magic in any case. With this layer, they will be able to disable all bombs for 10 minutes, which will definitely not go unnoticed by the owners. And when the right moment, for which they are so waiting, finally arrives, the matter will be left to the small details. Because at that moment, the dragon, Choi Han, and countless representatives of races who are oppressed in everyday life will be watching. This way, they would have managed to save the situation and get rid of the negative consequences that the terrorist attack promised to leave behind. Impressed by the plan's analytical thinking and ability to adapt to any little detail, the dark-haired guard wanted to ask if he had come up with all this alone. But the young man interrupted him and suggested that they take up the matter they had talked about for so long and in detail without wasting a single second in vain. Cale pointed to the spot where he would wait for the team to return, immediately separating himself from their search. He gave them the task of inspecting the area by 11 o'clock, and then coming to him with a report to understand how the plan worked in practice. Choi Han, in turn, didn't understand why he didn't want to go with them, but kept quiet because he respected his decision and didn't feel like he was on the same level as Cale to argue. Cale casually said that it was getting colder outside, as if hinting that they should start sooner so that he wouldn't have to stand around in vain. The guard promised to work very hard and asked to buy him a glass of beer upon his return, which was an easy task for Cale, who could have joined him in this. He said goodbye and wished good luck to the dragon, who now had to do work that, although not difficult, was terribly annoying. At the last moment, the dome of mana around them disappeared, and they became audible to the people around them again, equating themselves to inconspicuous citizens. Without further ado, they exchanged glances in confirmation of everything said and went their separate ways, fulfilling the agreement. Cale watched the tandem, who would still have to learn to work together over the next few days, which would be full of time spent together. The morning 2 days after the search began appeared unusually sunny, as if nature was operating in its own rhythm and harmony. Cale lazily woke up, trying to regain consciousness after the night and reaching for refreshment. He remembered a report from his subordinates that they had been searching for bombs for 2 days, but still had not found anything. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, which helped to open the eyes of the red-haired aristocrat who had to start the day. Unexpectedly, instead of Hans's voice, which he had heard first thing in the morning for the past few days, familiar notes sounded outside the door. Cale sat back on the bed in surprise, having completely forgotten that the old servant was supposed to return today. Before him stood a smiling Ron, announcing his return, and thereby destroying Cale's fairy tale, who was now forced to return to the cruel reality. Omitting formal greetings, he immediately handed the host the letter that had arrived that morning because he understood that it was a higher priority. Satisfied with the envelope he received, he read the question about having several glasses together, which reminded him of a planned meeting. These words could only mean that the illegitimate son of the head of the Belos Merchant Guild would soon arrive in the capital, so it was worth preparing a bottle of good wine. It also made him aware that very soon he would have the opportunity to meet with the Crown Prince in the palace. Ron wouldn't have left any additional trouble either, as he cautiously reminded him of the visit to the palace he was due to make in 2 days, as if pressing on a sore spot. Something between a ball and a meal was planned before the king's welcoming speech in the square, which was to open the festival, where the heirs of aristocratic families were to meet the crown prince. This meeting was planned at the palace, where balls are usually held, so the overall atmosphere would be appropriate. Meanwhile, Cale was interested in the fate of Taylor's abandoned eldest son and the insane temple servant Cage, who were supposed to be in the capital. He thought about them with sincere interest, hoping that their affairs were in order and that no one had hindered them from fulfilling their goal. But the young man immediately stopped himself, because such concern for other people could cause him unnecessary difficulties. He himself had no idea why these thoughts had crossed his mind, and he tried to push them out of his mind and concentrate on more important matters. Cale promised himself that he would behave quietly and calmly in the palace, and if someone started to pick on him, he would silently endure it and return home so as not to cause new problems. Ron, returning to the classic state, offered him to be a personal servant as an escort to the palace, hoping to control the situation in this way. The red-haired aristocrat didn't even think of objecting, since the only one who could have completed such a task without any questions was Ron himself. Parallel to the conversation, the old servant's mind was spinning about a group that ruled the criminal world of the eastern continent. It was called the Parasite and was trying to expand its influence to the west, but it was only part of a larger organization with a secret essence. Others also fought for supremacy in the criminal world of the eastern continent, such as the Malin clan, which was one of the 5 great assassin clans, and the successor to the clan was none other than Ron Malin. He sincerely hated and feared the Parasite, choosing to live here for a long time, hiding from them, but in his opinion, the time had come to abandon the usual schedule, and escorting Cale to the palace was to be his last job. When the owner agreed to his company, he decided to praise him a little, assuring him that there would be no one equal to Cale in that palace. The rich man was not distinguished by modesty and asked if he was really so beautiful in both face and body, expecting an unequivocal positive answer, which he received from the intelligent servant. Although he meant it as a joke, he was very surprised by the kind tone in Ron's voice, which was completely uncharacteristic of the man. Ron bowed and said he had to step away for a moment to explain the situation to Hans, leaving his host wondering what was happening to him. Finally, he said that he would definitely get a bottle of the best alcohol that he could use during the meeting with Belos. Without leaving Cale alone for a moment, the kittens came in instead of the servant, wanting to know something. The kittens came in all seriousness to report to their master about their observations of the werewolf, concluding that if such an opponent had lost his alertness, they would have managed to kill him. Cale didn't know what to say, but at the same time he was pleased with their mood, so he simply agreed to this conclusion. And the cats decided to simply snuggle closer and cuddle up to the redhead, seeking warmth and peace, as if forgetting everything else for a moment. A strange aroma suddenly appeared in the room, distracting them from the task that had previously been completely absorbing them. They suddenly noticed the scent of a wolf, and this note immediately turned on their alertness, for their instincts screamed of danger. Taking timid steps, he entered the room only after Cale's permission, as if asking for the right to be present. His face spoke louder than words and betrayed the fear, inner sadness, and doubts that were tightly strangling him from within. Cale, in his usual manner, ordered him to sit down to begin the conversation that was becoming inevitable and waiting for both of them. The young man was immediately confused by the aristocrat's tone, but he couldn't find the strength to argue and simply submitted to his will. Cale felt in a better position and confidently led the party, giving the right of first vote to a representative of the Wolf clan. The poor boy, who had recently gone through a bout of rabies, turned red from the confusion and heavy feelings that overwhelmed him. But the experienced aristocrat remained adamant and insisted that the guest briefly state everything he had to say. They both obviously knew they had common topics to discuss, as it was the first time they had met since Luck had recovered. Cale was losing the patience he needed with such indecision on the part of the young man that he still couldn't find the words. Suddenly he jumped up and shouted words of gratitude that expressed his inner sense of shame for having caused so much trouble. His overall appearance was naive, timid, and quite stupid to the extent of childish simplicity, as was supposed to be the case according to the plot. Although according to the book, the boy's character was supposed to change after the first rant, it seemed like everything had remained the same. Cale chose the path of arrogant superiority, indicating that his gratitude was obvious and he should feel it. An awkward, silent pause fell between them, brightened only by the tea that the servant so discreetly brought. The red-haired aristocrat was being unusually impolite, kicking the boy out if that was all he wanted to convey. Lack clenched his fists, to deal with the cloud of emotions that came from the number of thoughts that could not find an outlet in words. Cale was quite fed up with the boy's indecision, who couldn't pronounce a word properly, annoying him with a stupid waste of time. Lack became even more afraid when the redhead began to attack him with instructions, as if threatening his safety. The guy had to choose a different tactic, moving from anger to kindness, and giving advice to look directly at the interlocutor during the dialogue. It seemed to him that this would help the not-so-brave young man finally say something, so he promised to listen to him if he said what was on his mind. Finally, he blurted out a confession that he was the eldest brother in his family, so he had certain obligations to his relatives. In his opinion, he had to protect the younger ones, but in addition, he was a nephew and a younger brother, which also added its own nuances. And in the end, he concluded that he must take revenge on those who attacked his village and acted so cruelly towards his family. Cale knew that the young man had 10 younger siblings left before him, whom he had to protect and care for. The boy could not forget the kindness that the clan had shown him in the form of family, close friends, and neighbors, who were now lying in the damp earth due to the malice of the wizards from the organization. Although he didn't seem like a serious opponent right now, as he still worried about little things and showed insecurity, he was obligated to pay back for the damage he had caused. He lowered his eyes in response to the heavy memories that surged so suddenly, like a wave of pain, tearing his soul from within and making his heart clench as if in a noose. He was brought back to reality by Cale's appeal as if to a wolf, and this simple detail genuinely surprised the young man, because he had not expected such an acknowledgement of his own nature. Cale, in a calm but confident tone, stated the cub's origin from the wolf family, and these words sounded extremely weighty, like a final verdict that changes everything around. According to his testimony, wolves always stand up for their family and put loved ones first, so for Luck, this could only mean one single clear life goal. He honestly admitted that he perceived this genus as the embodiment of unwavering pride that a person can carry in their heart and use even in the most difficult everyday life. These simple but profound words, in their own way, inspired the young man. He seemed to blossom from within, beaming with joy and even blushing, unable to hold back a wave of sincere admiration. Lack sincerely thanked him for his help and stammered something else awkwardly, as if he wanted to continue the conversation but didn't dare to express his thoughts out loud. The little kittens were closely following their conversation, sitting tensely, not taking their eyes off the werewolf, even in completely normal and calm conditions. The young man turned to the red-haired aristocrat for help, hoping for favor, but he coldly refused, saying that gratitude would be more than enough for him. Cale said that he was not going to help the young man because it was unnecessary for him and of no interest. He still had the idea lately to return to his bad guy image because of Choi Han and the dragon who were making adjustments to the game. The dragons themselves were a significant problem, and the people Choi Han would attract to himself in the future would become even bigger problems in the future. It was for this reason that he could not scatter help haphazardly, so as not to take on too many cases, although he understood the grief of the 10 wolf cubs who had lost their home and family. Sincerely sympathizing with them, since he himself had experienced something similar, he almost joined this game, but realized that he could not bear responsibility for everything. As an alternative to refusing to help, he suggested concluding a contract to benefit the other party. Switching to an offensive tone, he tried to offer it in the most attractive way possible so that the young man would have no chance of refusing. He asked Luck to articulate what help he needed and what he could offer in return. And after that, he ordered to return as soon as the guy could answer the questions clearly and without hesitation. Luck looked away to catch his breath under pressure from Cale, who was in a serious mood. Then he stood up, trying to look as confident as possible and not show his own fear, so as not to give Cale a reason to laugh. Although it was a show of determination, it still pleased the redhead, who was finally able to see in front of him a person capable of serious conversations. To help the boy relax and feel that he was not alone, he stroked his hair, sealing their agreement. Meanwhile, the solemn moment of the same gathering had arrived, where he would have his first official meeting with the Crown Prince, and this moment seemed both anticipated and tense. Dressed in the most luxurious and elegant manner, Cale slowly exited the carriage, forcing those who met him to bow their heads in a deep bow as a sign of respect. The palace where the dinner parties are held was built by the current king in honor of the birth of the prince and bore the symbolic name of the Palace of Joy. Although now the king's attention had shifted to the third prince, who had captured his heart and received the most care from him. Of course, there was no need to compare the palace before him, which shone with luxury, with the real estate owned by the Zenitus family, since they were at completely different levels of wealth. Cale wondered for a second if Eric, Gilbert, and Amir had already arrived, promising to represent him and save him the trouble. Suddenly, he was pulled out of his thoughts by a carriage that passed right in front of his nose, forcing him to take a closer look at the emblem on it. This irritated him terribly because from the very beginning everything went wrong, as if fulfilling some cliché. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through his head, all of them related to how untimely this event was, while the man was slowly getting out of the carriage. He was getting closer and closer, leaving no chance to somehow correct the situation that was spiraling so inopportunely in front of this palace. He was greeted by the ironic smile of a boy who pretended to be pleasantly surprised to meet the famous young Mr. Cale of the Zenitus clan. Immediately advancing, the guy asked if the redhead was alone in the area right now, so he could assess the situation without wasting time. Cale, choosing his words for a response, wondered how he had been so unlucky to encounter an annoying chatterbox from Benion. His name was Neo Tolls, and he behaved as if the protection of the second son of the Marquis, Stan Benion, could save him from any adventure. The village where the Black Dragon was held, whose release was the responsibility of Cale and Choi Han, was actually located in the Viscounty of Tolls. But in those lands, the county of Zenitus was not particularly loved, although the distance between them was only one mountain, but the difference in financial wealth could not leave anyone indifferent. Although their families had previously been on good terms, 5 years ago, the young man's family fell under the wing of the Marquis of Stain, which radically changed the situation. The boy became arrogant and self-confident, trying to imitate his idol Benion, for whom he was willing to belittle his own personality. Cale exhaled, trying to assume the appearance of someone who didn't care about such minor troubles, even though inside he was almost seething with anger. It was crowded around, because in addition to the 2 young aristocrats, there were numerous servants standing near the palace who were supposed to ensure the comfort of the owners. Neo sent his servant to get a pass, to let them in for a private conversation with the red-haired acquaintance. Finally, left alone, without unnecessary witnesses in the form of servants, the boy turned to Cale, with the same note of irony in his voice. He asked how he interpreted the significance of the event, if he believed that a miserable person like him had a place here, as if putting himself on a level higher than Cale. The young man just exhaled, realizing how devoid of manners the person in front of him was and wondering how such people existed in any reality. This remark sounded completely baseless and did not look like a reasoned attack, but only as a desire to irritate. In addition, the origin of the Viscount's son did not allow him to address the Count's son in this way, which was additionally annoying because it violated social norms. He didn't like to endure the fate of a person who was subjected to such clichés, despite the fact that he hadn't done anything special, and his presence didn't bring much significance. The thought crossed his mind that he could simply ask his old servant to kill Neo without feeling any significant sadness. Instead, he tried to irritate and provoke him even more, to see the sincere emotions he so craved. He showed himself to be an ill-mannered and uninformed fool, obviously attempting a provocation because it was impossible to bring magical objects into the royal palace because it would have been unmanageable. In this rascal's opinion, he could not have any magical objects with him that recorded sound, which allowed him to say anything, confirming his reputation as a petty ward of Beninon. The Black Dragon, who had been quietly observing the situation from the sidelines, was also annoyed and suggested simply killing the representative of a not-so-glorious family. Although deep down Cale liked the idea, he exhaled, calmed down, and refused so as not to create unnecessary difficulties. Both of them were distracted from their unpleasant conversation by the clatter of hooves announcing the arrival of a new carriage to the palace. They were struck by the tactlessness of the coachman, who drove so carelessly that he almost crashed into two young men who were already in a tense emotional state. But suddenly the carriage stopped, which meant special interest in Cale and Neo on the part of its owners. The doors opened, intriguing those who would emerge from the crew that had so violently appeared in sight. Those who the redhead had been waiting for so long were there, trying not to do anything unnecessary until their support arrived. The sight of the company emerging from the carriage surprised and put Neo at a disadvantage, who now had to think of ways to retreat, miserably tucking his tail. Eric was the first to come over to see what was going on, knowing Cale's nature, who could get into trouble even in the short time they were away. Cale pointed a finger at his rude abuser, wordlessly begging to be spared the company of the annoying Neo. The newly arrived boy understood everything and approached the situation with a diplomatic precision that suited his temperament. Eric decided to choose the path of taming through kindness, showing almost sincere interest and joy at meeting a representative of the Tolls family. He, in turn, just gritted his teeth, realizing that the redhead had the protection and support of several aristocrats. The situation was gaining even more momentum, since attacking one was easy, but defending against four was much more difficult. When he met Cale's gaze, he felt a cold superiority and felt as if he were humiliated by his very eyes. This image of absolute confidence and understanding of his worth reminded him of Benian, who was the embodiment of these traits as a rich man of noble origin. The blonde had no choice but to simply retreat, simultaneously feeling nervous about his defeat, which had come so unexpectedly at the moment of elation. Cale, satisfied that it was no longer his problem, walked away, leaving Neo alone with Eric to take care of the brat. A dragon flew after him, reporting the recording of the conversation with the help of magic, remaining very useful without additional instructions. This fact made the young man smile, as it gave him the opportunity to later make the offender cry bloody tears, as if regretting his careless actions. And what made it even better was that Neo was confident in the lack of magical devices and the impossibility of proving the reality of the conversation, which was broken by the uniqueness of the dragon with clever decisions. Eric, meanwhile, had a productive conversation with Neo, promising to meet again at a dinner party, as if casting a line for the future. Continuing his perfectly diplomatic behavior, which allowed him to manipulate the situation to his own advantage, he invited Lady Amir and Mr. Gilbert inside. As they entered, they were introduced one by one, giving their names and backgrounds to inform the guests of the new available subject of interest. Looking around, they could enjoy the absolute luxury and wealth of decoration for which the Palace of Joy was famous. Amir turned to Cale, explaining that at the very top of the dinner hall was the Crown Prince's seat, and below were tables for each district. Cale listened to her with a smile, understanding the hint to spare the girl the need for unnecessary explanations. She looked at him with a slight suspicion in her eyes, to make sure that he understood everything correctly and would fulfill his goal. Something alarmed her, but there was no chance of determining Cale's true intentions, so she had to accept it. There were only 5 tables in the hall, showing the compass directions, dividing the kingdom into districts, subject to the influence of each of them. This planning was great for competition between aristocratic families and creating a tense atmosphere, and the Crown Prince was a true professional at it. Although, knowing the Crown Prince, one should not have expected anything else, since he himself distinguished himself the most, placing the places of the second and third princes one level lower. Such attention to detail showed once again how much Cale disliked high-ranking figures. Eric noted with a hint of disappointment that their table was closest to the entrance, which Cale, despite everything, liked, as he had quick access to the door. He put his hand on his former friend's shoulder and added ironically that he wouldn't have to bow his head to everyone who passed by. which made Eric blush. For some reason, the guy decided that the redhead was so moved by his words that he chose kindness instead of the arrogance he had shown earlier. In turn, this brought a smile to the faces of both Amir and Gilbert, who seemed to be laughing at something unknown to Cale. They were distracted by the voice of the servant, who introduced the newly arrived guests, who respectfully mentioned the name of Benyon Stain of the Marquess of Stain. Exchanging formal greetings and engaging in meaningless small talk, they sat down at the table, waiting for the meal to begin. Cale suddenly felt a strange feeling of discomfort that distracted him from the main event. Frowning, he looked to see what was bothering him, already imagining what it could be. The expectations were fulfilled, for on his lap rested a dragon with a displeased expression, choosing to control the situation to the last. The magical creature looked scared and uncomfortable with Cale staring at it so intently, trying to break their eye contact. The kid seemed to be trying to reassure himself that everything was fine, that he wasn't worried, and could handle any difficulties. The boy remembered their conversation at the estate, where he had warned him about meeting Benyon if the dragon decided to go with him to the palace. Understanding the attitude towards the previous master who had been so abusive, he immediately forbade him from being killed so as not to disturb the peace on an important day. Cale promised to do something if the dragon would hold back and not take any hasty actions towards Benyon. The dragon watched with hatred and listened to the promises to kill them all, along with the scumbag Benyon, who deserved it after his cruelty to the animal. Cale understood the plight of a magical creature who needed support and steadfast promises that would be kept, no matter what. The boy could see how hard it was for the dragon to restrain himself, but his rationality allowed him to suffer for the better effect in the future and not go crazy. Otherwise, he would have acted impulsively and fled the palace, and Cale would have only had to say goodbye to the world. As soon as he had reassured himself about the dragon's behavior, he noticed Benyon himself slowly approaching them. The table next to theirs was to the northwest, so to get to it he had to walk past. He decided not to take the initiative and just sit quietly, waiting for decisive action from a representative of the Stan family, if they even became real. Eric held the same position, coughing to hint to the redhead about their agreement to avoid unnecessary contact. Meanwhile, Cale wondered whether to pretend he didn't know or simply ignore him. The answer to this question came naturally when he heard the voice of an excessive aristocrat behind him addressing him. Benyon greeted him with a smile, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time, although it had not been long since their chance meeting on the road. It would not have been polite to ignore him, so the redhead had to stand up and respond to his greeting in a formal manner. Neo Tolls appeared nearby, watching the pleasant conversation between the young men with a dissatisfied face, while he himself recalled the unsuccessful attack. These two accidentally attracted the attention of almost the entire hall, which was so attentively following their conversation, which took place as if between old friends. Meanwhile, they recalled the circumstances of their last meeting, which had taken place after Benyon's visit to his dear friend Neo on his family's lands. Cale acted sweetly, confirming his words and reminding him of the promise to have a drink together in the capital upon arrival. This was strange to the friend of the successor to the Marquisate, for, in his opinion, communication between Benyon and Cale was absolutely impossible. The redhead decided to remember that the day after their meeting, a knight from the Viscountcy of Tolls had visited their camp, knowing what it would mean for him. With a hint of mischief in his voice, he asked if everything was okay with Mr. Neo's villa, which had then been surrounded almost brick by brick, enjoying the irritation on the impudent's face. Based on the fact that they were considered friends in society, he asked if Benyon knew about the situation, and the latter expressed sympathy for his friend. Cale continued to mock the two of them, recalling how surprised he had been the morning after learning about this fact, and how his hangover had been especially devastating. He dramatically displayed a show of sympathy and understanding of the situation, feeling sorry for the boy, who had clearly lost a lot of valuable things that night. He wished the owner of the villa to be patient, pointing out that at least once in a lifetime something so absurd happens, and the evil Neo had to simply agree, barely restraining himself. Cale believed that the most annoying types of people in the world were the vain, the simple, and the ignorant, roles which he was now trying to embody simultaneously. He continued to play the fool, trying to irritate them even more, suggesting that they erase unpleasant memories with a bottle of alcohol, realizing the inappropriateness of his words. Benian was also offered a drink, but he was in his thoughts, analyzing Neo's behavior, whom he had stopped trusting so much after losing the dragon. He then recalled the situation and came to the conclusion that, according to the knight's testimonies and the traces left behind, the most suspect was the group that had given the dragon away. But it was difficult for the blonde to shake off her suspicions about the person who, by a coincidence, happened to be in that place at the same time. Benian decided to decline the offer of drinking together, concluding that a fool like Cale could not have managed to house a dragon. Cale exhaled and continued to mock his abuser, warning him that it was worth being prepared for anything in the world. Ending with a rhetorical question about how he could lose so much now, he concluded that he should just move on, which infuriated Neo. Benian moved away from the redhead and approached his own table, trying to maintain his composure, even though he was irritated by his own thoughts. It was unclear to him why everything had fallen on his shoulders at once, both the disappearance of the dragon and his older brother, who had begun to act actively, leaving the field of vision. Neo almost bit his elbows from how unpleasant it was to hear sympathetic words from Cale, who was deliberately driving him mad. The red-haired aristocrat had already taken his seat, and in parting he said that he should be brave, guessing that Benian would not leave a single piece for his protégé. Meanwhile, the servant announced the names of the new arrivals from the various duchies, reminding them of the audience they were among. When Cale paid special attention to the bottle of alcohol, which was so tempting to uncork and try, Eric only briefly addressed him, warning with his gaze. The red-haired aristocrat unknowingly attracted the public's attention and tried to get out of it so as not to undermine the precarious situation. The hall had a secular atmosphere, in which the rich socialized and tried to be polite and nice to the people in their circle. Amidst the general excitement, Benian stood out, not sharing their mirth, but sitting indifferently with folded arms as if expecting something grandiose. Cale behaved similarly. Instead of engaging in light conversation, he carefully watched the clock, counting down the seconds until the main event. When the device showed exactly 5 in the evening, everyone knew what would happen in a moment and turned their attention to the entrance to the hall. The door opened in a sharp gesture that left no one indifferent, announcing the arrival of an important person. The servant had not had time to say a word when the crown prince stopped him, gesturing that introductions were unnecessary. 3 members of the royal family entered the hall, walking boldly, knowing that everyone present respected them, or at least pretended to, fearing the possible consequences. On their way to their seats, which stood out among the ordinary aristocrats, they thanked them for their presence and welcomed the newcomers. Cale understood that the moment had come for the most important star of the evening, for whom the event was probably held. The crown prince addressed the audience, calling them talents who will build the future of their kingdom, noting that he was very happy to gather them here. However, the second entrance attracted more attention, from which strange sounds were coming, which it was difficult to attribute to a draft. The prince himself did not stay away, stopping his speech for a moment to see what was going on. A genuine satisfaction appeared on Cale's face, showing his awareness and involvement in the event. Suddenly, Taylor entered the hall in a wheelchair, and behind him was the faithful Cage, smiling as if there was nothing provocative in their actions. Everyone around watched with their mouths open, not knowing how to behave properly, since Taylor had long since become a non-grand person in their circles. In this way, they decided to immediately reveal their true identities, without hiding behind the veil of anonymity. Cale respected this decision and considered it wise, even if the Death God order could bring many problems. Matters related to the temple belonged to Cage, who, due to her unloved job, had an understanding of how to get out of the situation. Obviously, The most shocked by the arrival of the disabled man was his younger brother, who until recently lamented that he had lost sight of Taylor. His face showed genuine anger at losing control of the situation with someone he no longer took seriously. The prince chose a polite form of greeting, noting that he did not expect to see the eldest son of the Marquis of Stan and a novice of the Temple of the God of Death here. Taylor shared that he had heard about an opportunity to meet and talk with the crown prince for heirs to aristocratic families, so he decided to take the opportunity, even though he did not hold the invitation. The blonde prince smiled briefly, already expecting attacks from Taylor and confirming his words. He said that he invited a representative from each clan, but if a clan did not nominate a representative, then it did not matter who came. The prince continued, apologizing to the king for sending only one invitation, but the king held no grudge. The words about a family without a representative angered the blonde, as they officially pointed out the position of the illegitimate successor of Benyon, who had tried so hard to achieve this. According to the first plot, the crown prince was wary of the second and third princes, constantly worrying about them, and the Marquis of Stain was just close friends with the third of the royal family. Still, it was not easy to deprive the crown prince of power, even if the king now preferred a third party. The aristocracy had a great influence on the situation, which was immediately apparent even without further analysis, which Cale decided not to do. The crown prince greatly regretted that he had dealt an impolite blow to Taylor, whom he was glad to see, noting that he looked much healthier. Taylor confirmed the improvement in his health, determining that leg immobility does not mean collapse for a person. He relied on his hands, head, eyes, ears, mouth, which were still alive and becoming even stronger, compensating for what was lost. The crown prince listened to him with interest, agreeing with the fact of his ability to do something. This behavior on Taylor's part reminded him how strong a person is who holds on to life until the end. Meanwhile, Benyon, already seething with rage and barely able to control himself, slowly approached his older brother, his eyes as if a veil of emotions were before his eyes. It was very interesting for Cale to watch this, as if it were a play in a theater being dramatically acted out by actors. It was a fun activity to watch the faces of aristocrats who could explode at a single gesture, despite their position, which should have made them invulnerable to human problems. For the redhead, there was nothing better than simply watching from the sidelines and enjoying the energy of the people. Now the crown prince's attention fell on the girl accompanying the aristocrat. He asked if Cage was a novice of the Temple of the God of Death. She carefully bowed to the representative of the royal family, calling herself a servant of eternal peace. He decided not to delay the others and to postpone the conversation, so that he could now begin the meal that everyone who had arrived should be expecting. While their gazes met, forcing the redhead to mobilize his strength to maintain his composure without showing his reluctance to communicate with him. But there was no point in arguing, as their table was really the only one with extra seats, as there were no higher nobles under the wing of the faction aristocrats, which did not prevent the table from being balanced. For the same reason, other higher aristocrats cannot touch them unceremoniously, and in the center of the table was a representative of the strongest and richest house among these families. Therefore, the crown prince suggested that Taylor choose the northeast table, which had just the right seats. They thanked and bowed to the prince, and meanwhile a certain anxiety reigned at the table, which was most noticeable on the face of Neo, who was worried about Benyon. Before they took their seats, the prince addressed the representatives of the aristocrats, recommending that they all sit together in order to later make a huge contribution to the kingdom. They were asked to move a little to make room for additional chairs, welcoming uninvited guests into their circle. Diplomatic and able to analyze the situation on the fly, Eric agreed, addressing the crown prince, leaving no doubt about his own loyalty. While the gentry were changing positions to provide additional seats for Taylor and Cage, the guy with glasses was thinking about how to smooth out the situation. The most important thing he decided to do was remind the redhead of the agreement to be calmer and quieter without attracting attention. Cale left him without answering, carefully sitting down in his new seat, anticipating possible difficulties. The newly arrived guests, who happened to be at their table, were getting closer and closer to them. Taylor, with the help of Cage, moved around the hall, attracting numerous glances at the same time. But at the same time, both remained polite and tried to maintain the general atmosphere with formal greetings. The prince noted that they had been delayed a little due to unforeseen circumstances, but they should have continued the evening, which now promised to be more interesting. The blonde said that he had dreamed of meeting young specialists at a joint meal and finally thanked them for accepting the invitation. Wishing everyone a good appetite, he seemed to give the order to start the meal and not be distracted by the situation that had thrown them all off track. The luxury of the surroundings suited the company gathered in the hall more than ever and confirmed the status of the hosts of the evening. There was silence at the tables in anticipation of the dishes served for the gentry, and some mixed feelings after the sudden appearance of the suspended aristocrat. Amir turned to Cale, noting that they were going to approach the crown prince a little later with a joint greeting. But the boy was lost in his thoughts, trying to understand the organizers' intentions, who definitely hadn't gathered the aristocrats out of a simple desire to see them. He must have had a hidden reason. Of course, several options came to his mind, but choosing one and acting on it was difficult. A possible reason could be the war that would soon begin in the southern part of the western continent, or perhaps he had noticed the beginnings of a civil war in the Viper Kingdom. But he didn't care at all, because the young man should have just sat quietly anyway, not even distracted by the dragon that wanted to have a bite of human food, but couldn't. And besides, in every corner were hidden magical devices that recorded all events, leaving no freedom of expression. His attention increasingly fell on the bottle of wine, and Eric begged him to wait at least 5 more minutes so that they could complete the task while Cale was sober. Meanwhile, it occurred to him that the crown prince was simply watching the successors of the aristocrats, which was no secret to the second and third princes. This could only mean that the idea to hold the event belonged to the entire royal family and had roots much deeper than it seemed at first glance. Emerging from his thoughts, the boy realized that it was time to compose a greeting for the crown prince, which the group had agreed on the day before. Cale waited, hoping that this brief interaction would not result in anything complicated in its consequences. As they approached the eldest prince's table, he stood up to show his interest and respect for the initiative. Giving them a sincere smile, he called them talents from the Northwest, accurately identifying each representative of the family before him. The first to start, of course, was Eric, who had planned such a greeting and now skillfully showed their group from the best side in front of the crown prince. In response to his pleasant, sociable behavior, the crown prince offered to discuss something with Eric, thereby putting him in an awkward position due to the unexpectedness. Albert Crossman looked magnificent, showing off his breed, and his golden hair reminded us that the sun god was the patron of the Crossman family ruling the kingdom of Rhone. Instead, Eric was not at a loss and immediately happily agreed to the conversation, looking truly elated by the upcoming tête-à-tête audience. Here, the talent of the crown prince came into play, who began to tastefully describe the merits of the Hellsman family, which originally owned territories in the northeastern part of the country. Cale tried to ignore all the sweet words Albert was using, realizing that they were just eye candy, behind which true intentions were hidden. He then moved on to praise the Cale family of the county of Zenitus, which occupied the northeastern end of the state. Although this was their first meeting, the county he came from helped him not to be afraid of the dark forest, which calmed the soul and gave him a sense of security at night, so expectations were biasedly good. The prince described the redhead as a man with incredibly free views, which was probably due to the freedom-loving nature of the sculptors of the lands of Zenitus, whom his stepmother Cale cared for. The young man was even impressed by how skillfully the crown prince managed to extract positive aspects from the scumbag's behavior and identify them for praise. Also took the initiative in giving out flattering comments, shaking the prince's hand and acknowledging him as the sun on the most unfavorable nights for the citizens. He called the representative of the royal family the moon shining in the darkest night, which even surprised Albert, who was a professional in such conversations, but here he had to recognize Cale's skill. The red-haired young man concluded by admitting that he probably wouldn't sleep that night because of the overwhelming impressions of his personal meeting with the star of the hearts of an entire nation. He deliberately did this to keep the prince as far away from him as possible, although he did notice that the hair was dyed with magic, but only the great dragon could determine this, which raised questions about the method the prince used. It seemed to him that he had stumbled upon another truth that he had not even sought, regarding the birth of the king's eldest son. On the prince's worried face, he saw the artificiality of the color of his eyes, which could only mean how much he wanted to hide something more. In the end, the dragon concluded that the prince, although human, was not weak, so it was worth being careful not to die at his hands. The dragon's conclusion was contrary to the redhead's expectations, since according to the first scenario, he should have been physically developed at an average level. The crown prince's mother was an ordinary commoner who worked as a maid in the castle, but died when he was still a child, and the lady who is today called the queen is the mother of the third prince. Something definitely didn't add up in this story, because in the book, the prince mistook Choi Han for an ordinary person, but he was definitely hiding something important. At the end of the flattering conversation, the prince noticed that they had something in common, and the man took it as a great honor and played off his gratitude with an actor's filigree. They broke off the handshake and returned to their normal state after exchanging professional praise for each other. A shocked Eric couldn't believe his ears when they agreed on a quiet handshake and ended up having a conversation like between two friends as a result of greeting the crown prince. Meanwhile, Cale was hesitating, trying to understand why the prince was wary of his brothers, and for the king, the third one suddenly became a favorite. An interesting and likely theory was that Albert was not his own. As interesting as it was, for his own safety it was better to stay away and not delve further into it. The people around were still looking at each other, trying to understand what had happened between the redhead and the prince, from whom they definitely didn't expect this. Cale decided to diffuse the situation by addressing Amir, who, like the others, was now looking at him with distrust. The young Amir didn't really expect this question from someone whose fame didn't allow her to assume that he might be interested in something like this, but she wasn't confused. She smiled and confirmed that the sea cliff was simply magnificent, but for the boy it was of interest not as a tourist spot, but as a future mission to capture the sound of the wind. The third ancient power was the sound of wind, which was created by a member of the Anti-Magic League during the Viper Kingdom's civil war, but due to his obsession with killing mages during the latter half of the war, the power had almost no value to him. According to the scenario, the magic tower will soon fall, more precisely after the civil war, and Rosalind will become the mistress of the new tower of the Western continent. Meanwhile, there were 3 people involved in all the events of the south-central region of the Western continent, namely Choi Han, the brutal magician killer and crown prince of the empire. There was also a jungle queen of the south of the Western continent, who was supposed to unite the southern region, and would probably be connected to the Trinity, which ultimately made the continent an arena for the struggle for supremacy. But the boy continued to try to convince himself that it didn't concern him, and that he should be indifferent to what didn't depend on him. Cale turned to Gilbert hopefully, asking permission to leave when it was finally over. Although he agreed, he had to mention that after the dinner party, there would be a meeting with the prince, but the red-haired man refused, asking what he was supposed to do there. He casually remarked that his 3 companions were much more knowledgeable about investment matters than he was, so his role at the meeting was greatly overestimated. The hero showed himself by reading the document regulating the meeting, which was completely out of old Cale's style, but they were interrupted by the voice of the crown prince announcing a wine party afterwards, inviting anyone who wanted to attend. Additionally, a place was reserved for each guest at the birthday celebration, and the prince encouraged them to share the joy of that day with him. Now their presence on the square will become simply mandatory, and it will be impossible to avoid danger during an explosion. When the people around began to disperse, Taylor and Cage, who had made a splash that evening and didn't plan to stop there, approached the redhead. The girl addressed him as her brother, even though it annoyed him, and suddenly Amir's voice was heard behind her, offering to lead the guy out. Cale understood that this proposal was only motivated by fear that he would do something stupid along the way, no matter how strange it sounded to him. Amir decided not to explain anything, but simply to say that young Mr. Neo had also left earlier, which said more than was necessary. It became clear that her fear was not about Cale's behavior, but about Neo's emotionality, which could cause a scene. They walked slowly through corridors strewn with luxury items until they reached the main exit of the exquisite palace. The girl praised the redhead for the effort he put in, despite their zero expectations. He advised her to try her best, as they needed good results after the meeting, which determined too much for frivolous interpretation. Although she tried to appear unconcerned, it was a matter of survival for her family, as their land was difficult to cultivate due to the cliff face next to whirlpools that only experienced locals could overcome. In fact, the whole problem was the sound of the wind, but for Amir and Gilbert it was important to achieve investment in the sea by any means. Cale noticed that His Majesty the Crown Prince was definitely interested in these investments, which gave more chances for development. He noted to himself how she worked with all her might to help even a little, so that the result would move forward and the usual situation could be changed. Despite her reputation as someone who could keep her mouth shut, she made a proposal to the prince about investing in tourism in the territories. He advised her to pay attention to the advantages of placing the seashore between the Viper Kingdom and the Northern Kingdom in order to achieve her goal as quickly as possible. The girl looked at him with surprised, round eyes because she didn't expect involvement in the topic from someone who had a reputation for being indifferent to matters. Promising to keep their conversation between them, she merely nodded and agreed with his remark, simultaneously realizing the meaning of what she had heard. Meanwhile, the young man got into the drawn carriage, which was actually locked by the faithful servant Ron, who gave the order to the coachman to leave immediately. The wind that rose from the horse's hooves ruffled Amir's hair and made him think about the red-haired aristocrat from a new perspective. The seashore in the northwest consisted mostly of sand, but in the Amir and Gilbert lands it was complex and broken up into a large number of small islands surrounded by a steep cliff. As long as peace reigned in the country, it made sense for them to rely solely on the idea of tourism to attract people's attention. But the Crown Prince knew perfectly well that peacetime would soon come to an end, so it was worth looking at the situation from a new angle. Cale planned that he had to reach the ancient power before the brutal magician killer got there. While he pondered the upcoming events, the crew reached the family estate of Henituse, where Cale was temporarily living. Immediately inside, he was met by a tired Choi Han, who reported finding 4 magic bombs. For absolute accuracy, the redhead asked to show the find on a map in order to navigate in as much detail as possible. Choi Han explained that when the first one was found, he grabbed the dragon in his arms and circled the entire area, and in this way they managed to find 3 more bombs. They immediately went to search in other crowded places, hoping for a quick result, but they were unable to see any more. According to the first plan, 5 were supposed to be in public and 5 in the territory, but in this reality there were 6 in public and 4 in the area, as logic dictated. It was difficult to understand how much fate had changed from interference in its course, so it was almost impossible to guess. Cale warned that everything would be completely safe for 2 more days before the festival began, so there was no need to rush, but Choi Han wanted to eliminate all risks immediately. In response to this desire, he received a most unexpected offer from the owner, who wanted to hide them the day after tomorrow at sunrise. He knew that to activate the bombs, their creator would have to give a signal, but it would be easy enough to interrupt. Moreover, it would take a little time for someone with the level of power of the Black Dragon or Rosalind, who were heads and shoulders above all wizards, so the responsibility for the bombs on people fell on the girl's fragile shoulders. Meanwhile, The guard could not understand why they should be hidden and not destroyed, but the owner considered the bombs too useful for simple destruction. He wouldn't need the bomb itself, but the mana concentrated in it, which was a useful material to use. Finally, he gave the order to continue searching for them, so as not to lose sight of them if their numbers increased. It was also important to periodically check to see if the position of the bombs already found had changed, which forced them to continuously search everything around the square, hiding their presence. He understood how difficult, monotonous, and annoying it was, so he decided to involve the kittens, who now had to pay for the food. Cale smiled, obviously mocking the furry creatures, who were not expecting such a serious task that would tire them out considerably. The entire team, now consisting of the kittens, the dragon, and Choi Han, set off in search, leaving the redhead alone. On the birthday of the ruler of the kingdom of Roan, it became known that Bylos had finally arrived in the capital. On this occasion, Cale and Luck rode in a carriage in the direction where they could solve the last problems. He remembered their conversation the day before, where a condition of the agreement was Cale's care for his younger siblings. In exchange, he was to receive not only the efforts of the young man, but also his younger brothers, who were to strengthen the group. Lack was in a state of genuine elation, and believed that he could accomplish much more in a group with younger people than on his own. However, now that they were alone in the cramped carriage, his enthusiasm was not as great, and he returned to his uncertain expression. Stammering, he began to tell a story about a clan of blue wolves, famous for their knightly order. Cale immediately brushed it off, saying that this was the first he had heard of it and that he was not interested in it. Luck naively hoped that if he didn't know about her, he could tell him and start a conversation, but the redhead abruptly refused. It was most ironic to hear this suggestion from a guy who is afraid of whales but is willing to run to their heads for the sake of his friends. Luck didn't realize that he was proposing to take into service a bunch of reckless kids who would surpass the sectarians at any moment. For Cale, the proposal sounded absurd, starting from the roots of the idea of taking young children seriously. The young man's proposals conflicted with each other, as at first he asked to take care of the younger ones, and now he says something so opposite. If he had created the order now, when they were still children, given the habits of the wolf race, they would have become a gang with a fanaticism that no cult could imagine. And the final blow was that the young man from the wolf clan did not ask their opinion about serving in the order, being at such a young age. Suddenly, he himself realized his mistake and apologized for the inappropriateness, condemning himself for making decisions for them. Cale was annoyed by these constant apologies, so he diverted the conversation, thinking he could get something from Luck in return. Obviously, he already had a plan, but it needed to be implemented not now, but in about 3 months. An ancient force will appear on a dangerous mountain, with which you can earn a good amount of money, and considering that it will only last there for 6 months, the werewolf's rage will be very appropriate. He considered selling his power to the Jungle Queen, which would ensure a comfortable future even if the county fell, while finding a way to use the ruler's money. In the background, a disappointed young wolfkind still sat, interpreting the silence as his own uselessness in Cale's hands. The redhead exhaled, searching within for the patience that Luck was sucking out of him, not understanding his secret games and acting too directly. He asked him not to ask stupid questions, because his benefit was obvious, even though he didn't realize it. Luck felt elated after these words and asked to name any condition that he would definitely fulfill, no matter what it cost him. In response, Cale merely pulled a bag of money from his pocket, playing with it lightly and understanding the weight of those in accepting the offers. Throwing it into the hands of the young man in front of him, he allowed him to meet his younger siblings for a walk around the capital. Trying in this way to get rid of the children so that he could have a calm conversation with someone so important, he sent the wolf cubs, Ona and Han, for a walk, handing them a tidy sum in advance. The furry friends were happy to have a break and started playing with Lack, who until recently was being studied as an exhibit for experiments. Cale decided to entrust the wolf cubs to Hans, as he could not think of a better tutor for them, who would fulfill all the conditions. The young man wondered who he saw as the ideal teacher for a pack of wolf cubs, so that they would grow up to be extraordinary. As soon as he thought about traits like thriftiness and a talent for cooking, he realized how well Bikros, who was Ron's son and actually worked as a cook, fit the description. But despite his good manners and talent for cooking, he remained a soulless stone who loved torture, and innocent wolf cubs probably did not deserve such a companion. Meanwhile, they bravely made their way through the streets of the city, which was significantly different from the provinces, giving the eye the opportunity to admire the beauty around. They finally arrived at their destination, so Cale waited for Luck, who was doing everything timidly and slowly due to uncertainty. The young man didn't even have time to look around when the red-haired aristocrat ordered him to follow him without explaining anything. The heroes went to the bench where they were greeted warmly, talking about this place as one filled with the aroma of grapes. The owner asked the redhead if the boy next to him was his friend, apparently looking at him from an age perspective. Without making any unnecessary comments, he simply stood aside, carefully observing the events unfolding before him and trying not to interfere in other people's emotions. Cale told the young man to open the door himself, because that was where his younger brothers and sisters were, who had been waiting for a meeting for a long time and did not know the truth. As soon as he heard these words, he immediately let go of the kittens and, with ardent hope in his heart, quickly ran to the door to carry out the red-haired aristocrat's instructions. His hands trembled in anticipation of the crucial moment of meeting his dearest relatives, but his whole body burned with determination that would not allow him to stop even for a moment. The door slammed against the wall with a loud bang, and the sharp sound echoed loudly throughout the room, announcing the long-awaited arrival of another guest. Inside were 10 younger siblings who had not expected to see Luck, so their faces lit up with surprise and joy at the same time. They almost simultaneously threw themselves at him with hugs, unable to believe their eyes and unable to hold back the tears of happiness that welled up in their hearts. While the little ones enjoyed the precious company of their older brother, Cale calmly struck up a conversation with Belos, discussing the matters that remained between them. While exchanging formal greetings with the illegitimate son of the head of the merchant guild, he turned his attention to a man standing nearby. He was the head of the trading group accompanying Belos, who had heard a lot about the redhead from Choi Han, and considered it an honor to meet the aristocrat. Remaining humble to the end, Cale denied any honor in meeting a man with such a terrible reputation. Despite these exclamations, they shook hands in greeting, expecting the acquaintance to be beneficial to both parties. The bearded man modestly gave his name, which for other people had a certain weight and fame. Otis Flynn was a serious contender for the position of head of the merchant guild, but he refused it and remained to manage a small trading group. No less important was the fact that this was Belos's uncle who, despite the illegal circumstances of his birth, was in contact with the family. It was this man who connected Choi Han to White and made him realize his hidden insatiability, which made his personality even more incomprehensible than Ron's. Although he pretended to be a simple manager of a small trading group, in reality, he was hiding an important person in the underground market under another mask. Its essence was to balance kindness towards some and rudeness towards others, choosing recipients according to one's principles. But out loud, he only commented on the surname, which conveyed a connection to Belos, who was his nephew. The redhead smiled, so as not to support the general atmosphere and not to show his own awareness. He, in turn, shared that he did not expect to see a figure of such magnitude among Belos's acquaintances, something that had not happened since his early childhood. Odious concluded that his nephew had recently made many good friends, maintaining the image of a good uncle who had left the Flynn trading group for an ordinary life. For Belos, he was the only one who left behind pleasant memories and was associated with the image of a good person. Therefore, he decided not to break the family idea and suggested going upstairs to have a glass of wine to celebrate their acquaintance. Rosalind and Choi Han were due to arrive soon, so the main part of the meeting was postponed until they arrived. Odious modestly said that he would like to have a chance to drink with the young aristocrat, and the aristocrat just smiled and agreed. Cale's gaze became more and more irritated with every passing second, realizing how much he had gotten involved in the family's troubles. In front of him stood a bunch of children who could have easily been looking for a full-fledged coach, not a nanny, if we consider them from the perspective of potential benefit. Gesturing that they should leave, he thought that he definitely did not want to do something like that. Belos watched the dozen young wolf cubs from above, trying to understand what the red-haired aristocrat was doing. Cale, in turn, only gave a vague idea of how he would ensure a carefree old age in this way. For Belos, the young man's motives remained incomprehensible, but he did not dare to argue with him. Instead, he grabbed the bottle abruptly, which was completely out of keeping with his usual behavior, which was characterized by restraint and caution. He silently poured wine into his glass, not even suggesting that the aristocrat opposite share the pleasure with him. Grabbing his clothes, Belos drank the nectar in almost one gulp, as if going against common sense. His body wasn't used to such actions, so the taste of wine made him grimace and regret what he had done. To Cale's inquiring look, he replied that he was just very nervous, while simultaneously pouring more of the burning drink. The redhead had no idea what could be making him so nervous, but he couldn't watch him get drunk without company. So he took a glass for himself, and then filled it with wine, which forced Belos to confide and share what was bothering him. He admitted that Mr. Odious was his biological uncle, although he could not officially use the surname Flynn and properly call an uncle. However, he remained the only adult who was kind to the illegitimate child and considered him family, granting him the right to do so. These words became a starting point and impetus for him, which at the right moment hit the target of the needs of a desperate heart, and in particular helped him get to know Choi Han. According to the script, captivated by Choi Han's power, Belos will follow him and enter the fight for the position of head of the Merchant Guild. Belos, clearly suffering from the effects of alcohol, asked if the aristocrat wasn't curious about why Odious remained the head of a small trading group, even with the sonorous surname Flynn, which opened most doors. Cale remained indifferent to this surname, which forced his interlocutor to admit its low significance. In the eyes of the redhead, both the uncle and the boy himself were the same, and he included them in the Flynns, although the boy denied it, calling himself a bastard. Cale denied the importance of this fact, as he believed he did not cease to belong to the family because of it, and other people also considered him Flynn. Now it seemed to him that the aristocrat he knew had a talent for saying the right things at the right time, which was a wonderful skill. Cale didn't care about being modest in front of people he could be even slightly honest with, so he acknowledged his small talent with a smile. Belos, either using this comment as a distraction or simply losing his mind, took the bottle from the redhead's hands. An ambiguous smile appeared on Belos's face, indicating his intentions for a somewhat more provocative conversation. He remembered the magical devices that Cale had rented for a certain period of time, and wondered if they would help him steal whatever the young man was planning. Taking this as a challenge, the red-haired aristocrat withstood the provocation and ironically shared that one theft was successful, and the future ones could only be expected. Belos gained confidence after a few hasty glasses of wine, and was interested in participating in the next one, but Cale quickly stopped him because he wasn't looking for new company. In response to being denied access, he explained that he would have to use something else, and Cale indifferently agreed to this. When he returned to the estate, night had already fallen outside, illuminating the sky with stars breaking through the clouds. The old servant Ron came to Cale, who was already getting ready for bed, and uncharacteristically started the conversation with a request. For the redhead, hearing such statements from Ron was strange and absurd, but it was important to listen to him. The man addressed Cale in a completely serious tone and asked him to take care of his son, which surprised him even more. He was surprised by the wording about his son, which referred to the adult and inherently dangerous Bykros, who could take care of himself on his own. Trying to understand what had prompted this request, he decided to ask directly, and Ron explained that he had to go fox hunting. As soon as he said this, He switched to a different tone and facial expression that was terrifying and disturbing, conveying that he was killing people. Cale wasn't surprised by this fact, as it wasn't news, so he simply asked what difference it made in the current circumstances. The red-haired aristocrat decided to play his games and asked if foxes were responsible for the role of humans in his allegories. The old servant agreed with some cruelty, noting that he needed to kill off quite a few foxes and an entire pack. He was determined to tear these mysterious foxes to pieces, which made Cale think even more about the nature of the man before him. Given Ron's determination, the young man understood that either the servant's body would be torn to pieces or these people, and the third option was not even given. Now Ron doesn't have to be in Choi Han's companions. In the event of another lack rage, the absence of Ron or Bykros won't play a significant role. But Cale was uneasy about the expression on the face of the openly cruel servant, who did not hide his bloodthirstiness behind masks. But he did not argue with Ron's needs, and explained that he would arrange a vacation for him, but in return asked for periodic reports, and the man could receive the money from the Flynn Trading Group as his share. The only thing that remains unclear is the request to take care of Bykros when he was an adult and knew how to live his own life. Although he did not understand the motives, he agreed to this condition, in return for releasing the servant only for a year, which was to become sweet as honey without the terrifying servant in the background. The young man wished him a safe journey and warned him not to return wounded, while also going to bed. Ron turned his back on Cale so that his face would not be visible and show his true emotions, and laughed briefly. He glanced at his master and surprised himself by the fact that he had always considered the boy a puppy who was not worth taking seriously. Based on their conversation, he concluded that it was he who ended up being the puppy in this situation, not the redhead. Finally, he clarified whether it would be enough to give a report once a month, but for Cale, it was not fundamentally important, so he left it to the old man's wishes. Glad that they had resolved the matter quickly, Ron left the room and slammed the door behind him, putting an end to the period he had spent with Cale. The redhead only noticed that he behaved as he should as an assassin, properly adhering to the established rules. This was when it was an unusual group of people gathered in the room, including Choi Han with a dragon on his shoulder, Luck and Rosalind in a new look with brown hair. And the first thing that came to his mind was how well the brown hair suited Rosalind, who had changed roles for the occasion. For her, it was a way to be less restrained and more free-spirited, knowing that a characteristic like red hair wouldn't immediately show it. The girl knew nothing about today's case, but it was worth mentioning the magic bomb for her to understand the seriousness of the situation and offer help. The young man asked Luck if he could use the wolf's physical abilities without going mad, and Luck fearfully agreed, holding the kittens in his arms. Having learned everything he needed, he divided them into teams, to which he assigned Rosalind with Luck and Choi Han with the dragon, to make it easier to coordinate their actions. Rosalind clarified what place the red-haired aristocrat would have, but everyone around delicately noticed that his physical abilities were somewhat inferior. Only the animals that did not consider it necessary to restrain their emotions remained sincere, like the dragon that called him a weakling constantly and openly. He was joined by Han and On, who proudly called their master unnecessary and believed that he would only mess around underfoot. Such unflattering comments made people look to Cale for an explanation or refutation, but it was a vain hope. As he put on his outerwear, he was not ashamed to admit that he was weak and would be nothing more than a burden to them, especially since he was obliged to participate in the event at sunrise, which made it impossible to join. At the end of his speech, he threw a bag containing a magical device into the hands of the dark-haired guard, which should be useful in case of need. Their mission was to slip through a window when the nightly detachment of the royal court would change the night watch in order to get to the bomb site and neutralize it. Next, they were to activate the black bead before the mana was released, with each person waiting at a designated location to scout the area and learn about the members of the secret group. The part with congratulations from the king in honor of his birthday will take place at 9 in the morning. Summing up the plan and believing it to be perfect, The guy smiled and suggested that everyone get down to business without delaying a second. Rosalind promised to bring all the neutralized bombs to Mr. Cale, but reminded him of her promise to get one for her own use. This would have been enough for her as payment for the work and help, which required considerable effort. When the long-awaited moment to say goodbye finally arrived, he slowly opened the balcony door and with a discreet gesture pointed them to the exit, remaining silent. Full of hope and small worries, they quietly went out onto the balcony, saying goodbye to the owner of the house and casting one last grateful glance in his direction. At that, the redhead locked the door behind them and, with a deep exhale, leaned against the cold wood, awaiting the difficult morning that was about to come. Now that he was finally alone in the empty room, he could take advantage of the precious moment and check something really extremely important. He focused all his attention so hard that the air around him seemed to sparkle and small fragments of light appeared, announcing magic. Through the power of his own thought and unwavering will, he managed to materialize a shield that belonged only to him and obeyed the slightest hint of movement. Still, it would have been better for him not to need this power, but he understood well that it was important to always have power, at least just in case. He thought that if he did have to use the ancient power, it would be better to earn it at a weak level. But at the same time, he reassured himself that everything should go smoothly, and he wouldn't find himself in a situation that would require it. It was the last day Ron served the red-haired aristocrat who had practically grown up in his arms. The gray-haired servant noted that he would be able to return to his duties in a year, which were terrifying words to Cale. Realizing the importance of the day that was about to begin, he ordered his servant to see that everyone was prepared. In a moment, the red-haired aristocrat was already sitting in the carriage, and the coachman was driving the horses as if they were in a great hurry, just to make sure they weren't late for the start of the event. The crew flew through the streets of the city, which was slowly waking up and preparing for a long-planned festival, not suspecting what awaited them. He was not alone in the carriage, and was even in a different one, having taken advantage of Amir's offer, who wanted to get to his destination with Cale. She did this to get extra minutes on the unit to discuss an important topic, such as the construction of a naval base on her lands. The girl received a letter from Eric informing her of the futility of waiting for the Crown Prince to agree to a tourism proposal, and it was definitely bound to cause disappointment, although it didn't look like it. Cale noticed with a smile that this question was more of a rhetorical one, since the girl had decided everything herself and seemed serious. Amir agreed, but she understood that she could not decide on her own, so she had to contact her mother, the head of her clan, as well as Mr. Gilbert, who also had a high interest in the situation. In fact, building a new military base was a difficult task, not from a financial perspective, but from a relationship perspective with other regions, especially in such a peaceful time. The royal court closely monitors the northeast because it is the only place with access to the sea and, more importantly, where the balance of power was maintained. In this case, the girl might have been worried that the influence of the royal family would increase in her lands, to which she agreed and explained her desire to go with Cale with this fear. It was important for her to talk to the red-haired aristocrat, who, despite his bad reputation, was definitely knowledgeable about important strategic decisions. He wondered what she was trying to tell him in such a case, but he had to warn her about something important first. He immediately outlined that everything related to the money of the county of Zenitus was decided only through his father, and he had no right to interfere in these matters. In the case where joint troops from aristocrats and the ruling dynasty are being prepared on lands that do not belong to the royal family, the details of contracts for the right to command the army must be scrupulously worked out. The royal family will probably allow the construction of a naval base and invest huge amounts of money in it, but in that case, the leadership will pass into its hands due to the need for colossal investments of money and effort, unlike tourism. Frankly speaking, Amir and Gilbert would not have the resources or people to balance the contribution to the construction with the contribution of the royal family, and the girl wants to change that. The only way she can use it is to borrow money from someone who has it, like the Zenitus family. Amir astutely noticed in the conversation that the crown prince was very afraid of the kingdom of Woper and the northern kingdom, which gave her reason to learn more about them. She decided to learn more through a secret guild, so she could use his fear to her own advantage. Both the crown prince and the royal court have noticed the beginnings of a civil war that will soon begin in the kingdom of Woper, and in particular that the northern kingdom is mobilizing its troops. But it was unexpected for the guy that the girl had independently spent a huge amount of money to obtain information about another country, even though her family's situation was precarious and dependent on the Swordsman family. He liked her determination, which allowed her to so boldly invest a huge amount of money just to be sure of her guesses. The emir continued, hinting at the repair of the fortress wall of the county of Zenitus, which gave her a sign of the need for absolute protection against invasions, something the army could help with. Cale happily said that he would talk to his father about this, and the girl promised to send an official proposal for approval. If a naval base is built in the northeast, the right to rule the region will completely fall into the hands of their four families. And besides, building a military base can help not only increase strength, but also open access to the sea from several sides. However, on the face of the girl, who had just beamed with expected success, a look of confusion appeared, which required additional explanations from Cale. Her concern was caused by whirlpools that could interfere with the construction and operation of the future base. However, over so many years, they had already formulated their path, which maneuvered around the whirlpools that could now become their shield in the event of an invasion by other countries. The guy smiled ambiguously, planning to take this whirlpool into his own hands after some time, along with the ancient power. Inspired by his imagination, he even imagined the possibility of building a house on the seashore, in which he would enjoy his old age, since it would be problematic to continue living in the county after the transfer of the lands to Bassan. The girl concluded that no matter what, she was asking him to do his best to complete this mission, to which he laughed, because she had to count on a freak like him. He added with a laugh that he had no power, but was only acting as an intermediary between her and her father, who would resolve the issue. The Emir family needed to be very careful as they lacked strength, but in order to gain weight, they needed the determination that the younger heiress had. The girl extended her hand to him as a sign of agreement, inviting him to relax on her land next time. There were many places you could visit quietly and not be noticed by strangers, which suited Cale's image. The young man shook her hand, promising to come if the chance arose, and she hoped that the chance would arise as soon as possible. As soon as they finished, the carriage stopped, signaling their arrival at their destination, and they went outside. The clock showed 8 in the morning, which meant that the staff had begun gathering to prepare the square an hour earlier. And at 8:30 a.m., the royal family's nightly detachment will begin patrolling the entrance and exit until the square is filled with people. At that time, no one will be able to easily enter or exit, and then the real search for the hidden object will begin, whether it's a pendant, a bag, or a necklace. The magic bombs could be disguised as anything, including people who were carrying them against their will, so Choi Han and company will be looking for them. His attention was drawn to other representatives of aristocratic families who had also arrived early at the festival venue. As they converged, Cale thought that even if they couldn't find it, everything would still be fine. Eric approached him, warning him about the quiet behavior that Cale had to continue today to see the matter through. As soon as he uttered his consent, their eyes were drawn to something they had never expected to see again in their lives. In front of them stood the crown prince with Taylor, who was moving independently, on 2 legs that had been paralyzed until recently. Amidst the general chaos sown by surprise, a dragon appeared and flew up to report their actions. They were actually removing all the magic bombs hidden in the area and should have finished by 8:55, but Cale sent him to do his job and asked him not to be distracted. Before returning to the company, he gently touched his hair and asked to use a shield if the situation seemed risky, concerned for his safety. Cale tried to look at the situation optimistically, hoping that he wouldn't even need the shield, but he listened to the dragon, who was saying wise things. Meanwhile, the young aristocrats and the prince boarded the carriage that was to take them to the main stage, and were actually setting off in order to be punctual. Cale found himself in the least desirable company in the whole world, one that gave him no room for maneuver or comfort. Next to him sat Amir, who introduced herself to Taylor with the impudent Neo, who, by coincidence, ended up in the same carriage with the redhead. Neo, in his usual manner of barely contained irritation, said that he was glad to meet you, although in reality he was looking askance at the redhead to the side. Cale tried to ignore his forced neighbors and stared out the window, counting down the seconds until they arrived so he could breathe more freely. As they approached the main venue at the festival, he knew that chaos was definitely not far off. But besides that, the carriage was already a mess that could not be fixed. No other way than to leave it. No one still knew how the white-haired aristocrat, who had been paralyzed until recently, managed to overcome this disability and get back on his feet. Only Amir and Taylor remained calm, looking at each other with polite smiles on their faces. Only Amir remained calm, looking at her forced neighbors with a polite smile on her face. The happiest and most contented was apparently Taylor, who finally felt complete and important as a unit in the world of aristocracy. For Cale, the reaction was understandable, as most of the noble children showed confusion at the news. A particular chaos was taking place on the face of Benian, who least expected such changes and suffered from the future consequences. In the end, no one could have imagined that Taylor's abandoned eldest son, Stan, would be able to get out of his wheelchair and stand on his own 2 feet. And the faces of all those present served as direct confirmation of how unexpected this miracle remained in perception. While the redhead thought that Taylor had finally managed to get the healing star, the girl next to him asked if his legs had fully recovered their function. He explained the change by heavenly luck, which touched him and was able to help him fully restore his legs. Amir's formal greetings were interrupted by Neo's coughing, who demonstratively did not accept the new lifestyle. Taylor had already become accustomed to being unacceptable during his exile, so he reacted calmly, as if nothing had happened. The impudent Neo plucked up courage and asked young Mr. Taylor if he would return to the marquisate if his legs finally recovered. For the blonde aristocrat who now enjoyed physical fullness, the wording of the return sounded strange. He noted with a smile that this was his home before to which he must return. He asked if this wasn't the obvious place he should spend his prime time, which irritated his younger brother's brazen fan. And there continued to be a silent silence between Cale and Taylor, even though they should have discussed the issues in which they were involved together. Instead, a small version of Taylor appeared above the redhead's head, wanting to tell him everything, calling it a very interesting story worth hearing, but Cale generally understood what he wanted to say. When they finally reached their destination, Neo was the first to run out, having longed to finally rid himself of the company of the eldest of the Stan's family and the Henituse to boot. Amir came out immediately after him, announcing her intention to go with Eric, as they had agreed earlier. She thought it would be safe to leave the redhead alone with Taylor since they had no contact, so nothing special should happen. But she, of course, had no idea about their secret acquaintance, which took place on the way to the capital and meant quite a lot. Taylor was glad that they were finally alone, allowing him to talk about his intentions, such as becoming head of the marquisate, finally with healthy legs. Cale understood roughly how this had happened, so he asked if a promise to be as loyal as possible had been enough for him, or if he had had to make a deal. The white-haired man confirmed his expectations, saying that he had to conclude a contract, but it was still a good way out, allowing him to regain his health. He suddenly began searching for something in his pockets, noting that this was part of his contract that he had to fulfill. Cale immediately wanted to step aside and not take the note, so as not to expose himself to unforeseen consequences. But Taylor simply said that it would be better for the redhead himself to find out the contents of the note, and he wouldn't regret it. He also announced that Cage was excommunicating herself from the church for acting on her own, not obeying the temple's rules. No matter how negative it may sound, she was pleased with the result, which meant good luck for her to finally embark on the path of a crazy novice. Taylor, still reeling from the recent events that had radically changed his life, called it the beginning of something that would mean a lot in the future. And even more surprise on the redhead's face was caused by the wording about their joint victory, which was unexpected for the guy. Cale didn't quite understand what they were getting into, as a common unit that was supposed to act for a common purpose. He decided not to push himself too hard and just agree so as not to create problems in the future, to which Taylor happily offered to leave the carriage first. Finally, he suggested that the three of them meet for a few glasses of wine after the victory, reminiscing about their past experiences. Cale didn't give a definite answer but noted that the Henituse wine was delicious, which sowed hope in Taylor's heart. When all his unwanted neighbors had left and he was left alone in the carriage, the time had come to open the mysterious letter from the blonde. He didn't know what to really expect, but the text he saw concerning the Crown Prince's desire to avoid civil war was a blow below the belt for him. Barely holding back his irritation, he gritted his teeth to keep from acting impulsively out of anger. In any case, he was obliged to control himself and endure the day with dignity, which would remain in the history of either the kingdom or his personal life. This postcard confirmed his expectations that the Crown Prince had a secret of origin that was of great importance to him. As soon as he got out of the carriage, he was called by Eric and his friends, the Lords of the Sea Lands, who had met in advance. They approached him for an invitation to join, as it was their turn to enter the festive festival. In the first scenario, Choi Han climbed into a seat slightly higher than was appropriate for the commoners who were gathering in the square. But these efforts could not match the perspective of the ruling family members, or dignitaries, who could hold the entire event in the palm of their hand. The clock showed 8:25, which signaled the course of events in the near future. The time had just come for the emergence of aristocrats and dignitaries, and for the smooth regulation of the arrivals and departures of the aristocracy. When asked by Gilbert if this was the first time the redhead had seen the square, he agreed, apparently without explaining his awareness. Cale said he had briefly driven past it in a carriage, but this was the first time he had seen it in person, which should have dispelled any doubts on the part of Gilbert and the group. In fact, he had excellent spatial orientation, knowing that the tea house was on the north side, the hotel was on the west, a flower shop was on the east, and the top of the Potters Association building was on the south. But he only said out loud that the area was quite wide, looking genuinely sincere. Considering that the entrance was controlled by the royal guard, the stage of searching for the hidden object should have already begun. Although there was no urgent need to look for the other side, no matter how much I would have liked to know this in advance. In any case, at 9:01, the correct answer will become known to the general public. The words divided the aristocrats among the tables and pointed to the red-haired man at an empty seat, suggesting he take it. Whether it was a coincidence or someone had arranged it, he found himself at the same table with Taylor again. He agreed with the blonde's friendly remark, silently analyzing that the seating arrangement matched the one they had at the dinner party. Eric once again asked Cale to sit quietly and not create conflicts, which was already starting to get a little annoying with his obsessiveness. The redhead showed no tactlessness and with a smile addressed the guy in glasses as if he were a little brother, with notes of warmth in his voice. He promised not to do anything today, while watching the clock hand, which was approaching the 40-minute mark. As soon as he said this, the announcer's voice was heard, inviting the audience to congratulate the stars of the Swordsman royal family. As it turned out, this voice belonged to the magic of a dragon, which flew up to announce that there were only 15 minutes left until the moment of X. As expected from an all-powerful dragon, there was nothing that was beyond his magic, and that pleased Cale. Meanwhile, the carriages of the royal family with its representatives, waving happily to the people, were moving quickly along the main road. Watching the Crown Prince's smile, he remembered the words of the dragon, who had noticed the artificiality of the hair and eyes, which should have served as a calling card of belonging to the royal family. His real eyes were brown, and his true hair color was chestnut, which was a classic and ordinary combination, not at all befitting his royal roots. The people felt elated by the proximity of the figures who governed their lives, shouting greetings to the son of the lands of Rhone, namely, His Majesty Jed Crossman, who bore the crown and the responsibility of the kingdom. Cale's attention was drawn to a strange glow emanating from an ordinary object, hinting at its magical origin. Not only was the object glowing, hinting at a huge accumulation of mana, but it was also in an unusual location, acting as a bomb. The young man was sure that the company had the situation under control, and he was right, because in an instant, the glow disappeared, which could only mean one thing. Clapping his hands after the king's words, he was actually glad that their plan was working, and they could neutralize the bombs. But the real stars for the public were the representatives of the ruling dynasty, who had no idea what awaited them. When the royal family stepped out of the carriage, all attention was already on them, and after the king decided to speak, all eyes fell on him. He raised his hand, gesturing for silence and absolute concentration on his speech. When everyone had quieted down enough to hear the water flowing in the fountain, he began his planned and pre-formed speech. Today was the 30th year since he received the blessing from the sun and began ruling the country. Cale glanced at him and understood that he was truly joyful, but his speech was not destined to last to the end. No matter how much I wanted to continue, the clock struck exactly 9 o'clock, which marked the start of the planned act. The gazes of the people around them suddenly rose upwards, not understanding what was happening and who these people in strange clothing were. Panic began to reign among the common people, who felt the least protected in any situation, especially in such an unexpected one. The main question was who these people were and what they wanted, but even a fool could see that their intentions were not good. Concern also fell on the royal guards, who began to mobilize efforts to overcome the crisis. While the knights were trying to climb the mountain, Cale noticed the blood-crazed wizard Radika, who had appeared according to the book stories. If he hadn't shown up, which was entirely likely, given the difference between reality and the first scenario, it would have taken a lot of effort to find him, although this suffering would have fallen on Choi Han's lot anyway. But fortunately or unfortunately, everything corresponded to the book canon, which was quite painful for Choi Han, but at the same time formed his personality. The crazy wizard, just like in the book, shouted that it would be fun, releasing huge streams of magic around him that could not disappear without consequences. A terrible and destructive force was concentrated in his hands, which was completely beyond human comprehension and looked impressive, even to an experienced magician. With one single movement, he could make dozens of people fall from burning pain, barely able to realize their own fate in the maelstrom of events. The spells were so powerful and so unsettling that it would be extremely difficult for even the most skilled warrior to counteract them. This concentration was especially evident on the faces of Choi Han and Rosalind, who, without words, received a clear sign and understood who the real enemy was. It was hard to say the same about Luck, who, due to his young age and lack of experience, looked worried, but desperately tried to control himself. Cale's attentive and penetrating gaze was drawn to something much more important than the chaos around him, requiring his instant reaction and firm decision. Something caught his attention that he had been trying so hard to find and comforted him amidst the chaos. If it is not possible to neutralize the bomb on a person, 10 minutes will be enough to move it into the sky above the mountain, where access to people was restricted. This opportunity arose thanks to Rosalind and the Black Dragon, who actually found one carrier of the magic bomb. The redhead simply watched as the dark-haired security guard wrung the hands of an ordinary citizen who had unknowingly become the carrier of a dangerous object. In his Choi Han carefully tore the pendant from the boy's neck so as not to break its integrity and not scare the citizen too much. Suddenly, Eric ran up to Cale, shaking him anxiously, trying to get him away from the epicenter of the events as quickly as possible. The royal guard insisted that the prince leave the place, as did Eric, who sounded like white noise to Cale. The red-haired man's entire attention was riveted by the crown prince, who wore artificial hair and artificial eyes, which Cale could not forget, as he finally wanted to understand the reason. He assumed that another dragon could have done it, but judging by the fact that the magic wasn't dissipating now, Mana was used to create it. The guy with glasses was desperately trying to take the indifferent aristocrat with him, who seemed unaware of the danger of the events. Meanwhile, there were sparks of irritation in his frantic eyes that could not disappear, preventing him from enjoying the events. Intricate patterns appeared in the sky, created with the help of magic, and sending spears of mana to the ground, while the dragon actively searched for bomb people. It's only been 4 minutes since the terrorist attack began, and 3 people have already been found thanks to the dragon's efforts. The entire company he came with tried to assure him to leave this place as soon as possible to ensure basic safety. But he continued to remain unmoved, as if ignoring the situation around him, which did not look advantageous for the aristocrats. Trying to reassure the others with his crystal calm that everything wasn't so bad, he turned to Eric with a brotherly gesture, placing his hand on his shoulder. His desire to calm the representatives of the aristocratic families down a bit was distracted by the screams of people around him who could not get to the exit. A mess formed around. No one knew what to do with the unknown attackers and how to evacuate people in a rational way to avoid unauthorized actions. Cale looked at this situation with some understanding, but at the same time with notes of condemnation towards those who could not fulfill their obligations. Finally, he managed to convey at least a drop of his peace to his diplomatic friend, who now promised to pull himself together and became more like himself. A few more minutes passed, and only 2 remained before the magical device would cease to function, and the wizards would be able to stabilize the mana and use it as they pleased. Meanwhile, they were able to identify another person and neutralize the bomb hidden in her belongings. After finding the 4th person, it was time to find at least 2 more, because the moment the mana stabilized, it would go into the magic bombs and fly on. 2 minutes would have been enough for this, so he remained calm, as if cherishing hope for success. Suddenly his gaze became a little wild, and an expression crossed his face, indicating a loss of control over the situation. Even Taylor, who was standing nearby, noticed this and wondered what had happened to him in the second he lost control. It occurred to the red-haired aristocrat that 4 pieces might be all, since the clan had not prepared more. The book described 10 bombs, but the course of events changed very quickly due to active intervention, so the number of bombs could have been reduced. Meanwhile, the wizards began to launch a mana stabilization, which neutralized the effect of the magical device that Cale had used. Many mana accumulation points appeared in the sky, which were about to explode, capturing a lot of territory at the disposal of the magicians. In an instant, they exploded with bright light, illuminating the entire area of the square and looming menacingly over it. A huge area was covered with a dome of mana, and the things in which the bombs were hidden were enveloped in smaller spheres that served as a buffer between the effects of the mana outside and inside. Around them, the efforts of the magicians from the secret group seemed to have no effect, fading away and leaving no particular consequences. No matter how blunt it may seem, no one expected anything less from the Black Dragon and Rosalind, and considering that the bombs had left the protective barrier, it was all over. Meanwhile, the mages were finishing stabilizing the mana, which also did not go unnoticed by those who remained inside the dome. The worried faces of the royal family members made it clear how unexpected the attack from the organization was. Even Cale looked tense, trying to keep up with all the events and not give in to instinctive fear. Taylor realized that these were magic bombs, and this spoke of him as an aristocrat who knew at least a little about magic, because it was the basis of understanding, since nothing else had such power. It seemed that the scenario had really changed, and there were only 4 bombs, which could only mean victory at this stage of the plan. A happy dragon flew up to him, realizing that they had saved people from inevitable death. Obviously, his role in this was significant, and indeed, according to plan, no one died, which was a real triumph. This could not but interest the head of the mission on the part of the terrorists, who did not get the desired effect that was planned when planting the bombs. Unfortunately for him, no one died, and he couldn't understand why the bombs were exploding there, so far from the crowd in the square. But the bloodthirsty man remained calm, as if he had foreseen that such a thing was possible. There was no great disappointment in his tone, and he only said out loud that these seemed to be a failure, as if hinting at a sequel. No matter how hard the king tried to shout at him and understand his intentions, it was not as important as the last words of the mad wizard. The remark that these seemed to be a failure threw the redhead off track, who hadn't expected additional problems. He had to quickly figure out what to do in case they had something else prepared. In the background, the king was shouting and could not calm down, threatening revenge, not leaving them unpunished. He ordered his knights to rise immediately and capture alive the organizers of this chaos. Meanwhile, the chief wizard remained completely calm, as if no one was ruining his plans, treating it as something beyond his control. He folded his hands in a gesture associated with reciting magical spells and looked down carefully to ensure coordination with his subordinates. They understood him without words and began to act according to Plan B, mirroring the leader's actions. 2 of the group members had backpacks on their shoulders, in which magic bombs were hidden. Actually, these bombs were the 2 that the team had left to find before the magical device expired, but they couldn't have predicted that. They used a shield with acceleration and a self-immolation spell, which meant a killing mission for the assassins. As soon as the preparations were over, they jumped from the height of the clock, preparing to carry out the last mission in their lives. No matter how much the king or the leaders of the guards shouted to stop them, nothing worked, so the people could only hope for luck. Cale wondered what he should do in this situation, considering that people were running away from them. Young representatives of aristocratic families tried to call him with them and get away from the place of the alleged bomb hit as soon as possible. The dragon resolutely headed towards the wizards, but it was too late to avoid it, and even if they had fled a few meters, it would have been impossible to get out of the explosion zone. The suicide assassins' backpacks were on the verge of burning, which made it clear how quickly the explosion would occur. Cale had no choice, as there was no chance to change the situation, so he simply exhaled and accepted it as it was. The situation was very tense, but it was necessary to act quickly, as everything could turn upside down at any moment. If the bomb explodes, he will only lose one arm, which can be restored using the energy of his heart. But his company will suffer, even if they run very fast, and their severed limbs will not be able to be restored. Therefore, it was necessary to change the plan to save as many people as possible, which required Rosalind. She was actually brought by the dragon, who understood how important the girl's contribution would be in solving a problem they had not foreseen. She used her own magic and tried to counterattack, although her strength was insufficient, but still, she could not remain inactive when the threat approached. The mad wizard, on the other hand, was not going to stand aside, and threw a stream of dark energy, trying to knock the girl off balance and break her resistance. Its uncontrolled flow had fallen into backpacks with hidden bombs, and now any careless movement could mean a final and tragic defeat. But even Cale, who had always stayed on the sidelines and didn't want to get his hands dirty, joined the fight. But now he felt he had to intervene and help. With this, he surprised the girl, who had no idea that he had such hidden abilities, and that an aristocrat could possess magic capable of restraining an enemy. A shield created from the ancient power of Cale appeared in front of the assassins carrying the bombs, and this protective wall prevented them from breaking through further. A dragon joined the defenders, whose contribution could change everything, as its natural strength, superimposed on top of Cale's shield, became a new barrier to attack. He created a dome around them, reinforced by a shield from the redhead to keep the mana inside and prevent the dark energy from breaking out. Rosalind tried to understand how the aristocrat did it and where he got such talent from, but no explanation came, because he was completely focused. The guy didn't give up and tried to counter the blow, which was too strong to ignore. Cale's face showed the enormous effort he was making to harness the potential of his ancient power. The deafening sound of the explosion echoed across the entire street, reminding them of the precariousness of their position. The people around them suffered numerous injuries which, while terrible, were nothing compared to what would have happened to them if Cale and Rosalind hadn't intervened. The blast wave spread across the entire area, disfiguring the place of celebration until recently with numerous destructions. The situation was terribly unpredictable, causing everyone to expect the worst with a sinking heart. Suddenly, the fire from the explosion was replaced by a glow that enveloped everything around and cautiously made it clear where it came from. Eric and Taylor's faces were contorted with surprise that could not possibly dissipate after the attack began, and even more so after the explosion. The force of the explosion negatively affected the integrity of the shield, which suffered from the consequences, giving itself away piece by piece. The hands of the owner of the ancient power were completely mutilated due to the complexity of the method of using the shield, which had not previously received even a fraction of such power. The force of the explosion had exceeded all his expectations, so now he was unsure how the situation would develop further. He felt a sudden tightening in his stomach, indicating his connection to the shield, which was crumbling before his eyes and letting its master know about it. But he remained satisfied no matter what, because he managed to avoid numerous human casualties that would not have been possible to save otherwise. A girl immediately ran up to him, not understanding where that strength came from, but considering it her duty to help the exhausted redhead. Steam was coming out of his hands, indicating the immense tension he felt at the moment of parrying the blow. Thanks to the black dragon, the force of the blow that fell on the shield was reduced, but it was still quite painful. Now other representatives of families who were concerned about his condition flocked to the red-haired aristocrat. Just as he was about to reassure them that everything was fine, he suddenly felt unwell and blood gushed out of his mouth. His body, not used to such loads, showed signals of overvoltage, which were expressed in a rather frightening but not fatal way. The already frightened Eric panicked when he saw blood on the body of his friend, for whom he was truly concerned. Everything was happening as he expected from the energy of the heart. He could feel the force activating and stabilizing the body. His limbs were in place. His recently burned palms could not cope with the possible consequences without a shield, and after he coughed up blood, his physical condition became much better. He was satisfied with the effects of the ancient power, and he definitely wouldn't want to give it up, remaining calm and even smiling, despite the concern of those around him. Mercy turned to anger on Taylor's face, who could not understand why Cale, who had saved them, was laughing. The blonde asked him not to open his eyes so as not to expose himself to danger, thus showing his concern, albeit in a strange form. The black dragon also hurried to them, wanting to make sure of the normal condition of its master, whom it considered too weak for such a thing, but at the same time, not wishing for his death. He threatened to kill every single one of them, wipe them all out, and then die himself if Cale didn't survive the impact. Although these were words of concern to him, they sounded somehow terrifying to the redhead, adding to the headache that was already clouding his consciousness. The companions didn't know how to help Cale, so they decided to run for the Templars, who should know better how to act properly. Even though nothing was really bothering him, it was worth getting checked out and pretending that he was actually in pain. Not far from them stood Choi Han, whose entrance was forbidden by a knight who could not allow an unknown person to the scene of action. To which the dark-haired man, in a tone that does not tolerate arguments, curtly ordered to step aside so that he could gain access to what he wanted. The knight resisted to the last, pointing out that he could not let an ordinary citizen in here, but Choi Han found this outrageous, so he persisted. Of course, this did not escape the attention of Cale, who had previously arranged with the security guard not to make a loud scene. The guy waved him away, because now was not the right time for the dark-haired man to appear. He noticed this and had to obey while apologizing for his carelessness. The kittens who had been helping them all this time thought he had nothing to apologize for, so they tried to cheer him up with caresses. Rosalind still didn't leave the red-haired aristocrat, trying to make 100% sure that he was in perfect order. She was surprised by his indifference, even though they had just done something incredible, asking herself if she could have done it as a member of the royal family. The girl said out loud that she could not understand Cale at all, whose actions and intentions were truly a mystery to her. The guy, who had a different perspective on the situation, saw the approach of someone he categorically did not want to meet. This did not go unnoticed by Rosalind, who turned around abruptly to see what was so disturbing the boy. A mad wizard was levitating above them, who could not have imagined such a solution to the situation, but it served as an additional interest. The magician's gaze fell on the two of them, carefully examining who had prevented his plans from coming to fruition. Cale, unlike Rosalind, managed to control himself, and the girl could not hide her embarrassment. Suddenly, the wizard's eyes filled with fury, which could not help but be horrifying with the coldness and cruelty of the expression. In the girl's face he recognized the one he had met in the village of Blue Wolves, but now the picture was becoming clearer to him. While he was thinking about this, a guard came running down from below, already aiming magic arrows at him, while he was still putting new details into his head. Finally, he declared that thanks to them, he could gain access to so many shades of his beloved blood, which was the source of his unprecedented pleasure. He shared his desire to hide it in a jewelry cabinet, expressing his value for himself in the blood of poor children of the wolf race. Such inhuman cruelty could not leave even the balanced Cale indifferent, who felt an internal tension almost greater than when working with the shield. Cale thought that such crazy people were destined from the very beginning to have a short life that could not be spent peacefully with their hearts. Meanwhile, the dark-haired guard finally managed to sneak closer, avoiding the attention of the royal guard. Nevertheless, they tried to help somehow, directing magic arrows at the wizard to neutralize his mana. While the arrows were flying towards their destination, everyone around held their breath, hoping that they would help and at least slightly change the course of events that were unfolding rapidly. The wizard didn't feel like taking this seriously, so he simply decided to ignore those standing before him, thereby causing an even greater wave of indignation. This seemed outrageous to the king, as he felt that even his own guard lacked confidence, and this weakness could cost the state dearly. To ensure a peaceful departure, he placed a block in front of the arrows, and the barrier created caused them to lose power before reaching their intended target. They hit the clock tower and scattered in sparks, thereby avoiding a meeting with the initiator of the terrorist attack, who sought to cause irreparable damage to the capital. Even greater chaos and disorder reigned in the streets, as the square was devastated by several explosions, leaving deep scars and ruins. Retica managed to take everyone who was with him and disappeared without a trace, completing the failed terrorist act. He had a special ability for disembarkation magic, and none of the people present could have known where they had disappeared to. Although it seemed that they were all in chaos with no chance to punish the guilty, one hidden possibility remained. But fortunately, the book indicated the place they moved to, although it was difficult to believe, since the events often did not coincide. Despite their lack of confidence, Choi Han, Lak, Hong, and On were supposed to go there on his instructions. If the secret group did teleport there, there's a chance they'll all die there at the hands of the dark-haired man, who's unlikely to be able to control himself. But in order to balance his emotional state, he sent the kittens and Luck with him to avoid a breakdown. Because of their presence, he would try not to lose consciousness and act cautiously, because after all, he was weak towards the small and powerless. The king once again attracted everyone's attention, as he had to somehow comment on the events that had not gone according to their plan. He promised to recover quickly from today's horrific events, trying his best not to show any concern. Apparently, the celebration was postponed to comply with safety regulations, and no one argued with the will of the crown in this case. Rosalind and Cale remained aloof from the leader of the country and thought about what they should do next. Although the girl planned to hide her presence here as long as possible, she had to reveal herself for the sake of the boy. Most likely, she decided to intervene so that the Black Dragon would not have to take off his disguise, thereby confirming his loyalty to him. Finally, she glanced at him, smiling and saying that this would be their secret, which she did not want to reveal yet. He couldn't help but smile in return, and silently noted that she was very smart and made decisions quickly. He remembered their meeting at sunrise, when he had given the 6 of them some instructions on how to get this thing going. The first and most important task was not to reveal the true nature of the dragon or other races, in the face of the kittens and the werewolf. The next task was to act as if they had appeared here by chance in case Choi Han or Rosalind's identity was revealed. And the latter was supposed to ensure the success of the event in any case, even if something went wrong. It was extremely important not to put each other down and give everyone the opportunity to get out of the situation on their own without being criticized for their participation. He was distracted from these memories by his comrades, who eventually brought a Templar who was in a hurry to help the young aristocrat. He hurriedly asked if everything was okay and if there was anything he could do to help improve his physical condition. Cale stuck to the first plan, which was to create the appearance of mutilation and pain so as not to show his inner strength. He showed his hands covered in countless cuts, complained of terrible pain, and asked for a medical examination. The Templar immediately began to treat, using magic to heal the wounds of the boy who complained about the difficulty of protecting people. While the Templar was healing, he shared his observations of the silver shield, with which Cale had done something incredible. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince, who did not know how to properly thank his savior, was slowly approaching them. The redhead decided to pretend he didn't notice it, and continued talking to the Templar, who was probably seeing the ancient power for the first time. He was distracted by a brotherly gesture from the prince, who placed his hand on his shoulder and came very close. As much as he wanted to ignore the representative of the dynasty, it was simply impossible to do so. He almost whispered in his ear that this was truly the first time he had seen the ancient power, which made the redhead tense up. Both Cale and the Templar were forced to stop their treatment and bow to the prince, showing their respect for his arrival. Meanwhile, the young man thought that if he had to reveal one of the cards, he should make the most of it. It was absolutely not his taste to receive only glory after enduring the sacrifice. He would like to receive something more important, material, or maybe even powerful to compensate for the efforts expended. The prince, in a childish gesture, beamed and hugged his savior, as if trying to get as close to him as possible. While everyone around him thought he was expressing gratitude, he approached Cale's ear and whispered the question of whether they were from the same berry field, hinting at the strangeness of their powers. No matter how unpleasant this voice sounded to him, the answer was unequivocal and affirmative. The prince offered to relieve him of any irritating factors and adequately reward his efforts. Signing this agreement without words, Cale reached out to embrace the crown prince. Shouting words of civic duty that guided the redhead, they made a pact in the arms of capitalism. Suddenly, a dragon appeared above them, noting the strangeness of the events, as expected from his observation, despite his youth. He decided to use the situation to the fullest and extract a reward that would match the effort, if the crown was already indebted to him. The royal family's carriage appeared in front of the square, and Cale was to enter it, as a special guest from the crown prince. He played his games with formality, so he refused, saying that he dared not go before his majesty, who was called the guiding star of the kingdom. The dragon, who remained on the alert, considered them complete fools who were talking nonsense. Despite the red-haired man's refusal, the crown prince insisted, trying to make it a sign of respect, so Cale had to do as he wanted to show his affection. Finally, as he got into the carriage, he glanced around at the people around him, who were so divided in their attitude towards him. On one side stood his comrades, who were worried about him and were sincerely happy for his heroic feat. And on the other side stood Bennion, who could not understand how he had earned such influence and honor from the royal family. At least it seemed to the redhead that something similar was going on in the other's head, since the expression on his face spoke of terrible irritation. Neo was no less annoyed by the recent events, who, following the example of his idol, was one step away from hysteria. Cale decided to be above it all, and hoped in this way to get rid of the vulgar thief. The prince asked his servant to escort the girl behind him in the best possible manner. The red-haired aristocrat, in turn, noticed that there was not a drop of anxiety on the girl's face when they looked at each other with an understanding look. A certain bond formed between them, which provided a lot of trust on the face of a girl who understood people well. The luxury of the royal carriage contrasted with the street, which just a few minutes ago had been devastated by explosions and people's fear. Cale, who remained in their carriage, marveled at its comfort, which was on a completely different level, featuring luxuries such as the gorgeous leather seats. While he was enjoying their pleasure, the crown prince approached him and asked if he needed treatment. A certain amount of tension still existed between them, so the guy tried to answer carefully without revealing too much. Meanwhile, the prince looked at him with a piercing gaze, trying to learn more than he wanted to tell out loud. Cale said he was healthy, but he still had better consult the best doctor and Templar to make sure. He decided not to be modest and take advantage of the opportunity to the fullest, so he asked to rest for 3 or 4 days to fully recover. The prince laughed, but praised the idea, which showed how the son of aristocrats, who stood up for the common defense, and in return was taken care of in the royal palace as best as possible. They both understood the falseness of this game, but without a doubt continued it to maintain the image. Suddenly, the humorous atmosphere created by the offer of treatment was replaced by the prince's serious tone. He asked, without the slightest hint of humor in his voice, if the group was connected to Cale in order to understand the roots of the attack. The vague wording only allowed for speculation about what the crown prince meant and took away the freedom of expression. There was no answer. But before they left, the dragon was outraged that the prince had not intervened, even though people were dying. The magical creature felt the power that was inside the prince, even though he hid it, but the indifference of the fake blonde was terrible for him. The fact that he did not speak out even though one of his servants died and another knight had his limbs torn off said a lot about him, if he could hide and pretend to be weak after that. He used to think of him as a good person, despite the fact that he could use others to his advantage. But the truth was that he was not at all who he presented himself to be, so any leniency would not work for him now. Instead of a clear answer, he said that he had no reason to want to be involved in such a complex matter that the group had started. The crown prince exhaled and said that it made sense, as keeping in touch with those wizards would be a truly troublesome process. Meanwhile, he was thinking in his head that a person hiding behind the persona of a bad guy couldn't have done such a thing, and this time, chance had to intervene. He noted that there was a possibility that the royal family would launch an investigation into Cale, who hoped the crown prince would prevent this. It was obvious to him, so he didn't understand why he even discussed it, since his authority in the family was really high. Upon his arrival, he was warmly welcomed by the people around him, who truly admired him and considered him a role model. He waved at them cautiously, showing affection, and replied to the redhead that they would continue the conversation when the prince came to inquire about Cale's well-being. As if on cue, he moved on to the formal flattery that was expected of a member of the royal family, which amused the blonde quite a bit. He looked at Cale with irony, reinforcing his suspicions about him as a selfish and adaptive person. The redhead wished that his actions would not be covered up too much. Despite his heroic deed, he wanted his past decisions to simply not be criticized. The crown prince unexpectedly turned to the boy with a simple gratitude that didn't seem like part of the game, but seemed to be sincere. The truth that could not be disputed was that if it were not for the actions of the redhead, the number of victims would have been much higher. Such a simple and human attitude on the part of the prince seemed quite interesting to Cale, who had already given up on him as a person. It was hard to say whether he was a good or bad person, as he managed to balance between all the traits periodically. For that matter, it was difficult for him to determine whether the person in front of him was even real, given the number of discrepancies in his story. Cale decided to ask for compensation, and judging by the prince's reaction, a great reward awaited him for his efforts. While they were trying to resolve their own issues, the carriage sped towards the entrance to the gates, beyond which stretched the famous palace. Cale found himself once again in the luxury of the estate that had served as his refuge through the crown's efforts to show honor. Finally, he could breathe, rest, and even eat something tasty, without second thoughts about the course of the terrorist act. Now he was treated completely differently, as if he had been given the best room in a separate palace where members of the royal families of other countries stay. Not letting him relax for a moment, there was a knock on the door, distracting him from his own thoughts. On the doorstep stood a group of people who were not indifferent to him, who wanted to visit him after the effort he had endured in repelling the attack. Hans could not help but burst into tears, for he was truly worried about his master, who might have died that morning. For the servant, this was a real shock, because he sincerely loved his master, despite their ambiguous relationship. Just as Hans was about to run up to greet his master, whom he loved so much, he stopped him with a short gesture. It was more of a priority for him to meet everyone else who had visited him, so he invited them into the room. Meanwhile, the servant said that he had contacted Dareth to get ahead of the royal family in this, and reported this via a magical communication device. Due to the use of an expensive communication method, he spent some money, but for the aristocrat this was not a reason for worries, but rather a pleasant bonus. The next thing he wanted to report concerned their guest, who had finally revealed her identity, and Hans learned about the girl's true origins. He gave orders to the other servants on the estate to keep their mouths shut about Lady Rosalind. Both representatives of noble families praised the servant, who smiled proudly at his prudence, which his masters had noted. A silent silence fell, which the boy did not want to break, since they had not yet fully agreed, and having the upper hand in the conversation would be too valuable for careless steps. Hans still hadn't finished, insisting that the red-haired aristocrat contact the head of the clan himself via the communication device later. Otherwise, he would have come here on his own, which was completely in his father's style. The servant promised to meet with the palace manager and talk to him, but the master simply gestured for him to leave the room. When the door finally slammed shut, he found himself in the company of people who had been linked to the morning's terrorist attack. The dragon immediately conducted an analysis and determined that there were no recording devices inside, which showed him to be a very capable assistant. Considering that they were in a place where members of the royal families of other countries stay, installing recording devices for the sake of cooperation or obtaining information was a classic case. But if they weren't there, they could talk about anything and be safe, especially after Rosalind created a dome over them with magic. Additional protection in the form of imposed magic that silenced sounds could give them absolute freedom of expression. He looked depressed, as if he couldn't find the words to express his feelings and emotions. He looked up, and his face showed an expression of absolute uncertainty that made him think about the course of events. He remembered the events of the morning when the wizard had appeared exactly where they had been discussing, and he was about to take his life. But dozens of his defenders appeared around, preventing access to their leader, using themselves as a shield. They pounced on him with full determination and willingness to die just to prevent the swordsman from reaching their leader. But their determination was met with quiet fury in the eyes of Choi Han, who was imbued with hatred for the organization and had no plans to hold back. Due to the fault of the representatives of the secret organization, people dear to him were on the verge of death, or were dying, and even today they face such a threat. He attacked the group in black suits with absolute confidence and skill, sparing no effort. But because of the assistants who prevented him from getting a chance to destroy the mad wizard, he missed it. Choi Han only managed to cut off his left arm, which seemed insufficient to him, since he did not deserve to live in his opinion. Due to doubts about the wizard's skills, he decided to burn the hand so that he would not return and attach it to its place, and in addition, he injured his left eye. The redhead was certain that such serious wounds were fatal to the mage, as they required two hands to avoid imbalance. Choi Han continued to believe that this was not enough, and that he had a duty to kill him, so he apologized for the insufficient result. A dark energy dissipated around him, revealing his inner disappointment, even though the aristocrat tried to reassure him that this was a worthwhile effort. It seemed to him that the kittens and the young werewolf looked frightened, and Cale wondered what caused such emotions. Returning to the dark-haired swordsman's story, he asked what was the fate of his subordinates, whom Choi Han had fought first. The guard thought it would be better to remove them, so he carefully dealt with them so that they would not interfere in the future. The kittens shivered when they remembered the careful way Choi Han had treated those people. An important detail was that he didn't destroy any of the houses, because if it fell and destroyed something nearby, he would have to deal with the consequences. But Choi Han reassured him, explaining that he did everything exactly as they agreed and did not cause any damage to the houses or the surrounding landscape. The dark and viscous aura around the guard looked extremely terrifying to the kittens, who could not be near him. So they decided to make a sharp move and flee to the dragon, which looked much more pleasant to them than the company of the cruel Choi Han. They were afraid of the dark-haired one, which could only mean his determination during the task, which destroyed the furry one's ideas about the guy's character. Cale was pleased with the results of his work, so he praised him, realizing that they had caused enormous damage to the organization. Today, everyone did an incredible job, thanks to which everyone managed to survive and solve problems as well as possible. He could not help but note the importance of the participation of the red-haired Rosalind, who had already returned to her native image. In fact, everyone showed their best side, including Choi Han, who skillfully demonstrated his impressive strength in practice. And the magic from the company's most talented representatives in this field became a significant factor, so it was impossible to pass them by. The dragon noticed with a smile that even Cale had tried his best to help avoid a tragedy that seemed horrific in the eyes of those around him. Cale exhaled with satisfaction, considering how much the situation had eased and given him space for the dream vacation. Immodestly confirming the importance of his work to the mission, he smiled, thereby infecting the team with the same. Summing up their stories, he decided that they should receive a reward that would adequately repay their efforts. Actually, the time had come to talk about receiving the desired reward as the Crown Prince arrived, entering the room according to their agreement. He came under the guise of checking on the well-being of the new hero who saved the entire capital from an explosion. Cale began to use the usual form of communication with a representative of the royal family with irony, which made the Crown Prince laugh, and he asked him to stop. The prince reported that he was left for medical treatment, making it seem as if he had stepped out on the square at a critical moment to stop the chaos among the people as a nobleman. It was revealed that the redhead possesses an ancient power, but it was noted that it was not that strong, but rather of a protective type. He developed an image of a weakling, but one who took risks for the sake of the kingdom of a young nobleman's son who met his wishes. He promised to pass on the rumors about it and a report on the current situation through Cale's servant tomorrow. The dragon warily studied the boy, trying to find his true essence, until the boy decided to add something outside of their business conversations. The magical creature came to the conclusion and was 100% sure that what was sitting in front of it was not a human. And the prince asked a strange question about whether Cale was human, which definitely put an end to the doubts surrounding the mysterious identity of the Crown Prince. The red-haired aristocrat had no idea how to answer this correctly, as the question seemed meaningless. He simply asked what he meant, as he could not understand what was expected in such a case. The prince realized that he had stepped on the wrong territory and decided to frame the situation as a joke. Trying to smooth over the edges, he pretended that he himself did not understand his own question, and of course, agreed that he was dealing with a human being. With a mannered gesture, he indicated that both Cale and himself were human, trying to convince himself of this. The dragon immediately pointed out the lie, since he was not human at all, and the young man asked him to stop constantly telling him things he didn't want to know. For the magical animal, the prince was a creature with an aura that he had seen for the first time in his long 4-year dragon life. Cale took his words into consideration, as in 4 years he had seen dragons, humans, and had recently met representatives of the cat race and the wolf race, which gave him some experience. If he didn't recognize any of them in the prince, then he didn't belong to these species, which made him unique. Cale decided to pretend he didn't understand anything, asking if there was anything unusual about people, noting that if everyone lived together, then they were just people. The prince was forced to agree that there was nothing unusual and again decided to try something new. For the red-haired man, the crown prince's attempts to add something else already looked scary. He didn't want to hear anything from him. The blonde noted that back at the dinner party he had noticed a strange smell coming from Cale, hinting at the obvious. The young man decided to play the fool, pretending to take this as a remark about his smell and a hint that he needed a bath. The crown prince laughed, understanding his behavior completely, but remaining at the level of ambiguous phrases. Then he decided to stop, because for two people who understand each other's techniques perfectly, there is no point in keeping masks on their faces. So he decided to switch to a businesslike tone, directly asking what Cale was looking for, in order to understand the situation without polite formalities. Cale Henituse was a scumbag famous throughout the Northeast, who had been completely stripped of his place as successor due to his absolute indifference to the matter, but he did not feel a drop of discontent, just like the family, which was in complete balance. All that was known about him was that he was a scumbag who just liked to have fun and became unbearable only when he got drunk. However, to the crown prince, he still didn't look like any scum, so it was worth fearing what awaited him in the future. Cale remained cautious, not answering the question directly, but trying to understand what was expected of him. For the prince, it was important that the redhead not say a word to the aristocrats, and this question sounded to him like an argument against his insult to the pagan. He wanted all questions about the royal family to be met with praise and the timely mention of his golden heart, which allowed Cale to get what he wanted. Today's events were a black line on the reputation of the royal family, which was unable to protect its citizens from attack. They would have problems if the aristocrats started remembering this event, so he set conditions for receiving the award, considering Cale's origin from the Zenitus family, an authority among the nobles. Turning their conversation into a close friendly contact, the prince clarified whether the ancient power he had shown was not the only one in the hands of the redhead. He decided not to hide and agreed, honestly admitting that everyone except her wasn't very useful. From the book, the boy remembered that the crown prince knew the ancient forces much better than other people, but Cale's knowledge was probably on a different level. He wondered if the ancient power of the healing star had been inherited from his mother, who had never become queen. Returning to the important question, he wanted to understand what Cale was striving for, because it was a fundamental moment for him. Offering options among which he himself could not choose, he wondered whether it should be something for his family, or an investment of money in the seashore, or the stabilization of power in the Northeast. But the redhead objected, since all of the above did not concern him personally. He, for the best of selfish reasons, desired something that would be his due. The hero asked for a reward that would truly reflect his interests and serve only him, trying to move away from helping others. The crown prince laughed, as this was not too ambitious thinking, as for the occasion that presented itself and allowed one to ask for quite a bit. But he finally managed to understand the intentions of the so-called scumbag, which already made the situation much easier. This guy lived like a scumbag, but all the other people wanted to rise as high as possible and get everything into their hands, putting it more important than family, loved ones, putting themselves at the top of their interests. He insisted on specific desires, offering either a title, an order, or authority in the capital. For the redhead, there was one priority left that he wanted to enrich and develop as much as possible, and that was money. This surprised the crown prince, who had been counting on some intangible things that could bring more pride and self-confidence. Cale understood that the war would soon begin, so the title and the order would mean nothing. He needed money, and as much as possible. All of this would become empty in the event of an invasion or imbalance, but money, and especially cash, will always ensure a comfortable life. Moreover, he could find the best method of using it, whether it was food, land, or any property. The next ancient power that stood in his way would be easier to capture if he spent his preparation money well. The prince took this the wrong way, believing that he needed money for drinking, based on his reputation. But that made things even easier for the redhead, who didn't have to explain anything and just agreed with the stupid observation. The blonde found it hard to believe the seriousness of this request. He could not help but agree, since he promised to do anything. He promised to name the appropriate amount for payment after reading the report on the events, which he should receive the next day. This meant that he would once again have to spend time in the company of the prince, who would come to visit a sick man. His reluctance was clearly visible on his face, but he returned to a flattering expression, calling it a boundless honor on the part of His Majesty. Such rapid mood swings surprised even the prince, who was used to manipulating people as he pleased. Therefore, he decided not to linger in the company of the redhead any longer and said goodbye, wishing him a good rest. The dragon was most pleased about this, as he was annoyed by the fake blonde who looked mysterious due to his incomprehensible nature. He wanted to know from Cale if there was any magical power that could dye hair, besides mana. The aristocrat simply turned his back on the dragon, who tried to question him out of his own curiosity. No matter how hard the dragon tried to shake him up, he decided that from that moment on, he was an ordinary patient who would completely ignore outside factors. The next morning seemed sunny and pleasant, unlike yesterday, which was full of sad events. The first person Cale met in the morning was Hans, who was now to completely replace Ron as the young man's personal footman. As planned, Mr. Ron left, leaving behind a letter for the master, which he delivered through a cheerful servant. Cale wondered what his faithful servant, who had spent his entire life with him, raising the boy from infancy, could have written. He opened the letter in surprise, where Ron must have left something important, as it was not in his nature to be sentimental without good reason. In the letter, he promised to send reports once a month, while also noting that he did not expect such strength from the young master. He promised to remember the external signs of the main wizard, which Choi Han had told him about. To make sure he didn't miss it in case of an opportunity, he passed it on to his son, who was supposed to help in the search. The letter was concise but still concisely told about the most important things and noted Ron's loyalty. After reading it, Cale put it aside, simultaneously noting in his head that even the servant had joined in the game with the mad wizard. It was useful that the retired assassin and his son knew what Retica looked like, who was making more and more enemies with every passing second. And his death will come immediately, as soon as he catches the eye of the old servant, who will not leave the situation for later. The days passed quickly and imperceptibly, giving the body a chance to recover after the act, which had exhausted both physical and moral strength. The young man had visitors who were genuinely concerned about his physical condition, which they portrayed as worse than it actually was. He decided not to argue with those around him, who were accustomed to trusting the doctor's conclusions, and played the role of a patient until the very end. When Eric, Gilbert, and Amir visited him, he was quite amused, complaining that he didn't feel any strength in his body. The hero complained of a heaviness in his stomach, which was actually caused by him sitting around all day doing nothing and just eating. No matter how dramatic his expression was, he was simply resting, lying down under medical supervision. His friends took it seriously and tried to help him in some way, promising to find anything he asked for. As much as the redhead didn't want to play the scumbag, he was genuinely pleased by such concern from other people who didn't feel any personal interest in helping Cale. Kittens, who never left their owner, helped to lift their spirits and improve their well-being. But the boy understood that they had something else to do with him, not just visiting the sick man. Although this was not the main reason they wanted to come to the young man, they did need to present something in particular. They changed their investment proposal for the Northeast Coast and wanted to know his opinion on it. As always, diplomatic Eric presented everything as a coincidence, which it would have been a shame not to take advantage of in their case. Intrigued, Cale opened the envelope with curiosity, examining the revised contract that so many people had worked on. He wasn't interested in all the formalities contained in the contract, but only the key thesis, which he saw immediately with a thoughtful chuckle. Still, they firmly decided to build a naval base, which was probably based on the experience they had a few days ago. Eric said that the news would soon reach the county of Henituse, along with a proposal that would be officially sent to his father. To confirm this, they needed to meet with the crown prince, which is exactly what they planned to do tonight. If the royal family showed interest, they could move on to serious action rather than just discussing new angles. Cale believed that everything would work out because the proposal was as rational and well thought out as possible, given the context in which they lived. He suggested sending them such documents through a servant, allowing them not to come in person for the sake of formality. But they firmly refused, promising to come regularly since he should know everything about the latest events. After such a sincere and deeply kind phrase, Eric decided to say goodbye so as not to tire his friend too much. The redhead's room had become, in a sense, a meeting place, as countless guests visited him. The next to visit him were Rosalind and Choi Han, whose face still had a gloomy expression. Cale ordered the dark-haired guard, who was feeling somewhat embarrassed, to leave, allowing him to have his way. The girl sitting next to him immediately began to argue with this decision, trying to dissuade the aristocrat. She insisted that Choi Han and Locke really needed her, as if she couldn't do without them. Because the girl's true identity had been revealed to the crown, she needed to return to the kingdom of Breck as soon as possible, and after the news that she was alive, there would definitely be another attempt. It's absolutely dangerous for her to return alone, especially considering that her high-level magical abilities were revealed last time, so the enemy won't send anyone. For defense, she needed people no less strong than potential attackers who could become a real threat. Cale believed that she had helped him through a difficult situation, so they had a duty to repay her in kind. For the young werewolf, she became like an older sister, despite the short period of acquaintance. And for Choi Han, she remained a good friend, despite the closed nature of both new acquaintances. Warm words touched her kind soul, which was hidden behind the image of a shrewd and prudent princess, not inclined to trust strangers. The dark-haired man did not want to leave his post, as he believed that he had to protect Cale to the last, especially in today's conditions. But his disappearance was only to the advantage of the redhead, as it made it easier to move around and allowed him to hide safely during the war. In order to calm the swordsman, he flashed a smile and promised that he would not die under any circumstances. His plans included accumulating a lot of money and becoming so strong that escape would be no problem, and thus achieving a life of comfort. He wanted to enjoy all the earthly blessings, and besides, Cale received protection from the dragon, which made Choi Han more of an unnecessary burden. Choi Han took the promise seriously, believing that in this case he would worry in vain and could leave his master without doubting his safety. Meanwhile, the red-haired aristocrat beckoned to the young werewolf, who was standing behind the wall, as if hiding from his inquisitive gaze. With a lightning-fast movement, he ran up to Cale, expecting to hear something important from the rational boy. The red-haired man promised to take care of his younger brothers and sisters so he could go with Rosalind and come to the lands of Zenitus in 3 months. Lack almost sat up in surprise, as he could not fully understand the meaning of the words he had just heard. This reaction was strange for Cale, considering their agreement, which they had made the day before, discussing all the details. He decided to remind them that he would be on the lands of the county of Zenitus, along with Luck's younger siblings. Cale handed the letter to the young man, insisting on his mandatory return to the place where his family would be waiting for him. The redhead repeated everything several times due to his inexperience and lack of confidence in Luck to make sure he understood everything correctly. Finally, a smile spread across his face, and he even blushed as he accepted all the conditions, agreeing to them with enthusiasm. Despite the fact that the story had changed a lot, the guy still wanted it to go at least roughly according to the script. Then the information he knew would not become useless, but would remain relevant for use. He regretted not having been able to send B-Cross with Ron, but that chance would come when the old servant returned from his vacation. A servant entered the room with cautious steps, trying not to interfere with the meeting with the red-haired master. He spoke quietly to Cale, not to distract, but at the same time to convey something important. He was told that the king wanted to award him an order, despite the fact that it did not fall within the young man's sphere of interests. Silence fell in the luxuriously decorated room, as no one present expected anything like this from the crown. With almost trembling hands, he reached for the Talmud that Hans had brought in a solemn manner. It contained an official formal address to the red-haired man as the successor to the pride of the family that protected the kingdom from the forest of darkness. Although this was expected after the grand rescue of people in the square, it attracted too much attention. A week later, new events were taking place on the Square of Fame again, where Cale was supposed to be present. The carriage swept through the narrow streets of the capital, surprising the citizens with its luxury and elegance. He was followed by a majestic dragon, which did not leave its master for a second, because to ensure complete safety, it had to watch every movement and every breath. The magical creature managed to keep the situation under absolute control by placing a protective dome of pure mana around the agitated area. People around from all sides cast admiring glances at the red-haired boy, as numerous legends about recent terrible events circulated in the city. His appearance as a hero who saved a crowded square from a devastating explosion and thereby saved dozens of human lives seemed impressive to the townspeople. Someone even managed to come up with a new and catchy nickname for him, the Silver Young Gentleman, but Cale was almost sickened by what he heard. It was so artificial. The vice-captain, who officially represented his guard and took care of order, was pleased with the general affection for his master and proud of his own service. He enthusiastically pronounced the people's names with a smile, as if they were talking about him. The guard could not calm down, noting that it was customary to give worthy people worthy surnames, as was the case with Cale. In turn, the redhead was rather irritated by receiving such nicknames because they embarrassed him in their own way. While trying to calm his guard, he noticed that the people around him would quickly change their minds if he drank a few glasses of alcohol. The vice-captain took the words seriously and asked him to refrain from temptation until his body was fully restored. It reminded Cale that it was worth holding on to the image that officially indicated that he was not yet fully recovered. Repeating like a mantra the legend that celebrated recent events, he noted that he had suffered from overexertion of his unprepared body while using ancient power. Suddenly he remembered a conversation with his father through a magical communication device, trying to find out who the attackers were. The boy's father explained that they were sitting quietly not because of weakness, but because of their enormous power, which needed to be controlled. He said that no one who touched his son in this terrorist attack would come out alive, and most likely this was not an exaggeration. While the young man was remembering and analyzing these events, they managed to approach the gate that led to the square. A knight guarding the entrance stood before them, so the aristocrat wondered if he had to prove his identity in order to pass. Just as Cale was about to give his name and indicate his origin, which his appearance already suggested, the knight interrupted him. But his fame now spoke for him, so he held out his hand in a gesture that indicated the entrance without any further confirmation. The royal guard behaved as politely as possible, wishing him good luck and trying to please the new hero. The men looked after the boy, who had now gained the glory of the capital's savior, and were amazed at his simplicity. Inside, in luxury and with thoughtful placement, was a hall with tables divided by height, which corresponded to the social hierarchy. Cale cautiously climbed the stairs, looking around for familiar faces. With a friendly smile, Cale looked at them and noted that they had arrived earlier than agreed. All heads were turned in his direction, as they had only heard one rumor about him, which was hard to believe. Despite the loyalty of the royal family, the young man refused the order, which was a symbol of honor, and gave it to another person. For the sake of being present at this celebration, he came without even fully recovering, which made his image almost perfect. Cale looked proud and confident, realizing that his games were bringing the desired result, and chance was playing in his favor. Playing the role of a righteous man to the end, he noted that the weather was so good today for the sake of the people who had left them. Very little remained of the scumbag's former glory, when he behaved like a sage, full of goodness in his heart, even shining on the outside. Amir noticed that the red-haired guy's feelings were also added to the wonderful weather, hinting at something. He immediately became flustered because he didn't know how to respond to this properly, to remain dignified and invulnerable. A silent pause fell at the table as the friends around them smiled in a way only they understood. Changing the subject, he asked if the girl was going today, and she agreed, asking a counter-question about his planned departure tomorrow. Amir reminded him that they should meet on her lands, as they had previously agreed. Cale confirmed her words, expressing a great desire to see the sea, to which the girl assumed that he was talking about sanatorium treatment. In order not to raise any unnecessary questions, he agreed, although in reality he did not need any treatment, and he was heading there to become stronger. But she remained smart and rhetorically clarified that this was not the only reason for the guy's visit to the lands, and she was right. The aristocracy will soon be shaken by the news that Cale's friends have been preparing for implementation. The news, which will soon be known, will concern the development and sponsorship of a naval base in the northeast, and the news will be conveyed to all who gather here. Amir and Gilbert were counting on the red-haired aristocrat who could greatly help the development of their lands with his actions. They did not notice amidst their conversations how the crown prince and the king appeared on the platform, preparing to begin the event. The king resolutely stepped to the microphone to deliver the speech that would mark the beginning of their meeting. The attention of those around him immediately fell on his figure, who, having been taught by the bitter experience of the past, wanted to avoid any problems today. It was important to perform brilliantly to convince both the people and the aristocrats of the strength of the crown, which had not been affected by the terrorist act. In a firm voice he began, noting that they had gathered here to declare that they were not cowed by fear no matter what. People listened to him with bated breath, as everyone lacked official explanations and statements that could refute or confirm the rumors. The king continued, saying that many people showed great courage, which enabled them to defend their land, as has been the case throughout history. For a moment, Cale thought they had met the king's gaze when he spoke of the assistance in defense, but he immediately dismissed the thought. His thoughts immediately drifted back to when he was still in the palace, resting under the care of the royal family's doctors. The boy pondered the thesis of the protection of the sun god, which was used by the royal family, but the dragon denied that he felt any power of the god from these people. The most unusual creature for him was the crown prince, whose nature remained unknown, and Cale only learned unnecessary things again, as if the Crossmans did not have the hereditary power of a god. He understood that nothing good could be expected from knowing such secret theses, so it was better to pretend that he knew nothing. To get the dragon to take a vow of silence, he asked to keep it their secret, which pleased the little one, who was happy to interact with his master. Now they sat in the square and watched the speech of the king, who in reality did not have any particular differences from the people present. The man noted that he must award the order to those who distinguished themselves with courage while protecting people. One by one, the orders appeared on the chests of the knights, who received them with dignity and respect. Everyone clapped their hands in support of the young warriors who were awarded a crown for their special achievements, and the dragon was only amazed again and again at the strange nature of people. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Benian appeared behind him, shouting firmly at him, not realizing the turmoil he had caused in the dragon's soul. In his own way, he was surprised that the white-haired young man remained here, but he had to listen to him if he didn't want to be ignored. The vast majority of young aristocrats returned to their lands because they found the situation too dangerous due to terrorism, and the successors of the main houses of each region remained. Benian shared that he had heard rumors about the redhead's refusal from the order and was curious if he regretted it. It wasn't entirely clear what he needed this information for, but he still had to maintain a formal conversation. At times, the dragon was on the verge of wanting to kill his past offender, but Cale warned him that the time had not yet come. And the true reason for refusing the order was that the aristocrat did not want to remain recorded in history. On the floor of the library of the royal court, records about the king of a given era are collected, and these same records indicate the heroes who have ever received the order, since they receive a financial reward every month. Because of this, their location and movements are always tracked, which might be an honor for some, but for Cale, it would become a shackle. Considering that the war will soon begin, no one will remember the events in this square, so he would have nothing to regret. Anything that remains unrecorded will simply be forgotten, and there is no reason to regret it, since he has already received the award. And besides, the main thing was to stay alive, which is what he said in his address to Benian. The blonde from the Stan family expected a slightly different answer, but diplomatically agreed so as not to arouse suspicion. Benian remained aloof and only looked with condemnation at the redhead, from whom he sensed falsehood and a double bottom. This ended the awarding of the heroes with orders, as announced by the king from the height of the platform. To appear as grateful as possible and truly honor the role of the brave men who received the orders, he promised to never forget these moments. The king also noted their heroism, which also concerned Cale, who, for his own reasons, refused the crown. Then they moved to the main city square, where terrible events had recently taken place, leaving a mark on the memory of every resident who saw it with their own eyes. A huge bouquet of gifts gradually gathered around, resembling a living monument to all those who came to pay their last respects to the dead. The company stood silently, hands folded in sincere prayer, with regret in their hearts, and each thought tried to convey sympathy to those who were no longer with them. The red-haired young man also bowed his head and closed his eyes in prayer, wanting to honor those who had left too soon, leaving behind only pain and silence. Not far from them stood representatives of the royal family, and in particular the crown prince, who had to personally show the people that his family shared the loss. Despite the fact that the prince allowed Cale not to attend the mourning ceremony due to his health, he still decided to appear, not wanting to stand aside. This was because he knew all too well the gravity of loss, the pain of which cannot be compared to anything else, for it leaves a scar on the heart forever. His hand involuntarily touched his heart, which beat faster from the memories of the victims and thoughts of those who had experienced terrible suffering, pain, and loneliness. This imperceptible gesture disturbed Eric, who immediately thought he was feeling sick and looked at him in fear, fearing a sudden deterioration in his well-being. He assumed that the redhead, who had not yet fully recovered from the events he had experienced, might have overexerted himself, and his heart really hurt. The latter, in turn, quickly reassured him, assuring him that everything was fine, and asked him not to worry about trifles so as not to spoil the sad atmosphere. But in reality, he was warmed from within by the golden card he received from the crown prince, which served as a reward for his efforts. It gave the right to 2 purchases of any kind, whether it was a loaf of bread or 2 mountains. Regardless of the value of the item, he could purchase exactly 2 things. The prince was much more generous than he might have thought, although he probably gave it to Cale without realizing that he would be able to use the card in a rational way. Or it was an element of verification, in order to find out how much he was actually able to spend. Whatever the case, the prince was thinking in the wrong direction, which only played into the hands of the red-haired aristocrat. The dragon felt that its master was already up to something, so he asked to be careful, considering its weakness. Cale paid no attention to his words and just looked around, paying special attention to the looks of the people around him. They all turned their attention, with quiet respect in their eyes, to him, who was now popularly known as the young Shieldmaster. Cale understood that such attention would also quickly subside as soon as he returned from the capital to his native county. The next day seemed sunny and pleasant, which might have made the road easier for the redhead. He pushed the plate of delicious food closer to the dragon, who couldn't wait to eat the delicious food. At the 3 small balls that clearly had special magical properties were compactly placed in his hands. With their help, he planned to destroy the whirlpool that prevented the acquisition of an ancient power hidden on the seashore. although this was not originally part of his plans, as he wanted to deal with him using a shield and life energy. But now he had a black dragon in his company, which allowed him to take off his extra burdens. With warmth in his voice, he suggested that the kittens and the dragon eat their fill so that they would have the strength for any task. Belos visited the young man, wondering what he had stolen if he had won such a big prize. Over a glass, they felt at ease, and the redhead ironically noted that he had recently become a celebrity. It was difficult for his guest to disagree with this, since he really had a fame that could not compare with the past. However, Belos wondered if it was okay for him to drink if he hadn't fully recovered from the accident, but Cale allowed himself not to make a show of it in front of his friend. This only brought a smile to the face of the illegitimate son of the Flynn family, who was gradually learning to understand Cale. Pouring wine into his own glass, he reported that he had safely received the things rented from the redhead back. In addition, he brought the things Cale had asked him for, placing a magical box on the table that hid infinitely valuable items inside. Belos moved her closer to the aristocrat, giving him the right to take full advantage of what he received. He was thinking about how to properly use the gold card and found one purpose that definitely made sense. Cale decided to buy time, considering that those who posed a real threat to the Kingdom of Rhone and other countries located in the north-central region of the continent were the Knights of the North. Therefore, he decided to buy time for their arrival, or perhaps for someone more serious, like the Central Empire of the Western continent. There was also the threat of the Mage Killer, the Jungle Queen, and the South, from which he wanted to be as far away as possible, so Cale decided to buy time. It was hard for him to imagine what would happen if he were left alone, but now he has supporters who will help in case of anything. The young man needs to find out if his guest is directly involved in trade, but he did not deny it, despite the rumors that have been circulating recently. Given that the Western continent was on the verge of explosion, the merchants said that it would be possible to earn a lot of easy money, and they could be believed, because the sense of opportunity did not let people in this profession down. Cale reported that the Viper Kingdom would soon be turned upside down, expecting that Belos had guessed it himself. He agreed and shared that because of this, he was thinking about how to make money using the moment, and was wondering what the redhead thought would be most appreciated. He knew that the Wizarding Alliance would lose the Civil War and the Magic Tower would fall, which would make the lives of the surviving wizards difficult. In the country with the largest production of magical devices on the entire Western continent, although there were many magicians who would choose to stay away from politics, civil war would knock the ground out from under their feet. What was the goal set by Crown Prince Albert Crossman, who was interested in the imbalance in those lands? And the person who will be remembered for building the first magical tower in another place will be none other than the highest-level sorceress Rosalind. His idea was based on the first scenario, which should reflect their reality so that the Viper Kingdom could face the future. However, the young man had something else in mind, despite the fact that the country was the largest manufacturer of magical devices on the Western continent, but also the country where the best magical items were produced. He wanted to get all the items left there after the Civil War, so once the Magic Tower fell, he needed to be the first to know. Belos was supposed to help him with this and become an informant, and when he asked to know the reason for his desire, Cale replied that everything has its time. The illegitimate representative of the Flint merchant family was expecting something large-scale and interesting, as he was used to receiving from Cale. A smile appeared on his face, showing his attitude towards Cale as the comrade he had become. The redhead exhaled, himself in high spirits from the upcoming events that would not leave anyone indifferent. The second purchase will give him time to protect himself from danger, although of course it will cost a pretty penny, which will hit his wallet significantly. But it was easier for him to spend this money because it wasn't his anyway, so the responsibility felt much less. Belos promised to contact him later, informing him of what he wanted for the aristocrat, and said goodbye before leaving. Cale finished his glass of wine and put it back on the table, finally relaxing after the meeting. He stretched out on the couch to give his body a rest and relax his head, which was constantly planning and analyzing the events around him. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to something strange from the window, as if someone outside had appeared there. Something emerged from the balcony door, shrouded in a strange aura, mysteriously moving through the room without making any noise. The clever dragon immediately sensed the power of God from the creature, which helped him understand the origin of the unknown guest. The redhead quickly recognized the crazy novice of the cage temple in her strange form, even in this form. The doll was connected to her mind, but it was only a disposable toy, allowing for a conversation only once. The young man analyzed the behavior of the defender, who immediately removed his invisibility because the doll could see him, since not much of the god's power was invested, which gave him an additional opportunity to verify the dragon's potential. He was distracted by a temple novice who had come in her uniform to deliver important news, as if they were leaving the capital today. She immediately asked, embarrassed, if he didn't like the way they had contacted each other, immediately receiving the aristocrat's consent. Materializing the image of Taylor, she conveyed his words, in which he promised to repay him with greater gratitude when he rose to a higher level. For Cale, who didn't want to see a mud doll in front of him, it was a strange spectacle that could have been avoided. But the girl kept promising that when they achieved what they wanted, they would try to find a suitable place to deliver the news to Cale. He didn't care whether he received gratitude or not, so Cale let Taylor and Cage do as they pleased, not wanting anything in particular from them. In farewell, the doll, controlled by a novice of the temple, promised the young aristocrat to stay healthy, and thus ended their conversation. As soon as she said the last words, she simply disappeared, leaving behind only a small splash of aura. For the dragon, the news the girl promised could only mean the opportunity to finally take revenge on his offender, who still did not realize the extent of the danger he was living in. The baby's satisfaction could not be described in words, which made the red-haired aristocrat laugh a lot. However, the true cruelty of the dragon was revealed at night, when instead of a lullaby, he talked about revenge, which he imagined in every possible detail, leaving an unpleasant aftertaste. The next day, the dragon found himself in the same carriage as Rosalind, who was telling him about a primer on the language of the Kingdom of Rhone and a textbook for learning the official language of the continent. The magical creature gratefully accepted the gifts from the person with whom they stood side by side in the square at the time of the terrorist attack. Immodestly noting the absolute exclusivity of his abilities, he boasted that he would learn the letters in an instant, and the girl, who remembered his age, only nodded with a smile. Rosalind sincerely wished the pleased dragon to receive a wonderful name as soon as possible that would reflect his essence, and the baby promised to ask for such a loan. He gestured to Cale, whom he saw as his master, who had to take care of such things for his pet. Meanwhile, he was unaware of the new task and simply talked to Choi Han, simultaneously glancing out the carriage windows. It seemed to Rosalind that the young man had sensed his memory in their conversation with the dragon, and had drawn attention to them precisely for that reason. The magical creature just chuckled, pretending that he didn't care about petty human problems that were meaningless. A farewell party was taking place on the street at that time, and everyone was present, even Lack's younger brothers and sisters. He instructed the younger ones to obey Cale in everything, who promised to take care of them, and to think carefully about his words, which determined their future. The redhead, who managed to carry on the conversation himself and hear the echoes of Luck's farewell, caught the idea that the descendants of the wolf race were simply obliged to become stronger. But he was approached by Choi Han, who insisted that if he encountered a mad magician, he should immediately order the dragon to kill him, without wasting a second. He cautiously suggested allowing the magical creature to lift its head from its shoulders, beginning to disperse a terrifying aura around itself. The dark-haired man wanted to avoid such a mistake that had befallen him, so he recommended attacking at once with all methods and running away. The swordsman had just gained momentum in giving out advice and recommendations when he was stopped with a curt gesture by Cale, who had had enough of the foolish talk. He smiled and asked him to take care of his own courage, trying to take the responsibility for killing the magician off his shoulders. For Choi Han, this was an eloquent gesture from the host, so he finally breathed a sigh of relief and simply agreed. The time had come to leave, so Cale, looking around for the last time, got into the carriage. They had 2 crews at their disposal, each with a clear assignment for different individuals, according to their agreement. When the door to Cale's carriage slammed shut, Rosalind and the previously worried Choi Han could only watch. Cale found himself alone with the dragon, finally breathing a sigh of relief, having had a chance to be in silence after the dark-haired swordsman's chatter. He wasn't in the mood to talk for long, so he gave a brief order to Hans to set off, to get away from this place as quickly as possible. Suddenly, his inquisitive and full of irritation, which grew with each wave, fell towards the estate where he had spent his last time. Surprisingly, there were servants standing there who had also come out to see off their master, who was setting off on a long journey to wish him luck and thank him for his kindness. Despite his mixed reputation, they managed to treat him with understanding and were genuinely happy to work for Cale. In response, he was not as polite as the servants, for he only closed the window curtains, with the intention of not seeing them again. Despite the fact that the servants had no evil intentions, but rather wanted to please their master, the thought of returning to the capital looked so unattractive that he could not restrain himself. But finally, the carriages moved off, starting the countdown to their journey, which promised to be exceptionally interesting. Amidst the dull atmosphere that prevailed on the road due to monotony, the aroma of salt suddenly began to be felt, pleasantly tickling the nose and making it clear where they were. Looking out the window, one could enjoy the magnificent view of the sea waves desperately beating against the rocks, mesmerizing with their own beauty. The kittens had never seen the sea before, so the view was especially attractive and unique to them. Cale also felt elation, but it concerned the near-term prospects, where he would need cunning and magical devices. In his hands was a layer that stored all the mana that had been extracted from the magic bombs, allowing him to recreate the destructive weapon. The realization of his own power, which was given to him by both ancient powers and the magical devices in his arsenal, and even the dragon nearby, brought a smile to the young man's face. Meanwhile, they drove past the famous cliff, which ran very steeply between the rocks and the sea, which was so beckoning with its azure color. The kittens were absolutely captivated by the view, unable to take their eyes off the breathtaking sight. The windbreak was indeed considered one of the most beautiful landmarks of the lands of Ubar, acting as a kind of symbol of the seashore along with the islands beyond the whirlpool. In the first scenario, the magician killer would end up on one of the islands after drifting across the sea and finding the sound of the wind. There was someone who was stronger than even the future king of the Blue Wolves, Luck, the one who possessed supernatural power, the greatest in the entire Western continent. He was an intelligent savage who was known as the Tyrant Tunk. Although according to the book there should still be quite a lot of time before he appears, the figure was already frightening. In order not to fall behind in the future, there was a clear need to gain strength before him, both to gain chances to fight and to avoid the uncontrolled growth of his power. He snapped out of his thoughts and looked out the window, hoping to see something so unexpected there. As he passed the kittens that were clinging to the window, his gaze fell on the water, with the characteristic tails of whales breaking through the waves. Cale simply couldn't believe his eyes, trying to convince himself that he had only imagined it and that it couldn't be true. But the truth was harsh, and everything indicated that he was not dreaming, but that sea animals were indeed approaching the shore. It occurred to the redhead that such a large number of individuals swimming in the same direction could only be an example of migration, which he sincerely wanted to believe. Even at a great distance from them, he felt the powerful power hidden within the representatives of their kind. While he was thinking about how to plan everything correctly in order to accomplish his goal despite the new obstacles, they arrived in the city. As soon as Cale got out of the carriage, Hans, completely lost in thought by what he had seen, called out to him, who was looking worriedly at his host. The faithful servant thought the young aristocrat was motion sickness on the journey, but he said he was simply feeling restless. Hans perceived this concern as a reaction to the cliff, which, with its steepness, could really be alarming. But the coachman was a master of his craft and minimized the effect of natural obstacles. Cale looked at him with irony, hiding behind a mask of indifference what was really bothering him inside. The coachman and his servant tried to appease the master, but in doing so, they only made things worse. Suddenly, a smiling lady, Amir, approached them, having indeed waited for her friend to arrive for the holiday, as they had discussed earlier. One of the knights of the guard approached the girl, obviously having an urgent matter to attend to, if he was disturbing her at the moment of the arrival of an important guest. He reported that the person Amir had saved had finally regained consciousness, which comforted the kind-hearted girl. These words shocked Cale, who was already suffering from the surprises of fate, and judging by this, had to prepare for something new. The girl shared that a few days ago, while patrolling the shore, they found a man who had almost drowned and he eventually woke up. The young man had a bad premonition that could not stop disturbing him and exposing him to dark thoughts. Amir said that she found the man in a state where he almost lost consciousness and would have fallen into the whirlpool, but remembering the red-haired man's act in the square, she decided that she had to save him. They agreed that human life is priceless and must be saved, no matter what it costs those able to help. When they finally managed to pull him out, they realized that the man was most likely from the Viper Kingdom, based on his clothing and body structure. The anti-magical organization that opposed the Magic Alliance was led by natives of the kingdom, whom the Magic Alliance considered savages and chose to ignore. The tribal people without magic managed to harness nature and inhabit the harsh mountains and coast, investing in strengthening their bodies and building up their physical strength. The Viper Kingdom became their target for destruction because of their desire to overthrow the power of the mages and return life to normal, so they were driven only by a thirst for freedom, not madness. The only problem was that Tunka was extremely stupid and could not analyze the situation from the usual angle for a young man. In the book, he was called an intelligent savage, but in the red-haired man's opinion, he was just an ignorant and simpleton who was lucky enough to be born with inhuman strength. Cale was scared of stupid people, with whom it was impossible to talk seriously and count on their understanding. The girl mistook the concern on the aristocrat's face for worries about the person she had saved, and tried to reassure him that he was quickly recovering. He just shrugged it off, not caring at all, and would have preferred that he stay in treatment longer so as not to cross paths with him while he was on the shore. The girl looked at him with admiration, because he could not possibly have fallen after the impressive events on the square and the support for the investment project. With a gallant gesture, he smoothed his hair and asked the lady to show him the rooms that were to be used for a few days. She naturally agreed, asking about the health of the young man, who continued to pretend to feel lousy. Feeling a hint of shame for having kept him in poor health, she tried to rush him to a room where he could rest. As soon as they parted ways, they had a chance to think about what they had heard and quickly come up with a plan, adjusting it to the new circumstances. Meanwhile, Cale was only interested in why Tunka had appeared now, which definitely didn't fit the book's first scenario. There was also Belos, who, although he was the most talented of the Flints, had no way of knowing for sure that a civil war would inevitably break out. Obviously, the guy's words couldn't be doubted, because Cale knows about his abilities, but right now he's still considered a bastard, so his access to information is limited. But the fact that he knew about the war that was about to come spoke more than 100 words, probably bringing it even closer than in the novel. In that case, everything would fall into place, but the reason why the war had come so suddenly remained unknown. If Tunka got into a ship malfunction situation, it meant that he was attacked by mages while returning from the north, where he was building up his strength. The young Tunka has experienced encounters with all the embodiments of nature, such as seas, mountains, deserts, jungles, volcanoes, and glaciers, and magicians with their mana, having a natural origin, simply cannot oppose him. It was interesting how big the gap in strength between the dragon and Tunka was, and whether the magical creature would be able to kill him, but Cale was certain of his pet's superiority. Meanwhile, he managed to find himself alone when the footman led him to the beautiful room where he was to stay. Such a thoughtful expression could not fail to attract the attention of the dragon, which clearly sensed the changes in its master's mood. In response, he only asked to be with him for a while and not fly far to ensure complete safety. Although the dragon objected to him with words, as if he would do whatever he pleased, he still fulfilled the request, because he considered himself obliged to take care of Cale. Looking around, he realized that the estate didn't really fit in with the tiny seaside town. The construction of the estate took place when the current head of the Ubar family had just taken office. This could only mean that the mother of Amir, the lord of the lands of Ubar, already had plans to conquer the sea. In 10 years, her plans had a chance to come to fruition, given that it didn't take long for them to gain patronage from the Willsman family and funding from the Gilbert family. Cale went out onto the balcony to admire the views from the luxurious estate, and at the same time assess his chances. The windbreak was indeed beautiful, but the whirlpools in the sea, which had raged for hundreds of years, created a lot of problems for the inhabitants who wanted to go out into the depths on their ships. Of the 3 coastal settlements, the one they were in was crescent-shaped with 2 jagged cliffs on either side, so it was easiest for ships to anchor here. Tomorrow morning, he would need to head to the smallest island that hid the ancient power of the sound of the wind right next to it. The force was quiet, yet chaotic, as Tunka described it in the novel, which succinctly managed to reveal its essence. This was exactly what the red-haired young man was looking for, the power that would allow him to quietly and quickly disappear, leaving strong opponents behind in complete chaos. A certain premonition gave him an ambiguous smile on his face, hinting at secret plans. While he was resting and settling into his estate, night fell and scattered small stars across the sky, illuminating the coastal town. For dinner, Bikros prepared seafood dishes especially for the red-haired owner, and according to the servants, the man was delighted with the sea. The young servants wished him a good appetite, and quickly left the room so as not to disturb the aristocrat. On the table in front of him appeared truly wonderful dishes that could not be looked at without appetite and saliva in the mouth. Bikros focused on serving dishes that he himself had created to test the host's reaction. He was assisted in this by young representatives of the Blue Wolf clan, who eventually traveled with the red-haired aristocrat. The eldest of them felt the greatest elation as he could appreciate Bikros's skill in his craft, which was truly admirable. Cale thanked them and praised the work they had done helping in the Bikros kitchen. Comforted by his reaction, the children ran away so as not to interfere, and the oldest of them turned to the cook, who was still standing near the table. Bikros looked back at the red-haired aristocrat, who had previously been of such great interest to his father. Cale chose one of the dishes for himself and intended to finally taste it, unable to escape Bikros's scrutiny. But such an interaction could show a stocky man as the ideal nanny for a pack of wolf cubs. When the young man got out of the carriage, he was approached by one of the children, who also wanted to work just like the others. He shared that according to Brother Luck, it is absolutely wrong to sit on the neck of an aristocrat, and they should try to be useful. Behind him, other kids grew up who weren't as confident in front of Cale, which scared them a little. Although Cale was surprised by this initiative, he couldn't argue with them and tried to think of a place to occupy this flock. He thought of a kitchen where they could help Bikros and at the same time learn manners from a neat man. The kids thought they would be more useful as knights, but they promised to try their best anyway. However, for the redhead, they were still children, too young to take on such a dangerous job as a knight, so they were supposed to help in the kitchen with chopping vegetables and doing odd jobs. Ironically, Luck had said exactly the same words to them before leaving, which clearly indicated their general expediency. So they agreed to work hard and do everything possible to meet the expectations placed on them at the highest level. Getting a pack of little wolf cubs to work in the kitchen so that they actually helped, rather than interfered, was another challenge for Bikros. Despite all the difficulties he had to overcome in order to use his extra hands effectively, he succeeded. As difficult as it was, the stocky and sometimes terrifying man managed to become a good nanny for the children, who would both take care of them and teach them the basics. Bykros wasn't too thrilled with his fate, which had befallen him from caring for the little ones, so he just glared at Cale with quiet condemnation. The young man looked with delight at the plates in front of him, which were simply amazing in their variety and tempting in their appetizing appearance. The aromas of fresh fish attracted the attention of the kittens, who immediately woke up and climbed out of hiding to also taste the delicacies. But he was concerned about something else, namely the cook's behavior, which felt extremely peculiar lately. For some time now, whenever he had the chance, he had tried to do the work that Ron had previously done. Because of this, Cale did not have even the slightest opportunity to enjoy the absence of the terrible servant who left behind a son of the same kind. But the boy was in a good mood, so he allowed the kittens to join in the meal they were trying so hard to get. A dragon was resting on the bed, also fascinated by the pleasant aromas wafting from the table. Likewise tempted and unable to withstand a second of anticipation, he joined their shared meal and shared the delight of the magical flavors. After a restful night, which came in preparation for the mission the next morning, expressed in a healthy, sound sleep, the sun rose rapidly above the horizon. The guy ended up at one of the city's ports, where he could carefully run aground a ship without any obstacles, which was what the locals used. Their small company, consisting of a red-haired aristocrat, Amir, and a vice-captain with a Bykros, was greeted by the ship's captain. Amir confirmed his reputation as a man who could safely deliver them to any point on the waters of Ubar, while apologizing for not being able to accompany him due to work. This was absolutely no problem for the young man, who only needed to get acquainted with a fisherman who had a level of skill that allowed him to bypass difficult sections of the road. All this meant that only 3 of them would be on the ship, which was important for the fisherman to understand, who made sure of this before leaving. They entered the stairs according to a strict hierarchy, where Cale obviously had the right of precedence, as in other areas where he did not accept familiarity. The young man approached Bykros, reporting that rare seafood was often found around the island they were sailing to, which could be a great opportunity to expand the menu. Not quite understanding what had provoked such special attention to him, he simply agreed so as not to raise unnecessary questions. Hans also ran to say goodbye to them, grabbing the kittens by the arm, who were frightened by even the sight of water, making them spin with displeasure in the servant's arms. Having somehow calmed his little furry friends, he turned to his red-haired master, who was watching him from the height of the ship. Hans wished him and the company a pleasant swim, which really made sense, given the specificity of the waters they planned to sail through. Meanwhile, the dragon decided to break away from them and fly ahead, so as not to wander at the slow pace provided by moving on the ship, and at the same time to check the situation. An experienced fisherman warned them that the boat could sometimes toss in the waves, so they should hold on tight. This was even an understatement of how cruelly the fierce and merciless elements treated the ship, throwing it up and down like a toy in their own hands. They literally broke every wave in front of them, and the salty spray hit their faces painfully, which only complicated the already difficult situation on deck. I really had to hold on with both hands, gripping the railing so tightly that my knuckles turned white, just to keep from falling into the furious wind. Cale was shaking, realizing how much he had underestimated the power of the sea in this dangerous region, where even experienced captains feared storms. The huge ship slowly moved forward meter by meter, resisting the merciless onslaught of waves that repeatedly tried to knock it off course. Despite all the efforts of the crew, they confidently moved forward under the guidance of an experienced fisherman who knew these waters like the back of his hand. The entire company was scattered throughout different parts of the ship, which was swaying from side to side and could not stabilize under the pressure of the merciless elements. And for the local captain, the whirlpools that sometimes appeared nearby seemed like a familiar miracle of the sea, which he had long learned to accept calmly and without fear. The vice-captain suffered the most, gritting his teeth and barely restraining himself from losing his balance and succumbing to seasickness. The only thing that could cheer them up was that they had almost covered the entire distance, and the island they were heading for was finally visible right in front of them through the foam of the waves. But even there, a new challenge awaited them, as the whirlpool in front of the ship's bow turned out to be the most dangerous and unpredictable of all the previous ones. It seemed to Cale that even he, despite his endurance, was slowly beginning to sway from the swaying, and every movement of the waves sent pain through his temples. For some reason, he had a disturbing thought that if they fell into that whirlpool, the chance of survival would be pitifully small, almost ghostly. These fears were confirmed by the next words of the fisherman, who knew for sure that getting into it would be a ticket to the grave. There was once a legend that this whirlpool appeared because of a thief who took something from the gods, which angered them no small amount. Because he momentarily lost control, they almost got into trouble, as the wave abruptly changed direction and the ship began to rock dangerously on the water. For an experienced fisherman, this was a routine task, but the tourists barely kept their balance, clutching anything they could get their hands on to keep from falling. The fisherman only jokingly warned his son to row more carefully, because next time he might be swept right overboard by a wave. He was about to continue his story for the young aristocrat, but Cale abruptly stopped him with a brief gesture, showing that he preferred silence. The man apparently endured the journey more easily, paying almost no attention to the rough waves. He decided that it would be better to postpone all further conversations until they had the ground under their feet and stopped risking their lives. The fisherman remembered the words of Mrs. Amir, who once also insisted on silence during a storm, considering it a sign of respect for the sea. While they were trying to stay calm and keep their course, the ship was already very close to a dangerous whirlpool that was making noise as if it were alive. Fortunately, they managed to get through it without much trouble, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they finally stepped on solid ground beneath their feet. Feeling calm after the difficult journey, Cale heard the fisherman's voice remarking that this time everything had gone much easier than usual. The red-haired man and his servant's son were finally able to enjoy the views of the island, although they still had some concern for their comrades. Bykros silently pulled on his glove, his face focused, his gaze so sharp that it seemed he could see through everything around him. He immediately approached the vice-captain, and for a moment it seemed to Cale that those gloves resembled instruments used during torture. The young man tried to reassure himself that each of them would be able to take care of their own safety, even if circumstances became dangerous again. So he called the old fisherman to him to tell him more about the legend of the thief that he had begun on the ship. He happily continued, noting that once upon a time there lived a thief whose feet were so swift that no one could match them, and whose steps were so light and careful that even when he ran across the sea, he left no splashes. But one day he managed to steal something that belonged to the gods themselves, which angered them greatly. The fisherman asked if the aristocrat had already seen the cliff from which the thief jumped with the stolen item. After that, both the thief and the things from God disappeared from the face of the earth, and soon after that, whirlpools appeared around the shores. In the past, many have lost their lives trying to retrieve items that disappeared with the criminal. And when asked whether the attempts were continuing now, the fisherman did not directly answer that if the things really belonged to the gods, they would not torment people and would take them away on their own. He was satisfied with this answer since he considered power not divine but human, so objects have nothing to do with gods. Saying goodbye to the fisherman in this way for the duration of his stay on the island, he said that he would go look around. He was suddenly shouted at by the vice-captain, who, despite his own poor health, was still trying to say something, hoping to attract attention. Cale gave him a brief but surprised look, and immediately warned the man against any unnecessary movements or small things, lest he worsen his condition. Exhaling with slight fatigue, the owner was forced to call Bykros to him, because he felt that the situation went beyond the limits of an ordinary walk. Without any hesitation, Bicross appeared before him, looking straight into his eyes with slight surprise and at the same time expecting new orders from his master. Cale pointed out that if he was Ron's son, he couldn't be normal either, to which Bicross had to skeptically agree. So he asked to keep the vice-captain in place so that he wouldn't follow him, although Bicross himself wasn't sure if it was worth going alone. The redhead reassured him that there could be nothing dangerous in a simple walk, especially since he had a shield, which was now no secret to the others. Watching this scene from the sidelines, he understood that this was exactly the kind of person he needed at that moment, someone who could be strong but not feel too obligated to protect him while still following orders. There was no one better suited to this role than Bicross, so taking him with him was the perfect solution to the problem. Passing by beautiful trees that were striking in their diversity, he paid no attention to the magnificent flora, but was lost in his thoughts. There was no point in the young man going too far, as he had only come to assess the whirlpool. Considering that he planned to fly at night, it was better to look around and study the area in as much detail as possible. According to the dragon, who inspected everything before the redhead, there was something under the whirlpool in front of the island. It reminded him of the power contained in the cave where she and Cale had once been together. To make sure they were alone in the forest, he asked the dragon if there was anyone else nearby, but everything was clear. As soon as the aristocrat relaxed, the dragon added fuel to the fire, noting that there were only corpses outside of them. Cale's foot almost slipped from the unexpectedness, as this was a bad sign for carrying out the plan. The dragon said that while inspecting the island, he saw 3 corpses on the opposite side. The thought of the corpses there made Cale shudder, and it gave him a premonition that something bad was definitely going to happen because of it. The dragon continued, surprised that the corpses turned out to be non-human, and for the young man this was probably the worst solution, because they looked like humans, but were the only ones who could be non-human. Wondering if this theory would be confirmed, he hoped not, but his hope was dim. To fully understand, he asked about the appearance of the arms and legs of those corpses, and the magical creature confirmed their unusualness. They seemed to him like fins, which put an end to any doubts and alarmed him even more. This was a feature that mermaids had, and their tribe was impressively strong and lived next to an even more serious one. These corpses led him to think about the emergence of tribes of whales and mermaids, which would definitely prevent him from easily gaining power. Cale was quite surprised and concerned, as it was too early for them to appear according to the first scenario. Looking around the tangled forest and digesting everything the dragon had told him, he tried to calm himself. Finally, it occurred to him that this could not be reality, since their conflict itself had lasted much longer than any human war. The original mentioned the moment when Choi Han contacted the whale tribe, so his attention was shifted to this time. By carelessly addressing the dragon, he offended it and caused irritation, although in reality they had no other address. Cale asked what he should call it then, if it had no name, and the magical creature said that he would soon find out. Although this was strange to the young man, he did not pay much attention to it, as he was busy with his own thoughts. To accurately verify the presence of witnesses, he asked the dragon again if there was anyone alive here, and it confirmed, capturing even the expanse of the sea. In any case, it was up to the magical creature to lead him on, since he had been here before, and Cale wanted to examine the mermaids' bodies to understand the situation more accurately. The red-haired aristocrat smiled and asked the dragon to fly ahead and thus show them the way. When they reached the necessary place, genuine concern, which turned into shock, took over Cale's face. In front of him were indeed 3 mermaid bodies, leaning against a stone and looking tortured. The dragon did not understand the man's reaction and asked why he would not come closer, but just stood there with his mouth open. The guy honestly shared that he was afraid to interact with them, further reminding the magical creature that he was a weakling. According to the dragon, they died instantly after being crushed by something, which is why their bodies were deformed. It seemed to him that they had died very recently, since there was red blood under their fins, and judging by their condition, they were fighting for their lives. It was obvious to Cale that their deaths were caused by the actions of the whale, of which there were actually very few, like the dragons. But they had complete dominance in the sea as the strongest race, so they were able to protect the underwater world from mermaids. The mermaids had aspirations to create a kingdom in the underwater world, but the whale tribe refused to divide the sea into territories. This was due to the fact that by their nature, they had to migrate frequently, and thus would have limited the freedom of movement that they enjoyed so much. But at some point, the strength of the mermaids suddenly began to grow at a frantic pace, and they became competitive. This put the whale tribe in a very difficult position, and later Choi Han appeared to help them with this. Recall, the animal wondered if they would leave the bodies, as if nothing had happened, but Cale understood that the whales had not left them for no reason. On land, mermaids' bodies do not decompose, but simply dry out. But in the water, as they decompose, they leave a scent that signals other mermaids to the location of the body. Most likely, these were the victims of one whale, and if there were at least two, they would have used the corpses to lure more and fight them. He realized that it would be better to quickly sort things out and leave this place, avoiding any interactions with the clan. When the young man came out of the bushes, he involuntarily met Bikros, who was fishing, as had been agreed upon the day before. He addressed him with orders to turn back, as there was nothing more to see there, so they quickly returned to the city shore. Armed with the magical items that his friend had brought him earlier, the boy prepared for his mission. He changed into appropriate attire and ordered the kittens to look after the house while he was away. They promised not to let anyone in and wished him luck in carrying out the plan, about which they knew nothing in detail. The young man nodded his head in gratitude and took one last quick look at them before departing. The dragon understood his readiness, so he directed his magic in his direction, helping him to stay afloat. A magic circle appeared around him, replacing his wings, which the dragon could afford to use instead. Cale and the magical creature had a spectacular bird's-eye view of the empty and dark beach. The young man was even more terrified at night than in the morning because he understood the potential of Tunka, who was truly a rabid scumbag. It was in his nature to enjoy risks, and to be honest, he became obsessed with them. Looking around, he was amazed at the views, as it was his first time at sea, but he thought it would be a fun game. He couldn't think of anything better to do before jumping into the whirlpool without any equipment, and Cale definitely didn't want to follow Tunka's example. The dragon, who was guiding their flight and was supposed to watch the road, asked his master if they were in the right place. The redhead looked around and nodded in confirmation, simultaneously tensing his entire body from worry. But there was no turning back, so they should have started, if it weren't so scary at the moment. The mission had to begin with the use of a magical device that Cale had brought with him. This was a strong argument against the power of the sea, which was striking in places of whirlpools, but magic was even more serious. With the help of the dragon's aura, which in one fell swoop especially strengthened and activated the remnants of magic bombs, it was possible to achieve impressive results. In his hands now was a completely different bomb than the ones created by members of the secret organization. With the help of the dragon's aura and certain manipulations, he managed to improve it and bring it almost to perfection. In the second half of the third volume of the original, as a last desperate measure, the wizards of the Viper Kingdom began developing magic bombs to counter the Imagical group. The main component of these bombs was a concentration of mana, which reacted to the aura of the host and was distributed into many smaller bombs before the explosion. Although the power was decreasing, one chain of such explosions was enough to kill several opponents, so creating one was very useful. The young man praised the dragon for having a hand in creating such a beautiful bomb, and the dragon asked him to be careful. The magical creature tried to protect its master from any dangers by fanning a sphere of mana around him, which would allow him to avoid danger from the outside. The redhead tried to get serious as he had a really difficult job ahead of him. With an exhale, he threw the magic bomb into the whirlpool, waiting for the result, which would help him in gaining his ancient power. She fell into the sea with a distinct sound and creating huge splashes around her. The young man immediately jumped down after her, who, despite the dragon's defense, felt all the resistance from the natural wonder. Using a sphere that was created from the dragon's aura, he broke the water around him, allowing him to move despite the pressure inside. With each passing second, he moved more confidently and began to grasp the rhythm of the water, which never behaved chaotically. As soon as he reached a calmer point in the sea, the sphere around him dissipated, and he was left to his own devices. Now the red-haired aristocrat found himself at the bottom of the sea, which was hidden behind a complex obstacle that prevented the average person from finding himself where he was now. Trying to balance carefully in the water, Cale carefully took a step onto the seabed, which was strewn with rocks and sea plants. As soon in front, the young man threw something into the broken stone, which served to complete the work he had begun, and received an unexpected result. Suddenly, a voice came from the depths, belonging to a man who had become the basis for an ancient power, as had happened to him twice before. The voice complained that he had only stolen what had been created through human sacrifice, and he definitely wanted to return it to the people. He was outraged that power was in the hands of those who could not manage it properly. In fact, the girl who was the main character of the legend about the theft of the gods' things never took anything from the gods. She simply robbed a temple that was created and furnished by humans, so it had nothing to do with God's property. Despite this, she was tied by her feet to this rock and left to drown in the sea. Despite her incredible speed, for which she was famous, she had to meet such an end. Then her anger turned into a wind that quickly swirled the water, like fleeing for your life. Even in death, she became a whirlwind, creating chaos through speed as she had done in life. And the waters irritated her and made her remember the light of her friend, who would have burned everything to the ground if he had been here. The word light surprised and alarmed the young man, as it hinted at something foreign. The voice could not calm down, discussing this time why people were so afraid of lightning, which in her opinion was caused by the fact that only one strike was enough. The guy began to piece together the puzzle in his head and realized that the ancient forces symbolized the elements of nature. The unbreakable shield was responsible for the energy of the tree, and the energy of the heart was responsible for the element of wind, by analogy. The sound of the wind was a reflection of the power of the water, which he was trying to gain now, breaking through numerous obstacles. The next and final power he needs to gain after coming through the ring of fire is destructive fire, but now he was wondering if he should take the top off, since the situation was not looking good. He only had 3 minutes left, so there was no time for unnecessary thought and procrastination. Cale decided to postpone these thoughts for later and now begin digging, which would take some time and effort. The young man wondered whether he should destroy the stone like Tonka did or simply dig a hole at the base. The voice could not be silenced, as if reflecting on its theft, which was defined as a crime, and people were forgiven for their constant lies. For a girl who fell victim to cruelty, the world looked like a rotten swamp that devoured everyone without a trace. Cale, in his own way, agreed with her and understood that the girl could only think that way and want the obvious. Suddenly, the top lit up and began to spin, which caught the young man's sharp eye and didn't go unnoticed. He decided to stop her with a sharp kick, which was a bit out of line with his original plan, but Cale had to act quickly. He wondered what would happen after the destruction, as it had broken into several pieces. The voice of ancient power recognized the young man as the bearer of the power of restoration, which created an additional condition in his actions. Cale didn't understand what was being said at first, but then he guessed that it was about his heart energy. The girl recommended that he do everything possible to avoid being captured, as had happened to her, and wished to be free. Suddenly, amidst the blinding light, something invisible penetrated straight to his heart, forcing him to recall past events and old experiences that had left a deep imprint there. In an instant, he was enveloped by a storm of conflicting emotions, mixing with physical sensations, creating a strange harmony between pain and peace. His reaction grew stronger. The behavior of the old force within him changed, taking on an increasingly unpredictable and almost living form. She seemed like a being penetrating every cell of his body, absorbing his consciousness, and leaving only the very essence of power. A coral pattern suddenly appeared on his leg, as if conveying the presence of the sea element and a connection with its primordial energy. Amidst the seething chaos that this phenomenon created, there was a sense of grandeur and danger merging into an unwavering dance of the elements. As incredible as it may seem, the breath of wind seemed to merge with the energy of the heart, forming a harmonious yet explosive flow of magic. Cale glanced briefly at the timer, realizing that time was running out and he had to act quickly, without any delay. Standing amidst the swirling light, he maintained his cool mind and composure, preparing for the rapid ascent, like a warrior before a decisive leap. Pushing off with ease, he flew sharply upwards, leaving behind a glow that reflected the full power of the awakened force. Climbing higher and higher, he summed up his own conclusions, as if in a few more days the whirlpools would finally disappear from this sea. As his body emerged from the depths, a wave of energy spread around him, bringing him a sense of purification and inner peace. But even with the brief relief, Cale knew that the success was only partial, and the real test lay ahead, so he had to hurry. Although he had ordered Hans not to wake him up unless his question was about life or death, and he probably wouldn't come to wake him up just like that, it wasn't worth the risk. He believed it was better to take care of everything in advance and not expose himself to stupid, dangerous risks. It was in his best interest to get back to the room as quickly as possible and pretend nothing was happening. After a brief moment of searching, he managed to find a tunnel inside the mountain through which he could pass to shorten his journey. After the mad Tunka received the sound of the wind, he met the will of chance, which nothing could resist. While the young man was thinking about this, he quickly reached the spot and grabbed the ground with his hands, which felt like a solid and secure haven. However, Cale, unlike the stocky man, did not need the will of chance, but a certain ingredient would be needed. If he mixes it with what luck brings him later, he will get something unique, for which the queen of the jungle will be forced to make a deal with him. She will have to do this because it is her duty to save the jungle, no matter what the cost. The red-haired aristocrat finished his business that would help in the future and waited for the dragon to return. He appeared unnoticed and believed that the weak person could not cope and was injured. In addition, the dragon noticed that there was a living creature in the cave, pointing with his finger to the place from which the master had returned. According to his feelings, it was dying now, but fortunately, it was not yet the corpse that Cale was so afraid of, judging by its last reaction. For this reason, the magical creature spoke telepathically, rather than speaking out loud, making its presence known. Cale tensed up, not knowing what to do or whether he should just jump back into the water. Perhaps a better solution would be to ask the dragon to carry him to some place further away, but he didn't have time to finish that thought. A hand reached out from the darkness, digging into the ground in agony, as if trying to escape persecution. This brought shock to the redhead's face, who had never expected to encounter such a dark night, and even more so after the mission. The person in front of him tried with all his might to say that he had unfinished business and that it was too early for him to die. Her body was completely covered in wounds, from which a green substance was oozing out that resembled blood, but was definitely not in her. According to the dragon's remarks, Cale looked as if he had caught a cold, as he was as white as a sheet, but he only realized that he was facing a whale. The young man could not understand whether this was even possible because none of the plans provided for it. Something completely strange was happening before him, as the whale had been poisoned by the mermaid, which is atypical for their fight. This could only mean that he was looking at a half-breed whale, although the original text said that the whale population was as small and as numerous as that of dragons, and that there were no half-breeds among them. However, the novel mentioned a deceased representative with mixed blood, and it was probably the guy in front of him. The young man had no choice but to interact with it, since the situation had already changed from the first plan. I approached the wounded boy to help him and understand what was happening. The red-haired aristocrat crouched down in front of him to test his ability to move. The wounded man did not remain silent, begging to be saved, as he was clinging to the last waves of life with a deadly grip. Cale decided that there was nowhere to retreat and agreed to rescue him, despite the difficulties it would cause. But in reality, life for a half-breed could seem much more difficult than death. He remembered Luck, who was a pure-blooded wolf, and had heard from his father about the mixing of blood in his child. The werewolf immediately thought of his older sister, but in reality, it was about an illegitimate son who was not a pureblood. Because of this, it was clearly not easy for him, and the young man tried to understand whether he lived on land or in water. According to the father, the unfortunate child left the world before him, but in reality, everything turned out differently. The red-haired young man advised him to go to sleep, as everything would get better when he woke up. No matter how difficult it was for the half-blood representative of the two most powerful families, he continued to live on, even though his strength was leaving him. In the end, he couldn't stand it anymore and simply fell dead, as he could no longer resist the urge to relax. The boy was in a terrible condition that was completely beyond the scope of a rescue that could have been carried out quietly without any unnecessary difficulties. Despite rumors that whale skin is very rough and thick, due to mermaid attacks, the poison was able to seep under it. The aristocrat and the dragon looked at the wounded man with incomprehension, as it was difficult to decide how to help him. The dragon noticed that his master was actually a strange person, and what was especially strange was that he was so weak. The magical creature didn't understand why or how he had to do this, but looked at Cale questioningly. For some reason, it seemed to him that the owner had decided to deceive the wounded man and was abandoning his intention to save him. He wanted to condemn him for this, believing that even if he was a weakling, he had no right to break his promises, and asked to throw the wounded man into the water. Despite the dragon's tantrums, the boy actually wanted to save it, not drown it as it might seem. The young man tried to explain to the animal that it was necessary to throw it into the water, reminding it of the bodies they had seen during the day. But the magical creature could not agree, and could not understand why he was trying to convince him of this. Then he gave an alternative solution, how to cut off the hand of one of the bodies and transfer it here. Surprisingly, the dragon agreed to this immediately and flew off to complete the task, just so as not to throw the half-blood boy into the water. Cale thought it was time for him to go too, to do something important, so he quickly gathered everything he had and set off to where the silence that hid the sign of fate awaited him. Finally, he managed to find what he had been looking for so long, and his heart beat fast because everything seemed strange, as if time itself had stopped to give him a chance. The will of chance that served Tunku was a small puddle that shone and attracted the eye like a reflection of the old sky. He looked into his bag, where there were small but important things, because each one could be useful when magic becomes a new argument. That puddle contained water that suppressed fire, and if you dipped what lack would bring later into it and let the properties soak in, you could create something rare. The object that appears will become a real gift and will be able to save the jungle from dryness and fatigue, giving the land a new breath of life and strength. The dragon completed the task from the young man and remained silent, waiting for what would happen next and calmly breathing in the air that smelled of sea salt. Cale returned to them with the vial and saw the dragon, wounded, and the hand of the mermaid, whom he asked to find in order to complete the intended task. Full of enthusiasm, he suggested moving on quickly, without delay, because time was passing and the world around was already beginning to stir in the morning light. While they were on the mission, the sky was brightening, and with each step they felt that it was better to speed up to avoid any accidents. The kittens who met them thought there was no better time to return, as the footman had been knocking on the door for some time. He really caused a commotion and could not call out to his master, who, in his opinion, was sleeping so soundly. Hans knew that he was completely serious when he threatened to punish him if he woke him up without a reason, so he just kept knocking. Cale acted precisely and confidently, intent on using the invisibility brooch to hide the whale. While the dragon was busy with a new problem, namely the injured whale, he pulled on a robe to make it look like he had really just woken up. According to the footman, Lady Amir had brought him in to check on him. so if he wasn't asleep, it would be a good idea to open the door. With one confident swing, he opened the door, behind which stood a footman who had been knocking in vain for some time. The young owner appeared before him, his hair wet, indicating that he had simply been in the bath, dispelling Hans's suspicions. Despite the obviousness of all the events, the footman was still surprised that he decided to take a bath so unexpectedly. Cale reasoned that he couldn't sleep, so he decided to relax in the sea salt water. This news greatly pleased the servant, who was glad to avoid punishment, since he had not woken the young man after all. His blind confidence in his own innocence was shattered by the cold tone of his host, who believed the opposite. He decided not to even argue and simply apologize, so as not to be punished for his actions. Hans still decided to check if everything was okay with his master, since there was real chaos outside. It seemed that something had happened in the sea, as an explosion was heard, which was very loud. The explosion was indeed audible, but no one still knew exactly what had happened, so Lady Amir went to see. The servant believed that she would be able to figure everything out quickly, since the girl was really smart, and the aristocrat thought that she would be delighted when she understood what had happened. The lackey remained absolutely confident that success would await the girl, even after Cale's ambiguous question. As soon as the door slammed, the young man's attention returned to his new problem, which was saving the whale. The dragon sat next to the mutilated body, which was slowly recovering from its aura, looking at Cale with condemnation. Meanwhile, he was collecting water in a small container, surprising everyone around him, since the reasons for his actions were unknown. Finally, having had enough, he approached the body lying aside and silently watched it lie unresponsive, exhausted. With a movement, he placed the water on the ground, having a clear intention that only he knew, and the dragon only tilted its head, not understanding the meaning of the action. He grabbed the mermaid's severed hand, and a strange coldness ran through his body, and the creature standing next to him stepped back in confusion and alarm. Feeling the part of the hand that touched the water began to come to life, changing color, while the part that remained in the air was still, cold as a stone. It was important to maintain balance, because if he overextended, his hand would start to rot, so Cale counted the time and caught every movement of the wave. The half-breed whale was beginning to stir, his breathing becoming deeper and his lips trembling as he tried to utter the first indistinct sounds. His eyes opened abruptly, and he saw before him an aristocrat with a knife that shone with silver and a shine that was eerie. His breath hitched as he moved silently, with concentration, and every gesture was precise, like that of someone who had done something like this before. A vague smile played on Cale's face before he delivered the blow he had feared so much. Suddenly, a sound rang through the air as the blade touched skin, and a caustic energy emanated from that body. He didn't have much of a choice, but lay there, clinging with all his strength to whatever hope life offered. He didn't have the strength to argue, and simply did what the young man told him, even swallowing a drop of blood, which was called an antidote. But here, in this reality, this method was not yet known, and therefore Cale's action was an act of faith that bordered on madness and hope. The whale had no choice, and took a few sips, although the taste was bitter, but in a moment the pain began to disappear, and his body became lighter. Strange as it was, the wounds healed on their own in such a short time that he didn't even realize it. The blue-haired man had no choice but to be surprised, while at the same time asking his savior how this could be true. Cale smiled in response and asked if he had killed the true owner of that hand. Since no answer followed, it remained clear to both, and the aristocrat again put his severed hand into the water. He noted that if the boy, who had been injured until recently, came from a tribe of whales, he would need to return to the ocean before sunrise to regain his strength. Cale suggested he leave right after he got some sleep so he could feel strong enough to do so. But the blue-haired man was only concerned about one thing. How did he even guess that he was facing a representative of the whale family? He started from afar, remembering the 3 corpses of mermaids they had found the day before. The argument was that no one but whales could do such a thing, and it didn't make sense. It was appropriate, so the blue-haired man didn't even argue but simply meant that he needed to go home. He immediately stopped the guy, not wanting to hear his stories, which would be completely uninteresting to him. The young man outlined the boundaries, stating that he had only saved the whale at the request of the whale, who was in a very desperate state. Having set clear boundaries in their communication that did not allow for any familiarity, he sent him quickly and quietly out of the room. Cale went to sleep, knowing that nothing would harm him as long as the dragon was nearby. Kim Rock-soo once lost his family in reality, so he was not indifferent this time either, as he remembered the words of his husband that he did not want to lose his family again. They belonged to the father of the half-breed whale in luck, who would like to give the throne to his daughter and go to live with him in the human world if he were still alive. In the husband's opinion, this would make him happy, and Luck considered his sister a good queen in the future because she was very loving. It seemed to the young man that his sister would also like to live with her father and half-brother in the human world. When his son disappeared, she swam the entire ocean in search of him, which, given the girl's character, definitely meant that she turned everything upside down, but still ended up with nothing. His half-blooded son was named Pasiton, but these memories from the original book were out of sync with their reality, as he now stood before his savior's bed and did not understand what had happened that night. Meanwhile, morning had come, and the sun had finally risen to replace the moon to begin the day. Cale was stretching after a sound sleep that had come to him due to immense fatigue from the night's activity. The furry friends immediately reported that their unexpected guest had promised to return here at night. This had ruined the redhead's mood from the start of the day, as he wanted nothing to do with it. After his morning routine, he went out into the city, where life was already bustling, when suddenly Amir called out to him. She looked absolutely happy, and promised to tell the incredible news that had made her so happy. The guy played his role to the end, as if he had absolutely no idea what it was about. The girl, in complete delight, shouted that the whirlpool in front of the central island had disappeared, which made it possible to alleviate the situation radically. The young man certainly understood that such a drastic change in the nature of the territory was due to his actions, but he did not give himself away with any unnecessary noise. Not far from them stood a disappointed Tunka, who had wanted to jump into this whirlpool, but now had to look for something else for thrills. The redhead only had to prove once again that he was completely out of his mind if he got into such adventures without thinking. Amir was almost beaming with happiness, as the biggest problem in her region had resolved itself, leaving her with little reason to worry. As a token of appreciation for the investment from the county of Zenitus, she wanted to show her the peaceful waters of the Ubar Sea. So this idyll was disrupted by Tunka, who brought a negative atmosphere with his appearance, wondering if they were all heading to the island. The girl who, until recently, was in a state of euphoria and forgot that the man she had saved had already regained consciousness and should have been introduced to the guest. She asked if the gentleman had ever met before, but that hadn't happened until this morning. Amir introduced the burly man, recalling the story of the man who almost fell into a whirlpool, calling him Mr. Bob. Cale felt that something was wrong with this story, since he should definitely have a father named Tunka, but the reality was even stranger than he could have imagined. He couldn't even put it down to something he heard, because the man repeated the name, calling it his own. This concern gradually disappeared, as the pseudonym was as primitive as the bearer himself. According to the girl, Bob came from the Viper Kingdom and lived in a small coastal village. If the man's version is to be believed, he simply went out fishing, but something went wrong and he began to drift, accidentally finding himself in the waters of her property. Tunka lied clumsily, confirming that he lived the life of an ordinary fisherman, but this was belied by the number of scars on his body, which definitely did not fit with the version of an ordinary existence. He had gone out to sea with them last night to help with the investigation, but only Amir felt such admiration for him, while the others considered him a savage. The man turned to the aristocrat, asking about the rumors, as if he had created a huge shield in the capital to protect everyone. With a hint of bloodlust in his voice, He said that he wanted to meet such a strong man, so he asked the young lady to take him with them on a journey to the central island. It was dangerous for the guy, but he couldn't refuse, so he just said that he was still recovering from using the shield. This surprised Tunka, but Cale explained that the ability was actually not that strong, so it was difficult to master it at the level needed in the capital, and recovery was necessary afterwards. Amir supported the aristocrat, explaining that he had used too much energy, so he was still undergoing treatment. The savage could not understand what they were telling him and could not believe his own eyes, because in front of him was a completely healthy young man. To make sure of this, he additionally checked his gaze and only exhaled because he sensed a lie from both of them. Meanwhile, Cale was absolutely certain that he was faced with none other than Tunka, who had chosen not to give his real name. The redhead looked at his new acquaintance, hoping to understand why he was lying, analyzing everything he knew about him. He was not interested in weak people, nor in self-sacrifice, nor in heroism, only in power, which he was truly obsessed with, and he could even afford to kill anyone who stood in his way, which is why he was nicknamed a tyrant. He didn't like to wait long, so he pointed to the ship, hinting that it was time to leave, and his look made everyone understand that there was no point in delaying here. So they all hurriedly boarded the ship that was to take them to the same island. The captain of the ship was the same fisherman with whom the redhead had sailed yesterday, and his confident movements showed that he knew the sea better than anyone. Tunka had a strange feeling, as if somewhere nearby, someone possessed a power so profound that it seemed to press on the space around them. Cale understood that this perception could only be related to the dragon, which was supposed to be invisible, but whose energy nevertheless betrayed its presence. The dragon in turn believed that he did not smell of magic, so he could not attract attention even if he wanted to show himself stronger. But the savage had a keen sense that surpassed even the beastmen, and this ability could put them in danger of being exposed. Trying to take advantage of this, the redhead decided to play the role of weakness in order to create an impression of safety and avert suspicion. Now their ship was unhindered, and they were calmly moving towards the island where new events awaited them, for the whirlpools had finally subsided. An active investigation into the cause of the whirlpool's disappearance was currently underway, so their father and the magicians of their lands would soon arrive to determine the cause. Cale agreed that this was a good idea, because such drastic changes could not be ignored. He played it to the end, pretending that he was just as curious as he was about what had happened, obviously lying to the elated girl. Finally, he said that it would be a true miracle if the other whirlpools disappeared as well, which was again a lie on his part. The dragon resented how easily his master manipulated others, as he had actually planned to maintain the vortexes for about another year. A miracle was happening before their eyes, and so many people were helping them that they had to make the most of this opportunity. But there was nothing left to do but support the girl with words, as if he was certain that the family could resolve the problems to the end, which gave Amir hope. He admitted that his head was starting to spin from the sun, so he would like to rest in the shade for a while, and the girl naturally supported him. In her opinion, he was still recovering, so he couldn't overexert himself, and there was an urgent need for a good rest. When they arrived on the island, everyone was a little divided, because everyone had their own tasks that needed to be completed as quickly as possible, without wasting time. The young man confidently set off along a familiar path, treading the ground that had once led him to a place he could not forget, even despite the danger. The dragon immediately recognized the path that led to the 3 bodies they had found earlier, and his memory did not fail him even through fear. Despite the fact that what he had seen had once terrified him, he now remained calm and determined, because he wanted to understand what had really happened. He walked confidently, absolutely certain that he would encounter the bodies in the same place as before. But he was in for a bitter disappointment, because everything went completely wrong, and not even a shadow of the former bodies remained. All 3 corpses disappeared, and the dragon, gesturing excitedly, hastened to assure Cale that it was not his doing. The work was done so skillfully that anyone who did not know of their existence could have mistaken this place for an ordinary stone surface. He came closer to examine everything more carefully and leaned over to make sure he wasn't mistaken in his own guesses. But the young man turned sharply and stared into the distance, where something huge rose above the surface of the water, moving with incredible speed. It was obvious that it could only be a representative of the whale genus, and this guess was confirmed within a few seconds. Its huge figure flopped in the water, attracting a lot of attention with its sounds, but given its scale it was difficult not to. A gigantic creature abruptly emerged from the depths of the sea, raising waves, and its figure made Cale freeze in amazement. He froze, not expecting to meet the most powerful sea race, which usually did not appear before people just like that. The huge animal approached the redhead, crawling right up to the shore, and its presence seemed threatening. The dragon looked at this with fury, turning to the whale with a cry that his anger knew no bounds, because it dared to look at his man as an equal. For the animal, it was like a personal insult, since he consciously or unconsciously chose to be responsible for Cale. In response, the whale slammed its tail into the water, creating a powerful wave that sent spray flying for tens of meters around. Grabbing his heart, the young man realized that before him was a true representative of the whale tribe, who acted quite consciously, not like a beast. This was confirmed to him by the shield that responded inside, ready to activate at any moment to protect against a possible attack. To ensure complete safety, he decided to rely on the power of the shield and not move away from the dragon even a step, staying close by. But the huge animal explained that it was not here to fight, trying to calm them both down. The dragon did not believe him, as in his opinion all his past actions were tantamount to a challenge to battle. The little animal could not calm down and control itself, due to its lack of experience and young age, which caused impulsiveness. Only the owner could calm him down, because for him he had such authority that he could not argue with him under any circumstances. He took him in his arms and asked him not to get angry right away so as not to harm himself in this way. The kid said that all this made no sense, since he was strong and could take care of his own safety without any advice. The young man decided to play along with him, challenging his sense of self-importance. But still, in this situation, he thought it was better to stay on the whale's side. He didn't want to look weak, so he asked me not to make him look like that, and to be more careful myself. Eventually, the dragon managed to calm down, and the young man was able to return to the unfinished conversation with the representative of the whale species. He patiently looked at the stage and waited for the moment when he would be listened to attentively. As soon as the whale began to speak, someone called out from behind him, apparently addressing him, as no one else was around. Another whale was approaching them from afar, screaming a warning not to be the first to eat the man in front of him. A second whale swam up to them with a huge scar on its back, addressing its fellow whale with a look of concern. His sharp maneuver caused huge waves and splashes on the water that could not be avoided or hidden from. Therefore, the red-haired aristocrat had to take everything upon himself, no matter how much he wanted to do without sudden water procedures. The dragon remained concerned and wondered if everything was okay, but that was the least of the problems that could befall them in such a case. The most defining thing for Cale was the scar on the whale's back, which spoke for him without needing further explanation. As he thought, in front of him was the same humpback whale, as he dared to expect given such unpredictable conditions. The second whale, which appeared out of nowhere, swam closer and closer and warned his friend not to eat the person in front of him. This was strange to the dragon, as they were not fighting, so death was out of the question. The whale that had come ashore must have been Poseidon, and the only creature he could call sister was her. She had the title of Next Queen, as she was the daughter of the current king and stood first with Choi Han during the war with the mermaid people. Her name was Vitira. Suddenly the dragon noticed that there was someone else here besides the four of them, which frightened the young man quite a bit. He looked carefully at the bushes, from which anyone could emerge, and decided to hide. Of course, they were followed by the crazy Tunka, who saw this as a huge potential for fun. The burly man ran to the shore because he could smell some strange figures full of strength. Cale just sat quietly behind a rock, watching the savage run, who was behaving very confidently. The young man decided not to show himself again and wait for the outcome of the event, which was in Tunka's hands, so it was difficult to guess his next actions. In turn, a stick appeared in his hands which seemed to materialize out of nowhere. Tunka recognized the source of the power that so attracted him in the whale before him, preparing for a duel. An incomparable enthusiasm appeared on his face, as he had never had to fight a whale before. The sea animal looked at him with a wisdom that prevented him from taking the impulsive actions that the savage craved. The redhead wasn't getting much attention, so he decided to sit back and watch everything from afar. The dragon did not understand the actions of its master, who decided not to interfere, although he wanted to interact somehow. But the young man understood that if he found himself between them, he would be crushed like a shrimp between two whales, since their forces were completely unequal. Tunka lunged at his opponent with a determined swing, wondering if he should simply beat him to death. Cale. It was obvious that this one wouldn't be too easy for Tunka, because the enemy also had something to offer, and with each wave, the sea became a living witness to their duel. The whale looked at him without malice, but with the understanding that he must overcome him, for such was the nature of both of them, not to retreat even in the face of madness. Therefore, the savage did not expect such a decisive step, but still tried to move away, although his body was already tired from constant tension and had difficulty obeying. When the fin was literally a few centimeters from his face, he needed to take some action to keep his balance and the chance to continue the fight. Miraculously, the man managed to pull away at the last moment, jumping away from him so sharply that the water around him rose up in a wall. The blow, which had failed to be aimed at the enemy, now belonged to the water, and provoked huge splashes that fell on both of them, washing away the salt and fatigue. Tunka skillfully landed on the other side, as he knew how to use his body's physical capabilities to the maximum, and even in the air, he looked calm and confident. For the redhead, this was probably the worst solution, since he could neither run away nor stay there any longer, because every movement the whale made could be his last. The savage was very pleased with their interaction and wanted to continue, as he was interested in fighting such a strong figure who reminded him of himself. After only a few seconds of breathing, he again rushed at the whale with a challenge, calling out to it, as if calling upon it not as an enemy, but as an equal in the game of the elements. It broke into two pieces, and due to the roughness of the whale's skin, which did not even feel the blow properly, the wood looked helpless and foreign in this battle. Because of this, he concluded that it was not worth taking up this stick, since these are unequal conditions, and true strength does not need weapons when the heart is already burning. He decided that he would fight with his fists, since it was his favorite form of combat, and there was a certain sense in it, as a pure fight without embellishment, just will against the elements. Cale wondered what he should do in this case, because if it continued at this pace, people from all over the forest would flock here at the sounds of battle. He had a huge dilemma: how to escape from this place so quietly that he wouldn't attract the attention of either the whale or Tunka. And it was first exposed by Pasiton, who, addressing his sister, noted that at such a pace a person could suffer. These words attracted the attention of the heated savage who wanted a duel, but now he must have wondered how that weak whale could speak. Tunka was even more pleased that not only he, but also his main opponent, had the ability to speak, which gave new colors. Cale quietly returned to his hiding place behind the stone and watched the chaos, which was beginning to become more and more absurd. The savage was as happy as a little child when he realized that he had come across the beastman by complete accident. In that case, it was even more interesting and fun for him to conduct this battle to test his own strength against the beastman. He picked up a slight speed and headed towards the sea, where the whale was standing, with the desire to continue what he had started. He jumped at the other, trying to catch him by surprise, and at that moment, the air seemed to split from the tension that stood between the two beings. While Tunka was in flight, The whale had time to devise a defense, and it seemed as if the sea itself had frozen in anticipation of their collision. And from the side came the remarks of Passeton, who asked his sister not to let the man behind the stone suffer, since he had saved his life, and this debt could not be ignored. Cale did not express himself with a single word, as he did not want to attract the attention of the savage Tunka, who knew how dangerous he could become if he sensed someone else's presence. But involuntarily, the young man's and the whale's gazes met, which was not very timely, considering the circumstances. One moment of hesitation could change the course of the entire battle. The animal that owned the sea became a little confused and distracted, as if forgetting for a moment that it was facing an enemy, not just a human. This did not go unnoticed by the savage, who warned him to be focused during the fight with him, otherwise death would come, and these words carried the cold truth of experience. He put all the strength he had into his fist and planned to deliver a serious blow, one that could even turn fate around. But suddenly, he found himself in a stupid situation, as the huge whale in front of him disappeared, and the blow was no longer aimed at anyone, only a cut in the air that echoed in the void. The girl, who could take the form of both a whale and a human, chose the second option, and ended up on a rock near the battle site in human form, seemingly calm, but with a look that held too much. Her appearance was completely unique, and it was impossible to compare her to anything, since even the elves next to her looked like dried squid. The girl really looked completely unusual, with long blue hair, an interesting cut of her eyes, and the shape of her ears. She could not be presented as an ordinary person, since her uncharacteristic appearance immediately said more than she would like to share about her nature. The dragon, who was still a child, prone to comparison and believing that everyone around him was unworthy of his level, believed that his kind was better. Cale decided not to argue and watch what would happen next, when she stood up for him and thanked him for saving his brother. But Tunka was completely dissatisfied with what he saw before him, and in particular what he heard about the red-haired aristocrat. Cale glanced at him cautiously to understand what he was talking about and why he had displeased the stocky savage so much. He, in turn, shared that he had the feeling that the guy was just doing something all day long, saving people, because there were such stories about him. The red-haired young man immediately realized that his image completely corresponded to how he was presented in the novel, as a complete ignoramus and a fool. The dragon, in defense of its master, shouted that saving someone, freeing them, or lending a helping hand were good deeds for which one could be proud. He could not calm down, calling him as bad a person as Benian, which for him was the upper limit of immorality. A girl who came from a whale family also joined his remarks, as she believed that neglecting noble deeds was unacceptable. Tunka completely ignored her words, paying attention only to her gaze, which ultimately spoke of her serious attitude towards the fight. He asked her to stop talking about stupid people and start fighting, as it was much more fun in his opinion. The girl just laughed, because the suggestion to fight against it was humiliating for her. By materializing water from nowhere and using her own abilities as the strongest kind of sea, she was showing off her skills. Suddenly, a weapon appeared in her hand, further demonstrating her superiority in this duel. The idea of fighting the savage Tunka was ridiculous at its core, as it carried absolutely no interest whatsoever. She warned that she would not fight him for any reason, but would only teach him a lesson that would be remembered for a lifetime. No matter how stupid he was, Tunka had pride that would not allow him to accept the words about the elevation of the lesson. He laughed because he found such behavior unacceptable without reinforcement, so the man thought it was baseless. The mad laughter grew louder and louder, echoing across the entire beach, as if he had heard the biggest nonsense of his life. Suddenly, the laughter completely disappeared from his face and was replaced by cold malice, with words that he would tear her to pieces. As always, trying to take the lead in the battle, he accelerated for the first strike. The savage had no time to raise his hand to strike when it began to act, ahead of his expectations and forcing him to react instead of attack. As soon as Tunka took off to increase acceleration, She materialized water barriers in front of him, which were supposed to stop him and throw him back. Suddenly they became much larger and stronger, preventing a blow from the stocky man and creating a wall of spray and light between them. In the scorching sun on the beach, he received a blow that should have really taught him to understand who he was getting into a fight with and how much he was wrongly underestimating her. Vatira toyed with it, as it gave her pleasure, how to show the savage her potential and superiority, which not everyone could withstand. She used water as her weapon, which she mastered perfectly, allowing the waves to swirl around her like a human shield. The sword in her hands was water, allowing for elasticity and an unexpected effect for Tunka, who could not predict her maneuvers. He could not object when the flow of water, controlled by the girl, twisted him like flexible shackles that did not yield to force. But he also had to show something in return, so he jumped back, trying to break his chains without losing his fighting spirit. The girl tensed up, but remained steadfast, carefully watching his movements and ready to repeat the attack at any moment. Because he had incredible potential for physical strength, he eventually managed to destroy the trap, but only partially because the water obeyed her, not him. It was necessary to take into account that this sword was in accordance with the will of the mistress, and its destruction could not have a fundamental impact on the situation. Vatira focused on the battle, as if moving on to serious action this time, throwing away her smile and taking everything under strict control. Tunka was having fun as the situation was developing more and more, which pleased his mania for battle. Suddenly, Cale certainly didn't expect to see her as a participant in the unplanned performance he had been putting up with for the last few minutes. Amir couldn't believe her eyes and just tried to make sense of what was happening because it was the strangest thing she had ever seen in her life. The greatest concentration was taken by her security, who had to act quickly, since no one knew how the situation would develop further. The knights surrounded her to ensure the lady's safety, trying to understand the situation themselves and navigate the chaos that unfolded before them. Tunka, laughing wildly, asked them to protect themselves well, since his body was so strong that they could be maimed. Amir was in shock because she couldn't understand what was happening here and why the person she had saved had started acting so cruelly. Although Cale absolutely did not want to get involved, he understood that he could not get away with it if he simply sat on the sidelines. I had to activate my shield, which had never been used after the events in the square, to protect everyone around me from the crazed savage. A shield appeared in front of Tunka, restraining his movements and preventing him from doing anything impulsive towards innocent people. Amir had never been able to realize what was happening before, and now she had definitely lost all connection with reality. This surprised the whales just as much, and they both stood aside with surprised faces. Meanwhile, Cale, who had taken decisive action instead of simply sitting in the vault, did not fully understand why he was doing this. He remembered how, until recently, he had considered himself a shrimp that would be crushed between two forces, but now he was using his own abilities in battle. The young man had planned to simply watch and cheer for his team from cover, but he had to act quickly, without thinking too much about expediency. Suddenly he was distracted by a sharp pain in his knee, which made it clear that he had really overexerted himself this time. He was lucky that there was a stone nearby that he could lean on and not fall off his feet, as he himself did not expect such a result after using force. Pale Amir ran to him with all her might, considering it unnecessary to use her strength on a boy who had not fully recovered. The young man himself did not want to do this, but he had to, since the case could not be resolved otherwise. If the man had wounded the Amir and a group of knights, he would have been arrested here, which would not have been very helpful to the young man. I didn't understand what was happening, because for some strange reason, the redhead was standing there completely soaked. This made her think that even though he had come here to improve his health, he now had a huge chance of getting sick, which was definitely not what she wanted. Vatira, in turn, recalled that he got wet when he hid behind a stone during their duel with the savage Tunka. Cale ignored all questions regarding his condition and said everything was fine, more interested in whether everyone in the group had survived. Amir Eventually, she realized that there was no danger, so she turned her attention to the blue-haired people sitting behind her. The girl wanted to understand who they were and what was happening here before their arrival, since the sounds were characteristic of a battle. The whale brother and sister were simply silent, not even knowing how to introduce themselves, and just looked at the surprised girl. In addition, there was a savage who, although he called himself Bob to Amir, was definitely not suitable for the role of an ordinary fisherman, given what he had been doing a few minutes ago. The girl could not ask the people around her what events she had unwittingly witnessed, but it was absolutely impossible to walk past them. A silent pause fell between them, which could not be filled by anyone's confession, or at least the explanation that Amir so desired. She was interrupted by Cale, who sneezed at an inappropriate time and drew all eyes to his modest person. Since it became clear that no one wanted to start a conversation, they decided to head back to the city first. The entire heterogeneous company headed to the Amir estate, where they could sort out the events. She warned that there would be no trace of them here the next day, as it was all strange. According to her, they were lucky that they only received expulsion from her lands, and not a more serious punishment. Her greatest attention fell on the representatives of the whale family, whom she forbade from causing any disturbance, and in the opposite case they would be duly punished. Amir was worried about her red-haired friend, so she asked him to return to the estate because he had symptoms of a cold. She glanced at him and turned back to the people she was giving orders to, trying to punish them for their misbehavior. What disappointed her most was the man she had saved, for he had responded to her kindness with immense arrogance. Cale wanted to support the girl, who was visibly worried about Tunka, and reminded her that his expulsion was very justified and really couldn't have been any other way. In his opinion, nothing terrible had happened, so she shouldn't have wasted so much emotion and energy on them all. The dragon intervened, telepathically addressing his master with a question, whether he was the one who had recently asked him if he could defeat Tunka, mockingly remaining the opposite of the words spoken by Cale. Meanwhile, the unscrupulous savage had been standing for some time with a completely blank expression on his face and had not said a word. Most likely, this expression concealed a certain concern that he could not express in words, given his own limitations. While they were talking, the carriage had already been prepared for departure, and the owner had been notified. As Cale was climbing the steps to the carriage, he was distracted by a familiar voice behind him. Vitera hesitantly asked the red-haired aristocrat if they could really go with him, but he only asked if I had any alternative places for them to go. The young man offered them a place to stay for just one night, but that was enough to interest the brother and sister. When the door slammed shut, the red-haired young man breathed a sigh of relief, as he was finally able to think about everything in a calm atmosphere, rather than watching the duel. Due to his exile by the Emir, Tunka now had to return to the Viper Kingdom, which limited the list of problems at least a little. The young man wondered whether he should now contact the Crown Prince to report the latest events. While Cale was curious about the Crown Prince's hypothetical reaction if he asked him to retrieve a hive filled with honey from the Viper Kingdom, which was understandable only to him. In fact, the reaction was not that difficult to guess, given their similar personalities. If he had heard such a proposal, he would have been truly delighted, because he understood what it was all about. When they arrived at the estate, it was already getting dark outside, and a beautiful sunset was looming in the sky over the seaside town. His master was met by a worried Hans, who could not understand why he had disappeared for so long. His feelings were now added to by surprise, as behind the aristocrat stood two people with blue hair who looked extremely strange. The young man reassured him that everything was fine with him, but without giving any explanations, asked him to help the guests get settled in the house. The lackey had no choice but to simply agree, so despite his own emotions, he simply obeyed the order. Also standing on the threshold of the house was Bikros, squinting displeasedly at the newly arrived guests. It was easy to read on his face his distrust of them and a certain concern, indicated by his furrowed brows. Cale, under the pressure of that gaze, felt as if he were being reprimanded without words, although in reality he didn't dare to utter a word. The gallant man ordered one of the werewolves who were now helping him to heat the water. The kids obeyed the order and began to do everything, trying to do what was ordered quickly and efficiently so as not to let their older brother down. The oldest of the werewolves approached the aristocrat and asked what had happened to him, as there were rumors that he had almost been injured after being involved in a fight. But the redhead reassured him, as he really wouldn't have had time to get hurt if it hadn't been for that. The boy wanted to help him in some way, but he didn't know how to express himself properly, so he just wanted to be polite and caring, at least in words. Bykros turned to the owner with advice to wash himself first before deciding on any matters. But their conversation was interrupted by a brother and sister who entered the room without the slightest warning. They wanted to meet with him after Cale had rested a bit, and finally discuss their affairs. To the young man, this could only mean that they sought to hide their true identities from those around them. But he had no reason to refuse, so he invited them to come tomorrow, because he wanted to spend the minimum amount of time alone. To everyone around him, he justified it by saying that he was feeling unwell and needed a nap to regain his strength. While he was taking a bath and dealing with organizational matters, it really got dark outside, and the atmosphere of night took over. With a light movement, he opened the door to the balcony, where he could enjoy the beautiful view and breathe in the fresh air. He was followed, as always, by the dragon, who was concerned about his health, as his master had been coughing today, which could indicate his weakness. Now it seemed to the magical creature that it really needed rest, and it was angry that Cale allowed himself to bother others considering his own weakness. The dragon was acting really irritated, although in reality the irritation was on the face of the young man, who was not believed when he warned that everything was fine. Changing the subject to something more important, the redhead invited the dragon to leave, and he agreed, noting that this was the last time he would do so. Her furry friends threw her farewells after her, and everything went according to plan, just like last night. They were away from the city and were flying about their business, which Cale coordinated. With the help of the dragon's power, the young man was able to stay in the air and quickly move from one point to another, which was important for their mission. The dragon grumbled under his breath that none of this should matter to the young man, when his health did not allow him to roam so wildly. What was obvious to the incredible mind of the dragon, who considered himself a sanctuary, was not important to Cale, for whom it was important to get everything done today. The local wizards were due to arrive the next day, so it would be difficult for him to move freely at night with the help of a dragon. Finally, they arrived at the appointed place, and Cale could walk on the ground with his own feet, without expecting support from the dragon's magic. A puddle of water, with fire-quenching properties, which they would have to stumble upon today, awaited him. Plus, there were other maelstroms at work, and he needed to deal with all of them at the same time. Since there was a lot of work to do, there was no time to procrastinate, so it was worth starting, and the dragon's attention was attracted by the boy who managed to get all the way to that place. The red-haired young man, who had been counting on solitude on a dark night, could not believe his own eyes and ears. Before his Cale couldn't help but look surprised, wondering what he had forgotten while following them with such fervor. Tunka managed to swim to the nearest rock and threw his arm out, hitting it to make sure he wouldn't be hit by the waves. When he saw the red-haired aristocrat in front of him, his pleasure knew no bounds, as his suspicions became reality. With an absolutely insane laugh, he noted that it was obvious to him, because there had to be some kind of trick in such a perfect image of a savior. He expected that in front of him was not just some boring guy who goes around saving everyone, but someone strong and worthy of attention. In his opinion, he was a wizard, because otherwise he would not have been able to fly, which offended the dragon's feelings. The complete disregard from the aristocrat irritated him, as he wanted an interesting interaction that would bring fun. He, in turn, was simply thinking about what he should do in a situation where he was being directly pressured by a savage. It was a difficult question for him whether to simply get rid of it or use it for his own purposes in the future. It occurred suddenly, the savage was carried away from the aristocrat by some huge whirlwind that he did not even have time to identify, as if the ocean itself had risen against him. He fell into the water and didn't know what to do in such a situation because he didn't expect the attack and didn't have time to prepare any defense. His emotions were truly impressive, as Cale surpassed any expectations one might have had from his calm, collected figure. As soon as he emerged, trying to clear his throat to get rid of the water in his lungs, the redhead was already standing on the horizon like the embodiment of a storm. By controlling the magic emanating from his body, he had much more to offer than was expected of him, and now it was becoming apparent. Tunka couldn't calm down and accept the situation as it was, trying to understand what was happening and how the young man was doing it. He knew that ancient powers were inaccessible to wizards, so this could only mean one thing. Cale's source of power was foreign. His gaze was drawn to the insolent face of the redhead, who managed to catch him off guard and even force him to retreat. Cale mocked him, using a pseudonym, and addressed the savage with light sarcasm, asking if he understood what it all meant. The only power that the savages recognized was physical, so no other was perceived by them as something serious. For them, what was created by humans and intended for them was perceived as a blessing that must be earned. Now it seemed obvious that he was not faced with a wizard, but with someone else who kept a lot of secrets. For a simpleton like the savage, it was incomprehensible how Cale had learned about the magic faction back then. He tried to put into his head the behavior uncharacteristic of an aristocrat, the attempt to save everyone around him while he was sick, the smell of power nearby, and unusual abilities. The longer he thought about the redhead, the more strange a person he seemed, because he held so many images within himself that didn't connect with each other. He ignored the rhetorical questions and warned them not to exaggerate when they trashed her. Tunka really didn't seem to understand what the redhead was talking about, and he ignored all this advice, trying to understand what he was talking about. Finally, the aristocrat asked to expel all magicians from it before taking any action in the tower. For his part, he promised to buy this tower and thus solve the problem, fortunately having sufficient financial means to do so. To the savage, he looked like he was just crazy, since it was unclear what he was saying, but Cale counterattacked, calling him and his group even more crazy if they planned to turn the magic tower upside down. This remark was even pleasant for the stocky man, who now smiled a sincere smile. He lay down on the water, balancing, as if finally relaxing and abandoning whatever title he had given them, because he considered them to be completely normal people with their own goals. Cale decided to play along with him and pretend that they were all completely normal people, even though he had been acting recklessly lately. As an alternative to dealing with the redhead's offer, he suggested simply buying it himself, without involving him in it. Cale was generally going to do this anyway, but at the same time he noticed that he did not give up his intentions to defeat her. Tunka turned to him with an understandable question that might have been bothering him after his membership in the faction was exposed, trying to understand how he had betrayed himself. The red-haired aristocrat exhaled and explained that he was from a kingdom where civil war could break out at any second, and he looked as if he was ready to kill him as soon as he realized that he was a magician. In his opinion, these were obvious arguments that indicated his belonging to the anti-magic faction. Tunka, even though he was a fool who didn't think in such categories, still understood the appropriateness of the arguments and agreed with them. When they finished this strange conversation, the burly man finally emerged from the water to catch up with Cale. He was obviously very cold, especially considering that he had been wandering around completely wet at night, which didn't bode well. Cale asked in surprise why he was following him, as if someone was calling him, and in response, Tunka remarked that he looked like he was going to do something fun, and he wanted to witness it. He didn't want to see any tails behind him, so he recommended that he just go and play in the whirlpools, since he was busy with more important things. But he didn't want to lag behind him, trying to wonder if he was really an aristocrat, or if this was also some kind of game. To minimize stupid questions, he explained that he was just as much an aristocrat as the warrior, so that he would understand the context. This brought a smile, more like a grin in the case of a savage, and confirmed his curiosity. The redhead thought that he needed to take care of these whirlpools first and do something proper with them. He completely focused on the internal forces that could help him solve this problem and closed his eyes to immerse himself. He managed to activate, through the power of thought, the inner ancient power that he had recently acquired and use it for its intended purpose. The aura that surrounded them surprised even the savage, who could not comment on what he saw. Before doing anything irreparable, he reached out to Bob, using his pseudonym, to make sure of one thing. He wanted to be absolutely sure that he understood that all of tonight's events would need to be kept secret. He agreed with a smile, as it was beneficial even for him, who did not like to share his own. Tunka liked to keep all the most interesting things for himself and never miss an opportunity to get rid of anything extra. Looking back again, he saw a stocky savage who simply could not contain his laughter and realize all the events that had befallen him in the last hour. After winning the civil war of the Imagic faction, the most important thing will be the money he managed to get the day before. It was for this reason that they would have to sell the tower and get rid of the traces of the magicians, which was precisely in Cale's interests. This offer became mutually beneficial, since it would be impossible for them to refuse the money in the situation they would find themselves in. Tunka looked after his new acquaintance, whom he had at first treated incorrectly, and then admired for his versatility. He had already turned around to go back and find some amusement elsewhere, so their interaction was considered over. But in reality, this would be the biggest mistake on the part of the faction, which did not even suspect that the house they destroyed contained the treasure they were so desperately searching for. Tunka couldn't have known about this, so he decided that nothing interesting would await him anymore, so he should return home and get ready for his business. The next day, everything went exactly as they had agreed, as the aristocrat found him a ship and a crew. As he was seeing him off, he turned to make a final request that concerned only the two of them. He asked him to come in 2 months because he knew that by then the world would be turned upside down. But judging by the savage's expression, he definitely shouldn't venture into the Viper Kingdom for the next 2 months. Cale decided not to linger any longer with the ignoramus and asked him to get up quickly and leave the city. With a hint of disappointment in his voice, Tunka asked if the young man in front of him was a weakling, expecting an answer as if something depended on it. Cale decided to play his assigned role to the end and simply agreed, as if nothing had happened between them the previous night. Tunka was ready to object, but realized that their agreement did not allow him to have freedom of speech. Although he wanted to add something, he decided to leave everything as it was and simply exhaled with relief. Eventually, he began to climb aboard the ship, much to the relief of the redhead, who no longer wanted to interact with the savage. Suddenly he stopped, literally not even a step away from his ship, which alarmed the young man. He turned around, took one last look at him, and asked him to come back in 2 months, as if this wasn't what they had agreed on 2 minutes ago. Cale, when the ship sailed, it gave him a feeling of immense relief, as he no longer had to worry about the stupid strong man. He had already had time to relax and think about his business, leaving the port and hoping to forget about it, at least for 2 months. I suddenly shouted at him, the restless Tunka, who could not leave the aristocrat alone. He suddenly decided to call him by his real name, rather than using the pseudonym he had so clumsily come up with for Amir. It was fundamentally important for the savage that his name was remembered, although Cale could no longer hide his own fatigue from it. It felt to him like he was witnessing some kind of drama he definitely didn't want to see, so he was glad to finally be leaving this place. He managed to find himself in a comfortable environment, being in a warm room with delicious snacks and tea. For the boy, the need for his brother and sister to appear to congratulate him was unnecessary, but they refused, believing it was important. The older sister thought they should thank him and apologize for scaring him earlier. She diplomatically asked him if he was feeling okay after what she had seen on the beach, and he thought he was fine. It seemed to Cale that thanks to the energy of his heart, his body was always in perfect order, which could not but be pleasing. Even though he had previously used the immovable shield along with the wind sound, which was definitely difficult to combine, he was quite comfortable with it. To recover, he simply needed to take a nap for literally 1 or 2 hours and feel refreshed. He wanted to get closer to the point and get rid of the endless thanks that those he saved brought him. The more often he heard words of gratitude, the less sincere they seemed, which in turn applied to apologies as well. The girl who was to be the next queen of the whale family spoke very politely and showed great respect. In fact, the people before him were representatives of the ruling family in the whale genus, so they were clearly not the last people in the social hierarchy. Despite this, she remained as polite as possible with him because she probably really wanted to hide her true identity. In fact, there was nothing left for Cale to do but say goodbye to the lord of the lands of Ubar and head home, because the problem in the person of Tunka had already gone home. He would still have things to do when he returned home, but at least he would have time to catch his breath before being sent to the Viper Kingdom. He was distracted from his own thoughts by a girl who asked him about his origins, clarifying whether the rumors that he was a representative of the Zenitus family were true. When the young man confirmed this, the brother and sister looked at each other ambiguously, as if they had agreed on this beforehand. The girl made an unexpected request because they wanted to get to the Forest of Darkness, from which the county of Zenitus itself protected. Cale was quite surprised by such a request and asked if he had missed it, since it was unusual. The whale family explained that they had a very old enemy with whom they would like to get even, but had no way of doing so. Vatira knew that after her brother's treatment, the boy in front of her understood everything, but she still shared that this enemy was a tribe of mermaids. But suddenly, she shared that her younger brother managed to find out where such a rapid increase came from, which created certain difficulties. She said that the mermaids were watching over her because she knew about the sources that allowed them to become stronger. Cale didn't know how to react to this, since these matters didn't concern him and he had absolutely no idea what he might hear the next moment. It was of fundamental importance for the older sister to get to the dark forest, and she was ready to beg the redhead for it. It was located in the northeast of the kingdom of Rhone, and was considered one of the 5 most dangerous and mysterious places, as it occupied a vast territory, equal to 1 or 2 medium-sized regions. No matter how much the kingdom tried to capture it, no one had managed to do so far, so this was the place that the Zenitus had controlled for a very long time. Vatira promised to repay him in full if he helped them get there, understanding that there must be some interest in that too. Cale found himself in an ambiguous position as it went against common sense, but having 2 whales from a ruling family in debt was too tempting. Even the kittens insisted that he help the poor brother and sister, but first he wanted to know the details that led them there. For many years, they and the mermaids had both large and small battles, as a result of which they territorially owned the north of the ocean, and the mermaids the south, and there was still a struggle to prevent them from founding a state. But 6 months ago, something changed, and they started behaving strangely, not like they had before. They began to swim across the unspoken boundaries and provoke the whales, which at first was incomprehensible, but now the boy understood why they were doing it. Cale speculated that the goal might have been to capture the entire ocean and create a kingdom, as Choi Han intervened to prevent just that. Fortunately for Passathon, he already knew that they simply wanted to seize all the sea routes that connected the eastern and western continents. This completely unnerved the otherwise calm young man, who now almost threw the mug out of his hands because he couldn't comprehend what he had heard. Between the western and eastern continents lay a harsh sea, in which people managed to find several usable routes, but trade between the continents was not as active due to the difficulty of navigating them. In addition, a conditional treaty was concluded between the sea and the land on the inviolability of each other's possessions, as well as the sea peoples, who were not to interfere in the roads and the people in their affairs. But now it turned out that the mermaid tribe was planning to break this agreement and seize the sea routes, which was again unnecessary information for Cale, who was being forced into it against her will. At first, it seemed to the representatives of the whale family that this was the new ruler of the mermaid tribe who had taken the initiative to create his own kingdom. But the girl agreed and did not argue with him, since it was in her best interest to please the red-haired aristocrat as much as possible. Despite their incredibly attractive appearance, their smiles looked very scary, as if they were made of wax. Their communication was a little difficult, because they seemed to speak different languages, but the representatives of the whale family tried to make everything closer to the young man. Going back to his previous words, as if the mermaid tribe had started to grow stronger about a month or two ago, Pasiton managed to obtain information about the source of their power. Cale understood that this source referred to the Forest of Darkness, which the boy's older sister confirmed, praising his quick wit. As absurd as it seemed to him, since the forest was loosely connected to sea creatures, he wanted to listen further. He was completely lost inside and could not come to a logical conclusion about the connection between these events and how the mermaids managed to get to the dark forest in the first place. But there was nothing left to do but to rack his brain and analytically arrive at a hypothetical connection between everything the whale family had told him. Pasithon clearly heard them talking about the swamp in the Forest of Darkness, which is why they were pursuing him, because he had heard too much. It was for this reason that they wanted to personally inspect the swamp to understand its magic and how it helps the tribe become stronger every day. Cale limited himself, believing that he shouldn't know more so as not to put himself in danger. This forest contained many important sites, such as the village of Harris, where Choi Han once lived. Also in contact with him were the people from the wolf tribe, who were now right outside the door and waiting for his orders. This place had a huge impact on Cale's life, although it didn't directly affect him, but it made adjustments. Even the fluffy kittens that had already become part of his everyday life also came from that mysterious forest. Even the dragon, which had recently been the most important argument for Cale in terms of strength and magical abilities, had some connection with him. He was immediately comforted by the look his host held on him longer than usual, and childishly hoped that he thought he was the best of the people there. Since the redhead didn't object, he allowed himself to stare at him even longer to satisfy his own ego. The aristocrat's desire was to build houses on the site of the village where Choi Han had previously lived, where everyone for whom he felt responsible could live peacefully. The brother and sister were worried that their proposal would be uninteresting to the aristocrat, since he would not find any personal benefit in it, so it was worth considering what he could get from them. First, he boldly suggested that people should not interfere in the affairs of the sea, as stated in the unwritten rule between the continents. Vatira, of course, knew about this and could not deny his correctness, since it was a simple postulate that no one dared to question. They planned to do everything secretly and without consent, because they were sure that the mermaids had also reached the Forest of Darkness without someone's help, and since they were the initiators, Cale should not have been harmed. The young man rightly felt that this was a huge risk for himself, so he wanted guarantees, or at least a good reward. He was sure that the whale family was as aware of this as he was, so unnecessary discussions were only wasting their time. Cale felt like he had warmed them up enough by proving the responsibility he was taking on by agreeing to their offer, so it was worth moving on to the reward element. He asked the blue. Cale was pleased with the offer, but not surprised at all, as he had guessed its subjects in advance. One of the paths the mermaids were trying to take right now was the highest priority, as it had not yet been discovered by humans. And the best element of this story was that it was the safest, which would allow for much more active trading and significantly more earnings. The guy was interested in specifics, so he wanted to understand where that path was to test his guesses. The girl, equally important, was that it took place on their tribal territory, so they could fully control the situation. According to the redhead, the strongest sea beasts would live there, which would obviously make the journey dangerous. But the girl was ready to make the route safe for the redhead, since he would receive permission to use it from her family. This made the young man think, looking for a benefit in this, but he could not exactly determine whether it would be a good offer or not. After a brief thought, he said that he had no use for this path and was absolutely not interested in owning it. If you listen carefully to their words, they were not giving him the way, but simply granting him the right to use it, which did not fit his expectations at all. Of course, gaining access to the path would be beneficial to his county, and the family would become stronger and wealthier, which would provide more work for Basson when he became count. But for him, who only wanted a comfortable life, this made no sense, so it was important to add another condition. He was genuinely interested in having them lend their strength when it would be useful to him, which shocked the whales. Cale had asked for such a loan twice when he needed it, but his brother and sister had no idea what he meant. Their tribe, according to the older sister, only wanted peace, and getting involved in human strife was not in her interests. The redhead quickly countered her, as they were asking him to take a risk, but were not prepared to do the same in return. The forest was a mystical territory where one power would be insufficient, especially for someone like them who knew nothing about the land and its workings. He offered them his help, mentally already realizing that he was simply going to the village of Harris, either alone or in their company. But there was a problem, because the forest was really huge and difficult to understand, and even Choi Han, who had spent more than a dozen years there, did not know everything about it. The next person after him, in terms of knowledge about the forest, was none other than Cale himself, who did not lose his abilities here either. And because of this, it seemed to him that he understood what kind of swamp he was talking about. So interaction with representatives of the whale genus would become almost automatic for him. He manipulated the feelings of the girl, who was sincere when she spoke about the whale tribe's desire to achieve a peaceful life. For her, this created a situation with no way out, so she had to accept the situation as it was and play by his rules. As the successor to the Whale King, Vatira accepted these conditions, which were supposed to be a mutually beneficial solution to their problems. Cale, who had been pretending not to know about the girl's origins all this time, pretended to be surprised that she was the heir to the throne. He noted that this was good, since in this case the agreement would have more weight, and suggested that the agreement be finalized right now. The young man extended his hand, asking if he had to use formal addresses to befitting the status of the interlocutor. But the girl warned him that she would still like to hide her identity for as long as possible, so there should be no formalities. The secret of her origin was known only to a red-haired aristocrat, to whom she confided out of a desire to get what she wanted. Vatira almost burst into tears like a little child when she realized that she had gained access to the dark forest and would be able to help her family. After concluding the agreement and shaking hands, the brother and sister left his room and were finally allowed to be alone. Cale got a unique chance to lie down and just relax, both his body and his head, which had been working at high speed lately. And here the familiar scene repeated itself, when the dragon was offended by the address to it by its master, who could not use his name to express respect. He asked to be given a name so that he would feel like a complete and separate individual, not just one of his kind. In response, the young man suggested that he start calling him by his name too, and not just addressing him as a person, but he only chuckled. Cale asked him a rather provocative question, whether he would like to have his own house, which he could call home. It was difficult for the dragon to understand the meaning of the word home, since he had spent his entire short life running from place to place. He was immediately wary that the owner wanted to kick him out, but he was just thinking that it would be considered a dacha rather than a house. The magical creature became more and more interested with every second, and his interest was developed by Cale, who rejected all new theses to the already attractive picture. He imagined that he, the dragon, An and Han, and the wolf cubs from the tribe could be at this dacha, resting there together from time to time. The dragon was very interested in this offer and said that he would decide where their dacha would be located, and in return, he would have to come up with a name for it. The moon was given for this so that he could think carefully and not throw anything away, just in case the dragon got away from him. Cale was very surprised by this offer, as he had never thought in such categories for his pet, who had become an assistant. The kittens were not left out either, sitting on the sidelines the whole time, listening to their conversation and briefly hinting to their owner that this was very important to the dragon. The red-haired young man didn't understand the importance, since he could choose a name for himself that he liked and not make his life difficult. The kittens approached their owner and wanted to find out when they would finally get home, since they only like fish, not the sea itself. The aristocrat understood their wishes and simply dismissed the idea that it would happen soon, since he himself was already planning to leave this place. Just 2 days later, they were getting ready to set off and were already saying goodbye to Lady Amir, who sincerely wished them a safe journey. The girl watched him closely and still could not fully understand the personality of this mysterious friend, who each time revealed himself from a new side. The guy, in turn, immediately closed the windows with curtains so as not to attract unnecessary attention from the people around. He gave permission to his brother and sister to deactivate the magical device that made them invisible while working. Literally one light push on the cross, which acted like an invisibility cloak, and they appeared again, materialized as if from nowhere. The family didn't know how the technology worked and were just amazed at how quickly and accurately everything happened. The girl's gaze was immediately drawn to the figure before her, forcing her to tense up due to the enormous flow of mana that proclaimed the Lord's power. This was a dragon who decided to dispel the veil of invisibility that he usually kept around himself, revealing his identity in this way. They had not discussed this with the master before, so the aristocrat only looked at him in surprise but said nothing, since it was the dragon's own decision. The girl immediately thought that the wave of mana she had felt last time belonged to the dragon. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to sparkle with the tension they created with their vague intentions towards each other. Cale immediately tried to calm the dragon, who was reacting so anxiously to the wails in front of them. The guy suggested spending at least a short moment on the road peacefully, without unnecessary conflicts that were starting to arise out of nowhere. After that, there was a silent pause between them, which was difficult to break with anything, since all their agreements had been made, and informal communication did not seem possible. The brother and sister looked at each other, as if hinting at something personal, known only to them and inaccessible to others. A few days later, they reached the dream territory of their native county, which the young man had left a long time ago. The first city on the territory of Zenitus was the city of Lane, which already meant approaching something native and familiar. The fame of his heroic deed in the capital had already reached his native lands, where he was greeted as a silver young gentleman, using the nickname given by the residents of the capital. He was not at all happy with this, as it attracted too much attention, despite the fact that he had planned for the fuss to die down by the time he arrived. The vice-captain, on the contrary, was comforted by the increased attention paid to his master, who had previously not enjoyed the best fame, but had now become a true human hero. In his opinion, the nickname of the silver young gentleman sounded quite good, and, to be honest, he was even a little jealous of him. Despite good intentions, the vice-captain received only complete disregard and dissatisfaction from the host in response. People around him thought it was due to his shyness and unwillingness to appear too correct. But in reality, the young man was just praying to God to rid him of this absurd nickname, which he absolutely did not like. He was distracted from these thoughts by a dragon who gestured to attract his attention to ask something important. He asked the owner if they were home, as he had not been to the county before, having arrived while traveling. Cale confirmed his expectations and was surprised at how much had happened during the trip, including how the dragon didn't even know where his home was. But finally the time came to return to his native walls, where he was met by the whole family who were waiting for the young man, especially after the news from the capital. The first thing he did was to be examined by his father, who was very concerned about his health after learning about the events in the square. Trying to examine him from all sides as quickly as possible to make sure his son was in perfect order, he looked genuinely concerned. Having finished his unprofessional examination of the palms, which had not even passed his attention, he finally calmed down. The man sighed in relief as he found no serious injuries on his son's body, which pleased him greatly, and he began to ask about his well-being after the journey. The redhead smiled and reassured his father, as if everything was fine with him and he was feeling great, when his stepmother approached him. She approached him with much less enthusiasm, saying that according to her testimony, the terrorists had not yet been caught. They exchanged glances with the young man's father, which meant their agreement before this, which could not have escaped Cale's attention. This uncertainty and lack of involvement in the process did not please the guy, who was used to controlling everything that concerned him personally. He was very interested in what they had in mind when they whispered about his affairs in his presence, but his father postponed the conversation about events in the capital until later so that he could rest after the trip. Later, his younger brother and sister approached him, who were also delighted to see him back, especially in good physical condition. They didn't have time to ask even a single question when the young man remembered the assignment he had received from the younger ones before leaving. So he called his servant, whom he instructed on the way to find the gifts that the brother and sister wanted to receive, and he happily ran, carrying them in his hands. Before them were the saber and pen that Lily and Bassin had asked him for when they said goodbye. He distributed gifts to recipients who did not expect their requests to be fulfilled, given the commotion that occurred during the trip. But instead of the expected joy, their faces were filled with complete incomprehension, which disappointed Cale in its own way. The boy had already thought that something was wrong with the gifts they had received, as if they did not meet their wishes. In fact, they felt awkward, since his numerous affairs in the capital were also supplemented by the search for gifts for them. He believed that no matter how busy a person was, they should always keep their promises, and Bassin promised to study well and put all his strength into managing and developing their lands in order to live up to his older brother's expectations. The red-haired man, meanwhile, thought that these were very correct goals for a future count, and praised him for such a decision. She was all red up to her ears from the embarrassment she felt towards her older brother, holding a huge sword in her hands that seemed too big for her. Now it was her turn to promise something to her older brother, and she decided to swear to become strong enough to lead the knightly order and protect their county. Given the roles they had chosen for themselves as the ruler of Bassin and the warrior Lily, the county could count on flourishing with the two of them. Cale was comforted by such determination on the part of her younger sister, who, despite her very young age, was already thinking about the future and her role in the family. She felt even more elation when he turned to her and said that he would not allow anyone to suffer. After having such a nice conversation with his younger brother and sister, he decided that it was worth going to rest from the tiring journey. Finally, they wished him a speedy recovery and new strength after spending a long time sitting in the carriage. They watched with complete delight as their older brother, who was revealing himself from a new perspective every day, not even resembling the version of himself he was a few months ago. The young man finally found himself in his own home, where everything was familiar, unlike the numerous strange rooms he had visited during his departure. The kittens were no less happy than him, returning to the place they had managed to take for their home, where their owner had picked them up. They happily stretched out on the bed, where they could spend time freely, without restrictions or unnecessary worries, enjoying the comfort of home. Even the sentimental Cale's face showed a slight smile of satisfaction from his home walls, which gave him a sense of peace and stability. His gaze was fixed on Bikros, who was unusually holding a letter in his hands, instead of busying himself in the kitchen as he usually did with enthusiasm. It seemed to the young man that he was trying to do his father's job, but it turned out that he had only brought a letter from Ron. According to the words that were conveyed, inside was a report that was truly worth reading in person. He said that he had contacted the older brother of the wolf pack, so now they could serve and help in the kitchen. Despite the fact that they often annoyed the cook, he could not help but agree with his master's will and accepted their help. Cale looked at the letter with interest, trying to learn its contents as quickly as possible, anticipating something important. He sat down in a chair and expected to see a fairly detailed account of his subordinate's first month on a business trip. But the contents of the letter were extremely terse, only stating that Ron was still alive and asking if the same fate had befallen Cale. As rude as it may seem, the entire report boiled down to this, which caused the redhead to laugh and be surprised. Meanwhile, their playful mood and the pleasant atmosphere that prevailed around them brought a sincere smile to the face of the young man, who had not felt such warmth in a long time. He left the letter on the table, which so briefly told about the last events in the life of the faithful servant, and decided that it was worth moving on. At home, he still felt much more comfortable than he did in his friends' estates, let alone in the royal palace. He arrived at a new place and knocked on the door, expecting to see someone important to his interests there. The man the young man met there did not expect to see the young aristocrat, who had now become a real celebrity. He didn't like the fact that a social hierarchy immediately developed between them, and he tried to curry favor with the aristocrat. Instead, Cale just wanted to quietly contact someone important through the magical devices that were kept in the man's room. The man who ran the place couldn't possibly feel at ease with an aristocrat of such high standing and tried to control himself without much success. When the young man named the place he wanted to contact, everything fell into place, as it was the royal palace. At first his reaction was calm, as he didn't fully comprehend what he had heard, but then it caused a stir in his mind. He had never had the opportunity to connect with such serious and important institutions as the palace. Cale finished off the man by asking him to connect him directly with the crown prince, who was the second person in the entire kingdom. The dark-haired man could not understand whether he was dreaming or whether this was reality, which was so striking in its unexpectedness. A moment later he returned with a magical device that could maintain such serious contact. Due to the fact that countless calls came to the royal palace every day, it was possible to leave a kind of video or audio message, since there were too many people who wanted to get in touch. The guy noticed for himself that being in this reality is quite comfortable for him, except that he periodically has to turn to magicians for help. The man concluded that it would be difficult to send the recording this time, so he would have to leave a voice message. He decided to leave the room while the aristocrat was recording his message so as not to disturb him. Cale still thought it would be better to talk in person, but there was no further need for that. So he proceeded to record a voice message, which began quite formally with a greeting and introduction. In his hands he held a magic card that he had received as a reward for his deed, remembering that with it he could buy anything, regardless of the cost. He announced with a joyful face that his first purchase would be the magical tower of the Viper Kingdom. In addition, he warned that he would not be able to receive any messages next week, as he had to go to a certain place to rest, and then he would arrive himself, which he would notify in advance. Thinking in his head whether he had said everything he had planned, he pressed the button that ended the recording. The magic bullet activated, indicating that his recording had been saved and would be sent to the recipient. He entered and noticed a smile on the aristocrat's face, and from this he concluded that he had shared something good. The redhead decided not to argue with him and simply confirm it, since the news was indeed quite good, and especially for him. Most likely, the message would be listened to around tomorrow, and then he would have to wait another week for it to arrive, which would definitely make him irritated with ignorance. The next thing he decided to do was go to his father and talk to him about his trip to the village of Harris. The name of the village reminded him of the day when he personally arrived to see the tragedy in the village, although before that he had received a comprehensive report from intelligence. The village was so devastated and looted that no one could imagine what had happened, and unfortunately, no trace of the perpetrator could be found. Although the man hired an information guild to involve her in the investigation and even sought help from the surrounding lands, it did not yield any results. This gave him the courage to judge Choi Han's strength based on the traces of the battle left in the burned village. It seemed from all this, he could conclude that the redhead was drawn to the village to learn more about Choi Han's past. In reality, he simply couldn't think of anything, so this excuse worked, even though the main goal was to train the wolf cubs in the wild and awaken their rabies. He could also take the opportunity to raise a black dragon that already had enough strength to become an adult. And now, given the new agreement, he was joined by a brother and sister, representatives of the whale family, who could put an end to the war with the mermaid tribe. He relied on the fact that the reconnaissance was already there, but he wanted to inspect everything personally, and there was no need to fear monsters because of the remaining knights in place. The father added that for 150 years it had been safe there and no monster had been found, which was also his responsibility. Hinting at the dark-haired swordsman, he asked him to be responsible for the one he had taken in, but the young man immediately brushed it off, calling Choi Han not his subordinate. Dareth decided not to interfere in his son's affairs and reminded himself that he was already an adult and could do whatever he saw fit. Finally, he smiled, as his son became more and more responsible, and he felt it even in ordinary conversation, which could not but please him, as a count who was always surrounded by new things to do. When the latter had already turned and intended to leave, he stopped him because of a sudden impulse that forced him to tell something important. He said that the golden turtle that was on their family's coat of arms did not originally symbolize his wealth. It was worth understanding that their family had been soldiers and defenders for several generations, and the turtle on the coat of arms meant using their family as a shield with a strong shell. But still, the biggest priority remained protecting themselves, which is why they were a turtle that was always under its own protection. Dareth finally told him to always put himself above everything else, choosing his own safety as a priority. He could not help but call the strength his son had gained incredible, which could not but surprise the young man. Cale was quite surprised, but comforted by such words from his father, who was sincerely trying to teach him high truths. He agreed that visually the power was truly impressive, and his own safety always came first for him, reflecting his lineage at the cellular level. Dareth was pleased with his son's concise answer, and agreed that it was more than enough to put his son at ease. Cale left his father's office and tried to process everything he had heard, while also rejoicing that he had received permission to travel to the village. The red-haired young man stood at the door and remembered his father's words about their family's mission as protectors of everything inside and outside. But at the same time, they did not go beyond the limits and put their dignity above everything else, which in principle fit into Cale's life credo. He was brought out of his pensive state by a dragon who wanted to recognize who the man was to his master. He only briefly said that this was his family, which he valued very much, and with a smile he remembered his father's last words. The next day, the young man reached the village of Heris, and from there he headed for the Forest of Darkness. His gaze was drawn to the ruins that remained of a village that had once teemed with life, but now seemed more frightening with its solitude. More than 2 months had passed since Choi Han left, and the village of Heris, which was located behind a huge fortified wall that separated it from the Forest of Darkness, looked truly terrifying. In the place where the cheerful houses once stood, only frames remained, and everything around reminded of its existence only with traces. Despite his classic imperturbability, he could not ignore such an unpleasant scene and felt strange among the ruins. He was joined by the vice-captain, who also had mixed feelings about the place. The redhead wanted to know where the graves were to understand the scale of the tragedy, but no one knew for sure. To do this, he sent his bodyguard to find them, and thus got a moment alone. He understood perfectly well that everyone present was very sad, as the entire village had completely disappeared in the fire, which further demonstrated the power of the elemental energy. He turned to a girl who had dyed her hair brown to disguise herself so she wouldn't stand out in the crowd. He wondered if she could feel the power of fire, but her marine nature prevented her from doing so. Cale agreed that it would be logical and not at all inconsistent with reality, but it would be better to satisfy curiosity. But in the biggest crowd were the youngest of them, who had no idea what cruelty people could do. Mess, the oldest of the kids, tried to calm all his brothers and sisters so that they wouldn't panic again. Although he himself was worried, it was more important to maintain the general peace when suddenly the redhead's voice called out to him. The young aristocrat approached them closer and looked into the eyes of the oldest of the wolf cubs. He asked for what reason he thought he had brought them here, and was met with misunderstanding on his part. Cale knew that the man wouldn't be able to formulate an answer quickly, so he decided to answer his own questions. He reported that he would soon have a lot of money that he could dispose of in any way he wanted. Thanks to the magic tower and the jungle queen, he would really be able to earn crazy money, which he could not even dream of before, and in addition, he would transfer the sea roots in the name of the family. He further explained that with some of the money he would earn, he was going to build a new village here and rebuild a separate villa where he and his company could relax together. This idea lit up the eyes of the young wolf cubs, who did not dare to count on such a sincere and generous gesture. But of course there was a certain obstacle in the mind of the young werewolf, who considered the dark forest of darkness a dangerous place, and it was just beyond the wall. The redhead was surprised by this position, considering the background of the young man before him, who should have been aware of his own strength and potential. In the aristocrat's opinion, no matter how strong the monsters were, they would have to yield to wolf cubs in the future. He remembered his promise to take good care of them, which was fitting for a vacation together in a private villa, where nothing could interfere with their comfort and safety. Meanwhile, a dragon was flying around the area, scouting the area and trying to understand what had happened the day before. Returning to the future of the wolf cubs, he noted that they would also need a space where they could live as wolves should, and he promised to create such a territory for them. All of this was useful and appropriate, so that they could grow as a successful project by the time luck returned. Mess certainly didn't expect such a broad and reasoned speech from their friend, who was supposed to take care of the flock until they grew up. Cale knew that after the speech he had prepared, it was difficult to feel any emotions other than the positivity and elation that preceded decisive action. So he didn't expect any other answer than agreement, which of course came as soon as he asked their opinion. The young man just chuckled, because the game seemed so simple that it didn't even require convincing from him. A short answer was enough for him, and then he simply walked away a few steps to take care of his own business. He approached the girl, who was looking around a little confused, glancing at the land with the eyes of someone accustomed to the waves. Mess watched the red-haired aristocrat, who sincerely promised to take care of a new home and even a shared villa for everyone, with his gaze. He swore to himself that one day these cold ashes would turn into a warm place, like that hometown from his childhood memories. And it was there that he hoped to one day settle down with everyone to share a simple, friendly harmony. He addressed his younger ones with enthusiasm, suggesting that they grow up to be real people who know how to appreciate life. They responded to him with looks full of determination, which, like fire, was transmitted from heart to heart. Meanwhile, Cale approached the mighty wall that separated the forest and the shadow, creating a buffer between light and darkness. Choi Han, despite the majesty of the wall in front of him, could climb over something like this, completely ignoring normal doors. Vatira asked the aristocrat whether behind this wall lay the forest of darkness she so desired, and he only confirmed her suspicions. She was curious whether everything would look as mysterious as it did here, but from a practical point of view, she didn't care whether the wall was strong. The girl decided not to waste time on explanations and to check everything herself, and she managed to break through the wall with just one finger and light pressure. Cale looked at this with shocked eyes, as he had not expected her to be so strong. She was, the young man just said, which was entirely possible, which slightly surprised the girl, who didn't catch the context of the remark. Although the forest itself was completely ordinary, the same could not be said about everything that hid within it. In the forest of darkness, modified organisms often appear, for example, plants that, while normal in appearance, suddenly become poisonous, and monsters generally appear in the form of mutants of specific species. It was the only place in the entire kingdom where traces of the eastern continent were visible that had not disappeared during this time. While telling these facts to the girl who so wanted to know about the mysterious place of the enemy's power, he did not notice how quickly time passed. The vice captain, who would not leave his master alone, worried about his safety in an ambiguous place, followed them. Therefore, the aristocrat had to ask the girl to look after the children so that he could divert suspicion from her. She remained unmoved and added with a laugh that he had a lot of young werewolves to whom he acted almost like a father. Cale turned to his guard, encouraging him to leave as quickly as possible and finally leave the girl, who should now be busy with the children. They were hiding in the thickets of the forest, which immediately evoked certain specific feelings because of its glory. Cale's face immediately changed expression as he looked around, amazed at everything he saw. They found Choi Han gave away a piece of his own soul, digging more and more holes for the bodies of the innocents he failed to save. He saw how he experienced the death of each person each time, as if losing a part of himself, unable to contain the pain that tore his heart into 100 pieces. Every pebble placed on the grave had meaning, because all these people, all these souls, became almost family to him, close, unforgettable. The burial process took a long time because there were too many bodies, and the young man's heart slowly broke, each time saying goodbye to a new name. Such sad events could not pass without a trace. They left a shadow, a trace, an imprint in the soul of everyone who saw or touched them. The graves exuded an aura of fear and pain left behind by the broken Choi Han. Cale didn't understand how pain changed a person, but he saw that even the strong, even the cold, broke under the weight of loss. The dark forest, like a memory, and the cruelty of the village of Harris complemented each other, merging into a continuous ruin of human souls. But even such pain had to be experienced, accepted, felt in order to have the strength to move on, abstracting from one's own wounds. He turned to the vice captain, who was standing nearby, stunned by what he saw, and asked to fulfill several of his requests. The young man asked to find someone who would take care of these graves, decorate them, and preserve the dignity of those who rest here. The condition of the graves was terrible, even despite the sincerity with which they were buried, despite the pain behind every movement of the shovel. He put his hand on the man's shoulder, trying to support him, convey calm, at least share this burden a little. But the emotions did not subside. The vice captain's gaze was heavy, empty, and even the silence sounded louder than words. They had already come here a few days ago, and now Cale decided to go to the Forest of Darkness again, despite the guard's misunderstanding. He was certain that the murderers in the village case were definitely not there, and going so far for Choi Han was strange of him. The redhead's reaction was the opposite as he watched the vice captain with a smile along with the dragon. He had no time to move away from the sight of the dragon, which he had not seen all this time due to the veil of invisibility, when the kittens ran up to him. They turned into people they could become at will, since they also belonged to the werewolf family, only of a different species. It was impossible to digest what he saw, because all this time he had been living in the false belief that these were just cats, and no one had ever seen a dragon. Using everyone who stood behind him as potential protection, he protected himself from any development of events. This argument was so strong that it could not be refuted by anything, so the vice captain had to agree to anything, since he could be sure of the safety of his master. This comforted the redhead, who could finally feel a little more freedom and trust from his own subordinate. Despite the objective reasons that led to the aristocrat's behavior, the guard had to clench his fists in incomprehension. He vowed to become stronger, as he felt his own uselessness in the face of the dragon and all the others who had the power to stand behind Cale's mountain. He did not support this sentimental outburst and simply turned around to go about his business. Further, the clever raking with consequences was the responsibility of Hillsman, as the vice captain was called, and in other words, he wouldn't have to think anymore, which was even a little reassuring. Everyone's attention was focused on sunrise the next day, when the most important events would take place. Cale escorted his guests from the Sea Clan to the swamp they so wanted to find to understand the reasons for the mermaid's reinforcement. The hero explained that there were two of them in the dark forest. One was a place where monsters ruled, and near the second there was no chance of any life at all. He asked the brother and sister what exactly they were interested in and which one of them he should take them to fulfill his part of the contract. The girl suggested that a more likely source of mermaids' power would be a swamp near which there was no life, and the probability of that was indeed much higher. The red-haired young man agreed with them, so he explained that they were already heading there. Deep in the forest of darkness was a swamp before which everything dies, with no chance of being able to break through, and that was where they had to come first. If this place turns out to be the wrong one, they will eventually have to go to that swamp that has long been overrun with monsters. But the girl wondered if it wouldn't be dangerous for the children, whom Cale was carrying in his arms in the form of kittens. In her conclusions, she relied on the warnings of the aristocrat himself, who had previously called the Forest of Darkness a dangerous place, and if there was no life around that swamp, the matter was either in the strong core or in the place itself. Such dangerous places were their specialty, where they could feel like a fish in water and never get injured. It was the perfect opportunity to test and develop the skills of An and Han, who had long been waiting for their right moment. He urged them to keep up and enlisted the help of the dragon, who gave him some of his magic, intertwining his power with the will of his master. The magical creature flew closer, its wings lifted by the wind, and it helped Cale focus the energy pulsing around him. With a wave of his hand, the young man rose into the air, feeling his body become light and his breath merge with the sky, giving him a sense of freedom. The girl turned to her younger brother, her voice clear and confident, directing their actions in a single direction. They focused on their own skills, and suddenly, as if at a call, streams of water poured out from under their feet, carrying them upward. Pushing off the waves, they were able to keep their balance and follow the dragon and the redhead, who were already flying forward. Cale held his position in the air confidently, levitating with natural ease, as if he had become part of the sky, and the whales followed him in harmony. The team quickly covered the distance and effortlessly flew through the wall, which appeared impassable and massive from below. When they were on the other side, a dark forest spread out before them, majestic and silent, like a separate living being awaiting their step. They themselves were genuinely surprised by how incredibly large an area of land those who had recently tried to conquer everything around them sought to conquer. Although it is likely that such power would only be capable of a dragon or Choi Han, who were walking alone, outside the normal scale of possibilities. The aristocrat briefly ordered the dragon to lower its altitude, and they descended slowly, carefully touching the air currents leading to the ground. When the whale family had already frozen in anticipation, the dragon slowed down even more, trying not to create even the slightest rumble. Releasing the kittens, who were now running around freely, the boy finally touched solid ground and took a deep breath of peace. He asked the dragon to deactivate the magic, because now that the danger was over, there was no need to maintain it. With one stroke, their hair took on a deep blue hue that shimmered in the light and signified pure lineage. She thanked the dragon for its help, for its patience, and for the strength that was enough to keep them all alive. The dragon, surveying the area, only muttered quietly that this place was dominated by a dark, dense mist, almost suffocating. His magical senses informed him that besides her, there was another strange smell nearby, old, dangerous, and familiar in its own way. The scent seemed familiar to him, but he couldn't place it exactly. It was something strange, old, and dangerous, awakening the oldest instincts of fear. Vatira turned to the redhead with a quiet but confident question about what they would do next, because he was the one who knew the way. Only Cale had any idea how to get to the very swamp that could be both a salvation and a new source of danger. He prepared himself in advance and pulled a map from his pocket, old and tattered, but still useful to help him find his way. The place they were looking for was located right on the border between the outer and inner zones, so it didn't seem too dangerous. Cale decided that he would avoid any encounters with monsters, although it would be impossible to completely do without it, unfortunately. The vast forest was conventionally divided into an outer zone, where only small mutants could be found, and an inner zone, which was considered deadly dangerous and chaotic by those around them. It was said that even a seasoned warrior like Choi Han spent decades navigating its depths without fear. He began his journey from the north, gradually exploring every corner, moving from the inner thickets to the quieter outskirts. Eventually, finding himself in the south of the outer zone, he met people who gave him warmth, acceptance, and a completely different reality. But all this data wasn't very accurate, so they had to find out everything by personally experiencing it in reality. He pulled out a cone of blue liquid from his supplies, where he kept magical devices and potions that might help in an unforeseen situation. Cale didn't give any special explanations, as if everything was clear anyway, but told the girl who seemed to be here for the first time to lead the way. The potion was quickly in her hands, and an ambiguous smile appeared on her face, showing interest in the upcoming journey into the unknown. The girl boldly waved her hand and spilled the contents of the jar around her, fulfilling the silent agreement between them. Everything around shone, as if falling under the aura of the representative of the whale species, who felt most confident. The girl promised to deliver everyone to full integrity, while smiling as if these were empty words, and she didn't plan to be careful. Cale was impressed by the way she could switch to a sudden mood, as if teasing everyone around her, considering them unworthy of her attention. The company headed towards the previously agreed-upon place, awaiting the adventures that fate had in store for them. There was absolute dead silence all around, and the only sound that broke through it was the sound of their cautious footsteps. The representative of the whale family was a little scared by this situation, as the sense of smell replied that it was not good. Cale relied on the fact that fears would have weight if such a place had a ruler, which did not fall under their situation. Anarchy reigned in the dark forest, and its powerless inhabitants did nothing but stir up strife. The red-haired young man advised his new friend to look ahead so as not to encounter an unexpected surprise from a place that could shock. Cale compared what he saw in front of him with the point on the map and concluded that everything matched, which was confirmation that they were on the right path.